3 years of being a doormat. Yet all he got was a good guy card. Just as Qin Fan was about to be erased by the doormat system for failing his task, he unexpectedly obtained a super rich system, which rewarded him with 1 trillion special funds to spend on the goddess, allowing him to receive a 10 times cash back. From then on, the tables turned. Chapter 1 in a parallel world, Long Country, Tianhai University. Qin Fan, you're a good person, but you're not my type, so please don't bother me anymore. Lu Ru Yin said coldly, looking at the handsome boy in front of her with disdain. The flicker of disgust and contempt in her eyes made the onlooking classmates show expressions of schadenfreude. Qin Fan was recognized as a prominent figure in the school. He was the male god of the academy, good-looking, talented in singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball, making him the dream boy for many girls. However, he was only infatuated with Lu Ruyin. Lu Ruyin was one of the school beauties at Tianhai University. Since his freshman year, Qin Fan had been trying to pursue Lu Ruyin. In the morning, he would buy breakfast early and deliver it to the girls' dormitory. In the evening, whenever Lu Ruyin said she was hungry, no matter how late it was, Qin Fan would bring her late-night snacks. If Lu Ruyin fell ill, Qin Fan would rush to the pharmacy to buy medicine. Whenever Lu Ruyin said she had no money for meals, Qin Fan would immediately transfer her 520 or 1314. Chapter 2 Qin Fan paid no attention to the gazes of others. Now that he had the super rich system, his life was destined to be extraordinary. What of Lu Ruyin? What of the school beauty? As long as he wanted, even a superstar could be brought down with money. Everyone has a price. As long as the price is right, she could do anything for you. Charles. Ariwake. Just as Qin Fan was lost in thoughts about his bright future, a charming girl's voice reached his ears. Qin Fan came back to his senses and looked up to see a stylishly dressed, sexy girl standing in front of him. The girl had big wavy hair, a delicate makeup on her face, and beneath her fitted short skirt were long legs wrapped in white stockings. She looked to be about 1.72 meters tall, and with high heels, she appeared tall and alluring. Qin Fan would give her a 95 out of 100. Hey, isn't this Su Qianmo from the Dance Academy? Haha, I was just worried about not finding a suitable target for my strategy, and here she is delivered right to me. Ding, target confirmed. Su Qianmo, 21 years old, height, 172 cm. Chapter 3 Before long, a car arrived to take Qin Fan and Su Qianmo to the largest Ferrari showroom in Tianhai City. This Ferrari showroom, located in the Western District, is the largest Ferrari house in the country and one of the 3 global customization centers for Ferrari. It provides personalized customization services for customers with its tailor-made series models. Su Qianmo was somewhat incredulous that Qin Fan really brought her to the Ferrari showroom. She gazed at the luxurious building in front of her, her beautiful eyes sparkling with longing. Qin Fan, are you really going to buy me a car here? Su Qianmo asked nervously. This was Ferrari. No girl could resist such temptation. Although Su Qianmo's family was well off, she still yearned for such luxury. Of course, when I, Qin Fan, say something, I always keep my word and will never go back on it. Qin Fan assured, patting his chest. I'll only believe you if you actually buy it. Don't just take me in to look around and then leave. Though she said that, Su Qianmo's heart was racing. Her current feelings were like Schrodinger's cat. Whether it was true or false, she would only know after trying. Chapter 4 Su Qianmo was momentarily stunned, staring at the rows of Ferrari sports cars, her heart racing uncontrollably. She really wanted to sit in those Ferraris and experience the feeling of driving a supercar. Qin Fan noticed the dazed expression on Su Qianmo's face. A wicked smile crept onto his lips, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Indeed, no woman could resist the temptation of sports cars. Go ahead, choose a style you like. As I said, price is not an issue. Choose whatever you want. Qin Fan saw that Su Qianmo was still in a daze and patted her round, perky bottom, to remind her. Su Qianmo shivered at the touch. And after regaining her senses, she followed her heart's desire and walked towards the luxury sports cars. Manager Lu quickly approached and respectfully opened the car door for Su Qianmo, allowing her to personally experience the comfort of each car. He then introduced the prices, performance, configurations, and advantages of different Ferrari models. After Manager Lu finished introducing all the available Ferrari models, Su Qianmo made her choice. Qin Xiao, I want that red Ferrari. Su Qianmo linked her arm with Qin Fan's and rubbed against him, softly acting cute. Chapter 5 Su Qianmo looked at her name on the car purchase contract and, at that moment, she truly felt as if she were dreaming. She never expected that one day she would actually be able to drive a Ferrari. Su Qianma raised her delicate face and looked at Qin Fan with deep affection, softly saying, "Qin Fan, thank you. I didn't expect what you said to be true. You really want to buy me a Ferrari." She also didn't expect Qin Fan to be so generous, casually giving away a car worth nearly 10 million without batting an eye. The rich second-generation heirs who had previously claimed they wanted to pursue her, marry her, and treat her well for life, at most gifted her with a bag worth tens of thousands or took her to a few Michelin 3-star restaurants. But compared to the extravagant and lavish Qin Fan before her, the difference was stark. Su Qianma felt somewhat lucky now. Although she had dined and watched movies with those rich heirs before, she knew her worth and had never foolishly offered her body aside from holding hands. She believed that once Qin Fan found out she was still a virgin, he would definitely cherish her even more. Su Qianma thought, her cheeks flushed, her sparkling eyes obsessively gazing at Qin Fan's profile. Chapter 6. Welcome to the Hermes Boutique. May I ask what style of bag you're looking for? The salesgirl quickly greeted the customers with enthusiasm upon their arrival. Seeing their attire, she immediately knew they were wealthy. This commission was a sure thing. Unlike that previous guy dressed in cheap clothes, who looked like a star but was clearly someone who couldn't afford anything. Recommend me a few new arrivals for the season. Lu Ruoyan raised her head proudly and said. She then immediately began searching for the figures of Qin Fan and Su Qianma. Her gaze quickly swept across various counters, and she soon spotted them in a corner. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Ruoyan's mouth as she swayed her hips, striding toward Su Qianma and Qin Fan. Qin Fan was holding Su Qianma as they were selecting bags. However, the salesgirl attending to them seemed clearly uninterested, maintaining a bland smile due to professional ethics. They could tell that although Su Qianma was dressed in designer brands, Qin Fan was wearing clothes worth less than 200 yuan from a street vendor. And he said to let Su Qianma choose freely. You can't just pretend to be rich without looking at the occasion. In contrast, the attitude of the salesperson next to Lu Ruoyan and Sun Weipeng was completely different. Chapter 7. Lu Ruoyan struggled, realizing she couldn't escape Qin Fan's grasp. Bastard! Let go of me! Lu Ruoyan shouted angrily at Qin Fan. However, Qin Fan still held tightly to Lu Ruoyan's wrist and did not let go. Lu Ruoyan panicked and quickly turned to look for Sun Weipeng for help, only to find that he was flirting with a very attractive female salesgirl. Seeing this, Lu Ruoyan felt a surge of anger. She could only rely on Sun Weipeng to help her now. Sun Xiao, I've been hit. Come save me. Lu Ruoyan shouted at the top of her lungs, fearing Sun Weipeng wouldn't hear her. Sure enough, when Sun Weipeng heard Lu Ruoyan calling, he immediately turned to look. Damn, how dare you bully my woman? You're asking for it. Sun Weipeng shouted angrily as he walked towards Qin Fan and the others. Qin Fan glanced at Sun Weipeng and disdainfully said, Not polite to me? Sun Weipeng, what, you want to practice with me? Sun Weipeng's foot, which had just stepped forward, abruptly halted. Although he was wealthy, it didn't mean he wasn't afraid of dying. Chapter 8. At that moment, Su Qianma had already hugged 5 bags worth 1.85 million and was sweetly following Qin Fan out of the Hermes store. Before leaving the store, Su Qianma even turned around and flashed a victorious smile at Lu Ruoyan. Su Qianma's triumphant demeanor deeply pierced Lu Ruoyan's eyes. Lu Ruoyan noticed several female salesgirls whispering amongst themselves, and she knew that if she didn't leave soon, she would become the laughingstock of the entire boutique. Perhaps she had already become the joke. As Lu Ruoyan stepped out of the mall, the previously cowardly Sun Weipeng reappeared, blocking her with a flattering smile. Ruoyan, I'm sorry about what happened earlier, but you know that Qin Fan fights like he has no regard for his life. We good men don't suffer losses in front of us. Don't worry, when I get the chance, I'll gather a few people to teach that Qin Fan a lesson. Hearing Sun Weipeng's hypocritical words made Lu Ruoyan feel disgusted, and she naturally didn't give him good face. Sun Weipeng, seeing Lu Ruoyan's cold expression, quickly flattered her. Look, Ruoyan, this is the bag I just bought for you at the LV store. It's worth 50,000. Try it and see if you like it. Chapter 9. Qin Xiao, did the call end? Seeing Qin Fan put down his phone, Su Qianma blinked and gently asked. Yes, it's all set. I'm heading back to school soon. Then hurry up, you know what I mean. Qin Fan called for the waiter, ordered a few steak sets, and 2 bottles of red wine. Su Qianma rushed to pay the bill, which totaled 10,888 yuan. The waitress specially used a delivery thermal box to pack everything before bringing it to the trunk of the car. Qin Fan transferred an 888 yuan red envelope to the waitress before hugging Su Qianma and getting in the car, heading towards Tianhai University. Qin Xiao, can I meet your roommates? Oh, don't worry. I won't say anything inappropriate. I'll just stay for a bit and leave. Upon arriving at the Tianhai University parking lot, Qin Fan had just parked the car when Su Qianma suddenly asked a question. Su Qianma looked at Qin Fan with some anxiety, afraid that her request might be too much and provoke his dissatisfaction. After all, Qin Fan hadn't confirmed their relationship yet, even though they had already had intimate contact. She worried that her request would make Qin Fan feel pressured to publicly acknowledge their relationship, leading to his displeasure. Chapter 10. Su Qianma smiled slightly and walked towards Qin Fan, grabbing his arm. Qin Xiao, where's your bed? Take me to have a look. That bed over there. Qin Fan pointed to a bed inside and said, Okay, let me tidy it up for you. Su Qianma nodded obediently and went to help Qin Fan organize the bed and desk. On the wall in front of Qin Fan's desk were a few photos of Lu Ruyan. Su Qianma took a glance and didn't pay any more attention to them. She knew that it was impossible for Qin Fan and Lu Ruyan to be together anymore, so there was no need for her to let those things trouble him. Qin Xiao, can I help you wash the clothes you've changed out of? After everything was tidied up, Su Qianma asked softly. Qin Fan thought for a moment and agreed. Su Qianma took Qin Fan's dirty clothes, socks, and sports shoes to the bathroom to wash. After Su Qianma left, the second guy, Song Ziheo, came over and said sneakily, Fan, your luck with women is quite good. The school flower is personally helping you wash clothes. Come on, tell me how you did it. Start the class, I'll pay tuition. Yeah, Fan, I'll learn too. Chapter 11. Ruyan, weren't you supposed to go on a date with Sun Weiping today? Why are you back so early? Lu Ruyan's good friend, Feiana, had just finished showering and was drying her wet hair when she saw Lu Ruyan's dazed expression and asked. Lu Ruyan sighed lightly and recounted what she saw today at the mall with Qin Fan and Su Qianma. What? That guy Qin Fan actually bought Su Qianma a bag worth $1.85 million and drove a Ferrari? Feiana's eyes widened. Ruyan, don't tell me this is true. I don't believe it either, but the facts are indeed so, Lu Ruyan said with a bitter smile. Look at the mark on my wrist. It's left by Qin Fan. Feiana focused and exclaimed, What? That Qin Fan, who used to treat you like a treasure, is so generous now? Who would have thought he would change so much? Lu Ruyan shook her head and sighed. If I had known he was a hidden rich second generation, I would never have rejected him. Feiana suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, Hey, Ruyan, do you think Qin Fan might be deliberately putting on a show for you? Like the male lead in those old Korean dramas. Trying to make the female lead jealous by pretending to date another girl? Chapter 12. The Wi-Fi in the dormitory was quite fast, and soon, Qin Fan had installed Whale Live. After quickly registering an account, he soon found a channel for beautiful live broadcasts. Star Show, whether it's singing, dancing, chatting, or various talent performances. If you want to see beautiful women, just click on the Star Show channel. Qin Fan casually scrolled through and found that the covers of those live rooms were all stunningly beautiful, with bold and fashionable clothing styles. There were deep V necklines, tank tops, kipayos, and even school styles. There was a mix of open and conservative styles. Of course, Qin Fan wasn't naive enough to think that the photos on the live covers reflected the real looks of the women. He knew that these beautiful photos were mostly edited. If you took them at face value, you would lose. After all, beauty editing is one of the 4 great tricks of Asia. How many transformation videos have left foreigners dumbfounded? However, as the sage said, everyone has a love for beauty, as long as you're mentally prepared. Whether these women's photos match their real looks is actually not that important. What matters more is whether these female hosts are interesting and easy to get along with. Chapter 13. Hello, welcome, Fanshun, to Xiao Lu's live broadcast room. Fanshun, Gid, your nickname is so zen, transcending the world yet still part of it. Is that what it means? Xiao Lu's voice was as pleasant as a lark song, clear as a mountain spring. Listening to it was refreshing. Moreover, this Xiao Lu girl actually paid so much attention to his level 1 account. As soon as he entered the live room, she noticed him. Qin Fan was surprised by her intelligence and couldn't help but smile faintly. Host, you understand me. Don't worry, in today's PK, I'll ensure you don't lose. Qin Fan directly typed out 2 lines. Thank you for your support, Fanshun Gij. As long as everyone likes Xiao Lu's dance, winning or losing isn't very important. Seeing Qin Fan's words, the female host gently shook her head, seemingly disagreeing. Xiao Lu's real name was Lu Xiaoyu, taken from the Book of Songs, Lesser Odes. Deer cry. The deer cry, eating wild apples. She was a first-year student at the Tianhai City Dance Academy, 19 years old, and was skilled in traditional and ethnic dances. Perhaps because she had just started live streaming, she only had a little over 1,000 fans. At that moment, there were only a dozen people in the live broadcast room. Chapter 14 soon, the PK between Lu Xiaoyu and Qianru officially began. They decided to compete for the overall ranking. It was simple, just attack the health bar. Whoever had more total sound waves would win. The time limit was 15 minutes. Qianru usually competed in overall rankings for 5 minutes. But today was different. Lu Xiaoyu had a powerful big brother on her side. Moreover, he was a complete newbie big brother. Qianru certainly didn't doubt whether Lu Xiaoyu had joined a guild or if the guild was giving her gifts. Because looking at Lu Xiaoyu's fan count, even if she had joined a guild, she wouldn't receive much support. At most, it would be a few or a dozen dollars worth of gifts. However, that fan shun, right from the start, activated the Super Emperor Noble rank and then sent 10 of the most expensive cosmic spaceships. Such operations are definitely not something a guild would do. Therefore, Qianru concluded that this Fanshin was definitely a newbie big brother. With his extravagant spending style, he was either a high-ranking executive of some company or a rich second generation. Whichever it was, it indicated that this Fanshin must have more tricks up his sleeve, and Qianru was fully prepared. Chapter 15, the barrage in Lu Xiaoyu's live room was flashing crazily, making it hard to see the content. One could only hold down and scroll up to see the content, but in the blink of an eye, the bottom message count was already at 999. Lu Xiaoyu's live room was still continuously gaining new viewers. These people all came to watch the excitement after hearing about fans' impressive feat of spending 20,000 on spaceships, wanting to see what kind of mysterious rich person their friends and family had been talking about. Of course, some are also there to find material for trending topics. After all, a rich person like Fan spending such a large amount on gifts is definitely newsworthy. 20,000 spaceships at 5,000 each amounts to exactly 100 million. If the news of Fan spending 100 million spreads online, the traffic generated by likes and shares will be unprecedented. Congratulations to Super Emperor Fanshin, spending over 500,000. Promoted to Illusory God. Congratulations to Illusory God Fanshin. Growth value exceeds 10 million, gaining the identity of Supreme King, Qin Fan checked. And this Illusory God is the highest level of noble title, which can be obtained by spending over 500,000 during the Super Emperor period. Chapter 16. The girl named Pan Tian is a live streamer from a small county in the southwest. She is 18 years old and currently a high school senior, about to take her college entrance exams. Her grades were decent, and she had a chance of getting into a key university. However, due to her family's poor conditions, her father, who worked away from home, suddenly fell ill, losing their main source of income, and the little savings they had were spent on his treatment. The family relies solely on her mother selling snacks in the county to barely make ends meet. Unfortunately, her father's illness could not be treated due to a lack of money, and he could only return home and suffer day by day. Therefore, during this time, her mind has not been on her studies. After hearing that streaming could earn money, Pan Tian started streaming for 4 hours every night after school, often until 2 a.m., causing her grades to drop sharply. Yet, despite her hard work, her earnings were meager, and unless luck was particularly good, she would only receive a few gifts worth tens of dollars. Although Pan Tian is very beautiful, sweet, and cute, her dressing style is very simple and conservative. She couldn't afford makeup and streamed without any. After 2 months of streaming, she only had 200 or 300 fans, with no more than 10 viewers online at any time. Chapter 17. Qin Fan was flipping through his textbook when suddenly a graceful figure appeared in front of him. Qin Fan, this is for you. Remember to read it later. A girl with twin ponytails and a delicate appearance handed Qin Fan a beautifully crafted envelope and shyly turned to leave. Qin Fan didn't need to look to know this was a love letter for him. In fact, over the past 3 years, Qin Fan had lost count of how many such letters he had received. Because Qin Fan was so outstanding, handsome, and talented, he had many admirers, both academically and financially well off. However, he had always had his eyes on Lu Ruoyan, so all those love letters had been casually tossed into a cardboard box in his dorm, gathering dust. Now that he had completely fallen out with Lu Ruoyan, he decided to open this sealed love letter. The elegant handwriting inside was pleasing to the eye. Qin Fan recognized the girl from earlier. She was a talented student from the College of Arts, namely Shinran. Reading the content of the letter made Qin Fan smile. Seeing this scene, Song Zaheo couldn't help but give Qin Fan a thumbs up. As expected of the boss. Just sat down and received a love letter from female classmate. Impressive. Song Zaheo exaggeratedly said. Chapter 18. Haha. I told you, that guy's not good enough. Who doesn't know that for 3 years in college, no boy has ever been able to get close to Suruashi, let alone add her on WeChat. That guy is just humiliating himself. Many classmates nearby were discussing among themselves, looking gleeful. Rich guy, what do you think? What kind of boy could win over a girl like Suruashi? Zhao Minkai stroked his chin, staring seriously at Suruashi, and murmured, a boy like that, we can't possibly have in our school. A family like Suruashi's values social status. Besides being from a good family, he also needs to be virtuous and talented. Song Zaheo said seriously. That's a good point. Zhao Minkai nodded in agreement, and then turned to Qin Fan, asking, Fan, what do you think? Well, I know nothing about it. Maybe a girl like that prefers a poor boy. Haven't you seen how those Mary Sue dramas portray it? Qin Fan casually joked. It was none of his business who such a girl liked. Qin Fan felt that girls from such privileged backgrounds, having lived in luxury since childhood, wouldn't be easily swayed by money. Chapter 19. Qin Fan spoke decisively, showing no politeness. Moreover, he unapologetically pulled back his clothes from Lu Ruoyan's hand, then turned to the side and ignored her. Fan. Watching Qin Fan's resolute back, Lu Ruoyan bit her red lip, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end said nothing. She just gave Qin Fan a deep look before turning to leave. Lu Ruoyan didn't return her seat, but left the classroom directly. Staying any longer would only make her a joke to others. After seeing Lu Ruoyan leave in despair, several boys in the class shook their heads and sighed, their gazes turning resentfully towards Qin Fan. These were Lu Ruoyan's loyal secret admirers. If it weren't for their fear of Qin Fan's intimidating strength, they would have rushed forward to avenge her grievances long ago. Damn, boss is awesome. Fan, you've captured all 3 school beauties. Zhao Minkai and Song Zaheo both gave Qin Fan a thumbs up, looking at him with admiration. Qin Fan was too lazy to deal with Zhao Minkai and Song Zaheo's antics. The professor who was giving the public lecture arrived punctually in the classroom, and after a long time, the public lecture finally ended. Chapter 20. Just as Qin Fan was fantasizing about how to live a luxurious life in the future, suddenly a hurried sound of footsteps echoed in the hall. Qin Fan turned around to see the sales girl from earlier, holding her high heels in one hand and a shopping bag with soda in the other, running in barefoot and out of breath. She was about to approach the middle-aged couple, but they had already stood up and were walking out of the hall. Mr. Zhang, Mrs. Zhang, please wait a moment. I bought the soda. The sales girl rushed in, panting, her face flushed and sweating, looking at the middle-aged woman who was about to leave, and hastily said, with a flattering expression, Miss Yuan, you are already late, the middle-aged man said, pointing at his watch and speaking in a deep voice, continuing to walk out without looking back. Yuan Xinyue was immediately anxious to the point of tears, quickly chasing after them and calling, Mrs. Zhang, Mrs. Zhang. All right, don't waste our time, we're busy, they replied. The middle-aged woman waved her hand impatiently, and the two of them directly got into a Rolls-Royce and left. Seeing the Rolls-Royce disappear into the distance, Yuan Xinyue's pretty face turned pale as paper, and she slumped down on the spot. Chapter 21 Sales Manager Lu Chung initially wore a mocking expression, thinking that Qin Fan was just trying to show off and scare him. He didn't believe that this ordinary-looking young man could pull out any high-end bank card. However, when his gaze fell on that black gold card, and he saw the unique pattern on it, he was instantly frozen in place, shivering all over, beads of sweat suddenly appearing on his forehead, and his face turned extremely pale. This was the black gold card from AE Financial Company. Holding such a black gold card meant that the holder's worth was at least over 100 million. After apologizing, sales manager Lu Chung hurriedly took the black gold card to verify its authenticity. Upon discovering that Qin Fan's black gold card was not only genuine, but also an unlimited credit card from AE's overseas version, he shook violently as if he were a leaf in the wind. What kind of big shot had he provoked? If it were the domestic joint issuance version, it would be better with a limit of around 10 million, and it would be much easier to obtain. But Qin Fan's card was the overseas version with no limit. In other words, as long as Qin Fan was willing, he could buy any property under the Zhou Group, even countless properties. Chapter 22. Through the introductions of Yuan Xinyue and Zhu Ku'er, Qin Fan learned that this manor was not a brand new property. The manor had been built for 6 years. It was custom built by a foreign tycoon who specifically sought out Zhou Group's chairman, Zhou Jinshan, for its construction. Back then, the decoration alone cost nearly 2 billion. However, due to the foreign tycoon spending most of his time abroad, the manor had never been occupied. 3 months ago, when the foreign tycoon's company faced losses, the manor was entrusted to the Zhou Group for resale. All the facilities and furniture in the manor were brand new, and the property management department of the Zhou Group would send people to clean it every day, so Qin Fan could move in with just his luggage right away. As for beds, sofas, and such, if Qin Fan didn't like them, the Zhou Group would replace them for free. When Qin Fan was outside earlier, he also noticed that there were no piles of fallen leaves under the trees. Everything was kept very clean. Moreover, the greenery showed signs of regular trimming. It seemed that this manor had been well maintained over the past 6 years. Sitting on a luxurious sofa, Qin Fan looked at Yuan Xinyue and smiled in satisfaction, saying, "Not bad. I'll take this manor." Chapter 23. At the Zhou Group headquarters, sales manager Lu Cheng knocked on the door of the president's office, deciding to report that Qin Fan was a black gold card member. After all, a person of such status personally coming to their company to buy a house definitely deserved high attention. "Come in." At the desk, a tall, beautiful woman was handling documents on her laptop. She was wearing a high-end black dress that revealed her fair, slender feet, exuding the charm of a mature woman. She was Zhou Group's CEO and the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Yinshi. "Manager Lu, what's the matter?" Zhou Yinshi raised her head, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, and asked, "President, we had a big client come to the Shisha Manor Sales Center today. This person is a member of the AE Company's Centurion Black Gold Card, named Qin Fan. Just now, the sales champion under me said that Mr. Qin is ready to purchase the manor in Building 1. Lu Cheng said respectfully. "What?" Zhou Yinshi immediately stood up upon hearing this. "Are you saying that the manor number 1 that Mr. Bruce entrusted us to sell now has someone willing to make an offer?" Zhou Yinshi's pretty face was filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 24. Su Ruashi knew about Qin Fan's background. Since their freshman year, everyone who knew Qin Fan was aware that he was an orphan who grew up in a private orphanage, even when he worked part-time in college. Most of the money he earned was spent on Lu Ruoyan. Su Ruashi couldn't understand how Qin Fan had the confidence to say he would gift her a manor worth 3.8 billion. Today wasn't April Fool's Day. "Hey, Su Ruashi, how do you like this manor? Do you like it?" Qin Fan said with a smile. Su Ruashi nodded with a complex expression, saying, "I like it." However, being as smart as she was, she didn't know how to respond. She really wanted to ask Qin Fan if he was joking, but his expression was serious and didn't seem like he was kidding. Plus, Zhu Ku'er and the others treated him with such respect. Su Ruashi had a vague feeling that perhaps Qin Fan really could come up with 3.8 billion. After all, these people couldn't be pretending with him. Once this thought crossed her mind, Su Ruashi felt like she was going crazy, actually considering that Qin Fan might be a super rich second generation. Qin Fan naturally noticed what Su Ruashi was thinking. He smiled lightly and instructed Zhu Ku'er, "Call your finance team over. I'm going to make the payment now." Chapter 25. Naming? That could be done. How about this? Manor number 1 will be called Fanshan Manor. No. 17 will be Looming Garden, and number 18 will Ruashi Garden. Ruashi, what do you think? Qin Fan thought for a moment and decided to ask Su Ruashi's opinion since the number 18 manor was a gift for her. Su Ruashi didn't expect Qin Fan to suddenly ask for her opinion. She was still immersed in the luxury of the 3.8 billion manor when Qin Fan's sudden inquiry jolted her. "A what? Ruashi Garden? That's fine. You can decide," Su Ruashi said, momentarily stunned. "Haha, it's settled then. Oh, right, the smallest one will be called Xinyue Garden." Qin Fan glanced at Yuan Xinyue, who was hiding to the side, deliberately lowering her presence, and laughed as he finalized the name. When Yuan Xinyue heard that Qin Fan had also named her manor, she felt deeply touched. Even though her manor was the cheapest and was a gift, it didn't diminish the warmth in her heart. A 500 million manor, 6 acres of land, 4,000 square meters. How many people could only dream of earning that in a lifetime? Chapter 26. Miss Zhou, I'll leave the decoration of number 17, Looming Garden, to you. I have class tomorrow, so I'll head back now. After the dinner, Qin Fan smiled at Zhou Yinshi. However, Zhou Yinshi was already a bit tipsy, Hearing Qin Fan's words, she slurred, "Mr. Qin, don't worry. I'll take care of everything regarding the decoration. I have a best friend who is a designer majoring in civil engineering. I'll have her come." Before she could finish, Zhou Yinshi directly lay her head on the table. "What is this, a little drunk?" Qin Fan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Just a moment ago, she was insisting on toasting him repeatedly, as if she wouldn't stop until he was drunk. Qin Fan was also curious. Based on his usual drinking capacity, he should have been as drunk as Zhou Yinshi by now. However, despite Zhou Yinshi, Zhu Ke, and others toasting him one after another, he hadn't really gotten drunk. Instead, the more he drank, the more energetic he felt, and his mind became clearer. Even his eyes seemed to shine brighter. His physical strength had long been enhanced to an extraordinary level by the system. Qin Fan thought that perhaps it was because of the system that he could drink without getting drunk. Chapter 27. Just as Qin Fan arrived at the boys' dormitory, he suddenly received a call from Wang Fatty. "Hey Fan, where are you? Hurry back. There's a little brat trying to steal your girl. The guys are getting ready to confront him, so hurry up. We're gathering downstairs at the girls' dormitory." Wang Fatty shouted eagerly. Hearing Wang Fatty's anxious voice on the phone, Qin Fan frowned in surprise. "Steal my girl? Who is it? Lu Ruyan? Or Su Qianma?" Qin Fan guessed it was probably Su Qianma. After all, Su Qianma was one of the campus beauties, and many people had queued up to pursue her. As for Lu Ruyan, even if she went to a hotel with someone, the guys in the dorm wouldn't care. "Fatty, I'm right downstairs. You guys don't need to confront anyone yet. I'll go check it out first." After Qin Fan finished speaking, he hung up and headed towards the girls' dormitory. "What the hell? How dare you steal my girl? I can tolerate it, but my aunt can't." As Qin Fan reached the bottom of the girls' dormitory, he saw a crowd gathered in the open space below. In the middle of the crowd was a Porsche Panamera. The trunk of the Panamera was filled with red roses. Chapter 28. "Fan, we've got your back here. Don't embarrass yourself." "Yeah, stay sharp. Fan, you're doing great." Wang Fatty and the others cheered him on. "Tom." Qin Fan stepped forward. At that moment, Wang Yunlei's performance was still ongoing as he continued. "If you agree to date me, I promise to give you 50,000 pocket money every month, and after you graduate, you can join my dad's company. Sitting in an executive position with an annual salary of $1 million is not a dream." Wang Yunlei wanted to shout something more, but suddenly a large hand pressed down on him. Wang Yunlei was interrupted and immediately became furious. Turning to see who was holding him down, he froze. It was Qin Fan. Wasn't this guy the loser who publicly confessed to Lu Ruyan and got rejected? Why did he suddenly come over? "I'm confessing to Su Qianma, not Lu Ruyan. You must be Wang Yunlei, right?" Qin Fan looked down at him coldly. "What is up?" Although Wang Yunlei knew Qin Fan's terrifying combat power, he couldn't back down in front of so many people, so he held his neck high and replied, "I heard you want to confess to Su Qianma." Chapter 29. Qin Fan wrapped his arms around Su Qianma's slender waist and left the center of the crowd boldly. "Wow, Fan, you're amazing. As expected of my bro. Publicly slapping that guy in the face is way better than just beating him up. Fan, wait a second. I have something good for you." Zhao Minkai sneaked up to Qin Fan and pulled out 2 restraining charms from his pocket, shoving them into Qin Fan's hands. Qin Fan was confused and opened his hands to see that they were actually GB001s. "What the hell? Who wants to use this?" Qin Fan disdainfully tossed them back to Zhao Minkai. Zhao Minkai leaned in closer to Qin Fan and whispered, "It's from Wolf Tooth. Are you sure you don't want to try it?" After saying that, Zhao Minkai made a lewd expression. "Cough, cough, get lost." Qin Fan snatched the 2 restraining charms from Zhao Minkai and stuffed them into his pocket, pretending nothing had happened. Zhao Minkai chuckled and left with Wang Fatty and Song Zaheo, their arms around each other. "Hey Kai, what did you give Fan?" "Restraining charms, what? Why give him that? Isn't that dangerous? After all, we're still in school. We need to be careful." Chapter 30. Su Qianma walked into the store with Qin Fan, feeling proud. Su Qianma's actions made Lu Ruyan feel extremely embarrassed. This Su Qianma is really shameless, saying such lewd things to Qin Fan right in front of you. Fei Anna whispered next to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan remained silent, continuing to pick out ingredients. However, her delicate, snow-white arms trembled slightly, clearly angry. Deep down, she felt a bit unwilling. After all, Qin Fan had been her devoted pursuer for 3 years. But now, in just 2 days, he had become Su Qianma's boyfriend, and she found it hard to believe this outcome. Unfortunately, reality was right in front of her, leaving no room for rebuttal. "Ruyan, say something." Are you just going to give up so easily? Seeing Lu Ruyan silent, Fei Anna became anxious. In fact, she knew that Lu Ruyan already regretted it. After all, love is something that only makes one regret when it's lost. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a regret pill in this world. No, this can't be. Qin Fan is mine. He pursued me for 3 years, so he must still have feelings for me. Su Qianma, just wait and see. Chapter 31. All right then, I can only try my luck now. Lu Ruyan took a few deep breaths and finally made a decision, a glimmer of determination shining in her beautiful eyes. Then, the two girls huddled together to discuss the details of their plan. Qin Fan, who was happily eating barbecue with Su Qianma, suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if two pairs of sly eyes were staring at him. However, Qin Fan didn't pay much attention and continued to enjoy the barbecue and drink beer with Su Qianma, feeling very comfortable. It was already close to midnight, but the crowd for late-night snacks was still bustling, with various stalls filled with chatter. In the South, nightlife usually lasts until 2 or 3 in the morning, and some even until dawn. As long as there are customers, the late-night snack stall owners won't close up. After finishing his meal, Qin Fan settled the bill and picked up the slightly tipsy Su Qianma. Since both had been drinking, driving was out of the question, and at this time, the school would soon be locking the doors. What to do? Unfortunately, Qin Fan had brought his ID when he bought the house. Chapter 32. Qin Fan? Is it really you? That's great. You've come to save me again. Woo 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 when Lu Ruyan saw who had arrived. She excitedly dashed into Qin Fan's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and crying pitifully, feeling very wronged and helpless. Don't worry, it's all fine now. Qin Fan gently brushed her long hair and said softly, Woo, I almost got choked up by them. Lu Ruyan continued to cry, clutching Qin Fan tightly, afraid he would leave her again. Feeling Lu Ruyan's soft pressure, Qin Fan sighed slightly. It had been 3 years, and this was the first time Lu Ruyan had actively thrown herself into his embrace. Even 3 years ago, when faced with the same scene of being teased by a few thugs, Lu Ruyan had only said a casual thank you afterward. Now, Qin Fan could clearly feel Lu Ruyan's faint fragrance in her soft body. However, all of this came too late. Qin Fan no longer had that initial sense of anticipation. Only indifference and calm remained. All right, it's okay now, let's go. Fei Anna is still waiting for you outside. Qin Fan slowly freed himself from her embrace, gently patted her shoulder, and spoke softly. Chapter 33. Qin Fan unconsciously swallowed, then looked away, frowning. Fei Anna, what exactly do you want to do? Brother Qin Fan, both Ruyan and I are still a bit scared. Can you accompany us for a glass of red wine to calm our nerves? Fei Anna looked pitiful, her eyes glistening with tears, her tone carrying a hint of wine. Qin Fan hesitated. He was not a saint, and although Fei Anna was not the school beauty, she was still very attractive, with a fiery figure and enticing curves. Late at night, when hormones were surging, it was inevitable to feel some stirrings. If it were just Fei Anna, Qin Fan wouldn't mind keeping her company, but with Lu Ruyan present, he forcibly suppressed his impulses. Brother Qin Fan, please, okay? Fei Anna lightly bit her lip, looking at Qin Fan with longing, her posture incredibly pitiful. If other men saw this scene, they would probably surrender immediately. For Qin Fan, however, it was quite effective. Seeing that Qin Fan was beginning to hesitate, Fei Anna revealed a sly smile. Looks like I have to take action. Chapter 34. Ding. Due to special circumstances, the system has urgently added a target for Gongit. Ding. Target confirmed. Fei Anna, 21 years old, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 45 kilograms, 885,985. Attractiveness, 85 points, favorability, 70, 100 for successful. With a big gift package, Ding. Fei Anna favorability increased by 5. Ding. Fei Anna favorability increased by 10. Ding. Fei Anna favorability increased by 15. Ding. Fei Anna favorability has reached 100. Gonglit successful. Gift package being distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the Yellow Emperor's dominance. The Yellow Emperor ascended with 3,000 followers. Ding. Congratulations to the master for obtaining 10 muscle relaxation pills. With an improved formula. After use by women, it can make the complexion tender, skin like ginger, and sweet fragrance, youthful and firm, with no side effects. Ding. Congratulations to the master for obtaining 10 caution gel with an improved formula. Strengthens bones, boosts energy, replenishes vitality, and is tireless in intimacy, with no side effects. Qin Fan had no time to pay attention to the system's notification sound. After punishing Fei Anna, the sky gradually brightened. Drowsiness overtook him, and he fell asleep in a daze. Chapter 35. After eating, Qin Fan had no intention of returning to school. After all, staying here was much more comfortable than the school dormitory. The manor he bought was already renovated, but he had previously entrusted Zhou Yinshi to replace the bed, sofa, and other items for him. So, he temporarily had no plans to move into that grand manor. Su Qianmo saw that Qin Fan was still wearing ordinary clothes worth less than 200 yuan and suggested going to the mall to buy him 2 new outfits. Going to the mall? I want to go too. Fei Anna quickly chimed in. Of course, Su Qianmo wouldn't agree to Fei Anna's request. It was a rare opportunity to be alone with Qin Fan, and she didn't want a third wheel ruining it. My Ferrari only has 2 seats, so you should wait here, Su Qianmo said lightly. Su's sister, I can take a taxi there, Fei Anna quickly replied, clearly worried about being rejected. Do as you wish. Su Qianmo shot Fei Anna a glance, then linked arms with Qin Fan and left the hotel. Su's sister, which mall are we going to? Fei Anna closely followed behind Su Qianmo, asking. Hunglong Plaza, Su Qianmo answered. Hunglong Plaza. With 2 stunningly beautiful women, Qin Fan attracted countless envious glances from passersby. Chapter 36. Tap, 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 tap. A woman in high heels walked in. She was about 1.75 meters tall, dressed in a professional suit that showcased her long, straight legs, wearing black stockings. She had short hair, heavy makeup, and exuded a strong and capable aura. Mr. Qin, ladies, hello. I am Lu Yuer, the manager of this store. I brought you the Patek Philippe 6002G wristwatch you requested, Lu Yuer said with a smile, placing a portable safe on the table and opening it, then taking out a wooden display box. Inside the box lay a delicate, luxurious men's wristwatch with an alligator leather strap that felt high quality. The sapphire crystal glass dial sparkled under the light. This men's Patek Philippe 6002G watch is a limited edition product worldwide, priced at 38 million yuan. The dial is crafted from cloisonné enamel, with a blue lacquered gold dial and pure gold 3-dimensional characters. It features date display, day display, month display, perpetual calendar, moon phase, tourbillon, and minute repeater functions. Lu Yuer, wearing white gloves, introduced the watch to Qin Fan while adjusting the sound of the timekeeping feature for him. Chapter 37. Ding, ding. Qin Fan pressed the car key. The onlookers were startled and quickly searched for who the car owner was. Outside the crowd, a casually dressed young man with a calm expression walked over. Under the attention of the crowd, Qin Fan approached the Bugatti Chiron, gently opened the car door, and sat inside. Wow, the owner is so young. So handsome, this guy looks better than movie stars. Wait a minute. I've seen all the top rich second-generation kids in Tianhai City online, but I've never seen this one before. Yeah, and doesn't he look like any top-tier celebrity? Hello, handsome, can we have chat? Handsome, can you take me for a ride? Handsome, can we be friends? The crowd buzzed with excitement, and the surrounding female influencers, seeing how outstanding this young man was, rushed forward. Among them, one voluptuous influencer in a sexy bodycon dress shamelessly attempted to open the car door to sit inside. Qin Fan cast a sharp glance at the female internet celebrity, causing her to shiver and immediately stop her actions, no longer daring to act recklessly. Chapter 38. Today, there are classes, so Qin Fan headed to the teaching building. As soon as Qin Fan walked into the classroom, Lu Ruyan looked up and spotted her. A glimmer of light flashed in her originally dull eyes, and she immediately stood up. Lu Ruyan hurriedly took out the breakfast she had hidden in her desk and jogged over to Qin Fan. Fan, you haven't had breakfast, right? I bought too much this morning. Let me share some with you, Lu Ruyan said with a grin. Qin Fan glanced at it. There were quite a few varieties, and they looked good. You didn't just buy too much, did you? Who buys breakfast that can feed several people? In Lu Ruyan's several bags, there were custard buns, fried dough sticks, xiaomai, soybean milk, and even a thick egg sandwich from another store, milk, and even a breakfast set from KFC. It was clear that she had bought from several shops. Ding, target confirmed. Lu Ruyan, 21 years old, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 49 kilograms, 926,290, occupation, junior student, attractiveness, 95 points, number of friendships, 0, spare tire 38, health, normal, skills, basic driving, singing, dancing. Chapter 39. The teacher is here. Someone shouted, and the classroom fell silent. Su Ruashi was about to continue feeding Qin Fan dumplings, but upon hearing that the teacher had arrived, reluctantly stopped her actions. Qin Fan, I'll go back to my seat first, Su Rawashi said with a gentle smile before returning to her position. Fatty, help me divide this. Let's not waste food. Qin Fan pushed the breakfast Lu Ruyan had brought over to Wang, Fatty, and the others. The morning classes passed quickly. After that, there were no more classes, and Song Zaheo followed Zhao Mingkai to practice their plan for flirting. Wang Fatty lay on his bed chatting with the two-dimensional female, streamer Kiki. With nothing to do, Qin Fan decided to take out his phone, planning to browse live streams and enjoy the dances of internet beauties. Qin Fan opened the Whale Live platform and had the system recharge 1 billion yuan for him. Then congratulations, Master, for successfully using 1 billion yuan and spending money. This spending has a 10x cashback. 10 billion yuan has been deposited into the Master's personal bank account. Please check. He originally planned to send a few spaceships to Lu Xiaoyu and watch her dance. Suddenly, he remembered that Lu Xiaoyu usually started her live stream only after classes at night. Chapter 40. As soon as this was said, the bullet screen area erupted in noise. Evil God, Tianhai, 13 young masters, heir to 100 billion group. Everyone speculated who this evil god could be. Suddenly, a level 43 netizen sent a bullet comment. Let me remind everyone, this evil god's surname is Zhao. Wow, I know who it is now. Is this evil god? Have you heard of the Zhao group? Got it. The bullet screen area fell silent instantly. At this moment, a member of Fan God Temple said unconvincingly, our Fan God has brushed 1 billion at once, so we are clearly not inferior to that evil god. Yeah, anyone who can take out 1 billion to tip a streamer must be worth at least 100 billion. Upon hearing this, the members of Fan God Temple responded enthusiastically. Exactly, we Fan Gods brushed 1 billion. Did that evil god brush 1 billion? Fan God YY'd yes. Dare to call that evil god over for a showdown. Seeing that the bullet screen area was about to get noisy, Minaneer quickly diverted their attention by saying, Fan God brother, how about I dance another one for you? Qin Fan couldn't be bothered to care about the so-called evil god mentioned in the bullet screen. In his eyes, no matter the 13 young masters or the heir to 100 billion, they were all beneath him. Chapter 41 Day Tiange. Watching live streams is so boring. If you don't play with these girls, it would be a waste. A rich second-generation man holding a model said, you guys play first. Today I encountered a guy who dares to call himself Fan God. I need to let him know who the real god is. Zhao Ritian, evil god, said, Day Tiange, do you want us to help out and teach that kid a lesson? The young man holding the model asked. No need. I can easily crush this little brat. Zhao Ritian said arrogantly. Oh, Day Tiange. Are you talking about the Fan God who brushed 1 billion overnight a few days ago? Another rich second generation came over to ask. You've heard of it? Of course. This incident has caused a sensation throughout the internet. I really don't know where this guy got his money. The young man sighed. Zhao Ritian had a disdainful expression, saying, you don't really think that billion was his own, do you? Isn't it? Everyone was surprised. Huh? Do you believe that someone would brush 1 billion for a small streamer? Zhao Ritian mocked. Everyone shook their heads. Day Tiange. You mean that he has someone behind him who gave him a task? Chapter 42. Illusion God Fan Shun sends me non-air a Supreme Spaceship X7999. Illusion God Fan Shun sends me non-air a Supreme Spaceship X8999. Illusion God Fan Shun sends me non-air a Supreme Spaceship X9999. Illusion God Fan Shun sends me non-air a Supreme Spaceship X10000. The 15-minute PK leaderboard competition finally ended. Emi non-air won decisively against Meng Lianer. This also represented Fan God perfectly crushing Evil God. This scene shocked all the netizens and fans in the live stream room, including streamers and netizens who came over from other live streams. 10,000 Supreme Spaceships equal to 50 million Dragon Country coins. Me non-air made a killing. All the viewers had expressions of shock, envy, and jealousy, especially the ID Illusion God Fan Shun, which was deeply etched in everyone's hearts at this moment. Although Meng Lianer lost, she felt extremely excited at this moment. Qin Fan, who casually brushed tens of millions to billions, would make anyone feel moved. She decided that she must hold onto this thick thigh in the future. So, she hurriedly thanked the big brother who sent gifts while sending a private message to Qin Fan on her phone. Chapter 43. Lick the screen, Sigh. I'm ready. I can hold on for another minute. I'm going crazy. Let Meng Lianer stop her expressions, her dance moves. I can't take it anymore. Meng Lianer's charm is too strong. She is simply deadly like a poppy. Even Qin Fan couldn't help but want to practice traditional crafts. Fan, what are you doing? Suddenly, Wang Pengzi's voice came from the side while Qin Fan was fiddling. Qin Fan immediately felt embarrassed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. He was completely immersed in Meng Lianer's expressive dance and had forgotten that Wang Pengzi was still in the dormitory. I feel a bit itchy, just scratching a bit. Qin Fan casually made up an excuse. Haha, I understand, you go ahead, pretend I'm not here. As someone who had been through it. Wang Pengzi naturally didn't believe Qin Fan's excuses. After joking around, he shifted his gaze away. Qin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, if that guy had filmed a video and sent it to their group, he would have completely lost face. At this moment, Meng Lianer's dance ended, and she finally noticed that Fan Shun had arrived at her live broadcast room. Chapter 44. After lunch, Su Ruoshi went to her professional class. Following the message from Xiao Yiyuan, Qin Fan arrived at a piano room in a building at the music academy. As soon as Qin Fan reached the door, he heard a pleasant and light piano melody drifting out. It was a very beautiful piano piece, and Qin Fan immediately felt a sense of relaxation and joy. He pushed the door open and walked in. Xiao Yiyuan, dressed in a long white dress, was sitting in front of the piano, playing seriously. One beautiful note after another flowed from her slender fingers, falling onto the black and white keys in a rhythmic manner. Qin Fan admired Xiao Yiyuan's graceful silhouette, a faint smile appearing on his lips. The sunlight spilled onto Xiao Yiyuan, clearly outlining her delicate figure through the white dress. After finishing the piece, Xiao Yiyuan turned her head, looking charming. Teacher Xiao, Qin Fan called out softly and walked over. Xiao Yiyuan smiled sweetly. I'm here. Qin Fan, please take a seat. She extended her snow-white, slender hand in an inviting gesture. Qin Fan pulled out a chair and sat down. Qin Fan, have you learned the basics of piano? Xiao Yiyuan asked. Chapter 45. A soft, delicate body bumped into Qin Fan's embrace. Suddenly, a unique fragrance of a young girl, fresh as a flower, hit him in the face. Qin Fan instinctively reached out to support the girl, who was about to fall. The girl was wearing a school-style JK outfit, with twin ponytails that danced with her movements. Her youthful, doll-like face resembled a pink flower about to bloom. The girl lifted her head, and her bright, clear eyes were filled with shyness and apology. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her cherry-like lips were slightly parted, seemingly surprised as she gazed at the handsome Qin Fan. Qin Fan looked at the girl, his heart racing. Twin ponytails, a lowly face, a JK skirt. She was the embodiment of the perfect cute girl. Qin Fan gently supported the girl's arm to stabilize her, while smiling and asking, Are you okay? The girl looked up at Qin Fan upon hearing his voice. Their eyes meeting. Feeling Qin Fan's gaze, the blush on her face deepened. She smiled softly and thanked him in a gentle voice. Thank you, I'm fine. Just as Qin Fan was about to help the girl stand properly, he suddenly felt something was off. Both of their gazes unconsciously shifted to Qin Fan's right hand. Chapter 46. You still want to add conditions? Who do you think you are? Lin Zitao sneered repeatedly. So you're saying you're afraid? Qin Fan provocatively asked. What do I have to be afraid of? Go ahead, what condition do you want to add? Lin Zitao answered without hesitation. If you lose, let your girlfriend accompany me to watch a movie. How about that? Qin Fan said with a smile. What? Lin Zitao's pupils dilated instantly. This guy is still thinking about showering? This is simply outrageous. Lin Zitao gritted his teeth, his fists cracking, and laughed angrily. Ha ha ha. Qin Fan, I see you're really tired of living. All right, I'll bet with you. If you lose, not only do you have to call me grandpa, but you also have to crawl through my legs. Do you dare? Lin Zitao sneered. All right. Qin Fan fearlessly agreed. Ning Xiaoying panicked when she realized Lin Zitao was going to use her as a bet, exclaiming, No, you can't do this. I'm your girlfriend. How can you use me as a wager? Ning Xiaoying pleaded. Xiaoying, don't worry. This guy definitely can't win against me. Lin Zitao reassured her. Did you forget? I'm the captain of the basketball team. Chapter 47. Lin Zitao struggled to get up, but the intense pain in his chest made him feel terrible. He felt like his ribs were broken. He gritted his teeth through the pain and stood up again, glaring fiercely at Qin Fan. Since you're so eager to get slapped in the face, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, Qin Fan casually dribbled the basketball, then stood outside the three-point line and gently tossed the ball. The The basketball flew in a beautiful arc straight towards the backboard. Smack! Lin Zitao rushed to defend, but he forgot about the injuries on his chest and ankle. He suddenly stumbled a few steps but fell to the ground due to the pain. Lin Zitao looked on in anger and despair as the basketball perfectly hit the rim, ultimately landing on the ground. Lin Zitao lay there in despair, while his 11 teammates felt equally humiliated and left the court one by one. Lin Zitao, you lost by 20 points. Qin Fan is so handsome. Qin Fan will definitely win. I love you, Qin Fan. The entire venue erupted, with cheers ringing out continuously as everyone went wild for Qin Fan. Qin Fan's strength conquered everyone. The cheerleading squad, led by Ning Xiaoying, rushed over to surround Qin Fan, eagerly helping him wipe sweat and offering water. Chapter 48. The waitress came over to take the order, but found only Qin Fan in the originally two-person private room. However, she didn't think much of it and handed the menu to Qin Fan, politely asking, "Sir, what would you like to order?" "I'll have the 1288 couples set meal, and also a bottle of Louis Roederer champagne." Qin Fan casually ordered a few items and handed the menu back to the waitress. Okay. The waitress took the menu and left. Soon after, the food was served. The waitress pushed the door open to come in, wanting to ask Qin Fan if he needed wine service, but found Ning Xiaoying crawling out from under the table, her pretty face flushed. Do you need wine service?" the waitress asked with an awkward smile. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoying hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth and pretended to be calm as she looked out the floor-to-ceiling window. Yes, thank you," Qin Fan replied calmly. After the waitress left, Ning Xiaoying finally sighed in relief, her face still red. "You need to touch up your lip makeup," Qin Fan teased. Ning Xiaoying pouted and gave Qin Fan a playful glare, mumbling, "Humph, I can't even eat now." Chapter 49. Mr. Qin. These are the detailed renovation design plans and budget breakdown for Looming Garden that I've been working on these past few days. Please take a look. As soon as she sat down, Shun Yinran handed a folder to Qin Fan. Then, she opened her laptop and pulled out the corresponding CAD floor plans and 3D renderings, starting to explain the details of each renovation plan to Qin Fan. I must say, Shun Yinran's professional competence is indeed impressive. Her expertise in renovation is quite remarkable, and her explanations are very organized. After about an hour, Shun Yinran clearly explained the general situation of the Looming Garden renovation design. Qin Fan ultimately decided on a retro style that integrates high-tech facilities as the renovation plan. "Mr. Qin, what do you think? If there are no objections, please sign here." Shun Yinran placed the document on the coffee table and said with a smile. Qin Fan picked up the document, glanced through it, and quickly signed his name. "Miss Shun, I'll leave this Looming Garden project to you. I'll give you 10 times the renovation budget. You must use the best materials and the most top-notch manpower and resources. Let's get started as soon as possible." Chapter 50. Following that, Qin Fan chatted casually with Zhou Yinshi for a moment. Shun Yinran could no longer hold her liquor and had already fallen asleep on the table. "Young Master Qin, please take care of Yinran and send her back. Her home is at 555 Fukan Road," Zhou Yinshi said. And then she too lost her senses due to drunkenness and stumbled out of the restaurant with the help of Gao Xiaolan. Looking at Shun Yinran, who was sprawled on the sofa snoring, Qin Fan shook his head helplessly. Last time it was Zhou Yinshi who got drunk, and he helped her to the car. This time, it was Shun Yinran who was drunk, and he had to take her home. There was no way around it. Such a beautiful woman. Qin Fan really couldn't bear to let someone else take her home. So, he displayed his gentlemanly demeanor, picked Shun Yinran up horizontally, and walked outside. As soon as he stepped outside, a hostess in a cheongsam hurriedly came forward to open the car door. After placing Shun Yinran in the passenger seat, Qin Fan sat in the driver's seat and was about to buckle her seatbelt when Shun Yinran suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and, in a dazed state, leaned in to kiss him. This sudden kiss left Qin Fan stunned, and at the same time, Shun Yinran's little tongue slipped into Qin Fan's mouth. Chapter 51. Hearing Miling's question, Qin Fan was taken aback for a moment and didn't know how to respond. "Ahem, Auntie, this Tang Yuan is really delicious." Seeing that Qin Fan wanted to change the subject, Miling thought he was still shy about not being in a relationship and continued to ask, "Little Qin, what do you think of our Yinran?" "Huh?" Qin Fan was confused and didn't quite understand Miling's meaning. However, since she was Shun Yinran's mother, he still replied, "Auntie, Yinran is very outstanding, lively, cheerful, and understanding. I really appreciate her." Qin Fan did not lie. After all, He had only known Xin Yanran for a day, so there wasn't any emotional connection to speak of. But in Omeiling's eyes, it had another layer of meaning. Seeing Qin Fan praise her daughter, Omeiling felt secretly pleased and smiled brightly as she asked, "Lil Qin, you see, you don't have a girlfriend yet, and our Yanran is also single. How about you two?" Omeiling appeared eager, as if she couldn't wait to facilitate this matter. Hearing Omeiling's words, Qin Fan felt a mix of emotions and could only politely decline any that might not be appropriate. Although Yanran does have a great personality and is very beautiful, we have only known each other for a day. It seems a bit hasty for us to date. Chapter 52. Shun Jizu. What more do you want? This family has already been ruined by you. What else do you want to do? Omeiling shouted angrily, her eyes blazing with disappointment and pain as she stared at Shun Jizu. Shun Jizu was startled and quickly put on a fawning expression. "Wife, you're still awake?" However, Omeiling was not swayed by his act and continued with a cold face. "Shun Jizu, are you still a man? How could you do something like this? Do you think you deserve me? Do you think you deserve the Qin family? Wife, I was wrong. I promise that my stocks will definitely rise. Believe me," Shun Jizu hurriedly explained. However, Omeiling would not listen to his excuses and coldly snorted, "Stop quibbling. You came home late, rummaging through things. You lost money again, didn't you? You want to touch the savings left by our ancestors? Do you know how much harm you're causing to me in Yanran by doing this?" Listening to Omeiling's words, Shun Jizu hurriedly defended himself. "Wife, don't worry. I didn't lose money this time. Really? And let me tell you, the stock market is in great shape right now. It will definitely skyrocket in the future. Trust me, give me another 1 million, and I will continue to invest. In the end, I can easily make tens of millions or even hundreds of millions without breaking a sweat." Chapter 53. Omeiling saw that Shun Yanran seemed tempted and continued to persuade her. "So Yanran, hurry up and get up to put on some beautiful makeup. Mom will go call Xiao Fan to get up for breakfast. Later, you can invite Xiao Fan to go shopping together. This way, you two can develop feelings for each other." Shun Yanran softly replied with an which was considered consent. Omeiling saw that Shun Yanran finally agreed and felt relieved. She knew that as long as her daughter Shun Yanran spent more time with Qin Fan, their feelings might slowly take root. So, Omeiling excitedly walked toward the guest room where Qin Fan was staying. The air in the hallway was filled with the fresh scent of morning, and the sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a faint glow on the floor. Omeiling quickly reached Qin Fan's door and gently knocked. "Xiao Fan, are you up? Annie has made breakfast. Remember to come eat when you get up," Omeiling called out in a gentle voice. The door opened, and Qin Fan stood at the doorway, looking at Omeiling with sleepy eyes. He was shirtless, revealing his strong arms, and his hair was a bit messy, but he exuded a charming laziness. "Okay, Annie, I'll get ready and come," Qin Fan stretched and said with a smile. Chapter 54. Just as the three of them finished breakfast, the doorbell rang. "You two chat. I'll go see who it is." Omeiling proactively left to give Qin Fan and Shun Yanran some private space. After Omeiling left, a hint of nervousness flashed across Shun Yanran's face as she clutched the hem of her clothes. Qin Fan keenly sensed her unease and asked curiously, "Miss Shun, what's wrong?" Shun Yanran shook her head. "Oh, it's nothing. By the way, Mr. Qin, do you have some free time later?" She hesitated for a moment, as if making up her mind, and mustered the courage to ask, "Could you accompany me to go shopping for some clothes?" Qin Fan was taken aback and was about to respond when suddenly a sound of footsteps came from outside the door. The door opened, and behind Omeiling entered two tall, stunning women. The two women were dressed in professional attire, appearing very capable and sharp. "Xiao Fan, these two are here to see you. Do you recognize them?" Omeiling led them into the room and pointed at the two young and beautiful career women. Qin Fan turned to look, and just by their attire, he knew they were from a bank. Chapter 55. Mr. Qin, this is the Supreme VIP bank card we've replaced for you, and this is a gift for you, a bulletproof Maybach S680. Just a small token of our appreciation. We hope Mr. Qin will accept it. Song Mayan smiled as she instructed Lin Qianxue to take out a black bank card and a key for the Maybach S680 that had already been prepared. Qin Fan casually glanced at the bank card and the Maybach S680 key in the box, thinking that the bank was really willing to spend big. When Qin Fan used a scroll through Douyin, he learned that this bulletproof Maybach S680 had a starting price of over 13 million Longwa currency. It was said to withstand sniper rifles, ordinary grenades, and AK-47 attacks. Truly a gesture of sincerity. Mr. Qin, if you're satisfied, We can deliver the Maybach S680 to your residence at any time. If you prefer a sports car, we can also arrange for that. Song Mayan continued with a smile. Haha. All right, I'll accept it. Thank you for your kindness, Qin Fan said without being overly modest. If it were just an ordinary Mercedes, he wouldn't even consider it. But this bulletproof car worth over 10 million was definitely something he wanted. Chapter 56, I plan to establish a trillion investment group. But I'm not very familiar with this area, so I need a financial investment expert to help me manage it. I can offer her 30 of the shares. I wonder if President Song is interested? Qin Fan straightforwardly threw out the condition. Huh. Both Song Mayan and Lin Qinxue were taken aback. A trillion investment group? And offering 30 of the shares? Am I dreaming? However, Qin Fan ignored the shocked expressions on Song Mayan and Lin Qinxue's faces and continued to speak to himself. You all know I have over 6 billion in my account, and I can allocate 20 billion for your bank to help me manage, whether for investments or funds. You can operate as you see fit. Additionally, I will put up 50 billion as initial capital to register and establish the investment group, and I will continue to invest at least 50 billion more afterward. Song Mayan and Lin Qinxue exchanged glances, both dumbfounded. Although they knew Qin Fan's net worth likely far exceeded that number, they still underestimated him. This made Song Mayan, as a bank president, unable to help but swallow hard. Chapter 57, Ding Song Mayan's favorability, level 10. 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 Ding Song Mayan's favorability level has reached 90. Ding Lin Qinxue's favorability, level 10. 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 Ding Lin Qinxue's favorability level has reached 90. Qin Fan did not expect Lin Qinxue's favorability level to also reach 90. He thought it would be impressive for Song Mayan to achieve that much. He didn't expect Lin Qinxue's favorability level to increase so much as well. He could understand Song Mayan having 30 shares in her own investment group, but Lin Qinxue didn't. Suddenly, Qin Fan thought of something else. He had signed a 20 billion entrusted agreement with Lin Qinxue. If her team operated that 20 billion, the commission generated would be a considerable annual expense. Moreover, Lin Qinxue had also personally witnessed him transferring 50 billion to the company account. It was normal for her favorability level to increase so much. Chapter 58, there was still an elective class that Qin Fan needed to attend. However, since it was still early, he headed to the dormitory. Wow, Fanzi, you actually know to come back? Were you last night? As soon as Qin Fan entered the dormitory, Zhao Mingkai excitedly ran over, quickly asking, so, did you go on a date with Su Qianma or Su Ruashi? Huh, you little guy really has good fortune. Qin Fan rolled his eyes and casually grabbed a can of Red Bull from Song Zaheo's desk, taking a couple of sips. Of course not. I went on a date with a few other beauties. As soon as Qin Fan finished speaking, Song Zaheo and Wang Hao were drawn over. Is that true? Of course it's true. Who am I? The #1 campus heartthrob in Tianhai City. The girls chasing me are lined up from Tianhai City to Tietia Country. Wow, this guy is showing off. What do you think we should do, guys? Zhao Mingkai suggested with a grin. No kidding, beat him up. Yeah, hit him where it hurts. Take that. Secret technique. 1,000-year kill. What are you guys trying to do? The dormitory immediately erupted into chaos. After a while, the four calmed down. By the way, Fanzi, a couple of days ago, Su Qianma said she wanted to organize a social event between our dormitory and theirs. What's the status on that? Song Zaheo suddenly asked. Chapter 59, Qin Fan did not disturb Xiao Yan's performance, nor did he send gifts, quietly listening to the piano piece she played. Before he knew it, Xiao Yan had been playing for 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, Qin Fan listened intently. He couldn't understand it, but he could feel that it was a beautiful and pleasant piano piece. Finally, Xiao Yan stopped playing, took a deep breath, stood up, and smiled at the camera. Welcome, Brother Fan, to my live stream. Xiao Yan noticed Qin Fan's cool nickname at a glance and was somewhat surprised. She had been streaming for a while and had yet to encounter a noble with the Illusion God rank. The highest she had met was the Duke rank, and the name Illusion God Fanshin had been ringing in her ears these past few days. First, he gifted 100 million in the live stream of Yu Deer Call, and then he gifted 50 million each to Mininer and Mingliner. Truly extravagant. Xiao Yan was also a bit excited, wondering if Lady Luck would favor her today. Hello, everyone. I'm Yan, a piano teacher. If you think I play well, I hope you can support me more in the future. Chapter 60, well, then let's go with that piece. Qin Fan replied. Xiao Yayan nodded, then placed her hands on the black and white keys and began to play slowly. Xiao Yayan's delicate fingers danced gracefully across the black and white keyboard, like a beautiful fairy. Every time she plays a note, it sends shivers down people's spines. The netizens have long held their breath, no longer spamming the bullet comments, quietly listening in front of their phones. Tassel is indeed one of the most beautiful piano pieces. When the gentle piano melody lingers in the air, listening quietly makes one feel an emotion as transparent as air, accompanied by waves of delicate and winding melodies that penetrate the heart. The piano piece, like a heavenly sound, played from the slender fingers of the stunning Xiao Yayan, is even more harmonious. Soon, a piece of tassel was completed, and Xiao Yayan slightly bowed toward the camera. Brother Fan, are you satisfied with this piece? Xiao Yayan asked softly. Not bad. You played very well. After sending a bullet comment, Qin Fan immediately inquired, Xiao teacher, would you be interested in being my private tutor? Private tutor? Chapter 61 Ruyan. Anna, why are you two fighting? A chubby, cute girl walked in puzzled. Why do you both have fingerprints on your faces? Another short-haired girl exclaimed in shock. At that moment, she seemed to understand something. What is going on? Lu Ruyan and Fei Anna are not best friends? Their relationship is usually the best, right? Why do they seem like enemies now? However, both Lu Ruyan and Fei Anna ignored her, still glaring at each other. Their chests heaved violently, breathing rapidly, looking as if they could tear each other apart. Seeing this scene, the two girls exchanged glances and decided to ignore them, each tidying up their things, preparing to go to their professional classes. Fei Anna, from today on, I'm cutting ties with you, Lu Ruyan said fiercely. Fine. Just in time, I also hate your hypocritical green TBH. Fei Anna retorted without backing down. This made Lu Ruyan even more furious. Who are you calling a green TBH? Who is who? Fei Anna countered sharply. Bitch. Instantly, the two started fighting, pulling hair, slapping, pinching, and grabbing each other's waists. Chapter 62, however, in Lin Zitao's eyes, Lu Ruyan's demeanor was just her being scared about the 50,000 yuan she owed. He didn't believe Lu Ruyan could come up with 50,000 yuan. Lu Ruyan must be afraid of him now. The more he thought, the more firmly he believed in his guess. So, he began to threaten her again. So, Lu Ruyan, have you thought it through? As long as you agree to be my girlfriend from now on, not only will you not have to pay back that 50,000 yuan, but I'll also give you that 100,000 yuan back. Otherwise, I might have to call the police and make you pay me back that 50,000 yuan. How to choose is up to you. Saying this, Lin Zitao opened the door of his Ferrari Roma, signaling Lu Ruyan to hurry up and make a choice. Just when Lu Ruyan was in a dilemma, she suddenly spotted Qin Fan and a few others in the crowd watching the commotion. Immediately, she rushed toward Qin Fan as if she had found a lifeline, throwing herself into his arms. Fan, you finally came back, Lu Ruyan said with a choked voice. I haven't seen you for several days. Do you know how much I missed you? Chapter 63, everyone turned to look, and they saw Su Ruashi, dressed in a flowing white dress like a fairy, walking gracefully toward them. Qin Fan looked up and saw a flawless, exquisite face before his eyes. A pair of bright, clear autumn eyes, like a deep pool, seemed to draw people in. Her slender brows and alluring red lips, with a touch of makeup on her fair face, still retained her natural beauty. Her delicate features seemed to be sculpted by a master's hand, beautiful to the point of taking one's breath away. Suruwashi? Lin Zitao froze when he saw this indescribably beautiful girl. A beauty of this level would become the center of attention wherever she appeared, surrounded by countless admirers. However, at that moment, Suruwashi's gaze was fixed solely on Qin Fan and Lu Ruyan, completely ignoring him. This made him feel very unhappy. Are you sure you want to pay Lu Ruyan's debt? Lin Zitao asked Suruwashi. Suruwashi said nothing, just nodded lightly. Since you want to pay her debt. Fine, 120,000 yuan. Hand it over, Lin Zitao said with a cold smile. Suruwashi ignored Lin Zitao and walked directly to Qin Fan, linking her arm with his. Chapter 64 Brother Fan. There are no more songs this afternoon. Can you accompany me for a walk? Suruwashi looked at Qin Fan and asked softly. Okay. Qin Fan nodded slightly. Then the two held hands and walked toward the school parking lot. Uncle Wu, you can go back first. I want to go out for a walk with Brother Qin Fan. Okay. After Suruwashi called the driver Uncle Wu, she got into Qin Fan's Bugatti Chiron. Seeing this scene, the surrounding senior sisters and younger sisters were envious, even wishing to take Su Ruashi's place. Many who recognized Qin Fan looked shocked. They didn't expect that the usually poor student Qin Fan would one day be driving a supercar. Qin Fan turned sideways to help Su Ruashi fasten her seatbelt. Their faces were close, and Qin Fan's unique masculine aura made Su Ruashi's cheeks flush, her heart racing. Seeing Su Ruashi's shy appearance, Qin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you shy?" Su Ruashi's pretty face turned even redder as she mumbled. "Who said I was shy?" Qin Fan laughed heartily and then started the car, kicking up dust as they drove away. On the road. Chapter 65. After hanging up the phone, Su Ruashi pulled Qin Fan upstairs for a stroll. All the appliances had been replaced with new ones, and the latest smart home technology had been installed. After all, this manor had been vacant for over a year. So Zhou Yinshi simply replaced everything that could be changed. Since this manor belonged to Su Ruashi, the 300-square-meter master bedroom had a feminine touch. It was Su Ruashi's first time seeing the decoration of this master bedroom, and she had to admit that women understand women best. The new bed, new sofa, and new decorations chosen by Zhou Yinshi perfectly matched Su Ruashi's taste. "Brother Fan, that sister Zhou is really thoughtful. I love all the furniture and living supplies she helped me change," Su Ruashi said, bouncing on the big bed with a cheerful smile. Qin Fan smiled slightly and said nothing. The Zhou family group is said to have trillions in assets. Knowing the preferences of a small family girl is simply too easy. Qin Fan sat on the edge of the bed, quietly admiring Su Ruashi, who was lying on the bed with a radiant smile, his eyes filled with affection and love. Su Ruashi has a delicate and beautiful appearance, with a hot body, and her clothing style is in line with her identity as a wealthy young lady. Chapter 66. Afterwards, Qin Fan selected another 20 people and sent them to the Deer Park Manor belonging to Lu Xiaoyu. In a wealthy district, the salary for household maids typically ranges from 10,000 to 30,000 yuan per month. There are higher salaries, but they require the maids to have more skills, such as proficiency in bilingual translation, wine tasting, early childhood education, and various skill certifications. Although a monthly salary of tens of thousands is equivalent to hiring a person who combines the roles of a housekeeper, driver, maid, confinement nanny, and secretary. Of course, if you have other needs, that would be a different story. The maids at Gao Xiaolan found all have a guaranteed monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. However, Qin Fan doubled their salaries. Qin Fan separated the 100 maids, called them aside, and began to discuss their benefits. The monthly salary for a maid is 50,000 yuan. For a housekeeper, it is 80,000 yuan, with weekends off and triple pay for holidays. It also includes 5 insurances and 1 fund, holiday bonuses, and rewards. Additionally, you'll buy 20 Audi R8 cars for shopping purposes. When Qin Fan finished speaking, all 100 maids cheered happily. This treatment is already very high in the wealthy district of Tianhai City. Chapter 67. After arranging the 200 maids, Qin Fan called over Yuan Xinyue and Zhu Ke. "Xinyue, how has work been these days?" Qin Fan asked. However, Yuan Xinyue did not answer the question, but looked at Qin Fan shyly and nervously. "Young Master Qin, are you still serious about making me your maid? Oh, you really have this intention? You're not going to continue in real estate sales?" Qin Fan asked in surprise. "Sigh, these luxury houses are not that easy to sell. Some of my colleagues can't even close a single deal in a year, let alone me, a newcomer. Besides, with the commission from this manor you bought, I would exceed 9 figures. You are my benefactor, and I am willing to serve you as long as you need me. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it," Yuan Xinyue said seriously. Hearing this, Qin Fan couldn't help but laugh. This girl is quite amusing. He had only mentioned it casually, yet she took it seriously. However, Qin Fan also understood that the high salary he offered could indeed make someone like Yuan Xinyue, who comes from an ordinary family, give up her current job. Just as Qin Fan was about to agree, Zhu Ke ran over. Chapter 68. After hearing the introduction, Qin Fan nodded in satisfaction. This security company's business is quite comprehensive. Then, Qin Fan flipped through the acquisition contract, confirmed it was correct, and signed it, transferring the money on the spot. "Old Tang, I have 2 things for you to arrange. First, the company will be renamed Qin Cheng Wei Security Group, and expand the security company to 500 people. Let me know how much funding you need." The second thing is to transfer 100 people to Fanchon Manor as bodyguards. And also transfer some female bodyguards, 20 to Rashi Garden and 20 to Lumen Garden. Additionally, I need a skilled personal bodyguard who can also be a driver. Please help me select one, and it must be female, Qin Fan instructed in one breath. Young Master Qin, don't worry, I will ensure it's done, Tang Jianjun quickly promised. By the way, my daughter Yining has learned ancient martial arts and free fighting since she was young. Her skills are quite good. Moreover, she just returned from the army and has driven a tank before. How about making her your personal bodyguard and driver? Tang Jianjun tentatively inquired. After all, being a bodyguard for someone of Qin Fan status would definitely pay more than working at a security company. Qin Fan assessed the calm Tang Yunying and nodded repeatedly. Chapter 69, again. Tang Yunying exclaimed, her eyes red. Repeated defeats had severely challenged her pride, which she absolutely could not accept. Even during her training in the army, her strength was top-notch. At this moment, her figure suddenly twisted oddly, and with a scorpion tail move, she struck fiercely at Qin Fan's head. Seeing this, Qin Fan's lips curled into a playful arc. This girl has good leg skills. However, such long, fair legs are too precious to be used for kicking. They're better suited for resting on one shoulder. Qin Fan casually greeted Tang Yunying's whip kick with his right hand, simultaneously lowering his body and quickly getting close, lifting Tang Yunying's long leg onto his shoulder again. Seeing her leg being controlled once more, Tang Yunying, feeling somewhat embarrassed, became flustered and began to punch at Qin Fan. With just one hand, Qin Fan quickly restrained her moving fists. All right, I'm somewhat satisfied with your skills. Let's leave it at that, Qin Fan said, and then released Tang Yunying. As soon as she was released, Tang Yunying stepped back several paces, her lovely face flushed, looking both shy and annoyed. Chapter 70. Qin Fan hugged Suruashi as they got into the Bugatti Chiron and headed towards the Guijin commercial building. Half an hour later, Qin Fan parked the car in the building's parking lot. He hadn't decided what to buy yet, so he walked around with Suruashi. They arrived in the luxury watch section, and Qin Fan decided to buy 2 watches as gifts. The nearest store was the Vacheron Constantine flagship store, so they headed straight in. Hello, welcome to Vacheron Constantine. How may I assist you? The staff greeted with a smile. She quickly noticed that the watch on Qin Fan's wrist was a Patek Philippe. Anyone who can afford a Patek Philippe must be either rich or noble. Thus, the staff member respectfully welcomed them inside. The store displayed glass showcases, each containing 3 to 5 exquisite watches. Qin Fan was too lazy to choose, so he casually sat on a sofa in the rest area and directly instructed, pick out a few watches priced over 8 million, 2 for the elders, and 1 for this lady beside me. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment, the staff member said excitedly, clearly having encountered a valuable customer this time. Chapter 71. Suruashi. As your good friend Minghan's sister, I must remind you that this guy used to be Lu Ruyan's dog for 3 years, so don't be fooled. Lin Zitao continued, with a mocking tone. Indeed, upon hearing this, Li Minghan frowned and turned to look at Qin Fan. How could her good friend like a sycophant? Qin Fan glanced at Lin Zitao without paying him any mind. I will not allow you to insult my man, Suruashi said coldly. Suruashi, you really are naive. The reason Qin Fan pursues you is because he is vain. Your Su group has assets exceeding several billion. How many people are eager to be with you? I advise you to leave Qin Fan quickly to avoid jeopardizing your lifelong happiness. Lin Zitao continued to mock. These words fell into Qin Fan's ears, and a cold curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Zitao was indeed seeking his own death, provoking him time and again. Have you said enough? Suruashi snorted coldly. Although she was kind-hearted, she was not foolish. She could guess that Lin Zitao's targeting of her was probably due to jealousy of Qin Fan. Chapter 72. All right, Minghan, if you keep this up, I'm really going to be angry. Who I like is my choice. It has nothing to do with you, Suruashi said sternly. Although she was very kind and gentle, she was after all the daughter of the Lin family and had her own pride. Li Minghan glanced at Qin Fan, sighed, and wanted to say something else. Suddenly, 2 figures approached. The leader was a middle-aged man in a well-fitted suit, followed by the female shop assistant from before. You must be Mr. Qin, right? Hello. I am the manager here. My name is Wang Dawei. As per your request, I have selected several watches priced over 8 million for you to look at. Please see if there's anything you like, the middle-aged man said respectfully to Qin Fan. Li Minghan was taken aback. This middle-aged man was the manager of Vacheron Constantine. Why was he being so polite to Qin Fan? Li Menghan frowned and glanced at Tsuruoshi beside her. Could it be her? Surely her good friend wouldn't be gifting Qin Fan an 8 million watch, right? That would be like giving money away. Li Menghan felt a bit worried for her good friend, not knowing what to do. Take those 2 low-end watches away first. Qin Fan nodded and pointed to the 2 watches that Lin Zitao had brought over to show off earlier. Chapter 73. When Li Menghan saw Qin Fan hugging Tsuruoshi and getting into that Bugatti Chiron, her shock reached an extreme. It was actually a Bugatti supercar. Such a divine supercar starts at tens of millions. What exactly was Qin Fan's identity? Li Menghan was filled with doubts and even began to question her life. She finally realized that Qin Fan's status was far beyond her imagination. Although they were peers, Qin Fan could casually spend tens of millions, which showed how wealthy his family must be. At least over 100 billion, even 1,000 billion. Qin Fan stepped on the gas, and the car made a beautiful drift turn before merging into the traffic like a streak of light. Li Menghan finally came back to her senses, took out her car keys, and turned to walk towards her Porsche Cayenne. Why is the gap so big among second-generation rich kids? Li Menghan shook her head and sighed, feeling complicated as she drove off to catch up. Tsuruoshi intentionally made Qin Fan wait for Li Menghan, so in the end, they arrived together at Tsuruoshi's villa. Chapter 74. At this moment, Tsuruoshi suddenly remembered that the gift Qin Fan had prepared for her parents hadn't been taken out yet. She hurriedly took out the wooden gift box. "Dad, Mom, this is a gift from Qin Fan to you. I hope you like it," Tsuruoshi said, taking out 2 boxes containing Vacheron Constantine watches from the wooden box. Huang Meijin took them and immediately knew the 2 watches were quite valuable. "Oh, Xiao Fan, you didn't have to bring anything. These 2 watches are clearly expensive. This is too much." Although Huang Meijin said this, the excitement and pride in her eyes were undeniable. Her sweet daughter had really found a treasure. Just a few days ago, her daughter said Qin Fan had given her a 3.8 billion estate, and now he had given such precious watches. It seemed that Qin Fan's family wealth was indeed extraordinary. Tsuruoshi's mother felt a wave of relief. Her daughter had finally wised up, becoming sensible and finding such an excellent boyfriend. "Annie, you might not know, but these 2 watches are worth 20 million. Even I feel a bit jealous of Ruoshi." Li Menghan couldn't help but interject. Chapter 75. Finally, Tsuruoshi followed Qin Fan and successfully brought Li Menghan to the guest room. However, as soon as Tsuruoshi relaxed, Li Menghan, lying on the bed, suddenly threw her arms around Qin Fan's neck. Qin Fan lost his balance and fell onto the soft bed, both of them landing on it. Li Menghan wrapped herself around Qin Fan like an octopus, her small mouth continuously seeking Qin Fan's thin lips. Qin Fan instinctively wanted to push Li Menghan away, but she clung tightly to his neck, making it impossible to move him. Qin Fan couldn't dodge in time and was kissed squarely by Li Menghan. The smell of alcohol mixed with the fragrance of a young girl filled Qin Fan's nostrils, making him feel a bit dazed. Tsuruoshi, watching the scene, was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, she couldn't stand it any longer. This girl actually dared to take advantage of Qin Fan while drunk. She felt that if Li Menghan continued like this, things would definitely escalate. Tsuruoshi decisively stepped up and, with Qin Fan's help, finally pushed Li Menghan away. At that moment, Li Menghan finally tired herself out and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Tsuruoshi let out a long breath. She had finally dealt with this big trouble. Chapter 76. Qin Fan lay on Tsuruoshi's wide, soft bed, inhaling the quilt that still held Tsuruoshi's fragrance, and couldn't help but slightly close his eyes, feeling a bit stirred. This feeling was wonderful. The next second, the door opened. Tsuruoshi walked in wearing a white nightgown. Ding. Tsuruoshi's favorability 5. Ding. Tsuruoshi's favorability has reached 100. Ding. Strategy successful. System rewards a big gift package. Dispensing now. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received 30 of Sue's pharmaceutical shares. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received 70 of Lin's group shares. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have become proficient in airplane and yacht driving. The next morning. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked, and Tsuruoshi was instantly awakened. "Xiao Fan, Ruoshi, breakfast is ready. Come down and eat." Huang Meijin's voice came from outside the door, and Tsuruoshi hurriedly woke Qin Fan. "Good morning?" Qin Fan yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and asked drowsily, "Hurry and get dressed. Mom is calling us for breakfast," Tsuruoshi said, frantically searching for her clothes. However, she found her clothes scattered all over the place, thrown around by Qin Fan, making a mess. Chapter 77. Qin Fan glanced at the watches, nodding in satisfaction. Then, over a dozen women in professional attire entered, each holding shopping bags with clothes and shoes. Qin Fan. These clothes and shoes were purchased according to your size. If you need customization, we can contact the best craftsman to make them for you at any time. Song Mayan said respectfully. The sizes of these clothes were all confirmed in advance by Song Mu Yin with Qin Fan. Moreover, these more than 10 sets of clothes are worth 3 to 4 million, all paid for by Song Mu Yin. Thank you. Qin Fan nodded, then instructed a group of young maids to take them all to the master bedroom's cloakroom. Let's go. After looking at these, Qin Fan followed Song Mu Yin and Lin Qian Shui outside the villa. He saw luxurious and flashy supercars slowly driving up, lined up, waiting for Qin Fan's inspection. Young Master Qin, these supercars were either purchased directly from domestic auto shows or urgently airlifted from nearby countries. The licensing has already been arranged to be handled by a dedicated person. Song Mu Yin introduced to Qin Fan with a slight smile. You've done very well. I'm very satisfied. Qin Fan nodded appreciatively at the colorful and stunning luxury cars. Chapter 78. This helicopter cost Qin Fan a total of 2.5 billion long kingdom coins. Mr. Qin, if you need drivers, we can help arrange that. Zhang Chong reminded him with a smile after completing all the paperwork. Qin Fan nodded and said, Arrange for 2 drivers with the best treatment available on the market. Can it be arranged by tomorrow? No problem. After speaking, Zhang Chong intended to invite Qin Fan to dinner with a female secretary to enhance their relationship, as such a big client might have future purchasing needs. However, Qin Fan directly refused. No need for dinner. I have other matters to attend to. After saying that, Qin Fan left with Song Mu Yin and Lin Qian Shui. Seeing that it was still early, Qin Fan instructed Yuan Xianyu to arrange for the young maids to park those supercars in the underground garage. Then, he headed straight to the Shanghai Yacht Club with Song Mu Yin to sign for the 92-meter Fady Star yacht. This time, Qin Fan did not drive the Bugatti Chiron, but instructed Tang Yuning to bring over the Maybach S680. Song Mu Yin and Lin Qian Shui also got into the back seat. Young Master Qin, the Fanching Investment Group has been registered, the headquarters building is still being selected, and the job fair is about to start. Would you like to take a look then? Song Mu Yin reported. Chapter 79. This yacht was purchased by Zhao Dong for 1.7 billion, and Qin Fan directly added another 100 million, totaling 1.8 billion, along with other various fees for procedures, maintenance, crew, docking, and registration. Qin Fan spent a total of 2 billion. The yacht was named Fancheng. Soon, after the contract was signed, Zhao Dong excitedly shook hands with Qin Fan and said, Young Master Qin is indeed generous, a pleasant cooperation. Immediately, the enchanting female secretary affectionately hugged Qin Fan. Qin Fan naturally felt nothing, leaving the female secretary disappointed. Then I would like to thank Boss Zhao for letting go. Qin Fan said with a faint smile. Zhao Dong waved his hand and said, Oh, no need to be polite, mister. Qin joining our yacht club as a member is our honor. Young Master Qin, it's almost mealtime, and we just received some premium seafood this morning. Why not stay and have lunch together? After thinking for a moment, Qin Fan nodded in agreement. Everyone got off the boat and drove to the yacht club's seaside restaurant. The seaside restaurant in the yacht club is located in a 6-story building. It has top chefs from both domestic and abroad, covering the 8 major cuisines, Western cuisine, Sakura cuisine, and other international culinary delights. Chapter 80. Young Master Qin, I wonder if you have any favorite piano pieces you'd like to hear? Suyuli asked with a smile. Favorite piano pieces? Qin Fan became interested and asked, Can you play under Mount Fuji? Suyuli smiled and said, Of course. Besides some classical music, I can also play some pop music. Since young Master Qin likes it, I'll perform for you. After saying that, Suyuli returned to the piano and pulled up the sheet music for Under Mount Fuji from her iPad. She quickly scanned the sheet music and began to let her fingers dance across the black and white keys. Immediately, a clear and melodious piano sound floated throughout the entire private room. Qin Fan quietly listened to Under Mount Fuji. The music was melodious and pleasant, and Qin Fan gradually showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. He couldn't help but gently hum the lyrics of the song. Forgive me for no longer sending flowers. Wounds should heal, petals filling the heart's graveyard only bring fear. If you insist on not marrying me, we will ultimately be cremated. A lifetime waiting for one day requires a price. Everyone only has those two hands. Relying on hugs is also hard for you to possess. To have, one must first understand how to accept loss. Chapter 81. Not long after, Tang Yuning drove the Maybach S680 to an old villa community on the outskirts of the city. Su Yuli's old villa was much worse than Shun Yin Ran's old villa and was smaller, only 2 stories tall. However, the residents of this old villa community had very high quality, and although the houses were old, the surrounding environment was well maintained. In the back seat of the Maybach, Su Yuli leaned against Qin Fan's shoulder, closing her eyes to rest, seemingly asleep. Her serene and peaceful expression made Qin Fan feel a bit itchy inside, and he couldn't help but lean over and kiss her forehead. Suddenly ambushed, Su Yuli opened her eyes, her clear, big eyes blinking in confusion as she looked at Qin Fan. Seeing Su Yuli wake up, Qin Fan awkwardly coughed and said, "Miss Su, you have arrived home." Hearing this, Su Yuli turned to look out the window and realized she had reached her destination. "Thank you, young Master Qin, for sending me home. I'll get out now," Su Yuli said politely. "Okay, take care on the way." After Qin Fan finished speaking, he opened the passenger door for Su Yuli. Before getting out of the car, Su Yuli looked up deeply at Qin Fan, her eyes filled with complex and unexplainable emotions. Chapter 82. Soon after, Qin Fan saw Lu Xiao Yao dressed in a gorgeous costume take the stage. Lu Xiao Yao was playing the princess and the female prince, and this scene was precisely the wedding chamber. It tells the story of Feng Suzhen, a high school scholar disguised as a man, who, during the wedding chamber, helplessly confesses the fact that she is originally Sha Mao Zhao Chanwan. Lu Xiao Yao performed on stage with her mother, Hua Zilin, and both interpreted their characters' emotional fluctuations in their most proficient performance styles. Lu Xiao Yao's singing voice was even more impressive, and their interaction was very tacit, captivating the audience. Especially Lu Xiao Yao, her voice was soft and sweet, like cotton candy, full of warmth, as if every time she performed, she was immersed in cotton candy, enchanting everyone. Hua Zilin's performance was a different flavor. Her performance was more refined, but fully rendered the emotional nuances of the performance. 2 completely different styles miraculously blend together. The 2 complement each other, presenting a spectacular performance to everyone. At this moment, Qin Fan is also immersed in it, unconsciously humming along. Chapter 83. The hot pot and side dishes quickly came together. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't handle spicy food, and Qin Fan used to eat spicy food with his dorm brothers, so they ordered a yin-yang pot. "Fan Qingij, let me help you cook the lamb," Lu Xiaoyu said enthusiastically. "Sure. Fan Qingij, this fishball is good. You should try it." "Thank you." The atmosphere in the hot pot restaurant was lively, and the 2 chatted harmoniously. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyu's phone rang. She pulled out her phone and saw it was a call from her mom. Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly pressed the hang-up button. "What's wrong?" Qin Fan asked with concern. Lu Xiaoyu pouted and said, "Fan Qingij, it's nothing. Let's keep eating." She didn't want to go back after finally getting out. However, the phone rang again. Lu Xiaoyu hung up again. After 10 consecutive calls, the phone finally stopped ringing. Lu Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, placed her phone on the table, and continued eating. They spent more than half an hour enjoying the hot pot, cooking lamb, drinking drinks, and chatting happily. "Xiaoyu, after we finish eating, I'll show you a surprise," Qin Fan suddenly said mysteriously. Chapter 84. In the estate, a large European-style villa stood before Lu Xiaoyu. "This is simply a big castle," Lu Xiaoyu gasped, her breath quickening. Inside the estate, 50 little maids were helping the property department tidy up the entire place. With so many people, the property department sent over 100 people, and with Zhou Yinshi bringing in the decorators, there were over 300 people bustling about in the estate. The ordinary flowers and trees had been replaced with precious varieties, making the scenery of the estate much more pleasant and beautiful than before. There wasn't a single weed in the whole estate. In front of the main building, several large trucks were parked, and over 20 workers were moving various appliances, furniture, and equipment. "Young master, you've returned." From a distance, the housekeeper Wen saw Qin Fan and rushed over. "Yes, let me introduce you. This is Lu Xiaoyu, who will be the lady of this Lu Ming estate from now on. You must take good care of her." Qin Fan pointed at Lu Xiaoyu and introduced her to Wen Wan. Wen looked at Lu Xiaoyu, then at Qin Fan, seemingly understanding something. "Okay, young master, I understand. Young madam, my name is Wen, and I am your housekeeper. You can just let me know if you need anything," Wen said with a smile. Chapter 85. Qin Fan thought Wenwan would leave, but to his surprise, she closed the door behind her and walked toward Qin Fan with an expectant expression. Just as Qin Fan was taken aback, Wenwan gently asked, "Young master, is there anything you need me to do?" "Since that's the case, you're just in time." Then, Wenwan took off the hair tie on her wrist and tied up her long wavy hair. Ding Wenwan's favorability 1. Ding Wenwan's favorability has reached 100. Ding's strategy successful. Now distributing the big gift package. Ding, congratulations, master. You have obtained master-level piano skills, obtained Beauty Pills X99, obtained Beauty Pill Formula. Beauty Pill Formula effects. Repairs wounds, eliminates scars, wrinkles, and whitened skin, young master. Will this really make me beautiful? Don't worry, it's guaranteed. During this time, you work hard and let them finish the estate sooner. I'll transfer 1 million to you. You can buy whatever you want. And remember, if it's not enough, just come to me. Qin Fan said while getting dressed. Wenwan nodded and helped Qin Fan adjust his shirt buttons. Young master, Chapter 86. This time, welcoming Qin Fan were not only Zhao Dong, the owner of the yacht club, but also a young woman in her 20s whom he hadn't seen before, with a beautiful appearance. As soon as they met, Zhao Dong warmly greeted him, shook hands with Qin Fan, and then pulled over the young woman with long wavy hair. "Qin Xiao, this is my niece, Su Lizzie. She is interning at my yacht club now, and she will be here to assist you in the future. Don't worry, no matter how late it is. I'll make her available for you," Zhao Dong promised. "Hello, Qin Xiao. Please take care of me in the future." Su Lizzie politely extended her delicate hand and smiled at Qin Fan. "Hello." Qin Fan shook hands with her. The moment Su Lizzie saw Qin Fan, she was momentarily stunned. She had never seen such a handsome and sunny man before. Su Lizzie was also quite pretty, mainly because of her good figure, scoring a solid 90. Then, the group went to a helipad next to the parking lot, where a helicopter was parked, ready to fly directly to the yacht. Everyone got on the helicopter, which slowly took off, rising higher and higher from the ground. Chapter 87. Nanner and Meng Lianer frowned at the two unfamiliar young men in front of them and coldly said, "Please step aside. Don't block our way." Beautiful ladies, don't be shy. Let's be friends, okay? One young man smiled at the two girls, his eyes filled with fiery desire. "Yeah, beautiful. I drove a Porsche Panamera here. How about it? Want to have some fun with me?" Another young man leaned closer to the two girls. "Ladies, why not sit in my car? I'm driving a Mercedes G-Class, and I'm currently looking for a co-pilot," he added. Nana looked at the two, her brows furrowed, and coldly snorted, "Step aside, or don't blame me for calling security." Meng Lianer also said icily, "Get lost." Their little assistant hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "If you don't leave, we're going to call the police." The two girls' words made the two young men feel a bit embarrassed. After all, they were rich kids, with family assets exceeding 100 million, and being threatened by a couple of young girls was humiliating. The expressions of the two young men darkened as they coldly snorted. "You're from out of town, right? Do you know who we are? Let me tell you, this is Tianhai City, and this area is our turf. If you don't give us face, you won't be able to stay in Tianhai City." Chapter 88. Ding Pan Tian Tian Favorability 20. Ding Pan Tian Tian Favorability 20. Qin Fan clearly felt that Pan Tian Tian was gradually warming up from being unfamiliar to becoming more comfortable. It seemed that this girl was really putting in effort. Qin Fan didn't waste time and directly picked up Pan Tian Tian's phone from the nearby table and transferred 2 million yuan into her bank account. "How about this? Once your dad's illness is cured, let them stay in Tianhai City. I'll buy you a house. That way your parents will feel at ease letting you be with me," Qin Fan said gently. "A sensible girl deserves to be treated well." "Thank you, young Master Qin. Thank you, young Master Qin. I'll call my parents first and let them head to Tianhai City," Pan Tian Tian exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, she finally understood that her choice was correct and without regret. She felt that Qin Fan was simply an angel sent to save her. Ding Pan Tiantian's favorability level 9. Ding Pan Tiantian's current favorability level has reached 99. At that moment, a luxurious shuttle boat approached the Fancheng on the sea. Qin Fan had received a call from Zhao Dong earlier and knew that Nani and Meng Lianer were coming over. Chapter 89. As Nani and Meng Lianer danced passionately, the atmosphere in the KTV private room reached a new peak. This time, Nani and Meng Lianer directly pulled Qin Fan up to join them on the dance floor. Qin Fan was also completely hyped up, pulling Nani and Meng Lianer as they danced to the Ace of Spades song. Su Lizzie seemed to be infected by the energy and grabbed a bottle of expensive champagne from the table. shook it vigorously, and then sprayed it towards Qin Fan and the others. Boom! Qin Fan and the others were all drenched in champagne, soaked through. Ha ha ha, Su Lizzie laughed so hard she was shaking. Naturally, the three of them wouldn't let her off, each grabbing a bottle of champagne and spraying it back at Su Lizzie. Instantly, Su Lizzie, dressed in OL attire, was left in a sorry state. Even Pan Tian couldn't escape, and then she was pulled into the battle by Su Lizzie. Soon, the floor of the entire KTV private room was covered in a layer of spilled alcohol. When the champagne ran out, they switched to beer. And in the blink of an eye, the entire room was filled with the smell of alcohol, the malt and floral notes of beer, and the unique grape aroma of champagne. The five of them were drenched as if they had just been caught in a heavy rain. Chapter 90. Shortly after, the yacht returned to shore, and Su Lizzie arranged a team of security personnel to wait nearby. Su Lizzie herself took a few waiters to rest on the yacht's sofa, ready to attend to any needs Qin Fan might have. It was close to midnight, and there weren't many boats or yachts on the sea anymore. The city's neon lights, except in bustling areas, gradually dimmed. Qin Fan, Pan Tian, Minani, and Meng Lianer went to the yacht's top deck. They played poker together, played do di ju, bought cola, and enjoyed each other's company. Ding! Pan Tian favorability level 1. Ding! Minani favorability level 1. Ding! Meng Lianer favorability level 1. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Pan Tian, Minani, and Meng Lianer have been successfully conquered, rewarding 3 large gift packs. Opening now. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Obtained 70 shares of Zhao Group. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Obtained 70 shares of Whale Group. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Obtained 70 shares of Xiang Group, Wang Group, and Sun Group. The share transfer agreement has been stored in the system backpack. The next morning, Su Lizzie had prepared breakfast. Although Qin Fan had worked hard all night, he recovered quickly and was still full of energy. Chapter 91. Subsequently, Gu Nanqing revealed which female celebrities would attend this charity gala. Not only were there top-tier female stars, but also some rising stars and even new generation female singers from Hong Kong and Taiwan. After chatting with Gu Nanqing, Qin Fan spoke with Yi Jinyao for a while. Mainly, Yi Jinyao mentioned that their group had recently opened a garden villa area, and if Qin Fan was interested, he could get a 20% discount. What's out the average square meter for the garden villas you mentioned? Qin Fan asked. About 2,000 square meters, each priced at around 60 million, 3-story villas with gardens, pools, and underground parking, all fully furnished and ready to move in. Image JPG, image JPG, image JPG, video 2, video 3. Li Yunqi sent Qin Fan some real photos and videos. Qin Fan nodded. It seemed acceptable. Miss Li, how about this? Reserve 50 villas for me, and let us meet to sign a contract. When Li Yunqi saw Qin Fan wanted to reserve 50 villas, she was immediately shocked. Young Master Qin, are you sure it's 50 villas, not 5? Li Yunqi typed with trembling fingers. Chapter 92. What? Fanja, are you buying? You must be kidding, right? Didn't you spend all the money on Lu Ruyan? Song Zaheo exclaimed in shock. Exactly, Fanja. The projects you mentioned would cost at least tens of thousands to play with. Fanja, let me tell you, my dad used to invite project managers to rent yachts. And a 90-foot yacht costs $8,000 an hour. He spent $5,000 to $6,000 on that whole experience. Song Zaheo and Wang Pengzi hurriedly tried to dissuade Qin Fan. But Qin Fan shook his head with a smile. I know you guys mean well, but I need to tell you that I'm actually a hidden rich second generation. I didn't show off my wealth before because I wanted to pursue true love as an ordinary person, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. So now I'm done pretending. I'm a billionaire second generation, and I'm coming clean. Qin Fan shrugged and smiled. What? Fanja, are you feeling okay? Wang Pengzi naturally didn't believe it and immediately reached out to check if Qin Fan had a fever and was talking nonsense. Qin Fan swatted away Wang Pengzi's hand. Come on, I'm serious. Let me show you my dad's WeChat balance. Chapter 93. What? Li Xiaowen and the others looked at Qin Fan's 3 companions in disbelief. What's going on here? So harmonious? However, they quickly realized that Su Qinma and Fei Anna were wearing watches worth over 4 million, and those bags were all worth over 1 million. Moreover, the Ferrari 812 worth several million that Su Qinma drove was also a gift from Qin Fan. With such a big spender, no wonder the 3 were so harmonious. They had been envious for days. Not just Li Xiaowen and her friends. Even Ning Xiaoying was completely stunned. The campus belle, Su actually had another girl, saying they were both Qin Fan's girlfriends. Ning Xiaoying felt her mind was overwhelmed. She stared blankly at Qin Fan, murmuring, "Brother Fan, how many girlfriends do you have? This is too outrageous." Qin Fan merely smiled lightly, offering no explanation. Ning Xiaoying, not to be outdone, thought that with so many people, if they went out to play, she would surely be sidelined alone. "What should I do? Oh, I can also invite people." "Let's do it." Ning Xiaoying took out her phone and started sending WeChat messages to a few sisters in the dormitory, inviting them to come over to hang out. Chapter 94 at this moment. Lin Zitao and a woman who looked cold and tall, dressed in a high-end long dress and wearing sunglasses, got out of the passenger seat. Sun Weipeng and others also got out of the car. The woman glanced at everyone and asked, "Who among you is called Qin Fan? Step forward, let me see." Lin Zitao quickly pointed to Qin Fan, who was standing in the middle, and said, "Cousin, it's him." The woman turned her head to look and saw that Qin Fan was dressed in simple casual clothes, with an exceptional appearance and a tall, slender figure, exuding a sunny and handsome vibe. "Oh, he's quite handsome. No wonder he could steal my cousin's girlfriend." The woman took off her sunglasses and smiled slightly, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. "Who are you?" Qin Fan frowned and asked. He knew this woman did not come with good intentions. You ask me? Then I will tell you. I am Yang Jiala from the Yang Group. As for the background of our Yang Group, you don't need to know. You just need to understand that we can crush you like an ant, got it? Qin Fan, you stole my cousin's girlfriend. How do you think we should settle this account?" Yang Jiala asked, staring at Qin Fan with great interest. Chapter 95, just as everyone was stunned, Qin Fan moved again. Ignoring the embarrassed Yang Jiala, Qin Fan swiftly appeared in front of Lin Zitao like a ghost. Lin Zitao's pupils shrank suddenly, his face turned pale. And before he could react, he saw Qin Fan's palm getting bigger and clearer. Slap! With a crisp sound, Qin Fan's palm heavily struck Lin Zitao's cheek, instantly leaving a handprint on his face. Then, Qin Fan moved his steps and went to Sun Weipeng. This guy was the one who openly stole Lu Ruyan. How could Qin Fan let him go? Slap! Qin Fan added more force, and Sun Weipeng screamed as half of his face instantly swelled up, spitting out 2 bloody teeth. In just a few seconds, Qin Fan had also slapped Xiang Haidong and Wang Yunlei. The scene left everyone present dumbfounded, completely shocked. This was simply brutal. In just a few breaths, Qin Fan had made Lin Zitao and his 3 companions dizzy, which showed how terrifying his strength was. Yang Jiala covered her heaving chest, her beautiful eyes wide open, looking at Qin Fan in disbelief, her delicate body trembling with fear. Chapter 96 soon. 2 fiery red Ferrari supercars were brought over under the operation of the staff. Su Qianma and Fei Anna's roommates and friends looked on enviously. And even with a hint of jealousy at Su Qianma and Fei Anna, thinking how lucky these 2 were. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoying's 3 roommates and friends were even more starry-eyed. Although they didn't know the price of Qin Fan's 2 supercars, just by looking at the sleek design and exquisite appearance, they knew they were definitely not in the same league. Especially Qin Fan's LaFerrari, which was incredibly cool. It was obvious that it was a top-tier supercar. Yang Jiala recognized at a glance that Qin Fan's Ferrari was the LaFerrari worth tens of millions. But so what? Even if Qin Fan had such financial power, Yang Jiala was completely unafraid. After all, this was the Yang family's industry, with total assets exceeding hundreds of billions. What was just a supercar worth tens of millions? Yang Jiala also had one. Her vehicle was a Lamborghini worth over 40 million, but she just didn't drive it out today. Hey, Qin, don't think that just because you can afford a LaFerrari, you can look down on the Yang family. Let me tell you, in Tianhai City, do you dare to provoke my Yang family? Oomph. I tell you, you are already on my death list. Yang Jiala coldly snorted. Chapter 97. Lin Zitao and his 3 companions watched as the 3 girls they were about to have actually got into the car of Wang Pengzi and his group, instantly filling their hearts with resentment. Lin Zitao had thought that by intercepting the 3 girls halfway, along with the involvement of his cousin Yang Jiala, they would definitely be able to humiliate Qin Fan thoroughly. Who would have thought it would end up like this? Not only were they beaten to the point of having no ability to fight back, but even cousin Yang Jiala was publicly humiliated. Now, even those 3 gold diggers had rejoined Qin Fan's side. Moreover, cousin Yang Jiala had driven away his LaFerrari, and she would definitely not return to him. He estimated that when he got home, he would be severely beaten by his father. Their Lin family had prospered thanks to the Yang family. And now that his cousin had been bullied because of him, his father would definitely blame Lin Zitao for this. Lin Zitao's gaze darkened, gritting his teeth, glaring hatefully at Qin Fan and the others as they drove away. Oomph. Qin Fan, just wait for the Yang family's wrath. Lin Zitao coldly snorted, his twisted face revealing ferocity and malice. 3 supercars, 3 sedans, sped down the road towards the outskirts. Chapter 98, the yacht slowly sailed towards the designated location. On the deck of the yacht, 20 service staff, a beautiful DJ, and 5 atmosphere girls were obediently standing by, waiting for instructions. Hello, young Master Qin. Everyone respectfully greeted Qin Fan. Qin Fan waved his hand, signaling everyone to relax. All right, you all take your positions. Su Lizzie arranged for the 20 service staff to wait inside and outside the yacht. All right, ladies, let's get the atmosphere going. Qin Fan waved at the DJ and atmosphere girls, instructing them. Okay, young Master Qin. The girls responded in unison and then twisted their voluptuous bodies to change into swimsuits. She is just my sister, and my sister says purple is very charming. Su Datsai did not deceive me. The purple sister is really charming. Qin Fan looked with great interest at the DJ girl who was adjusting the DJ booth and sound equipment. This DJ girl stood out, and the 5 atmosphere girls next to her in bikinis couldn't overshadow her charm. With a tall figure and wearing a purple bodycon dress, she perfectly showcased her curves. Chapter 99. As soon as Qin Fan arrived outside, he was surrounded by Su Qianma and Fei Anna, who had been waiting for a long time. Something's off. Brother Fan, why are you so early today? Fei Anna blinked her big eyes, looking at Qin Fan with a strange expression. Slap. Why did you hit my butt, young Master Qin? Fei Anna covered her, but looking at Qin Fan with a blushing face. Who told you to talk nonsense? I'll make you regret it tonight. Qin Fan replied righteously. But Su Qianma, who was beside her, covered her mouth and chuckled. Anyway, with Sister Su helping me share the burden, I'm not afraid. Fei Anna's words got smaller and smaller, and suddenly she thought of something and muttered mischievously, well, I still have 2 good girlfriends. Let's see who surrenders first. Su Qianma was speechless upon hearing this. Could this kind of thing even involve girlfriends? With a heart in mind and a heart in ear, Qin Fan couldn't help but glance over at Zhou Mengmeng and Zhao Moli, who were playing in an inflatable pool, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising. It seemed he remembered something happy. Zhou Mengmeng had a lowly face, slightly chubby, very cute, and usually liked to wear JK skirts. She was less than 1.6 meters tall, petite, and exquisite, but her figure could compete with Ning Xiaoying. Chapter 100. Wow. You lecher, staring at the beauties again. Wang Fatty followed Wang Fatty's gaze and immediately saw him staring at the beauties from the atmosphere group with a lecherous look. Hey Fan, Fatty, rich bro. What do you think of those girls? Exciting, right? Zhao Mingkai rubbed his hands together and licked his lips lewdly. Qin Fan and the others looked over, and the beauties from the atmosphere group, who were dancing, waved and greeted the 4. They were indeed exciting. That waist, those legs, those curves. Song Zaheo exclaimed with eyes full of peach blossoms. Qin Fan nodded in agreement. The attention of Wang Fatty and the others was quickly diverted by Zhao Mingkai. They all tossed aside the competition they were supposed to have. These 5 beauties from the atmosphere group were personally selected by Zhao Dong. Their figures and looks were undoubtedly top-notch. Moreover, for Zhao Mingkai, Song Zaheo, Wang Fatty, and other naive college students, these charming girls had an irresistible allure that was beyond what a typical college student could compare to. Qin Fan saw through the thoughts of his buddies and directly said, if you like them, go ask for their WeChat. What are you afraid of? Today's expenses are all on Dad. Chapter 1. Well, how about we ladies have lunch together? Qin Fan smiled slightly and invited them gentlemanly. Sure, yay, thank you. Young Master Qin, the beauties nodded in agreement and then walked towards the cabin. Young Master Qin. Amelie, thank you for inviting us to lunch. The purple-clad girl actively reached out her delicate hand and spoke. No need to be polite. Dining with such a beautiful girl like you is a great pleasure, Qin Fan said without reservation, taking her fair and smooth little hand and gently squeezing it. As soon as Qin Fan said this, the purple-clad girl leaned closer and naturally linked her arm with Qin Fan's. I have a question that I'm very curious about and want to ask you. Qin Fan pretended to be casual and said, Yes, young Master Qin, feel free to ask. The purple-clad girl blinked her big watery eyes and responded cooperatively. I'm very curious about how you maintain those beautiful legs. Your skin is so tender, white, smooth, and straight. Qin Fan said, admiring the purple-clad girl's long legs wrapped in over-the-knee black stockings. It's nothing much. Just pay attention to moisturizing and sun protection usually. But if young Master Qin wants to know how I maintain it, we can go to the guest room upstairs, and I'll let you know. Chapter 102. After applying sunscreen. Qin Fan and the others enjoyed 2.5 hours of sunbathing before they all went to experience various water and sea activities. They tried everything from jet surfing, biogenic shark boats, sightseeing submarines, sea dragon boats, rainbow parasailing, to diving near coral reefs, and more. All the girls had a great time, and during this period, Li Xiaowen, Chen Yanan, Zhou Mengmeng, Zhao Moli, and Xia Ying joined Qin Fan's group to play together. The girls grew increasingly harmonious, forming a loving sisterhood. It wasn't until the afternoon that Qin Fan brought the exhausted girls back to the yacht. On the sun deck, in a hot tub, they each held red wine glasses, crowded together, laughing and discussing the fun things from their playtime. Thank you, Qin Fan, for bringing us here today and having so much fun. Yeah, if it weren't for you, Qin Fan, I might never have the chance to step on such a luxurious super yacht in my life. Hee hee. I think today is the happiest day of my life because I had Qin Fan with us. The girls chirped around Qin Fan, looking at him with grateful expressions. Chapter 103. Qin Fan discovered that this purple-clad girl not only played the DJ well, but also danced and sang very well. Why not start an entertainment company and make her a top star? He could also include Min Nair, Meng Lianer, and Pan Tiantian, as all three had the potential to become stars. In the private room, the girls took turns singing. Those with a dance background directly joined the Bikini Beauties from the Atmosphere group to dance the hot dances. Faye Anna completely let loose, directly hugging Qin Fan tightly and dancing closely with him. Everyone was immersed in the festive atmosphere, releasing their youthful vitality. On the yacht deck, Su Lizzie diligently arranged for the evening camping. Several tents were set up on the beach of the island, and they also prepared a bonfire pit, barbecue grill, decorative lights, speakers, and a DJ booth for the bonfire party that night. Su Lizzie certainly wanted to join Qin Fan in the revelry. However, she knew that her current duty was to help Qin Fan arrange all the trivial matters so that he could enjoy the upcoming fun easily and comfortably. As night fell, Su Lizzie had already arranged everything. The waiters were gradually bringing some barbecue ingredients and drinks to the beach on the island. Chapter 104. Qin Fan song, once you eventually turn into a group sing-along. For freedom, for dreams, for poetry and the distance. Let's raise our glasses. Everyone raised their glasses and drank together, showcasing the vitality of youth. Smiles adorned everyone's faces, except for Su Qianma, who had a few tears at the corners of her eyes. Only she knew that the girl Qin Fan sang about with a heartache was Lu Ruyan. She saw the hint of bitterness hidden beneath Qin Fan's cheerful smile. However, Su Qianma did not disturb Qin Fan because she knew he needed to release his feelings. And now was the best time. After the song ended, Qin Fan gently strummed the guitar strings and stood up. Does anyone want to showcase their talents? Qin Fan asked with a smile. I'll do it. Song Zaheo immediately stood up, ran over, and took the guitar from Qin Fan's hands. Song Zaheo could also play the guitar, as could Zhao Mingkai. Wang Fati, however, had no musical talent. This song girl is for classmate Wu Nana, Song Zaheo said, holding the guitar and flashing a sunny smile at Wu Nana. Wow, a confession is coming. Chapter 105. In that moment, all the repression and grievances poured out. Like a lost child, heart-wrenching. The next morning, the Fansion number finally returned to port. After breakfast, everyone boarded the bus arranged by Qin Fan to head back to Tianhai University for classes. The girls were somewhat reluctant, knowing that such a luxurious lifestyle might only happen once in their lives. Li Xiaowen, Chen Yanan, Zhou Mengmeng, Zhao Moli, and Xia Ying all mustered their courage to approach Qin Fan and asked to add him on WeChat. As classmates and younger students, Qin Fan naturally couldn't refuse. Before parting, the girls each hugged Qin Fan to say goodbye, their faces full of reluctance, especially Chen Yanan and Li Xiaowen. These two girls, the boldest among them, not only hugged him, but also planted two bright red lip prints on his cheek. Is it possible to do that? Zhou Mengmeng, Zhao Moli, and Xia Ying felt a pang of regret, wondering why they hadn't thought of that earlier. Just as they were about to follow suit and give him a kiss, they suddenly felt the icy, murderous gazes from Su Qianma and Fei Anna. The three girls immediately stopped in their tracks and left in disappointment. Just like before, 3 Ferrari supercars and 3 sedans sped towards Tianhai University. Chapter 106. Yang Xiao, Diana, and Tong Xiaohua were all known to Qin Fan. Yang Xiao, a first-line female star, is 28 years old and the lead in a popular fantasy drama, running her own studio. Diana, a rising internet celebrity, is 22 years old and an artist signed under Yang Xiao's studio. Tong Xiaohua, also a rising internet celebrity, started as a child star and is 19 this year. The Tiamo girl group consists of 10 girls who debuted from a university cheerleading team in West 8 country, all of high beauty, fair skin, and sweet personalities, with an average height of around 165 centimeters. They are signed under a small media company in West 8 country, which faced trouble due to the owner offending a local tycoon and eventually fled to Long country, joining Nanxing Entertainment. By the way, Qin Xiao, how many female companions will you have at tonight's housewarming banquet? I need to prepare their evening gowns, suggested Zhou Yinqi. Qin Fan thought for a moment. He had previously invited Song Mayan as his companion, so Lin Xinxue would definitely show up. Su Ruoxi would also go, being the hostess of Ruoxi Garden. As for the hostess of Looming Garden, Lu Xiaoyu, her family education is too strict. He would see if he could invite her out. Chapter 107, I still need to ask you. Professor Zhang said impatiently. Huh? Me? Dad, this guy is being unreasonable. What does that have to do with me? Zhang Hanfei replied, somewhat perplexed. How does it not relate? You are his counselor. Have you ever cared about his academic situation? Do you know anything about his living conditions? And what about his values? Professor Zhang scolded her relentlessly, leaving Zhang Hanfei speechless. She didn't expect her father to shift all the responsibility onto her. Dad, okay, stop lecturing me. I'll go do some ideological education work with him right away and ensure he gets back on track, Zhang Hanfei replied perfunctorily. Also, this kid said he wants to start a business recently. You need to find out what's going on with that. You young people sometimes communicate better, Professor Zhang reminded her. All right, I'll ask him and find out. Don't worry. Zhang Hanfei hung up the phone, shaking her head with a bitter smile. She felt her father was more concerned about Qin Fan than she was as his daughter. Then, Zhang Hanfei called Qin Fan. As soon as the call connected, Qin Fan's voice came through. Teacher, what can I do for you? Chapter 108, you brought me here just to see this supercar? Zhang Hanfei said in surprise. Qin Fan shook his head and smiled. Of course, it's not just to see the car, Sister Fei. Let's get in and try it out. This is someone else's car. How can we sit in it? Zhang Hanfei asked, somewhat astonished. Without explaining, Qin Fan directly took out the car key and pressed the unlock button of the Ferrari LaFerrari, shocking Zhang Hanfei. Beep beep, before Zhang Hanfei could react. Qin Fan took her delicate little hand and guided her into the passenger seat while he went around to the driver's side. Zhang Hanfei stared blankly at Qin Fan's skilled movements, feeling a bit dazed. Qin Fan, this car can't be. Zhang Hanfei didn't dare say her guess out loud because it was too outrageous. Isn't Qin Fan an orphan? Where did he get the money to afford such a supercar? That's right, Sister Fei, this Ferrari LaFerrari is mine. It costs over 40 million. What do you think, isn't it nice? Qin Fan looked around the car's interior, grinning with pride. Chapter 109, seeing the parents' accusations escalating. Principal Wang Yuanshan was also restless and hurriedly said, Everyone, we will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and will not tolerate it. What? You still need to investigate? The evidence is right in front of you. And you tell me you need to wait for an investigation? Principal Wang, my son group donates 500,000 to your school every year so that my son won't be bullied. But look, my son has been beaten up like this. Does your school still want to shelter the culprits? Sun Pengwei's mother said angrily. That's right, Principal Wang. There are witnesses and evidence. Don't think about downplaying this. You need to give us an explanation today. Yes, expel those little brats and make them kneel in front of the whole school to apologize to my son. Otherwise, I'll call the police immediately. At this moment, Wang Yuanshan was sweating profusely. He really couldn't understand why such foolish people had appeared in his school. Didn't they know that Lin Zitao and his group were all rich second-generation kids with family assets over 100 million? Chapter 110, outside the administrative building. Mr. Lin, I think you shouldn't have agreed to Principal Wang's simple handling earlier. Those 4 little brats must kneel and apologize to my son in front of the whole school and pay compensation, and they must all be expelled. That would relieve my anger. Dressed like a wealthy lady, Sun Pengwei's mother said angrily, her face dark enough to drip water. Her son, Sun Pengwei, was the one who got beaten the worst. Not only was he bruised and battered, but he also lost 2 teeth. Oomph. Do you think I would let those little brats off so easily? Lin Shuchong sneered. They hurt my son, so they must pay the price. And the matter of my son being beaten cannot be easily settled. When that Qin Fan gets expelled from school, I will let him know just how miserable the consequences of touching my son are. He has now made up his mind. Once Qin Fan and his group come out of the school, he will have his men tie them up and beat them to death, making him understand the severe consequences of messing with his son. After all, the Yang family is already angry, and that is his father-in-law's family. Because of this incident, even his brother-in-law's daughter has been bullied. The Yang family has spoken. Qin Fan must receive the harshest punishment. Chapter 111. The more Yang Jala listened, the more a mocking smile appeared on his face. I thought you were so unruly, but it turns out you're just a sycophant beside a woman. Like those men. Lu Ruoyan, Lu Ruoyan, Lu Ruoyan. I want to see just how charming this girl is that makes you willingly become a sycophant. And you, Qin Fan, will you still have lingering feelings for this girl? Yang Jala secretly chewed on Lu Ruoyan's name 3 times, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Then, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Young lady, what can I do for you? A respectful voice of a young man came from the other end of the line. Lu Chuanjia, I want you to do something. A conspiracy against Qin Fan was quietly brewing, but at this moment, Qin Fan was completely unaware. Qin Fan was currently pulling Zhang Hanfei to the principal's office. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a phone rang. It was Zhang Hanfei's phone. She quickly took it out and saw it was a call from the Dean of the College of Arts. Hello, Hanfei, where are you? Chapter 112. Qin Fan's cold questioning left everyone in the office stunned. They never expected this matter would escalate to such a degree, and that Qin Fan would remain so calm. The sequence of events? The office director sneered. What do you mean by the sequence of events? I believe you know better than anyone. Lin Zitao, Sun Pengwei, Wang Yunlei, and Xiang Yuntao were all seriously injured, while you have not a scratch on you. Is there still a need to ask? Leader, don't you think it's a bit one-sided to say that? Isn't it too unfair to believe only one side? Qin Fan shook his head and questioned. Upon hearing this, the leader immediately became furious, slamming the table and shouting, Qin Fan, watch your tone. Are all the leaders like this, not asking for the truth and blindly believing one side? Qin Fan retorted, seeing Qin Fan speak like this. The office director became even angrier. Enough. I'll say it again. Qin Fan, you have been expelled from school. Not only you, but also your accomplices will face the same punishment. The office director gritted his teeth as he spoke. Chapter 113. Hearing this, the school leaders fell silent. Indeed, these 4 groups are all billion-dollar companies with powerful networks. If they cannot deal with Qin Fan and his group, it would surely disappoint these 4 groups and damage the school's interests. The risk is too great. Even Principal Wang Yuanshan had to consider this. After all, these 4 groups have substantial financial backing. If they were to feel disheartened because of this incident, it would not be a trivial matter for the entire Tianhai University. In an instant, the office fell into a dead silence. Principal, are we really going to let a good student with excellent character and academics suffer injustice just because of these capitalists? We are educators. How can we abandon our conscience for profit? How can we educate children in the future? How can we set an example for others? Professor Zhang Nansong said excitedly. He was quite fond of Qin Fan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reserved a spot for him in the graduate program in advance. Zhang Nansong's passionate words made some school leaders feel guilty and speechless. Old Zhang, can't you see the situation clearly? Qin Fan must be expelled today. Otherwise, our school will face a huge impact. Who will compensate for the losses then? The office director sneered, showing no signs of being swayed by Zhang Nansong's questioning. Chapter 114. Wang Fatty and the others, seeing the oppressive atmosphere in the office, still steeled themselves to walk in. All right, everyone is here, right? Good. Do you 4 admit to beating Lin Zitao, Sun Pengwei, Wang Yunlei, and Xiang Haidong yesterday? The office director, Li Jianren, stared expressionlessly at the 4 and reprimanded them. Upon hearing this, all the teachers in the office turned their attention to Wang Fatty and his group. Wang Fatty and the others immediately felt immense pressure, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. However, after a moment, Wang Fatty mustered his courage and said, Principal leaders, that incident yesterday was all because Lin Zitao and those rich second-generation kids were deliberately looking for trouble. Qin Fan, and we were just acting in self-defense. Yes, that's right. It was Lin Zitao who provoked us first, and now we are being punished. We refuse to accept it. Zhao Mingkai also stepped forward to defend himself. You can check the surveillance. We are absolutely wronged. The 3 became more and more agitated, even forgetting their earlier fear. Shut up, I tell you. Not only will I expel Qin Fan, but I will also call your parents to see what good things you've done in school. Chapter 115. The next moment, there was a knock on the office door. Knock, 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 come in. An elderly man in a security uniform pushed the door open, looking at everyone in the office with a smile. Principal Wang, leaders, I've brought the esteemed guest from Longwa Bank. Soon after, Lin Xinxue, dressed in a bank professional outfit, walked in with several female assistants, striding directly towards Qin Fan. Young Master Qin, I'm here. Lin Xinxue smiled slightly, revealing a captivating smile. Qin Fan responded, pointing to an empty sofa beside him. Please have a seat for a while. Lin Xinxue smiled sweetly and said, okay. Then, Lin Xinxue and her assistants stood quietly beside them, watching the scene. Hello, everyone from Tianhai University. I am Lin Xinxue from the Tianhai branch of Longwa Bank. And I am also young Master Qin's personal financial advisor. Lin Xinxue spoke lightly, introducing herself. This caused several school leaders in the office to display shocked expressions. Qin Fan's personal financial advisor? As expected, they were not wrong. This student Qin Fan is truly extraordinary. Miss Lin, hello, hello. Chapter 116. Qin Fan, no, young Master Qin. Look, many school leaders have already agreed to your conditions. Is it possible for you to stay? One school leader asked cautiously. Very well. I appreciate all the leaders handling this matter fairly. I am very satisfied. Qin Fan glanced around lightly, and then walked towards Professor Zhang Nansong. Professor Zhang, thank you for your righteous words today, but I still want to say that I will be very busy in the future. So I may not have time to attend classes on time at school. I hope you can understand, Qin Fan said sincerely. Among the school leaders present, Qin Fan was most grateful to this old professor, who had spent a lot of effort teaching him. Today, especially under the watchful eyes of so many school leaders, he tried to protect Qin Fan. Therefore, Qin Fan was very appreciative of this old professor. However, he feared he would disappoint him. Sigh, given your current achievements, even if I exhaust my entire life as learning, it would be meaningless to you. Professor Zhang Nansong sighed and shook his head in regret. At this moment, Zhang Huanfei spoke up. Qin Fan, what about your graduation certificate in the future? If you are absent too much, it will affect the credits you need to graduate. Chapter 117. Hey Fan, Black Wukong is online. Why don't we go to the dormitory to play a bit? I downloaded it last night. Wang Fatty shouted at Qin Fan, as if he just remembered something. You guys go play. I have something more fun than Black Wukong. Qin Fan waved his hand and left without looking back. Laugh out loud. I have 200 delicate little maids at home. Is there no game more fun than that? After leaving the office building, Qin Fan took Su Ruashi and drove the Ferrari LaFerrari straight to the Fanching Manor. At Fanching Manor, the security personnel inside and outside had already been replaced by the Qin City Way security group. These people were all retired, standing in a standard posture, exuding a strong presence. Welcome back, young Master Qin. After a standard salute, they opened the big gate. Yuan Xinyue and Zhu Kuer, the two housekeepers, have been waiting at the main villa door with a group of maids since they learned Qin Fan was returning. 2 rows of little maids in matching pink outfits stood neatly in line, waiting for Qin Fan's arrival. As soon as Qin Fan's Ferrari LaFerrari came into sight, Yuan Xinyue and Zhu Kuer hurriedly welcomed him. Chapter 118. Got it okay, Sister Chingli Captain. We will definitely perform well. The girl group members nodded obediently. Sister Xiao, what is the identity of young Master Qin? Is he that prince? Diana asked Yang Xiao. Probably not, although he also has the surname Qin. He is of a more esteemed status, Yang Xiao explained. When Zhou Yinchi contacted her, Yang Xiao had asked, and it was not the one she thought, but a young master from a wealthy family who had never appeared in the public eye. Moreover, judging from the luxury of this super villa, this young Master Qin likely came from a hidden aristocratic family. Yang Xiao also knew that the house price here exceeded 400,000 per square meter. Additionally, she knew that this 200-acre super manor had once been offered 15 billion by a big boss, but the deal never went through. Even the little maids here drove either Ferraris or Bentleys to buy groceries. It is evident how prestigious young Master Qin's identity is. P.S. Search for 100 billion big manor. And everyone will know I'm not exaggerating, just a little bit. Chapter 119. When Qin Fan arrived in the living room, Song Min also came dressed to the nines. She wore a high-end evening gown, stepped into 7 centimeters high stiletto heels, her beautiful black hair styled into an elegant updo, and a dazzling gemstone necklace hung around her neck, exuding a proud and cold, noble aura. Even the nearby Yang Xiao Diana and other female stars felt overshadowed by Song Mine's appearance. Not only did Song Mine possess a stunning beauty, but her innate aristocratic demeanor made her stand out even more. Only Zhou Yanxi, who also came from a prominent family, could stand on equal footing in front of Song Mine. She walked gracefully, her figure elegant, making Yang Xiao and the others feel somewhat ashamed. Young Master Qin, I came in a hurry today, and I hope my attire won't disappoint you, Song Mine said with a gentle smile, her bright eyes carrying a hint of shyness, but also a touch of anticipation. With a beauty like Miss Song making an appearance, my housewarming banquet will surely be even more splendid, Qin Fan said sincerely. Hearing Qin Fan compliment her beauty, Song Mine's mood brightened, and a smile appeared on her delicate, fair face. Her big watery eyes seemed to captivate souls, radiating charm. Chapter 120. Oh, I thought who it was. Isn't this the new campus flower, Su Yueli, from the freshman year? What? You didn't learn much about music knowledge, and now you've learned to compete with me for men? The JK skirt girl sarcastically mocked, her eyes glinting with malice. Originally, she was the first campus flower of the music academy, but since Su Yueli appeared, the title had changed to her. This made her, proud and vain, feel incredibly jealous. And today, Su Yueli even dared to come and compete with her for Brother Rition. How shameless. Hearing the JK skirt girl's ridicule, Su Yueli frowned slightly, but chose to ignore her and walked away. Pa green tea bitch. Seeing Su Yueli ignore her existence, the JK skirt girl was extremely furious, wishing she could tear apart Su Yueli's pure face. But at that moment, Zhao Ritian spoke. So your name is Su Yueli. That's a really nice name. Zhao Ritian smiled at Su Yueli and then turned to the JK skirt girl. Deal with her, let her get in my car, and I'll give you 100,000. Chapter 121. Meanwhile, at the Peking Opera School, in the principal's office. Principal, are you saying that a mysterious young master from a wealthy family specifically requested for me and my daughter Lu Xiaoyu to perform at the banquet? Hua Zilin looked at the principal in confusion. She was puzzled as to how this young master knew her daughter's name, considering Lu Xiaoyu had only performed on stage once. Was it because Lu Xiaoyu was so outstanding during her last performance at the Cultural Square Grand Theater that she caught the attention of those rich young masters? That's right. The principal nodded and continued to explain. The mysterious young master has the surname Qin, and it was President Zhou from the Zhou Group who personally called me. It seems that this Qin young master's identity is quite extraordinary. When you go this time, you must pay attention to your words and actions and not offend the benefactor. Understood? Hua Zilin frowned slightly. Principal, you know me. I usually don't like participating in such private performances, especially in front of a bunch of rich young masters who know nothing about the essence of opera. Hua Zilin also understood that very few young people today appreciate the essence of opera. Even if they did, they only like pop songs with a bit of operatic tone mixed in. Chapter 122. Tiamo Girl Group just finished introducing themselves to Qin Fan when two nanny vans arrived outside the villa. Soon, Zhou Yanxi entered with a young girl and a stylishly dressed woman. Both of them were about the same height, around 168 centimeters, with proportional figures and fair skin. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Qi Ziyuan. Congratulations on your new home. Qi Ziyuan actively extended her fair jade hand towards Qin Fan with a gentle smile. Hello. Qin Fan smiled faintly and shook hands with Qi Ziyuan. The other girl, who had her hair in a ponytail, hopped over to Qin Fan with excitement. Mr. Qin, you're so handsome, even more than those young men in our entertainment industry. Can I call you Brother Fan? The little girl was extremely cute and pretty, her big, watery eyes sparkling as she stared at Qin Fan. Ding, target confirmed. Yang Xiaokui, 19 years old, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 48 kilograms, 845,886, occupation, violinist. Actress, attractiveness, 95 points, friend count, 0, health, normal, skill, violin level 10. Chapter 123. However, Qin Fan did not think so. How about I call you Sister Zilin in private? After all, to me, you look like a sister standing next to Xiaoyu, appearing just over 20 years old. Young and beautiful, Qin Fan said with a smile. Hua Zilin's face flushed at Qin Fan's words. She originally wanted to refuse the title of sister, but couldn't find a reason to counter it. After all, women love to be complimented on their youth and beauty, and Hua Zilin, being a woman, was naturally not immune to Qin Fan's praise. Mr. Qin, you really know how to flatter, Hua Zilin said, biting her pink lips, feeling somewhat shy. Qin Fan smiled slightly, finding Hua Zilin's bashful demeanor particularly pleasing to the eye. Hua Zilin felt a bit uneasy under Qin Fan's gaze and quickly changed the subject. Mr. Qin, I'll go check on Xiaoyu to make sure she doesn't cause any trouble here. After saying that, Hua Zilin hurriedly slipped away. Qin Fan shrugged, not minding, and watched with interest as Hua Zilin's slender figure swayed away. He couldn't help but murmur, her waist is like a slender willow in the wind. How many glances can dance away the dreams of infatuated people? Sister Zilin's charm is truly captivating. Chapter 124. The meal lasted about 2 hours before it finally ended. At this time, it was officially the hottest part of the afternoon. Yang Xiaokui ran over and hugged Qin Fan's arm, suggesting in a spoiled manner, Brother Fan, it's so hot. Let's go swimming in the pool. The other female stars chimed in. Mr. Qin, we want to go too. Qin Fan looked at the blazing sun outside and then at the girls, nodded, and said, all right. Thus, Qin Fan had the little maid prepare swimsuits, then took them a change. The girls cheered excitedly and left. Qin Fan suddenly remembered that he had arranged for Tang Yunying to pick up Xin Yanran as well, but seemed to have forgotten her. Yunying, didn't you pick up Miss Shun? Qin Fan asked. Young master, it seems Miss Shun had something urgent at home and hurriedly left, Tang Yunying explained. Oh, in that case, forget it. Qin Fan shook his head helplessly. There had been so many visitors earlier that he completely forgot about Xin Yanran. The most important thing was that his attention had been captivated by the stunning beauty, Hua Zilin. Since Xin Yanran had matters at home, Qin Fan didn't dwell on it any longer. Chapter 125 of That little star has no sense of boundaries. We've only just met, Brother Fan, and she dares to flirt with him. It makes me so mad. Lu Xiaoyu pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Su Ruashi nodded in agreement. Exactly. I'm Lu Xiaoyu, what's your name? Lu Xiaoyu took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Su Ruashi. Su Ruashi smiled and replied, I'm Su Ruashi. Then I'll call you Sister Ruashi. Let me tell you, we need to form an alliance, otherwise Brother Fan could easily be snatched away. Lu Xiaoyu said. Su Ruashi was taken aback for a moment, then said, Sister Xiaoyu, that shouldn't be the case. They're all stars and guests. They wouldn't do such a thing, right? Lu Xiaoyu pouted and said, how could that be impossible? Didn't you see that girl named Yang Xiaokui? She's been clinging to Brother Fan, acting like she's his girlfriend. It's obvious to everyone. Su Ruashi was stunned for a moment, then carefully thought it over and felt that it indeed seemed that way. Moreover, she seemed to have vaguely heard the sound of Yang Xiaokui making noises in the room just now. Chapter 126. Song Mayan took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Mr. Qin, don't worry, I will definitely handle these shares properly. I have 2 more things I need you to do. Qin Fan said after pondering for a moment. Please give your instructions, Mr. Qin. Song Mayan hurriedly replied respectfully. First, I need you to help me acquire 1 or more pharmaceutical groups. After the acquisition, rename it to Fanqing Pharmaceutical Group. Also help me acquire a beauty cosmetics group and rename it Fanqing Beauty Group. Each group should have a scale of 500 to 1,000 billion. Second, after the acquisitions of the pharmaceutical and beauty groups are completed, form a Fanqing Industrial Group as the headquarters for these groups, Qin Fan said seriously. This way, Qin Fan would have 2 large groups. The first would be Fanqing Investment Group, responsible for investing in potential and promising enterprises or consolidating the shares rewarded by the system under this group. The second would be because after completing the mission, the system would reward him with some secret formulas or technologies. If he wanted to monetize these things, he would definitely need to establish different companies and then incorporate them under the Fanqing Industrial Group. Chapter 127. Mr. Qin, this is amazing, Song Mai murmured. Qin Fan curled his lips, his gaze intense. In the future, you'll know that there are many wonderful things in this world. But right now, what you need to do is hurry and take a shower. I'll call the maids to do your makeup. You need to attend the housewarming party as my female companion. We can't be late. Song Mai nodded, and the 2 walked towards the bathroom. To avoid delaying Song Mai's makeup time, Qin Fan quickly rinsed off and then came out. Qin Fan opened the room and instructed a few little maids to tidy up the room. When those little maids entered the room, they were stunned by the scene of chaos before them. Master, you're too amazing. My gosh, did this experience a flood? Many people involuntarily turned their attention to Qin Fan, displaying expressions of disbelief. All right, you 2 hurry up and tidy up, Qin Fan instructed, and then asked the 2 little maids to pick clothes for him. For today's housewarming banquet, many big shots would be attending, so Qin Fan decided to wear formal attire. He chose a black suit with a shawl collar, paired with a black shirt, but he wasn't used to feeling too constrained, so he left 2 buttons undone at the collar. Chapter 128 soon. Qin Fan's Bell 525 helicopter slowly landed on a nearby helipad under the gaze of the guests. The cabin door opened, revealing a pale, slender arm extending from inside the aircraft. Following that, a graceful young woman stepped off the plane, dressed in a black professional suit with a fair and exquisite face, exuding a cool aura mixed with a hint of elegance. After Tang Yunying steadied herself, she helped Song Mayan, Su Roashi, and Su Yueli, 3 stunning beauties, down from the aircraft. Finally, with Tang Yunying's assistance, Qin Fan descended as well. The guests were utterly astonished to see that the protagonist of the banquet was such a young and handsome man, especially with the 3 breathtaking beauties behind Qin Fan. Each with their unique charm, their envious gazes were fixated on them. Even Tang Yunying, the female bodyguard beside Qin Fan, though not dressed up extravagantly, still attracted many male guests' attention with her subtly made-up appearance. Gao Xiaolan, as the owner of Lakeview Manor and the reception head for Qin Fan's housewarming banquet tonight, immediately put on a very respectful smile to welcome them. Young Master Qin, it's been a few days, and you're looking increasingly handsome and charming. Gao Xiaolan complimented with a charming smile. Chapter 129 Finally, a beautiful woman in a red evening gown approached, her voluptuous figure and radiant smile making her particularly eye-catching among the crowd. This was a stunning young woman, about 26 years old, with a slightly plump figure, brimming with allure. She softly said, "Young Master Qin, my name is Pei Nanwei, the chairwoman of the Flower Fairy Beauty Group. I'm currently single and was wondering if you have any interest in the beauty industry. I hope we can collaborate." Upon hearing that Pei Nanwei was in the beauty industry, Qin Fan became interested immediately. He was planning to establish a large beauty group. After all, with the beauty elixir provided by the system and its miraculous effects, it would surely become a hit in the market in the future. Moreover, the original formula given by the system was incredibly potent. One beauty elixir could be diluted and transformed into various beauty and skincare products for external application or internal use. Qin Fan smiled slightly, clinking glasses with Pei Nanwei before saying, "Miss Pei, I happen to be planning to set up a subsidiary in the beauty industry, so I'm very interested in collaborating." Hearing this, Pei Nanwei's face lit up with joy, and she excitedly said, "That's great, young Master Qin. Here's to a happy collaboration in the future." Chapter 130 Under the enthusiastic onslaught of young and beautiful wealthy daughters, socialites, and company secretaries, Qin Fan lost count of how many drinks he had shared with them. However, his gains were also considerable. Among these women were individuals with research experience and notable achievements in technology, the internet, beauty, and pharmaceuticals. After all, these wealthy girls had received excellent education since childhood, and their knowledge of these fields was much higher than that of ordinary people. Therefore, if he could bring them under his wing, it would undoubtedly be a great help. Of course, Qin Fan could also directly acquire their companies, including their personnel. With this thought in mind, he frequently clinked glasses with them. After a round of toasts, despite his enhanced physique giving him high immunity to alcohol, Qin Fan couldn't suppress the urge to relieve himself. The restroom on this floor was already unusable. As soon as he entered, he saw several people who couldn't handle their liquor had made a mess. A nearby waiter was preparing to clean up. Qin Fan had no choice but to head upstairs. This floor was the top floor and seemed to be where Gao Xiaolan worked. Chapter 130 One Xinxia Drama? Qin Fan raised an eyebrow, clearly showing some interest in investing in film and television. Seeing that Qin Fan appeared interested, Yang Xiao and Diana hurriedly began their introduction. "Yes, I've been preparing for this for a while. The story is set in a mysterious Xinxia world, filled with fantastical elements and exciting fight scenes." Yang Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. "I've already invited some top-tier popular actors to participate. It will definitely be a hit." Popular stars? Qin Fan frowned slightly upon hearing this. There are really not many actors among current popular stars in the domestic entertainment industry who have acting skills. If Yang Xiao's new drama were to cast some popular stars, Qin Fan estimated that this drama would end up losing money after airing. Currently, there aren't many good Xinxia dramas in the country. Either the acting of those popular stars is lacking, or the special effects are poor, or the fight scenes are subpar. In fact, the special effects technology in the country is quite impressive now. However, due to the fact that nearly 90% of the budget for a drama goes toward hiring those popular stars, there's barely any money left for post-production special effects. As a result, A good drama turns into a shoddy product. Chapter 132, What to Do. Diana panicked as she saw Qin Fan already walking in. There's no one inside. Why don't we? Yang Xiao suggested with a glance. All right, Sister Xiao, you keep watch. Diana hesitated for a moment, but then resolutely walked in. You can't catch a wolf without entering the tiger's den. If you want to gain something in front of others, you must take risks. Just as Qin Fan was about to close the door, a graceful figure dashed in. Miss Diana, you really are persistent. Aren't you afraid of being gossiped about? Qin Fan said, speechless. I just like you, young Master Qin, Diana said, suddenly tiptoeing and kissing Qin Fan on the cheek. Upon seeing Diana take the initiative to kiss him, Qin Fan no longer held back. All right, let's do this. The next moment, Diana's eyes widened in shock. Oh no, this time it's really true what they say. To gain prestige in front of others, you must suffer behind the scenes. In the backstage makeup room, Hua Zilin and Lu Xiaoyu were assigned to a separate makeup room. The mother and daughter were removing their makeup. Xiaoyu, honestly tell me, are you dating young Master Qin? Lu Xiaoyu, looking somewhat nervous, averted her gaze and slowly said, Mom, we are just friends. Chapter 133, but little did she know, attending this banquet, she had yet to win Qin Fan's favor. Instead, her lively and cheerful cousin, Yang Xiaokui, had already gained Qin Fan's affection and even referred to him as a brother, showing signs of flirtation. This made her extremely envious. At the same time, it also made her think of a way to turn things around. Since my cousin Yang Xiaokui has now caught Qin Fan's attention, why not let her help me complete this task? After Qi Ziyuan finished her performance, she went off stage to look for her cousin Yang Xiaokui, only to find that she seemed to be looking for someone as well. Xiaokui, who are you looking for? I see you looking around, Qi Ziyuan asked. Yang Xiaokui's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, Cousin, did you see where Brother Xiaofan went while you were on stage? I just saw him chatting with Yang Xiao and the others. Qi Ziyuan shook her head. No, I didn't see him. But I think Qin Xiao must be busy with important matters. Many business tycoons are seeking his cooperation today. I guess he has gone to have tea and discuss matters with those big shots. Yang Xiaokui immediately showed a disappointed expression and muttered, sigh. I wanted to ask Brother Xiaofan if my performance tonight was good. Chapter 134. At this party, Qin Fan actually gained quite a lot. He met many elite individuals from various industries, and particularly, he had already identified several companies with decent qualifications. The business projects of these companies were exactly what Qin Fan needed. He had already reached preliminary investment agreements with them. As the party was nearing its end, Qin Fan took Song Mu Yin, Su Ruo Shi, and Su Yu Li and flew back to the Fanshan Manor by helicopter. The female stars like Yang Xiao all had their own purposes or tasks, so after getting Qin Fan's consent, they took the business car and headed to Fanshan Manor as well. Upon returning to the villa in the manor, the little maids quickly surrounded them to help Qin Fan and the others change their shoes. Su Ruo Shi and Su Yu Li, unable to handle their alcohol, were arranged to rest upstairs. Song Mu Yin, however, had a decent alcohol tolerance, but she was also blushing and looked quite alluring in her slightly tipsy state. Qin Fan unceremoniously picked up Song Mu Yin and headed to the master bedroom, where the massage bathtub was already filled with rose petals. Ding, the Huangdi body yin-yang cultivation method is now in operation. Ding, Qin Fan's lifespan increased by 10 years. Song Mu Yan's lifespan increased by 10 years. The moon hung high in the sky. It was already 2 in the morning. Chapter 135. As Qin Fan walked along, he noticed that Qi Ziyuan, Tong Xiaohe, and the Tiamo girl group had not yet left. At this time, they were probably either sleeping or putting on makeup. After all, it takes at least an hour for a girl to do her makeup. Moreover, for these starlets, the time spent on makeup would be even longer. Qin Fan remembered a time when Lu Ru Yin agreed to go watch a movie with him. They had planned to leave right away, but he ended up waiting downstairs at the girls' dormitory for over an hour. However, what surprised Qin Fan was that Su Ruo Shi and Su Yu Li had already gotten up by this time. In the piano room, melodious piano music could be heard. Qin Fan walked over and discovered that Su Ruo Shi and Su Yu Li were exchanging piano techniques. After a piece was finished, Su Ruo Shi said, Sister Yu Li, I want to discuss something with you. Su Ruo Shi quietly gazed at the piano keys, seeming to have something to say to Su Yu Li. Sister Ruo Shi, feel free to speak. Su Yu Li smiled gently, always appearing to be at peace. Su Ruo Shi took a deep breath, her gaze firm, and said solemnly, Sister Yu Li, I want to form an alliance with you. What? An alliance? Su Yili looked up at Su Ruo, she in surprise, her expression filled with confusion. Chapter 136. Just then, Qin Fan suddenly received a call from Wang Pengzi. On the phone, Wang Pengzi excitedly said, "Fan, the school just announced that they have decided to expel Lin Zitao, Sun Pengwei, Wang Yunlei, and Xiang Haidong." "Ha, this is so satisfying. I took a photo of the announcement. I'll send it to you in a bit." After hanging up, Qin Fan stroked his chin, pondering that Lin, Sun, Wang, and Xiang would likely retaliate against him because of this. The Lin family, Sun family, Wang family, and Xiang family, plus that Yang Jiala, Lin Zitao's cousin, who supposedly helped the Lin family develop, would not let this go easily. Oh, and there's also someone named Zhao Ritian, who dared to flirt with my woman. They should all prepare to face my wrath. A cold, cruel smile crept onto Qin Fan's lips. He understood the principle of striking first. Thinking this, Qin Fan pulled out his phone and sent information about the Lin, Sun, Wang, Xiang, Yang, and Zhao families groups before calling Song Muyan. "Hello, Qin Xiao. What can I do for you?" Song Muyan's gentle voice came through. Chapter 137. Principal Wang Yuanshan walked over and said, "Dear parents, we have investigated the surveillance footage. And indeed, your sons were at fault first. If you don't believe it, I have the video on this computer. You could take a look." After saying that, he walked to his desk, turned the computer around, and began playing the captured footage from that day. Soon, the video finished playing. "So, how is it, parents? You can't say our school is biased now, can you?" Principal Wang smiled as he spoke. The parents exchanged glances, their anger still evident, especially Lin Shuchong and Bai Jie, whose faces were flushed with rage. In the footage, Lin Zitao and his cousin were the first to get out of the car and provoke Qin Fan. Later, Sun Pengwei, Wang Yunlei, and Xiang Haidong also got out and surrounded Qin Fan and his group. Their demeanor clearly indicated they were looking for trouble. However, they didn't gain any advantage and were completely defeated. Even Lin Zitao's cousin, who was called over, ended up at a disadvantage against Qin Fan. Lin Shuchong turned pale. Yang Jiala was his niece, and if his father-in-law and brother-in-law found out about this, he would be in deep trouble. Even if our son acted first. They were utterly powerless to fight back. How could they be so vicious, knocking out 2 of my son's teeth? I don't care. That little bastard Qin Fan and his accomplices must face legal consequences. Bai Jie shouted furiously. Chapter 138. As Qin Fan headed towards the Lakewata Manor, a conspiracy against him was brewing. At Tianhai University, at the campus entrance, the Lin, Sun, Wang, and Xiang families were cursing as they drove away, heading towards the Lin Group headquarters. In the Lin Group's president's office, someone asked, "President Lin, what should we do next?" Bai Jie, Sun Pengwei's mother, spoke up first. These damn kids. What kind of method did they use to make the school turn against us? If I find them, I will make them pay. This matter must be resolved quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this anger today. That's right, I can't swallow this anger either. The leaders of the 4 family groups gathered there, vented their frustrations. They had initially planned everything, waiting for the school to expel Qin Fan so they could teach him a lesson. Let him know who is not to be messed with. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? These ungrateful wolves are truly fickle, selling us out so easily. Someone scolded angrily, feeling that they were wasting their efforts. Forget it, there's no use in scolding them now. Lin, let's take action tonight. Get rid of those little beasts. Chapter 139. Suddenly, a pair of smooth, fair, long legs appeared in Qin Fan's line of sight. The legs were long, and the skin was as smooth as snow, exuding an unparalleled elegance and charm. Qin Fan instinctively looked up, his gaze slowly moving up those legs, finally landing on the woman in front of him. Zhou Yinshi was only wearing a white silk shirt, with the right collar slightly open, revealing her fair shoulder and collarbone. Her long hair cascaded down, sunlight flowing through her strands, giving off a faint, delicate fragrance. "Qin Xiao, what are you doing here?" Zhou Yinshi looked at Qin Fan at the door, somewhat surprised. Qin Fan then came back to his senses and hurriedly said awkwardly, Sorry, Miss Zhou. I had something urgent and rushed over. I didn't interrupt you too, did I?" "It's okay." Zhou Yinshi glanced back. Gao Xiaolin had already tidied up her clothes, so she smiled and said, "Since Qin Xiao is here, why don't we go to the rooftop pool for a swim together?" "Sure, no problem." Qin Fan immediately agreed. The 3 of them quickly arrived at a spacious open-air pool on the roof, where 2 rows of lounge chairs were placed by the poolside. Zhou Yinshi and Gao Xiaolin jumped into the water with a splash, then swam freely like fish, clearly enjoying themselves. Chapter 140. Qin Fan waved his hand and casually smiled. No need. Aren't you going to work out? Just right. I haven't worked out in a long time either. Let's chat while we exercise? Oh, I see. Seeing that Qin Fan didn't seem to mind her, Qi Ziyuan felt a warm feeling in her heart and nodded with a smile. After entering the village gym, Yang Xiaokui took off her loose t-shirt, revealing a pink innerwear underneath. Hey, Xiaokui, that's not a sports bra. Qi Ziyuan hurriedly reminded. Oh, cousin, this is pretty much the same as yours, just a bit sexier. Besides, Brother Fan isn't an outsider, Yang Xiaokui said nonchalantly, then began to pick out equipment. The gym was set up like a fitness club, with various exercise equipment available. In addition to the workout machines, there were also shower rooms, a bar, and leisure areas. Qi Ziyuan shook her head helplessly, then joined Qin Fan on the treadmill. So what's the matter? After running for a while, Qin Fan directly asked. Chapter 141. When did Qin Fan become your boyfriend? Yang Xiaokui? Qi Ziyuan was somewhat angry, even though she already knew that Yang Xiaokui had feelings for Qin Fan. Moreover, she herself had developed some unusual feelings for Qin Fan, as he was handsome, had a strong background, and was a perfect ideal man. Any girl would be captivated by him, especially since she and Qin Fan had just developed mutual feelings. However, she didn't expect Yang Xiaokui to say such a thing in front of her. That's right, Brother Fan is my boyfriend, Yang Xiaokui said matter-of-factly. I considered you as my cousin and even asked Brother Fan to discuss a collaboration with you, but I didn't expect you to try to steal him from me. Xiaokui, listen to my explanation. I'm not trying to steal. Enough, don't quibble. You just want to steal Brother Fan. You're so bad. Yang Xiaokui glared at Qi Ziyuan. Her arms crossed tightly over her chest, making her impressive figure quite eye-catching. She had a look that said she wasn't listening. All right, I'm not stealing him. You petty person. Qi Ziyuan didn't want to argue with the young girl. Qin Xiao, I'm going to take a shower first. I just broke a sweat. Qi Ziyuan said to Qin Fan before leaving. Chapter 142. Qin Xiao. How was the performance of the Tiamo girl group and Tong Xiaohua? As soon as she came on, Gu Nanxing laughed heartily, asking about the performance of the stars he sent to the wine party last night. Not bad. Quite good, Qin Fan replied lightly, glancing at the girls eating elegantly. Haha, that's good to hear. By the way, Qin Xiao, don't forget to attend the charity gala in a few days. There will definitely be some female stars you like, Gu Nanxing said with a tempting tone. Don't worry, I'll definitely show up. Qin Fan nodded slightly. Hee, thank you. Qin Xiao. Just after hanging up the phone, Qin Fan received another call. However, the voice on the phone was clearly a strong Cantonese accent. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm Mu Zhilan, the general manager of Prague Records. I'm so happy you agreed to meet with us. Can we schedule a time to talk? Mu Zhilan's gentle voice came through the phone. Mu Zhilan, the general manager of Prague Records, was 26 years old this year. Of course, Qin Fan readily agreed. Great. Thank you, Mr. Qin. On the other end of the phone, Mu Zhilan's surprised voice sounded. Chapter 143. Kid, who are you? A friend of Xin Yanran? A middle-aged man asked coldly. Xin Yanran is my friend, Qin Fan replied firmly, not backing down. Her father is missing. Is it reasonable for you to pressure her like this? Reasonable? What the hell is reasonable? Our money is what her father owes. Another creditor retorted angrily. We don't care whether he is missing or not. A debt is a debt. It must be repaid. If you continue to pressure her and disturb others' normal lives, I will consider taking legal action, Qin Fan responded coldly, his eyes flashing with determination. You dare to talk to us about the law? It's only right to repay debts. Just see whose side the law is on. The creditors laughed, clearly dismissing Qin Fan's threat. I give you two options. Either pay back the money immediately or get out quickly. The property title is with me. The loan shark slammed the table, making a loud noise. This house is worth at least 200 million. My dad only borrowed 80 million. Xin Yanran couldn't help but retort, tears welling up again. What? The interest isn't calculated? The principal plus interest totals 120 million. Don't you understand? The loan shark said nonchalantly. Chapter 144. Oh, are you sure you only want the principal? Qin Fan raised an eyebrow. Sure, very sure. A short, chubby man quickly nodded, fearing he was slow. The others also nodded vigorously. Now that sounds reasonable. Qin Fan nodded slightly, then scanned the crowd. Whoever broke something here, clean it up yourself, and compensate at market price. Qin Fan said in a deep voice. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. We'll clean it up right away and compensate at market price. These people hurriedly shouted, and then some of them came out of the line to tidy up the furniture and clean up. Qin Fan nodded and sat back on the sofa. At this moment, Mei Ling, seeing this, said enthusiastically, Xiao Fan, you sit here first. I'll make you a cup of hand-ground coffee. Okay. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Fan smiled broadly, revealing his white teeth, looking sunny and handsome. Mei Ling was momentarily stunned. Then her pretty face flushed with shyness as she lowered her head and awkwardly left. Soon, Mei Ling not only brewed a cup of hand-ground coffee, but also prepared a fruit platter. After the creditors received their money, they hurriedly left one by one. Chapter 145. Xin Yanran felt Qin Fan's hot breath spraying on her neck, making her involuntarily shiver, stirring ripples in her heart. The next second, Xin Yanran let out a soft moan, and her entire body slumped into Qin Fan's arms. Qin, go upstairs. Ding Xin Yanran's favorability level 1. Ding Xin Yanran's favorability level has reached 100. Ding Xin Yanran's strategy successful. A big gift package is being opened. Ding Xin Yanran gains eternal youth. Ding Qin Fan's lifespan 10 years. Xin Yanran's lifespan 10 years. Ding congratulations, Master. For obtaining God-level rice planting technology, 1 pound of seeds. God-level rice comes from another world, with characteristics such as high yield, pest resistance, disease resistance, stress resistance, fast growth, high nutrition, and can enhance physical fitness when consumed. The yield can reach 10,000 kilograms per acre, ignoring soil quality, and it matures in 1 month. Ding congratulations, Master, for obtaining 99 physical enhancement potions. Mei Ling deliberately left enough time for Qin Fan and Xin Yanran to have their world together. They strolled through several vegetable markets and seafood markets before returning after 3 in the afternoon. Chapter 146. Wang Fatty and the other two were laughing and joking as they walked into a small alley. The street lights were dim, and the 3 of them did not notice a license-less van speeding towards them. Boom! The van suddenly braked hard, and the door swung open, followed by a group of strong men in black clothes rushing out. Before Wang Fatty and the others could react, they were forcibly pulled into the van. The van then sped away. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts, a light was on. The bosses of the Lin, Sun, Wang, and Xiang groups were all present. Is it done? Good. Be careful not to attract attention. Hurry up and bring the people over. Lin Shuchong hung up the phone and sneered. The people are caught. They'll be sent over soon. Good. Now I'll make sure these little brats who don't know the sky from the ground wish they could live and not die. Bai Jie gritted her teeth and said with a sinister look. The people from the 4 groups all let out cold laughs. Don't worry. As long as we don't kill them, we'll do whatever it takes to torment them, ensuring these little bastards know what it's like to live worse than dead. If it were 15 years ago, these little bastards would have been thrown into the sea to feed the fish long ago. They wouldn't have the chance to bounce around. Chapter 147. Warm reminder. Yang Jiala will be renamed Yang Xina, because the previous name was a real name provided by readers and is not suitable for the subsequent plot. I apologize for any inconvenience. Are those cars following us? Zhao Mali looked suspiciously at the convoy, her brows slightly furrowed. It looks a bit off. Should we be more careful? Zhou Mingming also sensed something was wrong. The 3 of them unconsciously quickened their pace. Just when they saw a convenience store with its lights on not far away, feeling relieved suddenly, the black, unmarked cars accelerated towards them. Run! Lu Ruoyan shouted, pulling Zhou Mingming and Zhao Mali towards the brightly lit convenience store. However, it was already too late. Several black, unmarked cars quickly surrounded the 3 of them. Following that, more than a dozen men in black jumped down from the cars and approached, nearly surrounding them in an instant. Who are you? Zhao Mali asked in a panic, her heart racing with fear. You must be Lu Ruoyan. Come with us. Bai Mao Jie pulled out a sharp dagger, glaring fiercely at Lu Ruoyan. Chapter 148. In the underground of the Wild Bar, Lin Zitao and the others were pushing Lu Ruoyan, Zhou Mingming, and Zhao Mali towards the basement. Lu Ruoyan, you stinky BZ, how dare you refuse me? You really have some nerve. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of rejecting me. Lin Zitao had been leering at Lu Ruoyan all the way, shamelessly. He still held a grudge about the last time he drove his Ferrari Roma to pursue Lu Ruoyan, wanting Qin Fan to experience the feeling of having the woman he liked taken away. But he was rejected by Lu Ruoyan right in front of Qin Fan, which made him resentful. Unfortunately, that little Ning Xiaoying didn't get caught. Thinking of Ning Xiaoying, made Lin Zitao even angrier. He had just started pursuing her and hadn't he even made a move yet when Qin Fan took her away in public. If it weren't for Qin Fan's people taking Ning Xiaoying away, he would have made sure she knew how miserable the fate of betraying him would be. Thinking of Lu Ruoyan's stunning figure and exquisite beauty, Lin Zitao couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 149. Lu Ruoyan cried like a pear blossom with rain, her pitiful appearance evoking sympathy. However, the more miserable Lu Ruoyan cried, the more excited Yang Zina became. She snatched the phone from Lu Ruoyan's hand and said to Qin Fan on the other end, "Qin Fan, long time no see. Do you remember me? Your first love? The white moonlight is now in my hands. Ah, let me guess. You must be feeling very angry and pained right now, right? But so what? I just want to see you suffer. Qin Fan, I tell you, you must come here today. Otherwise, I guarantee Lu Ruoyan will immediately vanish." After hearing this, Qin Fan gradually calmed down, a faint look of mockery appearing on his face. "Yang Zina, your calculations are wrong. Lu Ruoyan is not my girlfriend, so I don't care how you torment her. As for what you said about me being very pained and angry, sorry. I'm currently very happy with both arms full." Qin Fan ruthlessly mocked. Ha! Hearing Qin Fan's words, Yang Zina laughed wildly. "Qin Fan, I have to admire your acting skills. But don't forget, Lu Ruoyan is your first love. She is the goddess you have been yearning for 3 years. I really want to ask you, can you bear to see her vanish?" Chapter 150. Mom, why are you asking this? Song Mu-yin looked at her mother in confusion. What can Mom do? Of course, I'm worried about your lifelong affairs. You are already 28 years old and have never had a boyfriend. If this gets out, won't you be laughed at? Song's mother looked at her as if she were a disappointment. Who said that? I'm just busy, Song Mu-yin retorted. Busy? How busy can you be? Let me tell you, in this courtyard, girls your age already have children in elementary school. No matter how busy you are with work, you should make time for a relationship. Otherwise, when you're older, you won't be able to get married. Song's mother lectured, frustrated. Fine, Mom. I'll find a son-in-law for you another day, okay? You go back to your room first. I need to discuss something with Dad. Song Mu-yin said helplessly. What is it that I can't hear? Song's mother rolled her eyes at Song Mu-yin, displeased. Ahem. All right, just help me listen. Song Mu-yin cleared her throat and said, Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. What is it? So serious. Chapter 151. When Lu Ruoyan saw Qin Fan's figure, her originally desperate eyes suddenly brightened. Waves of emotion surged in Lu Ruoyan's heart. The despair she felt was ignited by a glimmer of hope upon seeing Qin Fan. Her eyes sparkled with surprise, and her heart kept shouting, He is here. He really came. Qin Fan has come to save me again. I knew he still cares about me. Sob. This surge of power made her heart race. Despite her hands and feet being bound, she still felt a long-lost sense of security. She took a deep breath, and even though she couldn't make sound, she desperately tried to convey her plea and expectations with her eyes, wishing she could rush forward and lean against him. Zhou Mengmeng was surrounded by a mix of ecstasy and anxiety. She watched Qin Fan step into the basement, and memories of the yacht party on the island flashed in her mind. Tears streamed down her face as she silently prayed, Qin Fan, hurry and save us. As long as you save me, I'll do anything to be your girlfriend. However, she also understood the dangerous situation they were in and felt both hope and trepidation about whether Qin Fan could defeat this group of thugs alone. Chapter 152. Qin Fan coldly stared at Yang Xina, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile that wasn't quite a smile. In a split second, Qin Fan had already planned his next strategy. He understood that at this moment, he had to show submission to Yang Xina's authority, as it was a glinting dagger at Lu Ruoyan's neck. He could certainly kill Yang Xina in one move, but that would also cost Lu Ruoyan her life. Although turmoil brewed in his heart, he still displayed a calm and composed demeanor. Qin Fan's expression changed several times as he watched Yang Xina's smile gradually soften and she slowly bent down. When Yang Xina saw the killing intent in Qin Fan's eyes fade away, replaced by a look of forced submission, she smiled. It was as if she completely controlled everything, as if her revenge plan was finally coming to fruition. It seems that Lu Ruoyan is still very important to you. The power of a white moonlight is indeed extraordinary, Yang Xina said with a mocking tone and confidence, her lips curling as she gently swirled her wine glass, seemingly enjoying the sense of control at that moment. Chapter 153. At this moment, The powerful pressure and intense hormonal aura emanating from Qin Fan made Yang Shina lose any thought of resistance. The proud arrogance in her heart was completely suppressed. Deep down, a strange thought inexplicably surged up. Ding Yang Shina's favorability rating 10. Ding Yang Shina's favorability rating has reached 90. Yang Shina took a deep breath, forcing her restless heart to calm down. Though her tone trembled, she obediently said, "All right, I promise I will have them untie Lu Ruyin and release Zhou Mengmeng and Zhao Mo Li." Hearing Yang Shina's agreement, Qin Fan smiled slightly and relaxed his grip. Yang Shina then turned to the four muscular women and ordered, "You, quickly untie Lu Ruyin and release Zhou Mengmeng and Zhao Mo Li." The four muscular women exchanged looks, filled with anger and reluctance, but ultimately chose to obey in the face of Qin Fan's threat. Just moments ago, they were terrified. If the young lady had her neck broken here, their own deaths would follow, and it would be a gruesome end. Chapter 154. Seeing her companions defeated. The other three muscular women united and charged at Qin Fan with a roar. "No!" Realizing, Yang Shina shouted angrily, trying to stop the three muscular women. But her furious voice couldn't halt them. Qin Fan, expressionless, charged like a beast. One muscular woman lunged at him with a dagger, and Qin Fan swiftly sidestepped, grabbing her wrist and twisting it, followed by a kick that struck another muscular woman in the abdomen, sending her flying to the ground, unable to get up. At this point, the remaining two muscular women were intimidated by Qin Fan's momentum and hesitated. Qin Fan coldly smiled, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Want to avenge your lady? First, ask yourselves if you have that ability." Before his words fell, he pounced on the last two muscular women like a cheetah. With a series of punches and kicks, the muscular women fell one by one, as if made of paper, unaware of their fate. After the battle, Yang Shina, witnessing everything, felt an indescribable complexity in her heart. She felt disappointed by the foolishness of the four muscular women. Yet, deep down, she experienced an unfathomable fear of Qin Fan's formidable power. Chapter 155. Now, in the entire basement, only Qin Fan and the bound Yang Shina remained. Yang Shina's face showed immense terror. At this moment, Qin Fan turned around, looking at her with a cold smile. Yang Shina felt a wave of panic at Qin Fan's icy gaze. She struggled to calm herself, but her body trembled uncontrollably. She knew that the man before her was not simple. In fact, he could be one of the people she feared the most in her life. "Qin Xiao, I know I was wrong." Yang Shina's voice trembled, tears glistening in her eyes as she struggled to show a pleading expression, begging him to spare her, saying she was willing to do anything for him. Qin Fan slowly approached, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Oh, you can do anything?" Qin Fan lifted Yang Shina's chin with his hand, his eyes filled with amusement. Yang Shina felt Qin Fan's gaze like a sharp blade grazing her cheek, sending chills down her spine. She desperately tried to remain calm, but the fear deep within her surged like a tide. Yes, I'm willing," she said eagerly, her voice tinged with despair, willing to submit at his feet if he would only let her go. Chapter 156. Ding Yang Xena Favorability 9. Ding Yang Xena Favorability 1. Ding Yang Xena Favorability has reached 100. Ding successfully captured Yang Xena. Reward a big gift package. Opening now. Ding Yang Xena gained eternal youth. Ding Qin Fan's lifespan increased by 10 years. Yang Xena's lifespan increased by 10 years. Ding congratulations, Master. Received 30 shares of Jiaxing Entertainment under Yang Group. Total 100 accumulated. Ding congratulations, Master. Received 70 shares of the real estate company under Yang Group. Ding congratulations, Master. Gain master-level martial arts skills, master-level proficiency in cold weapons. The next day, at 5 in the morning, the sky was already beginning to brighten, and the sun peeked out. Qin Fan walked out of the wild bar, feeling refreshed. Outside the bar, everything had been cleaned up, just like usual, showing no signs of the fierce battle that had taken place last night. On the roadside, a few black cars were parked. Gao Xiaolan got out a Rolls-Royce and greeted Qin Fan. Seeing that Qin Fan was fine, she felt relieved. Last night, she was worried that something unexpected might happen, so she had stayed here with some people. Chapter 157. These 50 villas were entrusted to her by Qin Fan a few days ago, asking her to renovate them quickly and furnish them with the best furniture. However, the payment had not been made yet. Yi Jingyao was also a bit worried that Qin Fan might go back on his word after reserving so many villas. So, She had finally found out where Qin Fan was. Moreover, she had come with Song Mayan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to enter. Qin Fan nodded in satisfaction after hearing this, understanding that Yi Jinyao personally coming to him was due to her concerns. Therefore, he straightforwardly asked Yi Jinyao to send over the payment account for their Jin Yin group. 50 garden villas, each costing about 600 million, totaling around 30 billion. To use the system's rich man's gold, Qin Fan directly called Lu Ruyan, Su Qianma, and Su Ruashi to come over. All were bought in their names. Ding, congratulations, master. Successfully used 30 billion rich man's gold. Ding, this consumption successfully returned 10 times. 300 billion Dragon Country coins have been deposited into the system wallet. Can be withdrawn at any time. Afterwards, Qin Fan called over Fei Anna, Su Yueli, Ning Xiaoying, Yang Xiao, Diana, Yang Xiaokui, and Zhu Kuer. Chapter 158, Zhang San. Hey, do you know? Wang Hao, Song Ziheo, and Zhao Mingkai were beaten last night, and they're still in the hospital. It's really tragic. Please see, what's the big deal? They used to get into fights all the time. This time, they must have been retaliated against by those people. Zhang San. This time is different. It is said that they were stripped of their clothes and thrown in an unfinished building. Luckily, a scavenger found them and called the police. Otherwise, they might have died there. Area. So tragic. What kind of grudge could lead to such a fate? Counselor Zhang Hanfei just received a call from the city center hospital. Wang Hao, Song Ziheo, and Zhao Mingkai have severe injuries and are hospitalized. I want to organize everyone to visit them. What do you think? Zhang San, good, I will go. Li Si, I will go too. Wang Wu, I will go too. Area, I will go as well. Most people in the class group chose to visit Wang, Fatty, and the others. Seeing this, Qin Fan's anger surged even more. His anger was uncontrollable. Wang Fatty, Song Ziheo, and Zhao Mingkai were beaten. It must have been done by the Lin, Sun Wang, and Xiang families. Chapter 159. After much persuasion, several uncles and aunts reluctantly agreed. In the end, Qin Fan spent over 3 million to transfer Zhao Mingkai, Wang Hao, and Song Ziheo to VIP wards and also hired nurses to take care of them 24/7. Fatty, Kai Zi, and Tycoon brother, leave the rest to me. I promise I will let you see a good show. Qin Fan said softly through the ward door. Taking a deep breath, Qin Fan left the hospital. At midnight, Lin Group, only Lin Shuchong and his wife were left in the office. Honey, let's go home first. We can talk about the company's matters tomorrow, Lin Shuchong's wife. Yang Sihui tugged at his sleeve. Yang Sihui was already very tired. This morning, the companies that cooperated with Lin Group suddenly terminated their contracts one after another. Soon after, important mid-level leaders of Lin Group submitted their resignation letters. It was also reported that the investment institutions behind Lin Group had transferred their shares to other companies. Then came the news that the shareholders were withdrawing their investments. To make matters worse, Lin Group had borrowed 1 billion from the bank for a new project. Chapter 160, with such a beautiful and sexy wife in front of him that he could only look at and not touch every day. It was easy to imagine how tormented Sun Qiandong felt. Coupled with the company's huge issues, Sun Qiandong's rationality was on the verge of collapse. Damn, today I'm going to sleep with you. You are my wife. That is only natural. After saying that, Sun Qiandong roared and pounced. Bai Jia was frightened by his crazed demeanor, but after a while, she began to respond. However, 2.5 minutes later, what the hell can you do except waste my expression? Bai Jia pushed Sun Qiandong away fiercely. At this moment, Sun Qiandong also woke up, lowering his head and not daring to speak. He muttered to himself, "Isn't it you who never cooperates?" Bai Jia heard this and laughed angrily. You can't even pull out a shit and still blame the earth for not having gravity? Go home. Bai Jia turned and walked out of the office. Wife. Sun Qiandong immediately chased after her. The couple drove on the road. As they passed a dimly lit stretch, suddenly there was a loud bang, and their car was rear-ended. Bai Jia immediately exploded with anger. Chapter 161, what do you want? At this moment, Lin Shuchong's wife, Yang Sihui, also came out and questioned. Qin Fan looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with great interest. At 40 years old, she looked as if she were under 30, well-maintained. Moreover, her appearance and figure were quite good. This made Qin Fan a bit puzzled. Bai Jia's looks and temperament were not as good as Yang Sihui's. Why would Lin Shuchong ignore his beautiful wife and often choose to cheat with other people's wives? Could it be that this guy also has a thing for Mengda? Mrs. Yang, didn't your husband and aunt by deny having an affair? Now, may I invite you to watch a little movie? Is that okay? As Qin Fan's teasing words fell, in front of 8 people, a huge curtain appeared. Soon, a projection was cast onto the curtain. On the curtain, a clear image from a hidden camera suddenly emerged. The male and female leads were none other than Bai Jia and Lin Shuchong. In the picture, they were entangled passionately. Moreover, the image occasionally changed angles. Mr. Lin, who is better, me or your wife? Of course it's you. My wife is an iceberg. In over 20 years, I've touched her less than 10 times. Chapter 162. Yang Sihui held a glimmering dagger and stepped closer to Bai Jia. She was supposed to have a harmonious and happy family, but this woman ruined it for her. Bai Jia hurriedly retreated to avoid her, but with her hands and feet bound, she could only hop away. While dodging, she begged for mercy. Sihui, don't kill me. Please, please, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. He seduced me. Bai Jia cried out, tears streaming down her face. However, Yang Sihui felt no compassion. Instead, she was filled with infinite rage. Soon, Yang Sihui caught up with Bai Jia. Desperate, Bai Jia fell to the ground. Seeing no way to escape, she angrily shouted at Yang Sihui. It takes two to tango. Your husband came to me. Don't you feel you're at fault too? You've been married for 20 years. And you slept with him less than 10 times. Who would believe that? Shut up. You know nothing. Yang Sihui's heart completely broke down as she screamed madly. Huh. I don't know. Lin Shuchong told me everything. You're ex-cold. Haha, he can only find satisfaction with me. Ha ha ha. Bai Jia laughed maniacally, looking insane. Chapter 163. Good, very good. Starting today, you will manage the Yang family for me. You will be the head of the Yang family. As for your elder brother, if he behaves well, I can let him retire comfortably. If he doesn't, I will help him be comfortable. Qin Fan squinted, a cruel smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Yang Sihui shuddered. She knew exactly what Qin Fan meant by helping him be comfortable. She couldn't even imagine how terrifying Qin Fan's identity was, able to decide the fate of the head of the Yang family with assets of 50 billion. Don't worry, I will do as you say. I will also persuade my elder brother to step down. Yang Sihui firmly stated her position. Very good. Qin Fan patted Yang Sihui's pretty face and gently caressed her delicate skin. Mrs. Yang, words alone won't do. You need to show your loyalty to me. Don't you think? Qin Fan grinned wickedly. Huh? Yang Sihui was taken aback, clearly confused. However, Qin Fan would teach her. In the next second, she understood what he meant. No, I haven't done that. Yang Sihui's pretty face turned red, shaking her head vigorously. Qin Fan's eyes flashed with amusement as he smirked. Haven't done it? That's exactly what I want. Chapter 164. When Qin Fan returned to the Fanqing Manor, he saw several news articles forwarded by Gao Xiaolan. Wang Group goes bankrupt, owes huge debts. Wang couple falls to their deaths. Xiang Group couple, due to company bankruptcy, had a disagreement while driving over a cross-sea bridge. Lost control and fell to their deaths. Lin Shuchong, chairman of Lin Group, Bai Jia, CEO of Sun Group, due to a long-standing improper relationship, were caught by her husband Sun Dong, resulting in a tragedy. Sun Dong subsequently went insane and fell to his death. After reading, Qin Fan only smiled faintly. Then, he also received news from Song Mayan that Zhao Yijin was being investigated, causing chaos in the Zhao and Yang families. Song Mayan joined forces with Zhou Yinchi to launch a commercial attack on the Zhao family. Although the Zhao and Yang families mainly operated in traditional industries, they also had many illegal operations. Song Mayan used public opinion pressure to push them into the abyss. Moreover, she hadn't forgotten to help Qin Fan take the opportunity to acquire the assets of the two groups at a low price. In the morning, Qin Fan had breakfast with many female stars and artists. The filming crew for Yang Xiao's drama had already started shooting at Fanqing Manor. Chapter 165. Qin Fan inquired about the injuries of Wang Fatty and the other two. Although they were slowly recovering, it would take 100 days to heal from such injuries. As a result, their studies were delayed. Qin Fan directly took out 3 bottles of physical enhancement potions and 3 beauty pills from the system space. The physical enhancement potion not only improves, and restores various bodily functions, but also repairs damage to various organs and bones. The beauty pill, needless to say, easily heals external injuries, removes scars, spots, and birthmarks. Then, Qin Fan had the nurses bring 3 sterile medical containers and dissolve the beauty pills in water. Suddenly, a strong herbal fragrance filled the entire VIP ward. Young Master Qin, what is this medicine for? Nurse Xian Ningming asked curiously. For treating external injuries. All right, don't ask too many questions. Have your girlfriends help Wang Fatty and the others unwrap their bandages, then apply this medicine to their wounds, Qin Fan instructed. But, young Master Qin, our hospital has regulations. We cannot use unapproved drugs without the attending physician's permission. Xiao Ningming hesitated, clearly liking Qin Fan, but she knew the rules couldn't be broken. Chapter 166. The three of them drank the physical enhancement potions and felt a warm sensation in their stomachs, a gentle and comfortable flow spreading through their bodies. A few minutes later, wow, the three of them suddenly opened their eyes, looking in shock at their hands. They could move freely. Just now, they felt a warm energy circulating through their meridians, as if they were soaking in hot spring water, indescribably pleasant. 10 minutes later, they felt their internal injuries were quickly healing, and the pain was gradually dissipating. They moved around a bit and found they were almost fully recovered. Even the wounds and bruises on their skin were visibly healing. Song Zihao excitedly asked, "Fan, this ointment is amazing." Wang Fatty also looked at Qin Fan in disbelief. "Come on, Fan, what kind of treasure is this? How can it be so effective?" "Yeah, this is simply a miraculous medicine. And I feel my physical condition is even better than before," Zhao Mingkai also praised. The three of them stared eagerly at Qin Fan, hoping for confirmation. Ahem. Chapter 167. Miss Li Yunqi. Seeing that neither of them was willing to speak first, Qin Fan directly asked, "Your whale group has 70 of its shares held by an investment institution, and your father holds 30, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Yunqi was stunned, looking at Qin Fan in surprise. Yes, her father is the chairman of Whale Group, holding only 30 of the shares, and this is not secret. Back then, Whale Group sought investment from an investment firm to quickly secure funds and develop for an IPO. The condition was that this investment firm would control 70 of Whale Group's shares, while the operations and management would still be handled by Li Yunqi's father. However, Li Yunqi clearly did not understand why Qin Fan asked this. "Yes, Qin Xiao, my father does indeed hold 30 of Whale Group's shares." She nodded after pondering for a moment. Qin Fan nodded slightly. Then he continued to ask, "So, Miss Li, can you tell me why you are here today?" Li Yunqi thought for a moment and decided to honestly state her purpose for coming today. After all, with someone of Qin Fan's stature, being indirect would surely provoke his dislike, or even worse, his disdain. Chapter 168. Soon, Qi Ziyuan and Yang Xiaokui arrived at the reception room. Qi Ziyuan was wearing a white spaghetti strap dress today, revealing her long and smooth arms. Paired with white high heels, her figure was graceful and curvy. Yang Xiaokui wore a pink V-neck dress, with a simple bun hairstyle, youthful and vibrant. Especially with her proud figure swaying with each step, Qi Ziyuan felt a bit self-conscious, particularly since the girl mentioned it was too hot, so she only put on a small patch. When the two saw Mu Zhilan, they were also surprised. Even the usually lively Yang Xiaokui turned into a well-behaved girl upon seeing Mu Zhilan. After all, Mu Zhilan was the daughter of their boss, their direct superior. "Hello, General Manager Mu, you're here?" Qi Ziyuan and Yang Xiaokui quickly greeted her. Mu Zhilan nodded slightly, and after watching the two take their seats, she asked, "You two, have you behaved properly here with Qin Xiao these past few days?" "No, General Manager, we're very well behaved," Yang Xiaokui blinked and said. Qi Ziyuan didn't speak, but nodded lightly. Chapter 169. What? Upon hearing this, Mu Zhilan was stunned. She had never expected that Qin Fan not only wanted to promote Qi Ziyuan, but would also lavishly support Yang Xiaokui. Could it be that Qin Xiao wanted to take both cousins, Qi Ziyuan and Yang Xiaokui, under his wing? Thinking of this, Mu Zhilan couldn't help but sigh. Truly worthy of the young master of the Qin family, so bold. "Qin Xiao, are you sure?" Mu Zhilan took a deep breath and asked seriously. "Of course I'm sure." Qin Fan nodded. "Wow, little Fanga, you're so good to me." Yang Xiaokui excitedly jumped into Qin Fan's arms and gave him a big kiss. Being embraced by this delicate girl, Qin Fan's heart instantly swayed. He gently patted Yang Xiaokui's head and spoiled her, saying, "Good girl." This action from Yang Xiaokui directly stunned Mu Zhilan. Did this mean that Yang Xiaokui had been conquered by Qin Fan? Watching their intimate posture, Mu Zhilan immediately understood. This little girl Yang Xiaokui still couldn't resist Qin Xiao's charm. Qin Xiao, regarding Qi Ziyuan's national tour and Yang Xiaokui's film and television arrangements. "We will make the most detailed plans and arrangements as soon as possible. Please rest assured, we will definitely not disappoint your trust in us," Mu Zhilan said solemnly. Chapter 170. After Pain Nanwei said this, her beautiful eyes seemed to ripple like autumn waters. Qin Fan immediately felt the atmosphere become somewhat ambiguous, and he raised his wine glass, gently swirling it. The wine slowly rotated in the glass, reflecting a faint glow. He unconsciously shifted his gaze to Pain Nanwei and noticed a hint of redness on her cheeks under the candlelight, as if she was anticipating something. This wine is good. Qin Fan took a sip and said with a smile, "It's my first time drinking with you." Pain Nanwei smiled slightly, her gaze roaming in Qin Fan's eyes. "Really? Then I should cherish this opportunity." Her voice was soft, yet carried a hint of provocation. Qin Fan's heart raced slightly, and he swallowed. "Then let's have another glass to celebrate this special moment." He extended his glass towards Pain Nanwei, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Sure." Pain Nanwei took the glass, gently clinked it against his, her smile beaming. "I hope we can have more moments like this." "I hope so too." Qin Fan couldn't help but lean a bit closer to her, a wave of warmth surging in his heart. "Actually, I've always felt you have a special charm." "Oh." Pain Nanwei raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly surprised. "Really? Then should I work harder to maintain this charm?" Chapter 171. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Pain Nanwei was finally able to rest. She felt her body was almost falling apart from the previous night's activities, not caring that the sheets felt soaked. She fell asleep just like that. Qin Fan got up, lit a cigarette, and picked Pain Nanwei up, intending to place her on the sofa. But the sofa was also soaked. There was no choice. The sheets had to be changed, or Pain Nanwei would easily catch a cold sleeping like this. On the floor were 7 soaked sheets that had been thrown away. After Qin Fan changed the sheets, he carried Pain Nanwei back. Only then did Qin Fan leave Pain Nanwei's villa, driving the Bugatti Chiron towards the Fanchen Manor. As soon as he returned to Fanchen Manor, he saw Song Muyin and Lin Qianxue arriving. Both were dressed in professional OL outfits. "Muyin, why are you here so early? It's not even 8 o'clock yet, and the opening time for Fanchen Investment Group is still a while away?" Qin Fan asked. Song Muyin walked toward Qin Fan, smiling as she said, "Qin Xiao, today is the grand opening ceremony of our Fanchen Investment Group, so of course I have to come early. Good morning." Qin Xiao Lin Qianxue also greeted him with a cheerful smile. Chapter 172. "Oh, is that so? What did you dream about?" Qin Fan asked with a smile. Qin Fan was no novice, so he naturally understood the girl's thoughts and guided her along. I dreamed that you Yuan Xinyu were shyly leaning close to my ear." Yuan Xinyu finally received the long-awaited response. "Master, do you know how long I've waited for this day?" Yuan Xinyu hugged Qin Fan tightly, her soft and smooth body rubbing against him. "Hee, now you know the answer, right?" Qin Fan teased. I know. Thank you. Master, I'm very happy." Yuan Xinyu looked up at Qin Fan, her clear and dreamy eyes filled with satisfaction. Following that, the stormy baptism, but Yuan Xinyu was wholeheartedly enjoying this honor, both in pain and joy. Ding Yuan Xinyu favorability 1. Ding Yuan Xinyu favorability has reached 100. Ding Yuan Xinyu strategy successful. Reward gift package is being opened. Ding Yuan Xinyu has obtained eternal youth. Ding Qin Fan lifespan 10 years. Yuan Xinyu lifespan 10 years. Chapter 173. Qin Fan was holding Song Muyan's arm, slowly stepping into the venue. The media personnel who reacted immediately surrounded him, eagerly snapping photos. Although it was the first time Gu Fanqing saw her boss Qin Fan, she often heard her cousin Song Muyin talk about how excellent and extraordinary Qin Fan was. Upon seeing Qin Fan in person, she immediately nodded in her heart. Just one glance, Gu Fanqing knew that Qin Fan was not comparable to those playboy rich second generations. Qin Fan exuded a unique and strong aura, as if a king surveying his territory, domineering yet elegant. It was an innate nobility and dignity that made any ordinary person dare not offend him. Beside Gu Fanqing was another girl, who was also filled with admiration for Qin Fan at that moment. Her name was Jiang Lina, the secretary chosen by Qin Fan previously. She didn't expect that her boss Qin Fan would be so young and handsome, completely overturning her imagination and making her heart race. "Young Master Qin." Gu Fanqing approached Jiang Lina respectfully and bowed. "You've arrived." You've worked hard. You did well," Qin Fan said lightly, patting Gu Fanqing's shoulder, signaling her not to be nervous. Chapter 174. Please report. I am Zhao Yihai, chairman of the Zhao Group, specifically here to visit Chairman Qin of the Fanching Investment Group. Zhao Yihai explained, gritting his teeth. However, before he finished speaking, the security guard coldly interrupted him, saying, "Sorry, without an invitation, no one is allowed to enter." Zhao Ritian, seeing this, widened his eyes and pointed at the security guard, shouting, "Hey, who do you think you are? You're just a stinky security guard. Do you know what our Zhao group is?" The security guard stared at Zhao Ritian calmly, saying, "According to the rules of Fanching Investment Group, no matter who you are, without an invitation, you cannot enter." "You? Good, very good. My Zhao group is worth hundreds of billions, and you dare to refuse us at the door." Zhao Ritian gritted his teeth and shouted. Slap, another slap. Zhao Yihai angrily pushed Zhao Ritian aside and looked at the security guard, saying, "Little brother, could you make an exception?" Then, Zhao Yihai picked up his phone and said, "Can you help me report? As a reward, I'll give you 100,000. How about that?" Chapter 175. Upon hearing this, Song Ruijin was stunned. He frowned at Qin Fan, puzzled. "Nephew, does your investment project need any technological support? Just say it. I can help you contact immediately." "No." Qin Fan shook his head and said solemnly, "I have several epic-making scientific research achievements that I want to submit to the Dragon Country Academy of Science and the Agricultural Research Institute." Hearing Qin Fan's words, Song Ruijin was even more surprised, and his heart rate suddenly increased. Epic-making scientific research achievements? If this were said by an ordinary rich second generation, Song Ruijin would definitely scoff. But the one speaking now was Qin Fan of Fanching Investment Group. Just the current investment of Fanching Investment Group has already reached 100 billion. Moreover, he learned that Qin Fan would subsequently invest another 200 billion to establish a Fanching industrial group. Additionally, according to the information gathered by Song Ruijin's secretary, the shares controlled by Qin Fan in various industries were worth over 100 billion. Such a young man who had just turned 21 held such terrifying wealth and resources, making his background nearly impossible to fathom. Chapter 176. 2 private jets took off one after another, both heading to the same destination, Fanching Group building in Tianhai City. In the office, Song Ruijin put down his phone, unable to calm down for a long time. Nephew, the director of the Academy of Science, Li Weiguo, and the director of the Agricultural Institute, Lin Chongqun, are about to arrive. If these technologies are successfully validated, your future will be limitless. Song Ruijin looked at Qin Fan with deep meaning. Qin Fan slightly nodded, his expression calm and determined. "Uncle Song, I am submitting these technologies not for personal gain, but to hope to contribute a little to the development of the Dragon Country." Time passed slowly in anxious waiting, and soon, the sound of aircraft engines came from outside. 2 private jets landed steadily on the roof of Fanching Group building. When Li Weiguo and Lin Chongqun saw each other, they were also surprised. "Director Lin, why are you here?" "Director Li, why are you here?" They both said in unison, their words almost identical. After a brief exchange, they learned that Qin Fan actually held scientific research achievements in different fields. "In that case, let us go meet Chairman Qin that Song Ruijin mentioned." Chapter 177. As Qin Fan discussed details with the 2 directors and Song Ruijin, a solemn and hopeful atmosphere filled the office. Li Weiguo looked serious and assured Qin Fan, "Young friend Qin Fan, rest assured, once your technologies are applied in the civilian sector, we will definitely provide them to your company first. Moreover, we will send the most professional personnel to assist you, ensuring smooth manufacturing in the civilian sector." Lin Chongqun also quickly expressed his support. "Young friend Qin Fan, I will also fully support you. We will jointly create a super-level rice experimental base, and if successful in the future, your company can have priority in planning. This is not only a reward for your contributions, but also to ensure that these great scientific achievements better benefit the Dragon Country and its people." Qin Fan looked gratefully at the 2 directors and nodded slightly. "Thank you both for your support and trust. I will definitely live up to expectations and work together with you all to contribute my utmost strength to the development of the Dragon Country." At this moment, Song Mu-yin quietly watched the entire discussion process, her heart filled with shock that was hard to calm. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions, both admiration for Qin Fan and a hint of indescribable confusion. Chapter 178. Qin Fan looked at Zhou Yinqi's eyes that were filled with expectation yet tinged with sadness, and a strong desire to protect and conquer surged in his heart once again. He slightly raised his chin, his gaze revealing immense determination. "Yinqi, Your dream should not be easily abandoned. For chip development, 30 billion is a bit too little. I've decided to invest 300 billion in your Yinxin technology group. Qin Fan's voice was steady and powerful, like a thunderclap echoing in that secluded place. Zhou Yinxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Her lips trembled slightly, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. In her autumn-like eyes, shock and joy intertwined, glistening with tears. The originally gloomy heart, which was forced and troubled by the group's shareholders, seemed to be instantly penetrated by a warm ray of sunshine at this moment. Then, Qin Fan smiled mysteriously, waved his hand, and a sci-fi-shaped USB drive appeared in the palm of his hand, which he then handed to Zhou Yinxi. The surface of the USB drive emitted a silver metallic luster, as if containing endless mysteries. Inside it are 1-nanometer chip technology and photolithography technology. With these, your Yinxin technology group will surely soar to new heights. Chapter 179. After delivering Zhou Yinxi, Qin Fan got into a Maybach S680 and returned to the Fanqing Manor. He happened to see Yang Xiao's crew filming a movie at the side building number 6 of the manor, and he curiously went to visit the set. As he walked into the filming area, a busy scene came into view. The lighting technicians were carefully adjusting the angles of the lights, striving to create the perfect atmosphere. The cameramen, carrying heavy equipment, were focused on capturing every exciting moment. Several actresses were repeatedly portraying the scenes under the director's guidance. Initially, Qin Fan's arrival did not attract much attention. However, soon, a few sharp-eyed staff members recognized Qin Fan, the owner of the Fanqing Manor. Yet, they dared not approach him. As they noticed the dozens of burly security personnel in black suits guarding not far behind Qin Fan, they were able to film in such a luxurious manner, thanks to the influence of Yang Xiao and Diana. Soon, the maid from building number 6 saw Qin Fan and immediately moved a comfortable sofa for him, serving him a glass of juice respectfully. He quietly sat aside, watching Yang Xiao and Diana fully immerse themselves in their roles in front of the camera. Chapter 180. Qin Fan secretly chuckled in his heart, fully aware that it was impossible for him to explain in detail the profound mysteries hidden behind these hobbies to Guo Shanbao. After all, these hobbies might only be understood at face value by ordinary people, but they actually contained countless nuances and techniques. How could he explain it? Those subtle and complex details, unique insights, and personalized experiences were not something that could be clearly articulated in just a few words. Thinking of this, Qin Fan couldn't help but shake his head, deciding to keep this mystery to himself. Some things could only be appreciated by Guo Shanbao after she experienced them personally, while some secrets were destined to belong only to a few people to explore and comprehend. Guo Shanbao opened her mouth, about to continue asking Qin Fan for details about these hobbies. However, at that moment, the stage manager hurried over and whispered, "Sister Xiao, Sister Shanbao, Sister Na, it's time to prepare for the next scene. Please take your places." Although the stage manager was older than them, the 3 actresses were of considerable status, so he dared not shout loudly and address them with respect. Guo Shanbao helplessly pursed her lips, swallowing back the words she was about to say. Chapter 181. Fei Anna immediately jumped into Qin Fan's arms, sweetly saying, "Brother Fan, we're back. Let's take care of you." This girl jumped and straddled Qin Fan. The sudden impact made the fatigue that was fading from Qin Fan come back with a jolt. Smack! Cough! "You little girl, are you trying to take my life?" Qin Fan scolded as he gave Fei Anna's perky bottom a hard slap. "Ah," Fei Anna exclaimed, pouting her lips and seductively saying, "How could I want your life when I'm so bouncy?" Smack! "Get down now." Another slap followed. Unafraid, Fei Anna pecked Qin Fan's lips and reluctantly got off him. Lu Ruyin and Su Ruashi, seeing Fei Anna's boldness, cast her sharp looks. At that moment, Su Qianma walked over with a smile. "Brother Fan, let me be a little more considerate. Let me do it." Zhou Mengmeng and Zhao Moli, seeing this, realized it was a good opportunity to please Qin Fan and didn't want to miss it. So they said in unison, "Young Master Qin, let us give you a massage." They then replaced the 2 little maids. Chapter 182. Qin Fan did not expose Fei Anna's plan to monopolize. He had already planned to let Fei Anna and Su Qianma open a company. "Anna, Qianma, we will graduate in a year, and I have decided to give you both a company. How about that?" Qin Fan said. "Wow, is that true?" Fei Anna's eyes widened with excitement. "Of course it's true. Just, I don't know if you 2 are willing to help me manage this company." Qin Fan smiled and said, Of course we are. Fei Anna excitedly waved her arms and shouted. Brother Fan, as long as it's something you want us to do, we will definitely do our best. Su Qianma beside her playfully stuck out her tongue, showing a cute expression. Seeing Fei Anna and Su Qianma's excited demeanor, Qin Fan's smile grew even wider. Here's the thing. I plan to acquire a few internet celebrity media companies, integrate them, and hand them over to you two to manage. In today's era, the internet celebrity economy is developing rapidly, and with your abilities and talents, I believe you can make the company grow strong. Fei Anna was so excited she almost jumped up, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. She rushed to Qin Fan, wrapped her arms around his neck, kissed him on the lips, and said sweetly, Brother Fan, you are simply amazing. This is truly a super surprise gift, and we will definitely do our utmost to make the company thrive. Chapter 183. Just as Qin Fan was enjoying the attentive massage service from his beautiful confidants, at the same time, in the Zhao family's mansion, Zhao Yihai sat on the sofa with a gloomy face, while the butler stood respectfully beside him. The butler cautiously spoke, Sir, after investigation. The forces targeting the Zhao Group are the Fanqing Investment Group and the Zhou Group, which has trillions in assets. The reason for the targeting of the Zhao Group is simple. It is because the young master publicly flirted with the campus belle of the music academy, Su Yueli, who is also Qin Fan's woman, and Qin Fan is the chairman of Fanqing Investment Group. All indications suggest that the Zhao Group is being targeted, and the mastermind behind it is Qin Fan. After hearing this, Zhao Yihai was first startled, then somewhat doubtful of whether what the butler said was true. He furrowed his brow and fixed a sharp gaze on the butler, asking, Are you sure? Two groups are simultaneously targeting my Zhao Group, and the reason is that my son flirted with a female student? The butler quickly nodded, his expression firm as he said, Chairman, all current clues point to this matter. We have carefully checked all recent business dealings and potential grudges, and indeed there are no other more probable reasons. Chapter 184. Within the assassin organization known as the Shadow Society, masters are abundant, coming from various countries and divided into different levels according to their strength. The top-ranked assassin is named Night Shadow, skilled in stealth, quietly approaching targets and taking lives in an instant with a specially made silenced pistol, costing up to $100 million. The second-ranked assassin is Bloodkill, proficient in various cold weapons, particularly adept at using poison blades, often delivering fatal strikes when enemies are completely unaware, costing $80 million. The third-ranked assassin is Ghost, moving like a wraith, skilled at using different environments to hide and ambush, costing $60 million. The fourth-ranked assassin is Windblade, known for his incredible speed and flying knife skills, costing $40 million. The fifth-ranked assassin is Night Rose, specializing in close combat with 2 daggers as weapons, costing $20 million. As for those ranked below the top 5, there is no need for further introduction. The lower the rank, the cheaper the cost. The Shadow Society has strict trading rules. First, the employer must pay half of the deposit up front, with the remaining half paid upon task completion. If the task fails, the deposit is non-refundable, and the Shadow Society will send another assassin to take over the task. Chapter 185. Meanwhile, at the Yang family estate. This is a Chinese-style courtyard villa. The Yang family is currently shrouded in a heavy gloom. In the hall, the head of the Yang family, Yang Xiong, paces anxiously, his worried expression as deep as a ravine, as if time has accelerated its erosion at this moment. Li Guifeng sits on an intricately carved mahogany chair, checking the stock price information of the Yang Group over the past few days, which is on the verge of plummeting to rock bottom. Her eyes filled with worry and unease. Brother Xiong, what should we do with the group in such a predicament? Why are the Fanqing Investment Group and the Zhou Group surrounding us? Now Zhao Yijin has also been captured. Our Yang family is truly in a desperate situation. Li Guifeng's voice trembles slightly, each word laced with endless concern. Yang Xiong sighs deeply, his tone filled with helplessness and anxiety. I can't make sense of it either. We haven't offended the Fanqing Investment Group or the Zhou Group. What could be the reason for our Yang Group ending up like this? This has been our hard work for many years. Are we really going to decline like this? As he speaks, he suddenly looks up at his wife, Li Guifeng, and says gravely, By the way, have you called Nana? A few days ago her wild bar was wrecked. I thought she could handle it. But it's been several days with no news. Chapter 186. After hearing Yang Sihui's words, Li Guifeng did not expect that the Yang group's current predicament would be due to this reason. She looks at her most cherished daughter with shock and anger in her eyes. Nana, how could you hide this from us and do such a thing? Do you know the disaster this has brought to the Yang family? Li Guifeng now realizes that the cause of all this is due to Yang Sihui's precious son. And her daughter, in order to help that useless person take revenge, has now led the Yang group to ruin. And you, Yang Sihui, this is all your son's doing. Our Yang family is being dragged down by him. How dare you still have the face to come to our house? Get out right now. Li Guifeng, filled with indignation, points at the door and shouts. Li Guifeng is truly furious. She did not expect her daughter to push the entire Yang family into the abyss for a spoiled rich kid. Yang Sihui's face turns pale, her heart filled with bitterness. She knows Li Guifeng is speaking the truth, but she feels powerless now. However, her son Lin Zitao is still in Qin Fan's hands, and she must follow Qin Fan's orders to take over the Yang family with Yang Zina. Chapter 187. Back at the Fanshan Manor. After enjoying the attentive massage services from several beautiful companions, Qin Fan asks Fujiwara to prepare a bath for him. While enjoying the back scrub service from Fujiwara, he suddenly feels a pair of delicate hands slide from his back to his chest. Fianna, I don't think I called you to help me bathe, did I? Qin Fan raises an eyebrow, asking with a playful smile. How did you know it was me? Fianna exclaims in surprise, yet her actions do not cease at all. And besides you, who would sneak over without my permission? Qin Fan teases, then grabs Fianna's mischievous hand. You're so annoying, Fianna playfully blinks and leans close to Qin Fan's ear, gently blowing a breath and teasing. I just wanted you to help me check if my cherry blossom language learned from Fujiwara is up to standard, hee-hee-oh. Really? Qin Fan's lips curve into a charming smile, saying, then I need to check properly. The next moment, Qin Fan pulls Fianna into the massage bathtub. To his surprise, Fianna has already changed into a pink cherry blossom outfit. Chapter 188. The high-end restaurant named Tianxiang Building is located in a bustling area of the city, decorated in an antique style with grandeur. The solid wood doors are wide open, seemingly welcoming esteemed guests. The two stone lions at the entrance stand majestically, giving a sense of solemnity. 4 luxury supercars are parked in front of Tianxiang Building, instantly attracting passersby. These are the top luxury cars. Moreover, they are limited edition supercars. Surrounding pedestrians can't help but stop and gaze, secretly taking out their phones to record and take pictures. After all, such luxury cars are rarely seen. Yang Xiao, Diana, and Guo Shanbao have all put on baseball caps and masks that they usually use to conceal their faces. Nevertheless, they still attract a lot of attention. 2 waitresses in kipeos hurry over. After Yang Xiao announces the reserved private room number, everyone follows the qipao waitresses upstairs. When the waitresses open the door to the private room, a warm and elegant atmosphere greets them. The lighting in the room is soft and warm, with exquisite landscape paintings hanging on the walls, giving a sense of tranquility and distance. Chapter 189. Guo Shanbao indeed has a bold personality. Although they have known each other for a short time, she does not hesitate to give Qin Fan a kiss because she likes him. Ding, target confirmed. Guo Shanbao, 26 years old, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 46 kilograms, 866,290. Occupation, singer, actress. Appearance, 95 points. Number of friends, 0. Health, normal. Skills, level 10 piano, dance. Professional singer, favorability, 99. 100 means successful conquest, reward of a big gift pack. After Qin Fan and the others return to Fanshan Manor, they arrive at Building 3. Recently, Yang Xiao and Diana have been staying here. Everyone is attracted by the luxurious, indoor, temperature-controlled swimming pool. Yang Xiao is the first to suggest going for a swim, her face slightly flushed, with a hint of anticipation and excitement in her eyes. Diana and Guo Shanbao also responded eagerly, as they couldn't wait to relax in this comfortable environment. Seeing their excited expressions, Qin Fan felt a warm surge in his heart. He was the first to walk into the changing room and put on his swim trunks. When he came out, the 3 women were already waiting for him by the poolside. Chapter 190. Ding with Shanbao's favorability 1. Ding with Shanbao's favorability has reached 100. Ding with Shanbao strategy successful. Reward gift package is being opened. Ding with Shanbao gains eternal youth. Ding Qin Fan's lifespan 10 years. Guo Shanbao's lifespan 10 years. Yang Xiao's lifespan 10 years. Diana's lifespan 10 years. Ding, congratulations, master, you have acquired 25 shares of Inhong Entertainment Group, totaling 50 shares. Qin Fan, in a 1v3 situation, held his ground and easily secured a 3-win streak. The opponents had completely lost their fighting spirit and surrendered. On the other side, Lu Rian had finished her delicate makeup and stood in front of the mirror, repeatedly assessing her appearance. Dressed in a stylish JK skirt suit, the soft white shirt hugged her curvy upper body, with a slightly open collar revealing a section of her fair neck, resembling an elegant white swan. The checkered miniskirt perfectly wrapped around her slender waist, swaying gently with her slight movements, exuding youthful vitality. A black bow tie, playfully tied at the collar, added a touch of cuteness and liveliness to her look. Her long, flowing hair, meticulously styled, cascaded down her shoulders, emanating a faint fragrance of shampoo. Chapter 191. Qin Fan's sudden appearance startled Zhou Mengmeng and Zhao Meili. The two instantly panicked, their hearts racing. Zhou Mengmeng's cheeks flushed, her gaze darting around in a fluster, while Zhao Meili nervously bit her lip. After a brief moment of chaos, Zhou Mengmeng was the first to respond, trying to make her voice sound casual as she said, We want to go stargazing. Zhao Meili quickly chimed in, Yes, the weather's nice tonight. The stars must be beautiful. We want to go see. After saying this, both felt their hearts racing even faster. But since they had already spoken up, they gathered their courage, and Zhou Mengmeng looked at Qin Fan with bright eyes, saying, Qin Xiao, would you like to join us to see the stars? Zhao Meili also looked at Qin Fan with anticipation, her hands clasped tightly together. Qin Fan looked at their hopeful gazes, feeling a bit hesitant. He initially wanted to decline, but couldn't bear to disappoint them. After thinking for a moment, Qin Fan nodded slightly and said, All right, let's go see. Zhou Mengmeng and Zhao Meili felt a wave of joy in their hearts upon hearing Qin Fan's response. Chapter 192. Zhou Mengmeng and Zhao Meili exchanged glances, their eyes filled with nostalgic light. Zhou Mengmeng was the first to speak to Qin Fan. Qin Xiao, do you remember? 3 years ago, when we were freshmen, that was the first time I saw you. At that time, you had a unique aura, as if a ray of light had entered my world. I still remember your neat short hair shimmering slightly in the sunlight, your sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding determination and confidence. Beneath your high nose, the corners of your mouth were slightly upturned, always carrying a hint of an elusive smile that felt incredibly warm. Zhao Meili followed up, Yes, Qin Xiao. From the first moment we saw you, you left a deep impression on us. You were wearing a simple white shirt paired with blue jeans, looking clean and fresh. You stood tall, walking as if carried by the wind, full of vitality and energy. Zhou Mengmeng and Zhao Meili looked at Qin Fan with eyes full of deep affection. Qin Fan showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect that Zhou Mengmeng and Zhao Meili had such a clear memory of his appearance back then. He had thought that he only had eyes for Lu Ruyan, yet these two beauties had such a profound impression of him. Chapter 193. A sleepless night. The next morning, after breakfast, Qin Fan arranged for a car to take Lu Ruyan, Zhou Mengmeng, Zhao Meili, Su Qinma, Fei Anna, and Su Yueli school. Qin Fan planned to visit Su Ruoxi's parents, since he intended to acquire 30 of the Su family pharmaceutical group's shares from Su Ruoxi's father. It was naturally better to do it sooner rather than later. Qin Fan still drove the Bugatti Chiron, taking Su Ruoxi first of them all to pick out some gifts. Qin Fan and Su Ruoxi arrived at Hunglong Plaza in Tianhai City, one of the top shopping malls. After parking the car, they first entered a luxurious tea house. The store was filled with a faint aroma of tea, and various exquisite tea gift sets were neatly arranged on the shelves. Welcome. What kind of tea would you like? For yourself or a gift? The staff greeted them warmly. For elders, Qin Fan said casually. For a gift for elders, you can choose Pu'er or Dahong Pao. Let me get a few options for you to look at, the staff replied. Do you have any top-grade Dahong Pao? Qin Fan asked straightforwardly. The staff immediately responded enthusiastically. Sir, we have a very high-quality top-grade Dahong Pao. This Dahong Pao comes from the core area of Wui Mountain, with tightly rolled tea leaves, a dark luster, rich aroma, and a thick taste. Our Dahong Pao is strictly selected and carefully crafted, ensuring absolute quality. Chapter 194. Huang Meijin was dressed in an elegant light purple chi pao, which perfectly outlined her graceful figure. She was tall and slender, her curves delicate, resembling a blooming violet. Her glossy black curls elegantly fell over her shoulders, adorned with a delicate pearl hairpin, adding to her gentle aura. Her features were beautiful, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters. Beneath her high nose, her slightly upturned lips always carried a hint of a gentle smile. Around her neck was a delicate pearl necklace, complementing her overall appearance and showcasing her elegance and nobility. Huang Meijin smiled brightly as she held Su Ruoxi's hand, her gaze occasionally falling on Qin Fan, filled with affection. "Oh, Xiao Fan, you're here. Please sit down." Su Ruoxi obediently sat beside her mother, while Qin Fan sat opposite at Su Qingyang's gesture. Su Ruoxi eagerly presented 2 shopping bags containing jewelry necklaces, bringing them close to Huang Meijin with a beaming face, saying, "Mom, I picked out 2 necklaces for you with Brother Fan." As she spoke, Su Ruoxi opened the 2 exquisite necklace boxes. One was a sapphire necklace chosen by Qin Fan, with the dazzling sapphire radiating a mysterious and noble light under the illumination. The other was a pearl necklace chosen by Su Ruoxi, with the round pearls emitting a soft glow. Chapter 195. Su Qingyang looked solemnly at Qin Fan and Su Ruoxi, saying, "Qin Xiao, since you have such determination and plans, I believe you can lead the CF Pharmaceutical Group to greatness. Ruoxi, you must work hard and not let Qin Xiao's expectations down." Su Ruoxi nodded firmly, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Huang Meijin watched this scene with a smile. Feeling very pleased, she took Su Ruoxi's hand and said softly, "Cici, you need to be responsible from now on. Xiao Fan has done so much for you. You must cherish it." Su Ruoxi blushed and replied, "Mom, I know." At this moment, Huang Meijin was filled with joy, thinking about how to treat Qin Fan well. She slightly raised her chin, glanced at everyone, and turned to the nanny, saying, "Sister Fong, hurry up and prepare the fresh ingredients we bought this morning. We need to make a sumptuous lunch to entertain Qin Fan today." Nanny Fong quickly agreed and went to busy herself in the kitchen. Huang Meijin also decided to cook herself, thinking that a child as excellent as Qin Fan deserved her personally preparing a delicious meal. She elegantly stood up, smoothed her qipao, went to the kitchen, and tied on a delicate apron. Chapter 196. Huang Meijin looked at Qin Fan with satisfaction, slightly straightening her posture, her eyes revealing a serious expression. She slowly extended her slender jade hand and took out a beautifully prepared brocade box from the nearby cabinet. She gently opened the box, revealing a pair of warm jade pendants before everyone. The jade pendants had an ancient color, exquisite carving, and emitted a mysterious yet elegant aura. Huang Meijin raised her head, looking at Qin Fan gently, and said, "Xiao Fan, this is our family's heirloom jade pendant, a pair originally prepared for Cici's dowry. Now, Annie is giving it to you, hoping you can cherish it. In the future, you and Ruoxi should love each other and walk hand in hand through life." Then, Huang Meijin beckoned Su Ruoxi to come over. Su Ruoxi obediently walked over, her face full of curiosity. Huang Meijin held one of the jade pendants and solemnly placed it in the hands of Qin Fan and Su Ruoxi. "Xiao Fan, Cici, this pair of jade pendants carries our family's blessings and expectations. I hope you will support each other, never abandon each other, and create a beautiful future together. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you must support and understand each other. May your love be as warm and enduring as this jade pendant." Chapter 197. Qin Fan spent the day at the Su family. In the afternoon, Su Qingyang returned to the company to handle matters. Since he had already transferred his shares to Qin Fan, he needed to manage the company well before handing it over to Qin Fan and Su Ruoxi. Thus, in the villa, only Qin Fan and the mother-daughter duo of Huang Meijin and Su Ruoxi remained. After dinner, Su Ruoxi suggested taking her mother Huang Meijin to watch a movie, but it was rejected. So, Qin Fan and Su Ruoxi had to go watch the movie by themselves. As night fell and the lights came on, Qin Fan and Su Ruoxi held hands and arrived at the cinema. The lighting in the cinema was dim, creating a romantic atmosphere. The two found their seats, and Su Ruoxi gently leaned against Qin Fan's shoulder, her hair's fragrance lingering in Qin Fan's nose. Qin Fan tenderly wrapped his arm around her shoulders, making her more comfortable. As the movie started, exciting scenes unfolded, but their thoughts were not entirely on the film. Su Ruoxi's small hand quietly slipped into Qin Fan's palm, and Qin Fan held it tightly, as if he were holding the entire world. During a tense moment in the movie, Su Ruoxi shivered slightly, and Qin Fan instinctively pulled her into his embrace, softly saying in her ear, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Chapter 198. Qin Fan moved through the small gangsters like a battle god, each strike fast, accurate, and ruthless. The small gangsters were no match for Qin Fan, and before long, they lay on the ground, bruised and howling. This guy is simply a monster. Run. One small gangster finally couldn't hold back and tried to get up and escape. The others also struggled to get up, preparing to flee. Qin Fan brushed off the dust from his clothes, coldly looking at the small gangsters on the ground. If you dare to harass others again, it won't be that simple. After saying that, he took Tsuruoshi's hand and gently comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can hurt you. Tears of gratitude sparkled in Tsuruoshi's eyes as she nestled tightly in Qin Fan's embrace. The leader of the small gangsters struggled to get up, his face filled with unwillingness, viciously saying, "Kid, if you have the ability, wait and see. Today is not over." "All right. I'm curious to see how many people you can call." Qin Fan glanced at him disdainfully, not taking his threat to heart. "Brother Fan, let's hurry home," Tsuruoshi said worriedly. "It's fine, don't worry, I'm here." Qin Fan smiled wickedly, holding Tsuruoshi tightly. Chapter 199. This kid can actually take on 100 by himself. Brother Leopard looked at Qin Fan, who resembled a killing god, with an indescribable shock and fear. His eyes were full of disbelief, as if he were witnessing an impossible myth. Those small gangsters lying on the ground, all beaten up and still breathing, stared blankly at Qin Fan's figure. They were filled with regret, regretting that they had provoked a man as demonic as him. "Boss, what should we do?" One small gangster asked, trembling. Brother Leopard gritted his teeth, weakly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, but was quickly replaced by fear. Qin Fan coldly looked at Brother Leopard and the small gangsters, his gaze as cold as ice, sending chills down their spines. "Do you want to try again?" Qin Fan's voice was not loud, but was filled with authority. Brother Leopard swallowed hard, his hand trembling slightly with the machete. He knew that if he fought Qin Fan again, he might not make it out today. But if he backed down now, he would lose all his authority in front of his subordinates. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. We are from the Yang family. Seeing you drive a luxury car, you must not be an ordinary person. You should know that the Yang family is not to be trifled with." Brother Leopard tried to intimidate Qin Fan with the power of the Yang family. Chapter 200. After Qin Fan left, Yang Sihui frowned and asked, "What exactly happened? Why did their conflict with Qin Shao?" Yang Zina also looked seriously at the small gangsters. One small gangster replied, tremblingly, Second miss, it's those few, Brother Leopard subordinates. They coveted Qin Shao's woman, which led to today's incident." After hearing this, Yang Zina's face turned pale with anger. "You scoundrels dare to do such a thing. Take those troublemakers away and punish them severely." Soon, the few small gangsters who caused trouble were taken away, and they would face severe punishment. Yang Sihui and Yang Zina looked at the mess in the parking lot, secretly vowing to manage the Yang family's power well and not let such things happen again. At the same time, they also looked forward to meeting Qin Fan again, hoping to receive his affection once more. After Qin Fan and Tsuruoshi left the cinema parking lot, Tsuruoshi still felt a lingering fear. But more so was her shock at Qin Fan's strength and the overwhelming sense of security he provided. From time to time, Tsuruoshi glanced at Qin Fan, her eyes filled with admiration and tenderness. Chapter 201. After Huang Meizhen and Su Qingyang returned to their room, Su Qingyang went to take a shower first. Huang Meizhen sat on the edge of the bed, her mind constantly replaying the content she had just overheard. The passionate and youthful relationship between her daughter and Qin Fan seemed to have touched a deep chord within her. Suddenly, she felt an impulse to return to her younger days. Watching Su Qingyang walk out of the bathroom, an inexplicable desire surged within her. Huang Meizhen gently took Su Qingyang's hand, her eyes carrying a hint of shyness and expectation. Although Huang Meizhen had passed middle age, time had not left too many marks on her face. Her skin remained fair and delicate, and although there were a few faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, they added a touch of mature charm. She had a head of glossy black curls cascading over her shoulders. At that moment, she wore a light purple lace nightgown, the intricate and elegant lace pattern accentuating her still curvaceous figure. The neckline of the nightgown was slightly open, revealing her long neck, exuding a mature woman's allure. A normal man would have understood Huang Meizhen's intentions at that moment. However, Su Qingyang was slightly taken aback, pretending not to understand her mood. Huang Meizhen leaned closer to Su Qingyang and softly said, "Qingyang, we haven't." Chapter 202. Soon, Principal Wang Yuanshan, along with the school leaders, saw Qin Fan, Tsuruoshi, and the others. Principal Wang secretly admired Qin Fan's tall stature and confident smile. Qin Fan, welcome. It's truly an honor for our school that you can attend the anniversary celebration. Principal Wang said enthusiastically, extending his hand to shake Qin Fan's. Qin Fan slightly bowed and politely replied, "You're too kind, Principal. It's also my honor to contribute to the school's anniversary." Su Ruashi and the others also greeted the principal and the school leaders. Knowing that the principal had matters to discuss with Qin Fan, they tactfully left. At that moment, Qin Fan also noticed that the beautiful counselor Zhang Hanfeng was standing next to the beautiful piano teacher, Xiao Yayan, beside Principal Wang Yuanshan. Zhang Hanfeng was tall and slender, with long, shiny black hair cascading down her shoulders. She wore a simple white dress, the hem gently swaying in the breeze, resembling a blooming lily. Her eyes were bright and gentle, seemingly hiding endless affection. At that moment, she had already developed feelings for Qin Fan. When she learned that she would be hosting him today, her heart was both anxious and expectant. Chapter 203. Qin Fan smiled and nodded toward Xiao Yayan, Zhang Hanfeng, and Wang Qinglan. Following that, Principal Wang Yuanshan began to report in detail to Qin Fan about the progress of the new teaching building, new library, and new laboratory construction. Each project was being carried out in an orderly manner, and it was expected that soon they would provide a better learning environment for the students. Qin Fan listened attentively, occasionally nodding lightly in agreement. The school leaders present knew that Principal Wang was about to report these projects, so everyone quieted down. The atmosphere in the room became solemn. Principal Wang straightened up, holding a stack of meticulously prepared documents, and began to report to Qin Fan about the construction of teaching buildings, libraries, and laboratories at Tianhai University. Qin Fan, I will now provide a detailed report on the construction projects at Tianhai University, so you can understand the specifics of your donations, Principal Wang said, clearing his throat, his eyes revealing professionalism and confidence. First, regarding the planning of the teaching building, we plan to adopt a modern design concept, integrating advanced architectural technology to provide students with a comfortable, safe, and vibrant learning environment. Chapter 204. After Qin Fan's speech concluded, he calmly prepared to leave the gym amidst warm applause and the admiring gazes of the crowd. He stood tall, his steps steady and powerful, attracting the attention of many senior and junior female students who followed him. Just as he reached the gym entrance, a striking figure quickly caught up to him. Qin Fan turned slightly to see it was the school beauty Wang Qinglan, and a hint of surprise crossed his mind, yet his face remained unfazed. Wang Qinglan softly said, "Qin Fan, I have something important to discuss." Qin Fan nodded slightly, his expression calm, as if nothing could fluster him. Wang Qinglan suggested heading to the rooftop of a teaching building, and Qin Fan followed her calmly. Along the way, Qin Fan speculated that this school beauty, Wang Qinglan, might have feelings for him and wanted to confess privately. However, she was Wang Qinglan. Her looks and figure were not beneath those of the other school beauties Lu Ruyan, Su Qianma, and Su Ruashi. In school, the boys who had crushes on her could fill a line stretching to gall. Yet, no one had ever dared to pursue her actively. Perhaps because she was a medical student involved in dissection experiments, her aura carried a certain seriousness. Chapter 205. Qin Fan thought, such a woman is indeed unique. She possesses independent thinking and judgment, does not follow the crowd, and dares to question authority. Her beauty lies not only in her appearance, but also in her unyielding spirit. Qin Fan even felt that Wang Qinglan's qualities were particularly precious in this complicated world. However, now is not the time to admire Wang Qinglan. Qin Fan nodded slightly, his tone gentle, and said, "Wang Qinglan, these are just your speculations. The police station has already reported that they all died accidentally. The fatal injuries you mentioned might just be coincidental, caused by accidental events, right? Coincidental?" Wang Qinglan stared intently into Qin Fan's eyes, trying to find a flaw. She frowned slightly, her expression full of doubt and contemplation. However, Qin Fan's deep and steadfast gaze left her with no way to probe further. Her suspicions began to waver, and she was unsure whether she had truly wronged Qin Fan. Yet those doubts made it hard for her to let go easily. Wang Qinglan thought, Qin Fan's demeanor is so calm. Could it really not be him? But how should those clues be explained? Chapter 206. A fashionably dressed girl bit her lip, grumbling in dissatisfaction. What's so great about Wang Qinglan? She's just a bit prettier. Why don't you get a ride in Qin Fan's sports car and go out to eat with him? Why hasn't Qin Fan noticed me? What makes her better than me? Another girl next to her said angrily, exactly. She's just a bit better in grades and has a dad who's the principal. What's so impressive about that? Oomph. She must have used some tricks to seduce Qin Fan. Another girl was so jealous that her eyes turned red. Qin Fan was a prominent figure at Tianhai University, a philanthropist who donated 3 billion. Did Wang Qinlan deserve Qin Fan? I think she was just lucky. Who knows? One day Qin Fan might discover that she often did dissection experiments at the medical school and would no longer pay attention to her. The jealous male classmates were equally bitter. A tall boy curled his lips and said, Qin Fan just has a bit of money and a supercar. What is so great about that? Wang Qinlan is really too shallow, getting attracted by material things. Another boy nearby chimed in, Qin Fan has already taken away the 3 school beauties, Lu Ruyan, Su Qianma, and Su Ruoxi, and now he has also taken Wang Qinlan. It really makes people uncomfortable. If I were as rich as him, I'd definitely be more popular with girls. Chapter 207 originally. Li Jiangping and Su Yorong were very opposed to the marriage proposal from Chu Batian, but now that the situation of the Li group had deteriorated to this extent, Li father and Li mother no longer dared to refuse, because refusing would mean the total collapse of the Li group. For this reason, Li mother Su Yorong spent several days persuading her daughter Li Menghan to agree to meet with Chu Haoyu from the Chu family to finalize the business marriage. The Chu group, with assets exceeding 50 billion, is considered a big group in an international metropolis like Tianhai City. If they could marry into such a large group, the crisis of the Li group would definitely disappear immediately, and they might even rise to a higher level. Thus, although Li father and Li Jiangping felt guilty towards their daughter Li Menghan, they had no choice but to agree to this marriage. At this moment, Li father Li Jiangping slightly lowered his head, his tone filled with helplessness and bitterness. His body leaned slightly forward, his hands anxiously placed on the table, fingers trembling slightly. Mr. Chu, our Li group originally had a very good development prospect and reputation, but now we are really in an unprecedented predicament. The funding chain has broken, just like a building about to collapse that has lost its key support. More than half of the upper management has left, and those partners who used to be on good terms have all fled at the first sign of crisis. Now, the company is at a critical juncture of survival. If necessary, please, Mr. Chu, be lenient and make the price for the share acquisition a bit fairer. Chapter 208 Li Menghan looked at her parents' entangled expressions, feeling as if her heart was being torn apart. She could never have imagined that she would fall into such a difficult predicament. She stared blankly at the agreement, despair washing over her like a tide. Li mother Su Yorong gently took Li Menghan's hand, her eyes full of pleading. She slowly embraced her daughter and said softly, Menghan, I know this is very unfair to you, but we really have no other choice. Just consider it a little sacrifice for this family. Look at our family's current situation. If we don't have the help of the Chu family, we will really be finished. Her voice trembled slightly, filled with endless helplessness. You've always been an understanding child. I believe you can understand our difficulties. In the future, we will definitely find a way to compensate you. Li Menghan shook her head in pain. Her white dress, like a lily, fluttered gently, as if sighing for her suffering. Mom, how can I agree to such conditions? You know what kind of person Chu Haoyu is. He is just a spoiled rich kid. How could I be happy with him? Her voice was choked with tears, her beautiful face adorned with glistening tears. Chapter 209 The restaurant was filled with the aroma of delicious food. Yet Qin Fan's thoughts were not entirely on the dishes before him. He frequently glanced in the direction of Li Menghan, and although there was some distance between them, he heard snippets of their conversation, but it was merely fragments, and he couldn't grasp the detailed content. However, with his keen intuition, Qin Fan sensed that Li Menghan's expression was unusual. Her face was filled with helplessness and despair, as if overshadowed by a heavy cloud. A trace of worry surged in Qin Fan's heart. He didn't know what kind of predicament this woman he had met once was facing, but he could feel that she was in extreme pain at that moment. Wang Qinlan noticed Qin Fan's distracted demeanor and sighed softly. This Qin Fan seemed to have ruled out the suspicion of being a bad person. However, she was certain of the suspicion of being a playboy. All men are just big pigs. She followed Qin Fan's gaze to Li Menghan's side, secretly speculating whether there was some special connection between this woman and Qin Fan. The system has issued an emergency mission. Mission content. The target of the Master S strategy, Li Menghan, is facing a bankruptcy crisis at home and is about to engage in a business marriage with the Chu group. Please save the target Li Menghan from despair immediately. Chapter 2, 10-0? Is that so? Qin Fan swept his gaze across the room and said with great authority, I have decided to invest 5 billion in the Li group. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned, their mouths agape. Li Jiangping and Su Yurong were shocked, their eyes wide open, as if a storm had surged in their hearts. Li Jiangping thought, is this young man really the savior of our Li family? 5 billion is not a small amount. Does he really have such strength and capability? Su Yurong pondered privately. Is this truly a stroke of good fortune from the heavens? Or is there another hidden agenda? But if it's true, then our Li family might be saved. In any case, if the Li group truly received an investment of 5 billion, it would not only survive, but might even thrive and grow stronger. The father and son of the Chu family were also wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief, as if they had heard a fantastical tale. 5 billion? Are you sure you're not crazy? Chu Haoyu scoffed. Just because he is a kid around my age. He dares to boast about putting 5 billion into the Li group? Is he joking? Chu Batian couldn't help but laugh, saying, ha ha, young man. Do you know what 5 billion means? Can you come up with that? Do you think it's the kind of money that falls from the sky? I advise you to go home and ask your parents if they have the capability to come up with 5 billion. Chapter 2:11. After Chu Batian angrily finished speaking, he stormed away with Chu Haoyu. As they walked, Chu Haoyu frequently looked back, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness, as if silently declaring that this matter would not end here. The atmosphere in the restaurant instantly froze, as if time had stopped at this moment. Li Jiangping and Su Yurong looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion. They never expected that the situation would develop to this extent. The conflict between Qin Fan and Chu Haoyu erupted in just a few breaths, so fast that they didn't even have time to react to persuade them. Now, with the Chu father and son leaving in anger, the Li group and the Chu group had completely become enemies, and trouble was likely to follow. The couple exchanged glances, both expressing deep concern in their eyes. However, with the situation reaching this point, they could only place all their hopes on Qin Fan, hoping that he truly possessed enough strength to resolve the crisis faced by the Li group. Qin Fan keenly sensed Li Jiangping's concerns, smiled slightly, and calmly said, Uncle Li, don't worry, there's nothing in this world that I can't handle. Chapter 2:12. Ding Li Menghan's Favorability Level 2. Ding Li Menghan's Favorability Level 2. Ding Li Menghan's favorability level has reached 99, returning to the seat by the window. Qin Fan slightly raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Wang Qinglan with a somewhat apologetic smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. The situation just now was a bit urgent. Wang Qinglan gently shook her head, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It's okay. You look pretty cool teaching that rich second-generation a lesson just now. Her voice was soft and pleasant, like a gentle breeze brushing past. Ding Wang Qinglan's favorability level 10. Ding Wang Qinglan's favorability level has reached 70. Qin Fan sat down opposite Wang Qinglan, a hint of confidence in his eyes. Those kinds of people just need to be taught a lesson, relying on their family's power to do as they please. Wang Qinglan nodded slightly, a faint smile on her lips. You did the right thing. You can't let them bully others, but you've brought trouble to yourself. Haven't you? Qin Fan shrugged, unconcernedly saying, I'm not afraid of trouble. If they dare to come looking for it again, I have ways to deal with it. Wang Qinglan looked at Qin Fan, a wave of inexplicable security rising in her heart. She knew that this man had the strength and courage to protect himself and those around him. Chapter 2:13. The crisp and melodious voice echoed in the air like silver bells. Qin Fan nodded slightly, taking the trembling hand of Xiao Yeyuan as they got out of the car. Xiao Yeyuan had long been numb with shock by Qin Fan and the luxurious mansion, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her chest. She had never imagined that she would personally experience such a lavish place one day. The two little maids bowed to her, greatly satisfying her vanity. At that moment, Qin Fan suddenly reached out, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and pulling her into his embrace as they walked into the villa. Xiao Yun shivered slightly, but obediently leaned against Qin Fan's embrace, allowing him to hold her. Upon entering, a few little maids respectfully helped them change into slippers. Then, Yuan Xinyue and Zhu Ke were instructed to prepare tea, fruit platters, and snacks. However, Qin Fan just waved his hand and said to bring them to the music room in a while. He then turned to Xiao Yeyuan and said, Let me take you to see my music room first. Xiao Yeyuan nodded. allowing Qin Fan to hold her waist as they walked towards the independent music room under the curious and envious gazes of the little maids. Chapter 214, with the last note falling, their performance came to an end. The two sat quietly at the piano, smiling at each other. A certain ambiguous atmosphere quietly spreading in the air. Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled with glimmers of light, filled with both the intoxication of music and a different emotion toward Qin Fan. She bit her lower lip slightly, the blush on her cheeks still fresh. As beautiful as blooming peach blossoms in spring. Qin Fan's gaze was deep and gentle as he stared at Xiaoyan, as if time had stopped at that moment. His eyes held appreciation, surprise, and a surge of emotions quietly stirring within. The music room was filled with an indescribable tranquility and warmth. The $1 Million Steinway piano seemed to witness this beautiful moment, its body reflecting a soft glow akin to the delicate feelings that had quietly arisen between them. After a moment, Xiaoyan gently spoke, her voice as soft as a celestial melody. Qin Fan, your progress in this duet is rapid. I feel a strong sense of rapport with you, almost like an emotional resonance. Her voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Chapter 215. Qin Fan knew that Yang Xiao and the others had come over for a reason. Therefore, he didn't take care how reluctant Fei Anna was, and still sent her away. Fei Anna huffed unwillingly on the side, like a wronged little wife. Seeing this, Yang Xiao walked over and said to Qin Fan, Qin Xiao, we've been invited to the charity gala hosted by the Nanqing Entertainment Group. Didn't you promise President Gu you would attend? Why don't we go together? Oh, that matter? Sure, let us go together. Qin Fan thought for a moment and nodded. Nanqing Entertainment Group is one of the top entertainment companies in Nanyang City, boasting numerous top celebrities. Most importantly, it is backed by the Zhou Group. Furthermore, the chairman of Nanqing Group, Gu Nanqing's sister, Gu Fanqing, is the acting CEO of Qin Fan's Fanqing Investment Group. This favor must be given. At this moment, Su Ruashi said, Brother Fan, if you're not in a hurry, let's have dinner together first. Su Ruashi knew that once Qin Fan left, he might not return for a while. With Yang Xiao and the others around, he definitely wouldn't be back tonight. He might return tomorrow morning or the day after. Chapter 216. The charity gala hosted by Nanqing Entertainment Group was held at the Cultural Sports Center. At this time, the inside and outside of the Cultural Sports Center were filled with people holding light signs and glow sticks, all fans who had come to support their idols. Moreover, there were security personnel patrolling around the Cultural Sports Center to ensure no outsiders mixed in. The attendees of the charity gala included not only top male and female stars from home and abroad, but also important business tycoons and high-level officials who led charitable donation projects. The process of the charity gala included two parts. First, an auction of donated items. Various individuals donated items for auction, and then male and female stars used their social charm and personal talents to attract business tycoons to bid, with the funds raised going to charity. Second, stars and artists would donate charity funds to establish their image as caring individuals. Other processes included a fashion show arranged by Nanqing Entertainment. There was no need to elaborate on the rest. Outside the Cultural Sports Center, suddenly, the roar of a supercar engine echoed from afar. It soon stopped in the parking space in front of the Cultural Center. Chapter 217. Qin Fan initially didn't want to pay any attention, but inadvertently glanced at a photo. Instantly, a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. The woman in the photo had brows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn waters, skin as white as snow, with a sweet and charming smile, reminiscent of the most beautiful flower blooming in spring. Qin Fan's heart stirred slightly, and his attitude began to change. The CEO keenly noticed the change in Qin Fan, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. He hurriedly seized the opportunity and said, Young Master Qin, my daughter is not only beautiful, but also has a gentle and kind personality. She is talented in many areas, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And she is passionate about charity. If you and my daughter can get to know each other, it would surely be a match made in heaven. Qin Fan was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, All right, since that's the case, let's meet. The CEO's face immediately broke into a radiant smile, as if he had hit the jackpot. He excitedly said, That's great, young Master Qin. I'll share my daughter's WeChat with you right away. After saying that, he eagerly took out his phone and started to operate it. Seeing the excitement on Qin Fan's side, other business tycoons also gathered around, all smiling and greeting Qin Fan. They either bowed slightly or enthusiastically extended their hands, their eyes filled with respect and flattery. Chapter 218. Qi Ziyuan's heart sank suddenly, and a hint of anxiety appeared on her face. She looked at the indifferent business tycoons below the stage and felt a surge of helplessness. The painting inscribed with serenity leads to distance sat there alone, as if forgotten by everyone. The host also felt a bit awkward. She tried to liven up the atmosphere and smiled as she said, "It seems this painting needs more time to showcase its charm. Gentlemen, this is a precious collection of the chairman of Ding's group, a rare opportunity, so don't miss out." However, the audience remained silent, with those business tycoons either whispering among themselves or sipping wine, seemingly uninterested in the painting. Qi Ziyuan bit her lip tightly, not knowing what to do. She tried to keep calm, but her inner anxiety was impossible to conceal. She looked at the painting again, silently praying for a miracle to happen. In fact, although the calligraphy of serenity leads to distance was decent, any discerning eye could tell that it was not the work of a renowned calligrapher and certainly not worth the sky-high price of $2.8 million. It was likely that the chairman of Ding's group had acquired it from someone of high status. Chapter 219. You all know that Qi Ziyuan is wearing a formal evening gown, yet you still egg her on to perform stunts, making her flip. What? Do you all enjoy watching a female artist embarrass herself? If you like it so much, why don't you go home and watch your mothers? Today, you made Qi Ziyuan lose face here, and one day, when you face the same treatment, how will you feel? This was supposed to be a charity gala, but it turned into a place where low-status artists are bullied. Qin Fan coldly rebuked all of this, his imposing gaze sweeping across the entire venue. His eyes were like torches, seemingly able to penetrate everyone's hearts. The entire venue fell into a dead silence, and everyone was shocked by Qin Fan's words. Those stars who had been instigating the chaos were now filled with shame, lowering their heads and not daring to meet Qin Fan's gaze. A well-mannered star wholeheartedly agreed with Qin Fan's words. Exactly, they have gone too far. How could they do something like this to Qi Ziyuan, making her embarrassed in public? We are all in the entertainment industry and should help each other. We have all been through storms, so we shouldn't let others suffer. Chapter 220. At this moment, everyone present understood one thing. It seemed that the little star named Qi Ziyuan was not alone. She had the powerful backing of Qin Fan behind her. The CEOs of the groups silently reflected on their previous underestimation of Qi Ziyuan, realizing it was truly inappropriate. They began to reassess this seemingly unremarkable little star, recognizing that she might possess significant potential. A young socialite from a major jewelry company narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze shifting back and forth between Qin Fan and Qi Ziyuan, calculating how to adjust her strategy to establish a good relationship with both in future collaborations. Another suited CEO furrowed his brow, regretting not recognizing Qin Fan's regard for Qi Ziyuan sooner and missing out on a potential partnership opportunity. They understood that Qin Fan's assertive stance was not just to uphold a little star's dignity, but also to declare his position to the entire industry. In this entertainment world, filled with entangled interests and power struggles, Qin Fan's actions undoubtedly dropped a bombshell. And at that moment, Qi Ziyuan appeared even more prominent under the gaze of everyone. Chapter 221. His eyes revealed an appreciation for the pair of earrings and a determination to have them, as if they were already in his pocket. Another distinguished lady slightly raised her chin, her eyes filled with confidence and pride, and without hesitation, she bid $5.2 million. Her voice was crisp and powerful, like a horn on the battlefield, announcing her affection for the earrings to everyone. $5.3 million. Another person joined the bidding. This was a young second-generation rich kid, excitement evident on his face, his eyes sparkling with a desire for beauty. His bid felt like a bomb dropped on the battlefield, instantly intensifying the atmosphere. The host timely stirred the excitement, her words igniting the enthusiasm of the crowd. It seems everyone is very interested in this pair of earrings. Any higher bids? These earrings are top-notch in both design and quality, perfect as a gift or for collection. They're not just jewelry. They symbolize status and a pursuit of beauty. The prices kept climbing, with bidders refusing to back down, each bid like a fierce battle, each number a bullet fired. Chapter 222. The ruby necklace had a starting price of $100 million, with each increment no less than $5 million. Now the auction begins. The audience fell silent, all stunned by the luxury and beauty of the ruby necklace, captivated by the legendary history behind it. Moments later, a wealthy businessman raised his paddle, 105 million. His eyes revealed a determination to acquire the necklace. Another wealthy socialite was not to be outdone, slightly raising her chin and saying 110 million. Her voice was elegant and resolute. 115 million. Another tycoon joined the bidding. The host excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, this ruby necklace is indeed extraordinary. Is there a higher bid?" This is not just a necklace. It's a masterpiece that will symbolize status and position. The wealthy businessman frowned and raised his bid again, 120 million. The socialite's eyes sharpened, 125 million. At this moment, the atmosphere on site reached a peak of tension. Each bid felt like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. Chapter 223. 2 performances and 2 auctions had already set the charity gala on the right track. Next up were some antiques, companies, land, properties, luxury cars, and watches for auction. As the auction continued, precious antiques, luxurious properties, flashy luxury cars, and exquisite watches made their appearances one after another. The guests below were either excitedly whispering to each other or intently staring at the items on the auction stage, creating a lively yet tense atmosphere. At this moment, Gu Nanqing looked at Qin Fan and said, "Young Master Qin, please excuse me for a moment. I have something to attend to." Qin Fan simply nodded lightly and continued chatting with Qi Ziyuan and Yang Xiaokuei. After Gu Nanqing stood up, she walked directly toward the makeup room backstage at the charity gala. This was the makeup room arranged by Nanqing Entertainment Group for its artists before performances. At this moment, the 10 beautiful members of the Tiamo girl group were chatting and resting. However, their slightly youthful faces bore a hint of worry. Captain Li Chengli let out a gentle sigh, her eyes filled with concern. "Sisters, it's incredibly difficult for us to make a name for ourselves in the entertainment industry of Longhua and become a top-tier girl group." Chapter 224. Li Chungli's gaze was resolute and steady as she scanned each member's face, slightly raising the corners of her mouth in an attempt to instill some confidence in everyone. "Sisters, we must not be so downcast. Our current situation is indeed tough, but that does not mean we don't have a bright future." Her voice was gentle yet penetrating, like a warm ray of sunshine shining directly into everyone's hearts. She walked over to Hong Zhengying and gently patted her shoulder. "Zhengying, don't be so pessimistic. So what if we don't have a financial backer? We have our own strength and relentless effort. As long as we never give up, opportunities will eventually come." Hong Zhengying slowly lifted her head, looking at Li Chengli, her eyes shining with a glimmer of hope. Next, Li Chengli approached Han Yunji, slowly crouched down, and tightly held Su Yao's hands. "Yunji, your dreams will surely come true. We all know your passionate love for the stage, and we feel the same. The difficulties we face now are merely temporary. We must believe in ourselves and in our team." Han Yunji nodded heavily, tears welling up in her eyes. Chapter 225. Gu Nanqing's words were like a huge temptation, impossible to resist. Each word was filled with magic, as if it could open the door to success. Han Yunji's eyes widened in surprise and anticipation. Her breathing quickened, and her heart seemed ready to leap out of her throat. "What method? Ms. Gu, please tell us." Her eyes sparkled with a desire that was a yearning for fame and a love for the stage. Gu Nanqing was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing her words. Her fingers lightly tapped on the table beside her, creating a rhythmic sound. That sound was particularly clear in the silent backstage, as if it were tapping on Han Yunji's nerves. Then, she slowly said, "You should ask Qin Fan to be your godfather. At the last housewarming party, you all attended and should have realized how powerful this young Master Qin's financial backing is, right? As long as he is willing to support you, your resources will flow endlessly, and it won't be long before you become a super top-tier girl group." Han Yunji felt as if she had been struck by a thunderbolt after hearing Gu Nanqing's words. She never expected Gu Nanqing to make such a request. Countless thoughts surged in her heart. On one hand, she longed for fame and to stand on a bigger stage. Chapter 226. Qin Fan. In the names of Qi Ziyuan and Yang Xiaokuei, donated 100 car fleets each. One fleet costs 800,000. For 2 people, that's 200 fleets. Meaning Qin Fan was willing to donate a total of 160 million to support Qi Ziyuan and Yang Xiaokuei. This was an unprecedented, huge donation in the history of charity gala contributions. All the stars present today combined did not donate as much as Qin Fan did for Qi Ziyuan and Yang Xiaokuei. Could it be that he has a close relationship with these 2 female stars, which is why he spent so much money on them. Everyone's gaze turned to Qi Ziyuan and Yang Xiaokuei. One was a rising powerhouse singer, and the other a violinist, both of whom were only at the level of second or third-tier stars. It was simply enviable that they received such high-level support from Qin Fan. It seemed that these two small stars, Qi Ziyuan and Yang Xiaokuei, would soon become the hottest superstars with unlimited potential. The media reporters who had originally focused only on first-tier stars and top traffic stars all pointed their cameras at Qi Ziyuan and Yang Xiaokuei at this moment. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in their eyes as they quickly recorded the scene from just now. Chapter 227. Qin Fan slightly nodded, raised his glass again, and said, "Editor Lin, you flatter me. Charity is everyone's responsibility." He lightly clinked glasses with Lin Shui. Lin Shui thought to herself that this was a good opportunity to get closer to Qin Fan, and she hoped to lay a solid foundation for future cooperation through this toast. So, after downing her drink, Lin Shui continued, "Mr. Qin, Miss Qi and Miss Yang are both extraordinary. I admire them greatly. In the future, our fashion group will definitely promote both of them vigorously." As she spoke, Lin Shui looked at Qi Ziyuan and Yang Xiaokuei with admiration in her eyes. Qin Fan slightly raised his gaze, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and slowly said, "Editor Lin places such importance on them. It indeed surprises them. However, the fashion industry is highly competitive. I wonder how Editor Lin plans to promote them?" Lin Shui straightened her back slightly, confidently replied, "Mr. Qin, rest assured, our fashion group's influence in the fashion industry is well known. I will arrange for top photographers to shoot fashion photos for them, featuring them on the cover and important pages of our magazine. At the same time, we will utilize our social media platforms for extensive promotion, making them quickly become the focus of the fashion world." Chapter 228. Ding target has been confirmed. Han Yunji. Virtual age 18. Don't ask, just be afraid. Height 168 centimeters. Weight 47 kilograms. 865,886. Occupation, Tiamo girl group. Appearance, 97 points. Friendship count, 0. Health, normal. Skills, dance, singing. Piano, favorability, 90. 100 means successful strategy. Rewards, a big gift package. Qin Fan looked at the charming Han Yunji kneeling at his feet, slightly squinting his eyes, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. Han Yunji's nervous yet expectant expression was clearly reflected in his eyes. She slightly lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling gently like the wings of a butterfly, her hands tightly gripping a corner of her evening gown, her knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. After pondering for a moment, Qin Fan finally spoke slowly. "Get up. Since you are so sincere, I will agree to you." Han Yunji's eyes instantly sparkled with dazzling surprise as she heard this. She abruptly lifted her head, her gaze filled with excitement and gratitude. She slowly stood up, her body slightly trembling, seemingly unable to contain her overwhelming excitement. She kept thinking, "This is amazing. With Qin Xiao as my godfather, my path to stardom will surely be smooth sailing." Chapter 229. Meanwhile, at Tianhai City Airport, a woman dressed in cherry blossom attire was walking out of the airport with graceful steps. Her beauty was unmatched, her skin as fair as snow, her features delicate and lovely, and her figure slender and graceful, resembling an otherworldly fairy. If it weren't for the hint of murderous intent hidden in her cold eyes, all the men who saw her would surely be captivated by her flawless beauty. After exiting the airport, she hailed a taxi and took out her phone to glance at the contact address, then coldly and clearly stated the address. The driver looked at the cherry blossom-dressed woman in the rearview mirror with some surprise. How could such a beautiful, fairy-like woman go to a rundown area like a shanty town? Though he was puzzled, he said nothing and started the taxi towards the destination. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of an old house in the shanty town. The woman in cherry blossom attire pushed the door open and walked towards the dilapidated old house. This shanty town was already on the demolition list, so only a few households resided here. The entire building had only a few lights still on. Chapter 230. Rose slightly tilted her body and easily dodged the strike. The burly bodyguard, seeing that he had missed his target, was incredulous. How could he have missed at such close range? Anger surged within him, and he immediately threw several more punches, each one powerful and fierce. However, they still missed. The burly bodyguard was like a mad dog, continuously launching frenzied attacks. He couldn't believe that under such a concentrated assault, this girl in front of him could evade. Yet, each time, he missed, with his fists landing nowhere near her. Night Rose stayed just out of reach, maintaining a distance of 2.5 steps. And even the hem of her cherry blossom dress was never touched by the burly bodyguard. Damn it! How could this be? The burly bodyguard grew increasingly alarmed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Who was this girl? How could she be faster than him? Could she be a ninja? No. The ninjas from the Cherry Blossom Country were merely exaggerated by the dramas of the Dragon Country and were essentially useless. But the agility of this girl was clearly far beyond his capabilities. This unpredictable and astonishing agility was something the burly bodyguard had never encountered. Could it be that this girl was a killer trained by the Shadow Society? The burly bodyguard was horrified. Beside him, Zhao Yihai and Zhao Ritian watched Night Rose's effortless dodging with surprise. They had not expected this seemingly delicate girl to possess such agile skills. The burly bodyguard, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, grew more anxious, and adrenaline surged through him. Suddenly, he turned around and launched a kick towards Night Rose's abdomen. This kick was incredibly fast and powerful, making it hard to evade. A glint of cold light flashed in Night Rose's eyes. She no longer dodged. Instead, she raised her long, fair leg and, with even greater speed, shifted her position and kicked towards the burly bodyguard's chest. Bang! The next moment, a muffled grunt echoed throughout the room. The burly bodyguard was kicked back several steps by the seemingly delicate Night Rose, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning extremely pale. Night Rose stood coldly in place. Even her breathing remained steady. This scene left Zhao Yihai and Zhao Ritian dumbfounded. They stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, in sheer terror. No one had expected that this delicate girl would possess such terrifying skills. Just a single kick had caused the burly bodyguard to suffer internal injuries and spit blood. Seeing this, another bodyguard was shocked. He realized he could no longer underestimate Night Rose, so he cautiously circled behind her, attempting a sneak attack. Night Rose seemed to have eyes in the back of her head. The moment the bodyguard approached, she suddenly gathered her strength and executed a backward kick that accurately hit the bodyguard in the groin. The bodyguard let out a miserable scream, clutching his groin, crouching down, writhing in pain on the ground. Zhao Yihai and Zhao Ritian stood frozen, unable to utter a word as they watched the two bodyguards rolling on the ground, howling in agony. In just 2.5 minutes, the two strong bodyguards were easily subdued by Night Rose. Zhao Yihai and Zhao Ritian stared in shock, filled with disbelief and fear. Night Rose elegantly gathered her scattered hair with a wooden hairpin she had been holding in her hand, which she had not used until now. If she had used it, the two bodyguards on the ground would not have merely been severely injured, but would have become two cold corpses. Chapter 231 then. Night Rose raised her head, coldly gazing at the Zhao father and son, her voice chilling. Now, Mr. Zhao, do you believe in my strength? Zhao Yihai's face turned pale, and he quickly nodded, forcing a smile as he said, Miss Night Rose, I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me. I believe you will complete the task excellently. After that, Zhao Yihai hurriedly nudged his son Zhao Ritian, signaling him to quickly apologize for his earlier rude remarks. Zhao Ritian had already been thoroughly frightened by Night Rose. If that last kick had hit him, his happiness in life would have been over. So, at his father's urging, Zhao Ritian immediately lowered his head, bowing respectfully to Night Rose. I'm sorry. I was confused earlier and offended you. I hope you can forgive me this time. I can have my dad add another million for you as an apology. What do you think? After speaking, Zhao Ritian quickly glanced at his father. Zhao Yihai immediately chimed in. That's right. My son was indeed reckless today. I hope Miss Night Rose will not hold a grudge and can forgive him this time. We are willing to offer an additional $1 million as compensation. Please forgive my son. US dollars. Night Rose said coldly. Yes, US dollars. We are willing to compensate you with $1 million US dollars, Zhao Yihai said, feeling a bit pained. He had already been ousted from the group board, and it was said that the entire board had unanimously agreed to the acquisition agreement of the Fanching Investment Group. Originally, as the chairman of a 100 billion group, he now had less than $1 billion in assets. However, he agreed without hesitation. There was no choice. Zhao Yihai was the only son of Zhao Ritian. If Night Rose were to incapacitate his only precious son, wouldn't the Zhao family be left without heirs? Therefore, for the sake of his son, Zhao Yihai could only transfer $1 million to to Night Rose's overseas account on the spot. Give me the detailed information about the target. After the money arrived, Night Rose coldly looked at Zhao Yihai. Zhao Yihai did not dare to delay and quickly took out his phone, pulled up a photo of Qin Fan, and then detailed everything he knew about Qin Fan to Night Rose. Miss Night Rose, this person's name is Qin Fan. He is a junior at Tianhai University and also the chairman of the Fanqing Investment Group. As far as I know, he currently resides at the Fanqing Manor in Shi Mountain. After providing the information about Qin Fan, Zhao Yihai assured Night Rose that all her expenses in Longwo would be covered by him until she completed her task. After listening to Zhao Yihai's account, Night Rose quickly noted down all the information about Qin Fan and then said, "I will act as soon as possible." After saying that, she turned to leave. The Zhao father and son quickly stood up to see her off, and as they watched Night Rose's elegant yet menacing figure disappear into the night, they finally regained their composure from their panic, collapsing onto the sofa. Zhao Ritian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, still shaken, "That's terrifying. This woman is truly frightening." Zhao Yihai wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a long time to recover. That's fine. The more terrifying this woman is, the more miserable that kid Qin Fan will die. Ha ha. Zhao Yihai laughed sinisterly. Zhao Ritian also came back to his senses, a sinister smile on his face, excitedly agreeing. Yes, Dad, you're right. The more terrifying this woman is, the happier we are. Ha ha ha. Qin Fan, your time of death is approaching. Hey. Chapter 232. On the other side of the city, Qin Fan and Han Yunji were happily speeding back to Fanqing Manor, completely unaware of the impending danger. Han Yunji finally experienced the thrill of sitting in the passenger seat of a supercar, and she couldn't get enough of it. Although her heart was filled with excitement, she still maintained a demure expression. She gazed at the scenery rushing past the car window, a smile creeping onto her lips. Her long, fair legs occasionally swayed, lifting her skirt slightly, her smooth, alluring legs radiating a white sheen under the lights. In her mind, Han Yunji imagined herself as the heroine in a domineering CEO drama. Hee. Han Yunji giggled to herself. Seeing this, Qin Fan couldn't help but shake his head and teased. What are you thinking, girl? Why do you look like a lovesick fool? Appa, I feel so happy right now, Han Yunji blurted out. After realizing what she said, she quickly covered her mouth, her face filled with embarrassment. A girl, what should you call me? Qin Fan looked at Han Yunji with a half smile. Han Yunji wished she could slap herself. She almost forgot that she had just acknowledged Qin Fan as her godfather. Chapter 233. Upstairs in a certain room, Han Yunji was excitedly rolling around on a large bed. Hey! Han Yunji suddenly sat up, waving her little hands, and exclaimed, wow, I must perform well in the future. Who knows? I might become the lady of this place. Just thinking about it makes me so excited. At this moment, Han Yunji felt like a mischievous little deer bouncing around in her heart. Her eyes were wide open, sparkling with extreme excitement. She continuously envisioned herself as the lady of Fanqing Manor. The manor was incredibly luxurious, with tall buildings, beautiful gardens, and spacious rooms. Every detail captivated her deeply. She thought that if she could become the lady of this place, it would be simply wonderful. She secretly vowed to perform well in the future, to show her godfather her efforts and value. Then, she flopped onto the bed, happily kicking her legs and giggling. This place is absolutely beautiful. I really love it here. Han Yunji rolled around on the bed, fully enjoying the comfort and coziness of the soft bedding. She looked at everything in the room, the exquisite decorative paintings, the gorgeous chandelier, the delicate wallpaper. Every detail made her gasp in admiration. Chapter 234. After taking a shower, Qin Fan went to the neighboring villa to find Qi Ziyuan. Qi Ziyuan had called him earlier, and at that time, Qin Fan was busy discussing import and export trade matters with Zhu Kuer and Yuan Xinyue. Qi Ziyuan thought she would be disappointed this time, but unexpectedly, Qin Fan agreed to come find her soon. Qi Ziyuan was extremely happy and immediately started preparing in her room. Qin Fan arrived at the main building of Villa 2 and went straight upstairs. In a spacious room upstairs, Qi Ziyuan was sitting in front of the vanity, looking excited and eager, carefully shaping her eyebrows, applying blush and lipstick, moving with great skill. Qi Ziyuan changed into a very alluring red spaghetti strap dress, and around her white, smooth neck, she wore a ruby necklace worth 280 million. She looked in the mirror and felt that she exuded enchanting charm, stunningly beautiful. Qin Fan pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing him, Qi Ziyuan immediately turned her gaze to him and sweetly called out, "Young Master Qin." She then stood up to greet him. She had changed into a highly seductive black spaghetti-strap dress, and as she walked, the hem swayed gently, the delicate straps seeming like they could slip off at any moment, revealing her alluring collarbone and fair skin. Chapter 235. Qin Fan got up early in the morning. He originally wanted to cuddle with Qi Ziyuan and Yang Xiaokuei for a bit longer. However, his own Fanxing Investment Group CEO, Gu Fanxing, called, saying that there were some important contract documents that needed his personal signature. Therefore, Qin Fan was now changing into a casual outfit, preparing to go to the Fanxing Group headquarters to handle some business. At that moment, Qin Fan suddenly heard laughter and cheerful voices coming from outside the balcony window. Curious, he walked over to take a look. It turned out to be Yang Xiao, Diana, and Gu Shanbao swimming and playing in the pool in front of the villa. The weather was very pleasant today, with the sun just rising, warm, and inviting. In the pool, the three women were in swimsuits, their figures slim and curvy, their skin fairer than snow, radiating a healthy and enchanting glow. First thing in the morning, Qin Fan saw this captivating scene, truly a feast for the eyes. Standing on the balcony, Qin Fan enjoyed the beautiful figures of the women, watching with great interest. The energy he had expended last night immediately returned to its peak. "Good morning, beautiful ladies." Qin Fan greeted the three in the pool. Chapter 236. After Gu Fanxing left, Jiang Lina suddenly stopped giving Qin Fan a massage and let out a sob. Hearing the crying, Qin Fan turned his head and looked at Jiang Lina, puzzled, and asked, "Secretary Jiang, why are you crying?" Jiang Lina wiped the tears from her cheeks and said apologetically to Qin Fan, "I'm really sorry, Qin Xiao, for making you laugh at me. I just remembered some sad things and couldn't help but cry." Qin Fan frowned slightly and asked softly, "What's wrong? What happened to make you so sad?" Jiang Lina bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly spoke, "Qin Xiao, my family has encountered some issues recently. My mother is seriously ill, and the doctor said it requires a large sum of money for treatment, otherwise." At this point, Jiang Lina's voice choked up, tears welling in her eyes. "I've been worried about this matter, trying every possible way, but I feel so powerless. Just now, I heard you arranged a team-building event, and everyone was so happy, but my heart was filled with worries, and I couldn't help but cry." Jiang Lina's shoulders trembled slightly, as if bearing a tremendous burden. Chapter 237. Qin Fan, Gu Fanxing, and Jiang Lina arrived at the conference room together. As the door to the conference room was slowly pushed open, everyone's gaze instantly focused on them. Qin Fan scanned the room and was indeed somewhat surprised that all the mid-level and senior managers of these groups were women. They were dressed in appropriate professional attire, with focused and confident expressions, far from the superficial flower vase workplace novices. This was all thanks to Song Mian's efforts. Every woman in the conference room was someone Song Mian had spent considerable effort recruiting from various channels. Some were returning from overseas universities, while others had been lured from other groups for high salaries. In short, all these women were talented and possessed great business acumen. In fact, even Jiang Lina, this beautiful secretary, had a very high level of education. Each female manager bore a professional and composed expression, some flipping through documents, while others quietly discussed work matters. When they saw Qin Fan and Gu Fanxing, Jiang Lina appearing at the office door, they all immediately turned their attention to them. They had been working here for so long, yet this was only the second time meeting Qin Fan. The last time was during the opening of the Fanxing Investment Group. Chapter 238. Next, Qin Fan assigned the task of preparing for the group trip to Qionghai City to Gu Fanxing and Jiang Lina. After leaving the group, Qin Fan sat in the car driven by Tang Yunin, his thoughts already drifting towards the upcoming trip to Qionghai City. The scenery outside the window sped by quickly, but it couldn't catch his attention. His mind was entirely focused on planning this grand travel activity. For this team-building event, Qin Fan was determined to make it an unforgettable experience. In addition to the group's employees, he also carefully selected Lu Ruyan, Su Ruoxi, Su Qianma, Su Yueli, Zhou Mengming, Zhao Moli, Zhang Huanfei, and Wang Pengzi to join. Imagining everyone having fun and relaxing in the beautiful Qionghai City, Qin Fan couldn't help but smile slightly. The car soon arrived at Tianhai University. Qin Fan walked into the campus with firm steps, the the familiar environment making him feel particularly at ease. He headed straight to the principal's office, ready to ask Principal Wang Yuanshan for leave for everyone. Along the way, the students he encountered cast either admiring, envious, or disdainful glances at Qin Fan. Now, throughout Tianhai University, Qin Fan's name was known to everyone. Chapter 239. What the heck? I was rejected? Since obtaining the super rich system, it was the first time Qin Fan had experienced rejection from a girl. For a moment, he seemed to feel the same sensation he had when Lu Ruyan publicly rejected him. Wang Qinglan looked at Qin Fan with a furrowed brow, feeling a bit sorry for him. So, she explained again, Qin Fan, it's not that I intentionally want to make things difficult for you. It's just that the project's topic at the academy is very important. How about this? Once I'm done with this busy period, I'll arrange to meet you. What do you think? Qin Fan nodded. It didn't matter. After all, in this world, having money and being handsome didn't guarantee conquering all beautiful women. Since Wang Qinglan had already clearly stated that she was busy, Qin Fan didn't push for it. All right, Wang Qinglan, then you go ahead and be busy. I'll take my leave. Just as Qin Fan was about to turn away, Wang Qinglan suddenly called him back. Qin Fan, tonight is my birthday party, and you promised me that day. So, can you come? Wang Qinglan mustered up her courage to say this. At that moment, she was extremely nervous, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly and looking down, unable to meet Qin Fan's gaze. Chapter 240. Zhang Huanfei felt both nervous and excited. She had never imagined that one day she would dine at such a high-end restaurant. Qin Fan, on the other hand, looked relaxed. For him, this was just a small part of his daily expenses. The Maybach S680 slowly started, and, along the way, Qin Fan occasionally glanced at Zhang Huanfei's fair and smooth long legs, as if admiring a piece of art. Little rascal, are my legs really that beautiful? Zhang Huanfei, seeing Qin Fan staring at her legs, shyly and helplessly rolled her eyes at him and lightly scolded. Qin Fan unabashedly nodded and said, yes, very beautiful, fair, round, straight. Simply perfect. You smooth talker. Zhang Huanfei playfully scolded, but inside she felt sweet, even experiencing a fluttering sensation. Then, she subtly adjusted the hem of her skirt. Little rascal, I didn't expect you to be a leg man, Zhang Huanfei teased, secretly pleased. Qin Fan nodded with a smile. Sister Huanfei, all men love looking at beautiful legs. It's an instinct that can't be controlled. Then, Sister Huanfei, would you let me feel the texture? Qin Fan shamelessly leaned closer to Zhang Huanfei and asked. Chapter 241. Qin Fan nodded and said, bring it on. Ladies, please enjoy your meal, the waiter said as he placed the dishes on the table and respectfully waited aside. Soon, a variety of delicious dishes with appealing colors and aromas were served. Zhang Huanfei looked at the beautifully plated food on the table and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. At this moment, Zhang Huanfei finally understood what it meant to get value for money. In addition to the rare ingredients, the waitstaff were also attentive. Besides pouring wine, they would also help cut food as needed. If you didn't know how to eat, they would patiently and gently teach you, without any discrimination. Qin Fan and Zhang Huanfei enjoyed a luxurious lunch. Suddenly, a charming voice from the next table caught Qin Fan and Zhang Huanfei's attention. Qin Fan turned his head to look and saw a beautiful internet celebrity in a deep V dress live-streaming her food. The beautiful internet celebrity is dressed in fashion, with long black hair and exquisite makeup. In front of her on the table are several delicate dishes and desserts. While eating, the internet celebrity chats with her fans in the live stream. Chapter 242. Originally, Chu Haoyu invited these rich second-generation individuals to dinner today to plan together against Qin Fan. But who would have thought that these guys, usually so arrogant and fearless, would turn cowardly upon hearing that Qin Fan is the chairman of the Fanching Investment Group? They even claimed to be good buddies who would stand by him. What nonsense! Thinking of this, Chu Haoyu felt extremely indignant. He looked down on these so-called good friends, but he couldn't say anything to their faces. What if these guys backstab him and join the enemy camp? Wouldn't he be left crying without a place to go? Sighing lightly, Chu Haoyu raised his glass of red wine and drank it all in one go, as if trying to drown his sorrows in alcohol. The many rich second-generation individuals beside him fell silent, clearly seeing that Chu Haoyu's emotions were fluctuating greatly. They were afraid he would drag them into a confrontation with Qin Fan. One by one, they began to persuade Chu Haoyu. Young Master Chu, since that guy is so powerful, let us just give up. After all, with our status, what kind of women can't we find? Why provoke a big financial group over one woman? Chapter 243. Qin Fan looked at the four of them, his expression calm. He knew they must have come for a reason. So he asked lightly, "Speak. You must have some business if you're treating me to a meal, right?" The four exchanged glances, and Zhang Xiao quickly said, "Young Master Qin, sorry. Please allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Zhang Yang from the Zhang Group. This is Chen Yuan from the Chen Group. This is Ding Jie from the Ding Group. And this is Wu Fei from the Wu Group." Qin Fan nodded slightly, signaling them to continue. Zhang Yang continued, "Young Master Qin, we learned that the Li Group is facing bankruptcy due to the sabotage by the Chu Group. We really can't stand such behavior from the Chu Group, so we came to inform you. Young Master Qin, we will follow you from now on, hoping you can give us a chance." Chen Xiao, Ding Xiao, and Wu Xiao all nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to serve Qin Fan. Upon hearing about the Chu Group's actions, a cold glint flashed in Qin Fan's eyes. His gaze seemed to penetrate everything, making one feel a chill. His face darkened significantly, and the aura around him turned extremely cold, like a frigid wind from the polar regions, instilling fear in others. Chapter 244. After saying this, she turned her head, pretending to ignore Qin Fan. "Oh, Sister Huanfei, are you angry?" Qin Fan said with a smile, leaning over and reaching out to tickle her, causing Zhang Huanfei to tremble. Suddenly, the two of them were playfully entangled. After a while, Zhang Huanfei stopped teasing and gently poked Qin Fan's chest with her long, fair fingers, saying sweetly, "You're so bad. All right, Sister Huanfei, don't be angry. When we go to the car show later, whichever car you like, I'll buy it for you. How about that?" Qin Fan gently stroked Zhang Huanfei's hair, soothing her. "Oomph, you said it." Zhang Huanfei huffed proudly, but did not refuse. Qin Fan nodded, smiling of course. "Well, have I ever lied to you, sister?" Zhang Huanfei's lips curled up slightly, revealing a charming smile. "Then I'll have to choose carefully. Make you spend a lot." Qin Fan looked at her indulgently. "Choose whatever you like, as long as Sister Huanfei likes it." Zhang Huanfei's eyes twinkled. "What if I choose a super expensive one? You wouldn't mind, right?" Qin Fan playfully scratched her nose. "How could I? For Sister Huanfei, I would willingly spend any amount." Chapter 245. Qin Fan wrapped his arm around Zhang Huanfei's slender waist and leisurely walked towards the supercar exhibition area, surrounded by a crowd. The three divine supercars shone brilliantly under the dazzling lights, captivating all who beheld them. When Zhang Huanfei saw these three divine supercars, her eyes instantly lit up with intense admiration. No girl can resist such divine supercars. Qin Fan looked at these three divine supercars, also filled with delight. He immediately thought of acquiring all of them. The first car, the Bugatti Tourbillon, is a new model for this year and the successor to the Bugatti Chiron, featuring a hybrid engine. The lines of the car are as smooth as flowing clouds, and the blue paint resembles a dreamy ocean, deep and enchanting. It is said that the car dealer went to great lengths to acquire this car. Originally priced at over 30 million, the dealer had to pay a premium to secure it. Otherwise, according to the factory's normal schedule, it would take 2 years to get it, with various taxes and fees. This first Bugatti Tourbillon's price approaches the 100 million mark. The second silver supercar is the Koenigsegg 1. Chapter 246. Among the three divine supercars, the Bugatti Tourbillon would naturally be a gift for Zhang Huanfei. Tonight is Wang Qinglan's birthday party, and Qin Fan plans to give her the Koenigsegg 1 as a birthday gift. As for the most expensive Lamborghini Vision GT, Qin Fan naturally plans to add it to his own garage. After all, there's still half of the parking spaces in the underground garage of his Fancheng Manor vacant. Moreover, after driving the Bugatti Black Knight for so long, he also intends to switch to an even more expensive divine supercar. It's worth mentioning that the prices of these divine supercars are high, and the car models standing beside them are also of a very high caliber. The car models standing next to these divine supercars are all past champions of international supermodel competitions. It is said that their appearance fees could buy a luxury car. It's unknown what kind of person the car dealer is, who managed to showcase three divine supercars at once. Qin Fan was even curious to meet this car dealer. With such amazing connections and resources, he could help with the future vacancies in Qin Fan's garage. Just as Qin Fan was about to find the exhibition area manager to purchase these three supercars, a man and a woman entered the crowd. Chapter 247. Young Master Li has arrived. We apologize for not welcoming you. The exhibition area manager rushed over to Li Qinyu, greeting him enthusiastically. Then he turned to Chu Yue, who was standing behind Li Qinyu, and said with a smile, "This must be Miss Chu from the Chu Group. It's truly an honor for you two to visit our car exhibition. All right, stop with the flattery. Just quote me the price for these 3 supercars. I'll take them all." Li Qingyu raised his hand to stop the flattering of the exhibition area manager and said softly. Upon hearing this, the exhibition area manager immediately showed a shocked and delighted expression. Huh, young Master Li is really straightforward. I like this direct personality of young Master Li. Then I won't be polite and will speak frankly. These 3 supercars were brought in at great expense by our boss, Mr. Fan, from abroad after much effort. I believe you both know that these 3 supercars are all limited editions, especially that Lamborghini Vision GT, which is the only one in the world. Less talking. Just quote the price. Don't waste my time, Li Qingyu said impatiently with a cold snort. The exhibition area manager awkwardly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cleared his throat. Young Master Li, our boss Mr. Fan has instructed that this Bugatti Tourbillon is priced at 1.2 billion. This Koenigsegg one is priced at 1.8 billion. And the most expensive Lamborghini Vision GT is priced at 3.5 billion. Chapter 248. He pondered silently, having never seen such a beautiful and extraordinary woman. Her appearance seemed to instantly extinguish the anger he had just ignited because of Qin Fan. At this moment, his mind was filled with the image of Zhang Hanfei. Her stunning beauty and elegant posture made his heart race uncontrollably. He even felt a bit regretful for never having encountered her before. In that instant, he felt that everything around him became dull, and only Zhang Hanfei shone like a dazzling star. He thought about how to approach this woman while worrying that his actions might come off as abrupt. A strong desire spread in his heart. He longed to understand her, to talk with her, to step into her world. However, the current situation left him in a dilemma. Qin Fan was standing there, competing with him for the 3 supercars. And Zhang Hanfei was behind Qin Fan. He didn't know what the relationship between this woman and Qin Fan was, but he understood that to get closer to Zhang Hanfei, he first had to resolve the conflict at hand. He began to devise various strategies to showcase his strength and charm while not losing his composure in front of Zhang Hanfei. Chapter 249. Li Qingyu dropped a harsh remark and turned to prepare to make the payment. However, before he could take 2 steps, Qin Fan spoke again. I'll offer double the price for these 3 cars. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyu immediately stopped in his tracks. The crowd around them was stunned, turning to look at Qin Fan, wondering if this guy had gone mad. A Lamborghini Vision GT costs 3.5 billion, a Koenigsegg one costs 1.8 billion, and a Bugatti Tourbillon costs 1.2 billion. Adding them up, that's 6.5 billion, and he actually wants to offer double the price, which is 13 billion. That is not a small sum. There isn't a single person present who can come up with 13 billion to buy cars. Li Qingyu turned to Qin Fan, his voice cold. Are you sure you want to go against me? Qin Fan grinned and replied, so what? He didn't take the Li family group seriously at all and was too lazy to pay attention to Li Qingyu's threats. At that moment, Li Qingyu felt a surge of anger in his chest. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and coldly said, You're forcing me. Then he turned to the exhibition area manager and shouted, I'll offer 3 times the price. Chapter 250. Fan Gang frowned slightly, carefully examining Qin Fan a few times before his pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized Qin Fan. Young Master Qin? What are you doing here? Young Master Qin is the chairman of the Vansheng Investment Group. Last time, when Vansheng Investment Group opened, Fan Gang attended as well. The key is that Fan Gang is also a member of the Shanghai Yacht Club, and naturally, he knows that Qin Fan acquired the Shanghai Yacht Club. This is going to be troublesome. One young Master Li, one young Master Qin, a duel between 2 kings. Whoever loses or wins is beyond his ability to handle. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Fan Gang's forehead. He immediately understood the difficult position of the exhibition area manager. What? Can't I come? Qin Fan said teasingly. No, of course it's an honor for me that young Master Qin can come to my car exhibition. It's just that. Fan Gang, sweating profusely, continued, it's just that I only have these 3 supercars here. You and young Master Li both want to buy them all. After saying this, Fan Gang looked at Li Qingyu. Young Master Li, actually, my dealership has a few more supercars, a Bugatti Veyron and a Mercedes MG1. Before Fan Gang could finish, Li Qingyu coldly interrupted. Don't try to fool me with those cars. I've said it, I want those 3 cars, I'll offer 3 times the price. Chapter 251. Chu Yue was anxious to see Li Qingyu leave like this. In her heart, that omnipotent brother Chenyu had actually lost to this unfamiliar man. She unwillingly watched Li Chenyu's departing figure, her eyes slightly red, tears swirling in her eyes. Chu Yue bit her lip, turning her gaze to Qin Fan. Her expression filled with both anger and curiosity. Who on earth is this man? How could he have such boldness and financial resources to make the usually proud brother Chenyu choose to retreat? Qin Fan noticed Chu Yue's gaze and slightly turned his head to calmly meet her eyes. Chu Yue stared at Qin Fan's handsome face and grew angrier. Initially, when she first saw Qin Fan, she had a pretty good impression of him. Tall and handsome, with an extraordinary demeanor. But who knew this guy would dare to snatch away the Bugatti Tourbillon that she had been longing for? It's worth noting that she had set aside her principles to allow that vixen her father raised to enter their home just for this Bugatti Tourbillon. Just when she was about to fulfill her wish of sitting in that Bugatti Tourbillon, this guy barged in and took away what she liked. Chapter 252. Chu Yue felt both scared and regretful. She clearly already knew Qin Fan's name, yet instead of avoiding him, she foolishly delivered herself right to him. How stupid could she be? Chu Yue was about to explain that the bankruptcy crisis of the Li family group and the forced marriage were all her brother and father's doing, and had nothing to do with her. However, when the words reached her lips, she couldn't explain clearly. Suddenly, she saw a smile at the corner of Qin Fan's mouth, and then he abruptly extended his palm and, to her astonishment, gave her a hard slap on her pert, rounded little butt. Slap. Qin Fan controlled his strength perfectly, enough to cause pain to Chu Yue, but without leaving a mark. So she only felt a burning pain on her backside. But what shocked Chu Yue even more was that she, the young lady of the Chu family with a noble identity, was actually slapped on the butt by someone. Moreover, it happened in front of so many people. Well, you bastard, that thing wasn't done by me. Why are you hitting me? Chu Yue felt extremely wronged. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes as she cried out. Qin Fan shrugged his shoulders and said without any pity, "Of course I know it has nothing to do with you. But who told you to have the last name Chu? I'm just collecting a bit of interest in advance." Chapter 253. Qin Fan planned to give the Koenigsegg one as a birthday gift to Wang Qinglan. So, he instructed the housekeeper Zhu Kuer and Yuan Xinyue to take care of the arrangements and didn't bother with it anymore. Fortunately, Qin Fan took Lu Ruyan, Su Ruoshi, Su Qinma, and other girls to play and have fun in the pool. Wang Qinglan's birthday party was arranged in a rented party villa. It was a 3-story garden villa with a serene environment facing a lake. This place could host weddings, birthday parties, company team-building events, frisbee on the lawn, bonfire camping, and various gatherings. The upstairs rooms had various gaming and entertainment facilities, such as werewolf, billiards, KTV, darts, ice hockey, and board games, making it very entertaining. The garden on the first floor had a terrace and lawn where one could fish by the lake, have barbecues, or even play badminton and tennis. Wang Qinglan was preparing delicious food for the dinner with a few of her girlfriends. She didn't invite many people tonight, just a few close female classmates from the medical school and a few close friends. There were no male classmates at all. In a villa's open kitchen, Wang Qinglan and a few female classmates and friends were preparing food and fruits while chatting. Chapter 254. Another friend leaned over and said with a smile, "Qinglan, if Qin Fan comes, you must seize the opportunity. Such an excellent guy is hard to come by." Wang Qinglan's face turned even redder, and she pouted, saying, "What are you talking about? I'm just working with him at the foundation." "Oh, don't deny it. We can all see that you have a crush on him," teased a classmate with a ponytail. Wang Qinglan stomped her foot slightly and said, "You guys are talking nonsense, I don't." Her friends exchanged knowing smiles. A short-haired girl said, "Qinglan, just admit it. If Qin Fan comes, you would definitely be very happy." Wang Qinglan smiled helplessly and said, all right, let's not talk about him. Let's prepare for the dinner." At this moment, Fong Fong began to daydream, her eyes sparkling, and said, "Qinglan, if you really don't like Qin Fan, then help me out. Invite him over to your birthday party, and then..." Fong Fong looked at everyone sneakily and said, "Listen up. If Qin Fan comes, we will get him drunk during dinner." Chapter 255. Zhang Anqing hurriedly took out the birthday gift he prepared for Wang Qinglan and handed it to her, saying, "Happy birthday, Miss Wang. Actually, we met last time when you came to our police station to find your brother." Wang Qinglan didn't have much impression, but since someone was giving her birthday gift now, she couldn't refuse. She received the gift, slightly taken aback. Her gaze fell on the exquisite gift box with the Vacheron Constantine logo. She gently opened the box, and a dazzling watch appeared before her eyes, its dial adorned with diamonds, seemingly telling her that this watch was quite expensive. However, Wang Qinglan felt no joy in her heart. She knew the value of this gift was considerable, but to her, it was merely a valuable item from a stranger. She looked up at Zhang Anqing in front of her, smiled politely, and said, "Mr. Zhang, this gift is too precious. I can't accept it." A hint of disappointment appeared on Zhang Anqing's face, but he quickly adjusted his emotions and smiled, saying, "Miss Wang, this is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't refuse. I fell in love at first sight with you the moment I saw you at the police station." Chapter 256. At this moment, Qin Fan came out of the Fanqing Manor. He was driving the newly bought Lamborghini Vision GT, heading towards Wang Qinglan's birthday party venue. As for the Koenigsegg one supercar that was to be given to Wang Qinglan as a birthday gift, it was currently being loaded by the transportation company. Qin Fan didn't go to see it. With Zhu Ku'er and Yuan Xinyue helping over there, he was completely at ease. He just needed to drive his Lamborghini Vision GT to the party. While driving, Qin Fan chatted with Wang Qinglan via WeChat. Wang Qinglan sent him many pictures of the party villa's decorations, showing the food she was preparing, the living room being decorated with her girlfriends, as well as the beautiful birthday-themed decorations and various entertainment facilities they could enjoy together later. Although they were simple things, they fully reflected Wang Qinglan's desire to share with him. Qin Fan casually flipped through a few pictures, then pressed the accelerator to the maximum speed, speeding towards Wang Qinglan's birthday party venue. He could feel Wang Qinglan's anticipation. Chapter 257. The birthday dinner began in the villa's large dining room. Wang Qinglan's girlfriends warmly welcomed Qin Fan, introducing him to various delicious dishes they had prepared. Soon, Qin Fan's plate was filled with various delicacies, including pan-seared salmon, peeled lobster meat, red wine braised beef shank, steamed crab, sushi platters, etc. Wang Qinglan's little girlfriends were not only all beautiful, but their cooking skills were also quite impressive. They were not the kind of spoiled girls who couldn't do anything. Although they couldn't compare to chefs in hotels, they were certainly at a good level as home cooks. Looking at the plate full of food, Qin Fan felt warm in his heart and smiled at the girls, saying, "Thank you all, this is so lavish, I don't even know where to start." Wang Qinglan sat beside Qin Fan, smiling in her eyes, gently nudging his arm, and said, "Come on, try it, everyone put in a lot of effort." Qin Fan nodded, savoring each dish slowly and occasionally offering satisfied comments, which made Wang Qinglan and her friends feel delighted. Just then, Zhang Anqing, who had been neglected by the girls, saw Qin Fan being treated like a star, surrounded by admirers, and the jealousy and hostility in his heart grew wildly like weeds, almost consuming his rationality. Chapter 258. After the dinner, the dining room was warm and cozy, the soft lights draped like a golden veil, quietly enveloping every corner as everyone eagerly awaited the heartwarming moment of giving birthday gifts. The girlfriends stood up one after another, walking towards Wang Qinglan with smiles, each holding gifts that carried their sincere friendship. A corner of the living room was decorated particularly warmly and elegantly, with warm yellow lights gently falling on a small table with gifts, surrounded by tiny colorful lights that twinkled like stars, adding a touch of dreaminess to this little space. A few well-off friends, holding exquisitely packaged gift boxes, slowly walked over. The gift boxes, filled with expensive cosmetics, were tied with ribbons that seemed to flow with brilliant light, shining brightly under the illumination. It seemed to softly whisper the luxury contained within. The fashionable bags were carefully placed in delicate dust bags, with the exposed brand logos already showcasing their extraordinary value, making one involuntarily admire them. The friends with slightly less favorable conditions were equally impressive, holding vibrant flowers that were in full bloom, their rich fragrance wafting through the air. Chapter 259. Next, everyone worked together to carefully push the exquisite 7-tier birthday cake tower into the KTV room of the villa. Along the way, everyone wore excited expressions, chatting and laughing, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Upon entering the KTV room, one could feel the thick birthday theme atmosphere. The walls were adorned with colorful balloons arranged in a delightful manner, resembling a vibrant sea of balloon flowers. These were all arranged by Wang Qinglan and her friends. Shimmering ribbons hung from the ceiling, gently swaying with the slight airflow, resembling dreamy tassels. A large display screen showcased photos of Wang Qinglan at various ages, including candid shots of her life and intimate photos with her friends. In the pictures, her radiant smile captured the beautiful moments she experienced along the way. Everyone gathered in front of the screen, either pointing and commenting or reminiscing about youthful anecdotes related to Wang Qinlan, their eyes filled with warmth. On the coffee table in the center, various alcoholic beverages and drinks were displayed, with colorful bottles and cans shimmering enticingly under the lights. A few girls couldn't wait to rush forward, their eyes sparkling as they picked up bottles of drinks, curiously examining the labels. Chapter 260. The atmosphere in the KTV became increasingly lively. The friends and Wang Qinlan began to showcase their talents, singing and dancing. A few bold and outgoing girls directly approached Qin Fan. With a playful and cheerful glint in their eyes, they moved with a lively energy, as if propelled by a forward momentum. One girl, holding a bottle of beer, flashed a bright smile and said to Qin Fan, "Senior Qin Fan, since today is such a happy occasion, you can't just sit there. Come, drink a few glasses with us." As she spoke, she shook the beer bottle in her hand, leaning slightly forward in a gesture to pour a drink. Another girl joined in. "That's right, Senior Qin Fan. How about we have a drinking contest to see who is stronger?" She placed her hands on her hips, her eyes wide open, revealing competitive spirit. Qin Fan looked at these enthusiastic girls with a gentle smile, showing no reluctance as he accepted their invitations one by one. He took the beer offered by the girl and gulped down a large mouthful, his movements crisp and decisive. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his gaze exuding a sense of generosity and composure, with a faint smile playing on his lips. Chapter 261. Zhang Anqing stood in the corner of the KTV room, his face ashen. He had just been thoroughly outperformed by Qin Fan in the singing competition. The frustration and unwillingness flooded over him like a tide. He felt like a complete failure at that moment, the laughter and joy of those around him sounding like merciless mockery in his ears. He felt incredibly awkward, as if every breath of air in the room had become unbearably heavy, making it hard for him to breathe. He thought to himself that he needed to leave this place that had caused him such humiliation as soon as possible. Just then, at this agonizing moment, Wang Hongfeng's phone suddenly rang. The crisp ringtone sounded particularly jarring in the bustling KTV room. Wang Hongfeng quickly took out his phone, and upon answering, his expression turned serious. He could be heard saying on the other end, "Okay, I understand. I'll head over to handle it right away." It turned out there was an urgent case that required his attention. Seeing this, Zhang Anqing's heart raced, thinking this was a perfect excuse to leave. He hurriedly approached Wang Hongfeng and said, "Captain, is there something going on at the precinct? I won't disturb you any longer. Let's head back to the station together." Chapter 262. The door creaked open, and in walked Fong Fong. She glanced at the slightly messy scene inside, especially at Qin Fan, whose neck and face were covered in lipstick marks, and immediately understood what was happening. Her brows furrowed in anger and dissatisfaction. "Fei Fei, what are you doing? How can you be so reckless?" Fong Fong scolded. "We agreed you would help me get Qin Fan drunk, and then I would take care of him. What is this supposed to mean? Competing to see who can act first?" Fei Fei, however, snorted dismissively, provocatively looking at Fong Fong. "Oh, weren't you the one who wanted to deal with Qin Fan first? Now you're here to lecture me, pretending to be so proper." Fong Fong's face flushed red in anger as she bit her lip and replied, "You're talking nonsense. Yes, I like Senior Qin Fan, but I wouldn't act recklessly like you just because of a little alcohol. What you're doing not only disrespects Senior Qin Fan, but is also ruining everyone's good mood today." Fei Fei let out a cold laugh. Oh, how eloquent. "Who was it that insisted we get Senior Qin Fan drunk, so you could take advantage? Now you're pretending to be so righteous? Aren't you just afraid I'll beat you to it? Such a hypocritical green tea." Chapter 263. The barbecue chef, named Jiang Shuimiao, was Wang Qinglan's childhood friend. Hearing Qin Fan praise her skills, she immediately beamed with joy. "Thank you, Senior. I'm glad you like it. I've always thought that once I graduate, I would open a barbecue restaurant, then create my own barbecue brand, and eventually expand to multiple branches and go public." Listening to Jiang Shuimiao chattering about her future, Qin Fan simply smiled and listened without interrupting. Everyone nodded in agreement as they listened to Jiang Shuimiao describe her beautiful vision of opening a barbecue restaurant. "Meow meow. With your skills, if you open a shop, it will definitely be a hit. I'd love to be a free taste tester." One girl joked with a smile. "Exactly. I think it'd LL work, and with your secret sauce being so amazing, You'll definitely attract a lot of customers, another girl chimed in. Jiang Shuimiao felt delighted by everyone's praise, her face radiating confidence and happiness. At that moment, Qin Fan suddenly noticed that Jiang Shuimiao bore an 8-part resemblance to his company's secretary, Jiang Lina. This made him feel a stir in his heart, so he spoke up to ask. Chapter 264. Qin Fan couldn't help but wonder who it could be at this late hour. As he pondered, he walked over to open the door. When the door swung open, he saw the two girls, Fong Fong and Fei Fei, standing before him again. Fong Fong had a slight blush on her face. Her gaze seemed somewhat dazed, but she appeared more awake than before. Fei Fei tilted her head, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, wearing a half-smile that clearly showed signs of inebriation. Senior Qin Fan, we wanted to come talk to you, Fong Fong said shyly, her voice carrying a hint of a pout. Fei Fei chimed in, yeah, Senior, today, as matter isn't over yet. We've been thinking about you. As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows, staring directly at Qin Fan. Qin Fan suddenly felt a headache coming on. He scratched his head helplessly, wondering why these two girls were grouping together again at this late hour, which was truly troubling. However, he couldn't directly turn them away, so he had to muster the courage to say, you two, is there something that can't wait until tomorrow? Everyone should be resting by now. At this moment, Pan Chunner said sadly, honey, these are all your hard-earned years. Selling them at such a low price is really a pity. Pan Chunner was originally Zhao Yihai's secretary, marrying him in her prime to enjoy a life of luxury. But now, less than a year later, she hadn't enjoyed enough and was already living a life of escape. Zhao Yihai sighed helplessly, looking at Pan Chunner and said, Chunner, this isn't the time to feel sorry for these things. If the Night Rose succeeds and something goes wrong, if those people come after us, keeping these assets would only bring us big trouble. We wouldn't even be able to leave then. Pan Chunner understood the stakes and could only nod silently. After marrying into the Zhao family, she was also considered part of the Zhao family. Now, even if she didn't want to go with Zhao Yihai, she couldn't refuse. At this moment, sitting on the flight to Qionghai City, Zhao Yihai gazed out at the dark night sky, feeling heavy and anxious. He had prepared his passport to go abroad. If things went wrong, they would escape directly to another country. He looked over at Pan Chunner and Zhao Ritian, who were already asleep beside him, silently praying that the Night Rose would succeed. The landlord aunt glanced at Qin Fan and said irritably, who are you? Oh, are you together with them? Well, this mess is yours, so you have to take responsibility. If you can't come up with the money today, Qin Fan frowned. He couldn't bear to see Wang Qinglan and the girls looking wronged, so he straightened his back and said seriously, Annie, don't say that. Since you think this house is so precious, I'll buy it then. This way, you won't have to be angry about it. The landlord aunt was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing as if she had heard a huge joke. She pointed at Qin Fan, mocking, little brat. Do you know how much these houses cost? Can you afford it? You dare to talk big here, it's really laughable. However, Qin Fan wasn't affected by the landlord aunt's ridicule. He remained calm, but a hint of determination flashed in his eyes as he said, Auntie, don't worry about whether I can afford it or not. Since I said I want to buy this villa, I naturally have my ways. Just tell me if you're selling the house. The landlord aunt, seeing Qin Fan so serious, felt a bit puzzled, but still disdainfully replied, Humph. I think you're just bragging. But since you want to make things difficult for yourself, I'll tell you, I won't sell this house easily. Even if I do sell it, someone like you can't afford it. This villa is worth 300 million, and famous people have lived here. What do you have to buy it? The landlord couple sat on the slightly worn but nostalgic sofa in the living room, their expressions twisted together like a pretzel, full of entanglement and reluctance. These old houses meant more to them than just properties. They were places that carried the memories of several generations of their family, where every brick and tile seemed to tell stories of the past. Selling them like this felt like cutting flesh. Meanwhile, their son was indifferent, playing with his phone, occasionally glancing at his parents, discussing with Lin Qianxue. Finally, he stood up and walked over casually, saying, Mom and Dad, don't be so tangled up. These are just old houses. I don't want to live here. What is the use of keeping them? It's better to turn them into money. I happen to want to start a company and am worried about not having funds. Hearing their son's words, the landlord couple exchanged glances filled with helplessness. Although they were reluctant, they ultimately couldn't resist their son's persistent nagging and sighed, finally nodding in agreement to sell the 5 old villas. Lin Qianxue, being a professional and capable financial advisor, conducted everything in an orderly manner. Young Master Qin, I heard you're taking your company's employees to Qionghai City for a team-building trip. Just right. We VE help you purchase several coastal villas and holiday hotels there for investment. When you go, you can stay there directly, Lin Qianxue reported to Qin Fan softly. Then, she opened her notebook and showed Qin Fan the information about the various properties and hotels purchased in Qionghai City. Hearing this, Qin Fan browsed through the property information on the computer for a while. Looking at the luxurious coastal villas backed by mountains, Qin Fan nodded in surprise. That's nice. You did well. Thank you for your hard work. It's no problem. This is what I should do. Just let me know when you plan to go there, and I'll arrange for someone to welcome you, Lin Qianxue said respectfully, slightly bowing. Well, we're going over today. Please help me arrange it, Qin Fan said with a smile. Just then, Qin Fan's phone suddenly rang, and seeing it was the company's CEO Gu Fanqing calling, he quickly answered the call. He heard Gu Fanqing's crisp and capable voice coming from the receiver. Young Master Qin, my secretary Zhang Lina and I have brought the company's colleagues, along with your close friends and their girlfriends, and we're already on the way to the airport. We're about to board the flight to Qionghai City. We're just waiting for you. Qin Fan was the first to board the helicopter. Next, Lu Ruoyan, Su Ruoshi, Su Qianma, Su Yueli, Zhang Hanfei, Xiao Yayan, Zhuku, Yuan Xinyue, Fujiwara Himiko, Irina, and Xiaoyan, Wang Yuqin, Ning Xiaoying, and Han Yunji, a total of 15 people, boarded the helicopter in an orderly manner. As the propellers spun rapidly, the helicopter slowly ascended, producing a deafening roar. It soared like an eagle, heading towards the private airport of the Zhou Group. Indeed, Qin Fan had long instructed Song Mayan to help him order a luxurious private jet. It had just arrived in the past 2 days and was now parked at the Zhou Group's private airport. The application for the flight route and various procedures had also been completed long ago. This Bell 525 had a flight range of just over 1,000 kilometers. So to avoid needing to refuel halfway, Qin Fan directly brought everyone to experience the newly purchased large private business jet, the Boeing 787-8 BBJ. Soon, the Bell helicopter landed at the private airport of the Zhou Group. Inside the spacious airport, there were fewer than 10 private planes. Some of the private planes belonged to the Zhou Group, while others were from groups friendly with the Zhou Group. Chapter 270. The Rolls-Royce fleet, like a long black dragon, finally came to a slow stop in a hillside villa community. Each driver of the Rolls-Royce cars got out in unison and opened the back doors, as if announcing the arrival of everyone to this luxurious place. This was the property Lin Qianxue bought for Qin Fan for investment purposes. The entire seaside hillside island resembled a dazzling pearl set at the edge of the Qionghai, radiating an eye-catching luxurious glow. On this hillside island, there were only 7 luxurious villas of various sizes, each standing like an independent small palace, quietly overlooking the boundless sea. The largest villa, known as the King of Villas, was grand in stature and valued at 900 million. Its exquisite architectural appearance and magnificent decorative details were astonishing. Even the cheapest villa cost over 100 million, highlighting the extraordinary prestige of this villa community. Moreover, the entire seaside hillside villa community now belonged entirely to Qin Fan, showcasing his immense financial power. In front of each villa, there was a clear swimming pool, and under the sunlight, the surface of the pool shimmered like a giant blue mirror. Chapter 271. Accompanied by this affectionate address, the girl wrapped her arms around Qin Fan's neck, burying her head deep in his chest, greedily inhaling the scent of male hormones emanating from his body, looking blissfully intoxicated. Her voice was soft and sweet, evoking feelings of affection. Qin Fan embraced the girl's delicate waist, looking at her pink and playful exquisite face, and gently asked, "Yinji, what's wrong? Aren't you going to choose a room?" Han Yinji tightly hugged Qin Fan, rubbing her head against his chest, and playfully complained, "Godfather, I've been rehearsing new songs and dances with the girl group members at Nanqing Entertainment for the past 2 days. I'm so tired. I just want you, Godfather." Qin Fan gently stroked her head and smiled. "Good girl, you've worked hard. How's the rehearsal going?" Han Yunji raised her pink and playful exquisite face. Her eyes filled with gratitude. "Godfather, it's going smoothly. Thanks to you, since I acknowledged you as my godfather. Nanqing Entertainment has been paying attention to our Tiamo girl group and is preparing to promote us heavily. They even specially hired famous composers and lyricists to help us create a new dance song. I listened to the demo, and it sounds amazing. It will definitely be a hit. Thank you so much, Godfather. Chapter 272. Soon, the convoy arrived at the exclusive dock of the Hailong Yacht Club. At the dock, it was a lively scene. People of all kinds were bustling about. The various sizes and models of yachts parked there dazzled the eyes. Under the sunlight, they shimmered with varying degrees of luster, seemingly competing to showcase their charm. Before Qin Fan and the others got out of the car, their eyes were firmly drawn to a giant super yacht that stood out among the crowd, resembling a fortress on the sea. Its massive body was particularly prominent among the many yachts, like a king proudly standing above the sea. The yacht exuded an astonishing luxurious aura, with its smooth lines and tall hull, each detail leaving people in awe. By the side of the yacht, 2 rows of blonde, blue-eyed, welcoming beauties stood. They wore matching white dresses, with graceful figures, smiles on their faces, and eyes filled with warmth and respect. As the sea breeze blew, their hair gently fluttered, resembling a group of sea spirits, specially welcoming esteemed guests. Wang Hailong respectfully walked to Qin Fan's car, personally opening the door for him, slightly bowing and gesturing for him to enter, saying, "Young Master Qin, please board the yacht for a tour. I believe you'll be satisfied." Chapter 273. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and the afterglow of the sunset cast an orange-red hue across the sea, creating a stunning view. Seagulls circled in the azure sky, occasionally emitting calls. The other girls were grouped together, enjoying different entertainment activities. Qin Fan lay on a deck chair, quietly admiring this rare and beautiful scenery. Suddenly, a series of footsteps approached. Lu Rian, wearing a white dress and barefoot, slowly walked over Qin Fan and lay down beside him. "Fan Fan," Lu Rian sweetly called, wrapping her arms around his, resting her face against his chest, curling up like a gentle little kitten. "What's wrong? Did you have fun today?" Qin Fan gently stroked Lu Rian's soft black hair and asked indulgently. I had a great time. It feels like a dream. Everything on this yacht is so beautiful. I never thought I could live like this." Lu Rian lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Qin Fan gently tapped her nose and smiled. "Silly girl. There will be many more days like this in the future, as long as you like it." Chapter 274. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the yacht returned, and everyone went back to the #1 villa of the hillside. However, everyone was still in high spirits, playing until dawn before gradually falling asleep. Tonight, Qin Fan belonged to Lu Rian, and the other girls were very considerate and did not compete with her. Even the most mischievous Faye Anna became well-behaved tonight. However, she soon couldn't help but sneak to Qin Fan's door to eavesdrop. Meanwhile, in a residential house near the airport, Zhao Yihai and his family of 3 were there. They had arrived by plane last night, went nowhere else, and headed straight here. This residential house was rented in advance by Zhao Yihai to wait for the Shadow Killer Knight, Rose, to successfully assassinate Qin Fan. Moreover, this residential house was very close to the airport, making it convenient for them to escape abroad. In the living room, the Zhao family sat together. The furnishings in the room were extremely simple, a stark contrast to the luxurious villas they were used to. The white paint on the walls was somewhat worn. The old sofa creaked slightly when sat on, and the floor was just ordinary tiles with no decorations. Chapter 275. Ding Lu Rian's Favorability 1. Ding Lu Rian's favorability has reached 100. Ding Lu Rian's strategy successful. Since Lu Rian is a special target, the reward for the strategy will be even more generous and is now being activated. Ding Lu Rian gains eternal youth. Ding Qin Fan's lifespan extends by 10 years. Lu Rian's lifespan extends by 10 years. Ding, congratulations, Master. You have obtained the design blueprint for a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Ding, congratulations, Master. You have obtained a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group X-20. Ding, congratulations, Master. You have obtained the design blueprint for a space carrier. Ding, congratulations, Master. You have obtained a space carrier battle group X-10. Ding, congratulations, Master. The system's precise positioning function has been activated. Anyone can be precisely located by the system. Ding, congratulations, Master. You have obtained 100 advanced trifold phones. System prompt. Due to the special nature of this reward, it will be temporarily stored in the system's infinite space, and the Master can extract it at any time. Zhao Yihai was furious with Zhao Ritian's words. His face flushed red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He roared, "You brat, it's the same with the lights off, and you're still picky. Don't you see what time it is now? We're hiding here for what? ISNT to make a quick escape. And also because we're afraid of the trouble that Qin Fan's people might bring us. And you, instead of worrying, are here nitpicking about this and that. Chapter 276. Night Rose, dressed in a tight black stealth suit, crouched on a tree trunk like a poised Black Panther. She was intently watching the largest villa through binoculars, her gaze sharp and focused. Tonight, Night Rose had been observing the movements of people in the villa for a long time. She had confirmed that Qin Fan's master bedroom was in the room that still had the lights on. Earlier, when Qin Fan was being affectionate with Lu Ruoyan, she had seen it clearly. However, soon after, the curtains were drawn, blocking her view and preventing her from continuing her observation. But that didn't mean she didn't know what was happening. After days of observation, she felt that Qin Fan was just a playboy who spends all day surrounded by women. She believed that dealing with such a person wouldn't be difficult. It could be said to be a piece of cake. The difficulty lay in the extremely tight security around the villa, with guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps, and every corner had surveillance cameras, making it hard to approach. Although the security measures here were not as good as those at the Fanqing Manor in Tianhai City, they weren't far off. However, this did not pose a challenge for Night Rose. After a night of observation, she had gradually mastered the layout around the villa where Qin Fan lived. Chapter 277. Ning Xiaoying raised her head, looking at Qin Fan, and said with a hint of complaint, "Stinky brother Fan, bad brother Fan. You don't know how much I've missed you during this time, in the days you weren't here. My first reaction every morning when I wake up is to hope to see you, but every time I see the empty space beside me, my heart feels hollow. I have no appetite during meals, always thinking about the times we ate together, and those meals have lost their flavor. The nights are even harder to bear. I toss and turn in bed, unable to sleep. Your shadow fills my mind. I wonder if you're eating well, if you're resting well, or if you've been taken away by some other girl." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and her pitiful appearance made anyone who saw her feel heartbroken. Seeing this, Qin Fan quickly comforted her by gently patting her little head. All right, Xiaoying. It's brother Fan's fault for being too busy and neglecting my little treasure. But look, I'm here now." Before Qin Fan could finish speaking, Ning Xiaoying used her hands to push herself up and jumped onto Qin Fan. She tightly wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck. Then, without hesitation, she leaned in and kissed him passionately. Chapter 278. Qin Fan smiled at everyone and asked with concern, "Ladies, have you all had breakfast?" Everyone answered in unison, "Chairman, we've all eaten." Qin Fan nodded and said cheerfully, "That's good. Let us set off." Everyone quickly packed their bags and personal items. However, the number of beautiful executives present was quite large, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom that brought Qin Fan over was clearly not enough to accommodate everyone. Just as everyone felt a bit awkward, Qin Fan confidently proposed, "How about this? I'll personally fund the purchase of a sports car for each of you to use during our stay in Shanghai City, and when we return to the group company. They can also serve as company vehicles." Upon hearing this, all the beautiful executives were shocked and wide-eyed, instantly unable to sit still. They completely dropped their usual reserve and began to cheer. "The chairman is so domineering. The chairman is so handsome. Young Master Qin is mighty." Compliments flowed endlessly. Then, Qin Fan had the 5-star hotel arrange a few spacious and comfortable business vehicles to take everyone to the nearest sports car dealership. Under the deep and meaningful gaze from Qin Fan, Jiang Lina understood and followed him into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chapter 279. Soon after, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan convoy, arranged by the 5-star hotel, arrived first at the largest car dealership in the area. Gu Fanjing and the beautiful executives had already gotten out of the car, chatting and laughing together, eagerly waiting for Qin Fan's arrival. Each of them looked exquisite, dressed fashionably, standing there like a beautiful scenery line, attracting the attention of passers-by. "Look, the chairman's car is coming." Qin Fan's Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived about 10 minutes later than everyone else. As for the reason, it was naturally because Qin Fan was busy with something. The luxurious vehicle slowly drove up, shining with a noble glow under the sunlight. Seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom approaching, Gu Fanjing quickly moved forward, elegantly and swiftly helping to open the car door. At that moment, Jiang Lina was inside the car, hurriedly touching up her makeup. The intimate interaction with Qin Fan had slightly flushed her cheeks, and her lips were somewhat swollen. She didn't want to appear in front of everyone looking slightly disheveled. Qin Fan didn't rush her, but got out of the car with Gu Fanjing and kindly reminded her, "Remember to catch up later." Chapter 280. Qin Fan looked at Gu Fanjing, who didn't go to pick a car, and asked with some confusion, "Hey, my CEO, Gu, why aren't you picking a car? Everyone else is gone. You should pick one you like too." Gu Fanjing smiled slightly. Her expression calm as she replied, "I don't need one. I already have a car, and I don't drive often, so I want to join the fun." Indeed, Gu Fanjing was the daughter of the Gu family, worth hundreds of billions, and she didn't lack for sports cars. Furthermore, she usually went to work driven by her family's chauffeur. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan waved his hand and said, "That one do. You are the CEO of my group. The entire group relies on you to manage everything, so I naturally have to give you one." After saying this, he turned to the car dealership owner and asked, "Boss, do you have sport cars priced over 10 million? I want to pick the best one for our CEO, Gu." The car dealership owner immediately brightened up upon hearing this, quickly nodding and bowing as he said, Yes, of course we have them. We just happen to have two newly arrived supercars here, both with top-notch configurations, and the prices are definitely in the tens of millions. I'll take you and Mr. Gu to have a look right away." Chapter 281. Ding Gu Fanqing's favorability level. 10. Ding Gu Fanqing's favorability level has reached 90. Qin Fan suddenly seemed to remember something and said to Gu Fanqing, "By the way, Fanqing, the 12 sports cars they selected should be registered under your name first. When a year-end meeting comes, we can transfer them to them." Qin Fan actually had his own little calculations in mind. He thought that in case these beautiful executives ran away for some reason, he wouldn't want to lose a car. So, these cars would just be for them to enjoy for now, and the formal transfer would happen at the year-end meeting, adding a layer of protection. He was wealthy, but he wouldn't want to be taken advantage of. Moreover, having a few million-dollar sports cars, what kind of campus beauty could he not attract? Upon hearing this, Gu Fanqing nodded repeatedly, thinking that this Qin young master wasn't as foolish as he seemed. He quickly considered this aspect. After Gu Fanqing signed the car purchase contract, Qin Fan went with her to see how the beautiful executives were choosing. At this moment, the beautiful executives were standing in front of a row of sports cars, whispering among themselves. Chapter 282. Soon, everyone got into their chosen sport cars. Gu Fanqing invited Qin Fan to sit in her Pagani Zonda MY supercar. Qin Fan elegantly sat in the passenger's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and suddenly seemed to remember something. Turning to ask, "How did I arrange for my buddies and their girlfriends?" Gu Fanqing answered while starting the car, "Oh, you're talking about them? They rented a car to go out and have fun yesterday. I was originally planning to give them each 200,000 in cash as you instructed, thinking it would let them enjoy themselves more, but they refused, saying they wanted to pay for their outing with their girlfriends." Qin Fan nodded, a knowing expression on his face. He understood that with Song Zihao and Wang Pengzi around, they wouldn't be short on money. Both of them came from decent families. Song Zihao's family owned a small construction company. While not particularly large, it was well known locally, so they had money. Wang Pengzi's family ran a chain of hot pot restaurants with several branches in Tianhai City, doing a booming business and having a solid financial background. Chapter 283. Over at Meng Lianer's place, she had set up a small food paradise in another corner of the garden. In front of her were many homemade delicacies, including exquisite pastries and delicious home-cooked dishes. Her livestream content had transformed into a food and chat session, where she enthusiastically shared cooking methods and her daily life with the audience in a pure southwestern dialect. While this style attracted many new fans, several old fans who had watched her previous streams left comments on the bullet screen saying, "Why speak when you can win the world with your looks? Did you undercook that mushroom? Did you eat sprouted potatoes? My Sanson, Captain, don't speak. We're all friends here." Meng Lianer smiled slightly at these comments and didn't pay much attention. She only wanted to live her life in a way she liked. At that moment, there was a knock at the door outside the villa, and then Pan Tian walked in. During this time, although the three of them lived in different villas next door, they had already become very good sisters and often visited each other. Behind Pan Tian was a sweet and lovely little girl, around 15 or 16 years old. Chapter 280. For the focus shifted back to Qianghai City, over 2,000 kilometers away. This beautiful island city has always been a popular vacation destination for tourists. The sun, sand, and sea weave together a captivating picture. Wang Pengzi, Song Zihao, and Zhao Mingkai were originally having fun at another bay, although that bay also had pleasant scenery. With soft sands and gentle waves lapping at the shore, No one could have imagined that a series of events would soon make their outing so tumultuous. Each of them had brought a girlfriend, and the scene indeed felt a bit like spring wind and swift horse hooves. Wang Pengzi and Song Zihao brought Xia Annie and Wu Nana, whom they met at Qin Fan yacht party last time. These two girls were roommates of Ning Xiaoying, looking youthful and fashionable, standing out in the crowd. Zhao Mingkai, once again, successfully wooed the other roommate, Xiaoying. Originally, Xiaoying had come out to play with Xia Annie and Wu Nana. She was outgoing and lively, with big sparkling eyes that exuded cleverness. As a result, Zhao Mingkai, with his silver tongue, quickly charmed Xiaoying. Chapter 285, when Qin Fan arrived at the Hailong Yacht Club dock with Gu Fanqing and the beautiful executives. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to the yacht named Qin Huang, quietly docked at the shore. Its massive body shone brilliantly under the sunlight, resembling a majestic castle on the sea, exuding endless luxury and dominance. The group of beautiful executives couldn't help but gasp in amazement, their eyes wide and mouths agape in disbelief. One of the beautiful executives couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, is this the yacht our chairman bought? This is too shocking, simply beyond imagination." The others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with envy and astonishment. Qin Fan's lips curled slightly upward, displaying a hint of pride. And then he led them onto the 180-meter-long super yacht. As soon as they boarded, the spacious deck, which resembled a plaza, the exquisite and luxurious interior, and the complete high-end facilities left everyone speechless once again. At this moment, the yacht club's owner, Wang Hailong, approached with a smiling face, respectfully asking Qin Fan, "Young Master Qin, would you like me to prepare any entertainment activities for you? It would help you and your esteemed guests enjoy yourselves even more." Chapter 286, when Wang Hailong contacted them, they had initially flatly refused, stating that they wouldn't participate in typical rich second-generation entertainment activities. After all, they were somewhat well-known artists and didn't want to lower their market value casually. However, when Wang Hailong mentioned that young Master Qin had just purchased a super yacht worth 7.5 billion, 180 meters long, their minds instantly changed. They understood that someone who could spend billions on a yacht undoubtedly came from a top-tier family. If they could get to know such rich second-generation heirs and gain their support, they might not have to worry about resources in the entertainment industry in the future. Therefore, they all immediately agreed, without even discussing the appearance fee, and rushed over. At this moment, the three female stars stood there with slightly awkward smiles on their faces, but their eyes revealed a hint of expectation. They were all secretly calculating how to perform well on this yacht to leave a good impression on Qin Fan. Perhaps this could open a new chapter in their acting careers. Just as the three female stars were about to introduce themselves, Qin Fan gently waved his hand. With a slightly casual expression and a calm tone, he said, "You three, I've seen plenty of your standard introductions on TV, so there's no need for that. Why don't you tell me what talents you have instead?" At this time, Qin Fan was sitting in the salon area of the yacht, comfortably chatting with Gu Fanqing and a few beautiful female executives. Gu Fanqing, being a workaholic, quickly steered the conversation back to work. She excitedly talked about the company's business expansion plans, new project proposals, and so on, seemingly eager to showcase her work abilities in front of Qin Fan. Her focused and serious demeanor showed a sense of drive. The female executives could only nod along, occasionally chiming in with a few relevant remarks. But inwardly, they were complaining about discussing work while trying to have fun. Eventually, Qin Fan couldn't hold back any longer and directly interrupted her, helplessly saying, "All right, my general manager Gu, we're here to relax and have fun, not to talk about work all the time. Let's enjoy ourselves and make this team-building trip enjoyable, shall we? Just put the work stuff aside for now." Gu Fanqing rolled her eyes internally, thinking to herself, "Aren't I doing this to make money for your company? Oof. It's always the emperor who isn't anxious, but the eunuchs are." However, she didn't say anything further and decided to stop discussing work, instead picking up her juice and chatting with the female executives about skincare. Back in high school, Zhao Mingkai was once a boy with a pure love dream, believing in the beauty and eternity of love. At that time, he genuinely liked a girl and devoted himself wholeheartedly, thinking they could walk through life together. However, after experiencing a deep betrayal, his pure heart gradually shattered. The girl abandoned him for a boy from a wealthy family, and in that moment, it felt like he had fallen from a beautiful dream into a cold reality. Ding System detected a suitable host. Binding in progress. Ding dogged pursuers counterattack, Sea King System successfully bound. Oops. Sorry, wrong set. But who knows, maybe Zhao Mingkai actually possesses a Sea King System. Perhaps in another timeline, after being betrayed in high school, he activated the Sea King System. Anyway, since then, he has become the Sea King he is today. He no longer easily gives his heartfelt affection and merely plays around in this flashy world. Therefore, regarding Xiaoying, a girl he has no feelings for, her changing heart truly has no impact on him. At this moment, Qin Fan smiled slightly and leisurely took out 3 cigars from an exquisite wooden box. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the cigars like throwing 3 small flying knives, accurately landing them in the hands of Wang Pengzi, Song Zihao, and Zhao Mingkai. Here, give it a try. Qin Fan's voice carried a sense of generosity, as if these fine cigars were simply good items to share with his brothers, requiring no fuss. Wow, thanks, Godfather. Wang Pengzi quickly caught the flying cigar, his face instantly breaking into a surprised smile, as if he had just won the lottery. This box is worth $50,000, meaning each cigar costs $5,000, about 35,000 Dragon Kingdom currency. Song Zihao and Zhao Mingkai hurriedly caught theirs as well, expressing their gratitude, as they were already envious of the earlier scene where Qin Fan enjoyed the services of that black silk secretary. That scene truly opened their eyes. At that moment, Black Silk Secretary Vivian gracefully approached, still wearing a charming smile, and softly said, "Gentlemen, cigars are different from regular cigarettes. You can't inhale them. When smoking a cigar, you should only let the smoke swirl in your mouth and slowly savor its unique flavor. If you inhale, you'll end up feeling like you do now, commonly referred to as getting dizzy from cigars." As she spoke, she elegantly demonstrated how to swirl the smoke in her mouth. Wang Pengzi widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "What? There's such a technique to smoking a cigar? I really didn't know. I've never smoked one before." He scratched his head, looking somewhat regretful, wishing he had asked beforehand to avoid feeling uncomfortable now. Qin Fan jokingly scolded, "You fools. Why don't you hurry outside for some fresh air? Standing here isn't a solution. You might really pass out." Subsequently, Wang Pengzi and the others stood up unsteadily, wobbling towards the deck outside. Zhao Mingkai sighed slightly and said, "But what if? I'll say this first. If Xiaoying really ends up with Fan, I won't mind. After all, I have plenty of girlfriends, and I don't have any feelings for her. Plus, there's still one at the city hospital." In fact, what Zhao Mingkai wanted to say more was that if Qin Fan was also interested in his other girlfriends, he wouldn't have any objections and would even gladly offer them up. After all, they weren't just good buddies for 3 years. Moreover, the last time they were kidnapped and beaten, Qin Fan paid millions in VIP medical fees and hospitalization fees for them. Without Qin Fan, given their family's financial situation, they couldn't afford it. Also, after Qin Fan came into money, he didn't forget them. During the last yacht party, Qin Fan even paid for him to have a few nights of different experiences with that bikini girl. Qin Fan was not only Zhao Mingkai's good buddy and brother, but also the most important benefactor in his life. Hearing this, Song Zihao and Wang Pengzi fell into deep contemplation. Memories of the past experiences they shared with Qin Fan flashed through their minds, playing, fighting, and facing difficulties together. At the same time, they recalled the happy time spent with Su Annie and Wu Nana in recent days, feeling mixed emotions and unsure of what choice to make. Chapter 292, another beautiful executive joked with a smile. "Chairman, I'll go down and see if I can find a singing seashell girl to bring back for you to listen to the song of the sea." Another beautiful executive chimed in. "Chairman, I'll check if there are any treasures hidden under the sea. If I find any, we could make a fortune. And you have to give me a bigger bonus then." Qin Fan was amused by their playful banter and laughed heartily, feeling particularly cheerful as he said, "All right, then you all better work hard. I'm looking forward to seeing your harvest." Soon, including Qin Fan, more than 10 people put on diving suits under the patient guidance of professional instructors in an orderly manner. The diving suits fit snugly against their bodies, equipped with everything they needed, as if they had instantly been granted the ability to explore the mysterious underwater world. Once everything was ready, they began to dive into the water one by one, leaving behind a trail of small bubbles slowly rising to the surface. Before long, their figures disappeared into the deep blue sea. Meanwhile, Su Annie, Wu Nana, and Xiaoying stood in place, watching the direction in which Qin Fan and the others had left, their faces filled with disappointment and frustration in their hearts. Chapter 293, then. Qin Fan opened the message sent by Song Mu Yan, which contained information about the Chu Group. Qin Xiao, the market value of the Chu Group exceeds 50 billion. The Chu Group has a marital relationship with the Li Group. Over 20 years ago, Chu Baishan's sister married into the Li family, which was a business marriage. If you want to take action against the Chu family, you need to guard against retaliation from the Li family. Qin Fan looked at this information, his brows slightly furrowing and his gaze deepening. Leaning back against the sofa, he gently tapped the edge of his phone with his fingers, quickly pondering the various circumstances regarding the Chu Group. After a while, he replied, "Take it slow regarding the Chu family's actions. Let's talk about it once I return to Tianhai City." Soon, Song Muyan sent another message. "By the way, Qin Xiao, the Zhao family processed all their assets in Tianhai City a few days ago, converting them into cash, and according to flight information, they're now also in Xianghai City." Upon seeing this message, Qin Fan couldn't help but sit up straight, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Oh, all right, got it." He was somewhat taken aback. The Zhao family's action seemed like they were trying to escape from Tianhai City, which they had operated for decades. However, he was unsure of the reason behind it. Chapter 294 at that moment, the black-clad Secretary Vivian walked onto the flybridge deck and approached Qin Fan. With elegant steps and a swaying figure, she respectfully said, "Qin Xiao, lunch is ready. Today's menu is very rich, featuring fresh deep-sea seafood dishes and local specialty signature dishes." Qin Fan nodded slightly and instructed, "Go help me call my buddies." Vivian, wearing her signature charming smile, responded in a soft and sweet voice, "Qin Xiao, I've already arranged for someone to call them." Just as Qin Fan was about to get up and leave, suddenly, Vivian's watery eyes locked onto a stain on Qin Fan's pants, and she gently said, "Qin Xiao, there's a bit of dirt on your pants. Let me help you wipe it off." Before Qin Fan could react, Vivian elegantly knelt down. Then, with practiced ease, she took out a wet tissue from her delicate handbag and gently began to wipe the spot off Qin Fan's pants. While she wiped, her charming gaze revealed a hint of uncontainable expectation, and her fingers seemed to intentionally brush lightly across Qin Fan's leg. Chapter 295. The three girls exchanged glances and reached a consensus. All men are big pigs' hooves. At that moment, the beauties from the dance troupe approached the yacht's dining area like a group of lively fairies, moving with light steps. They wore exquisite traditional costumes and brightly colored outfits for Western-style dances, their skirts flowing with the wind, and the accessories on them sparkled in the sunlight, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Soon after, the three female stars Lin Wenxi, Chen Linshan, and Fang Bingyan also appeared in evening gowns, taking the stage one after another. Song Zaheo's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, look, isn't that the national school flower Chen Linshan? She's actually here. She looks stunning in person, even more so than on TV." Zhao Mingkai also got excited and shouted, "Wow, Qin Fan is incredible. And isn't that Lin Wenxi, who debuted in a girl group? Her looks and figure are amazing. Oh, and isn't that Fang Bingyan, the goddess who once won Best Actress? My goodness, today is truly a feast for the eyes." Chapter 296. Soon, the ancient-style dance came to an end amidst the applause of Qin Fan and the crowd. The lingering sound seemed to echo in the air of the dining area, wrapping around everyone's ears, as if recounting the dreamy performance they had just witnessed. Next, a piece of music with exotic charm began to play in the restaurant. As the music started, it seemed to instantly transport everyone to the distant and mysterious western desert. The rhythm was lively and rhythmic, with drum beats that sounded like hooves on the sandy ground, also reminiscent of distant camel bells, carrying an indescribable sense of mystery and allure. Following that, a dozen beauties dressed in exotic dance costumes leaped out. They appeared like a group of elves that had jumped out from a mysterious painting, instantly lighting up the entire restaurant. These were the beauties from the Oriental dance troupe, also known as belly dancers. Their outfits were colorful, dominated by red, blue, and yellow, with lightweight fabrics as thin as gauze, embroidered with various exquisite patterns. Compared to the ancient-style dance troupe, their attire was much cooler. The crop tops perfectly showcased their slim and firm waists, and every twist seemed to carry endless charm. Chapter 297. Qin Fan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he listened to Kania's delicate voice, his gaze growing more fervent. "Kania, such a beautiful name, just like you. It's captivating." As he spoke, Qin Fan tightened his embrace around Kania a little more, causing her cheeks to flush even more. Kania let out a soft moan, slightly tilting her head to look at Qin Fan, her eyes revealing a mix of shyness and confusion, yet also a hint of expectation. Qin Xiao, please don't tease me. Her voice trembled lightly, like a delicate willow swaying in the wind. However, Qin Fan was unwilling to let it go, his gaze fixed on Kania's luscious red lips. His desire unmasked. Suddenly, he leaned down and sealed Kania's lips with his own. The kiss was domineering and passionate. Kania was initially startled, her body instantly tensing up. She was quickly melted by Qin Fan's fiery breath, slowly closing her eyes and involuntarily responding to him. The people around them were first stunned by the scene, then burst into laughter and cheers. Wang Fatty and the others were envious to the point of turning purple, sign that this was the real life of the rich. Chapter 298. Although Qin Fan had never danced Latin before, he was someone who had seen many grand occasions and quickly adapted to the rhythm. Following Yin Man Man's lead, his feet began to move in a somewhat decent manner. Seeing that Qin Fan had caught up with the rhythm, Yin Man felt secretly delighted and boldly leaned closer to him, her lips almost brushing against his earlobe as she whispered, Qin Xiao, your understanding is truly high. It's an honor for me to dance with you. I hope you will continue to enlighten me. As she spoke, her warm breath brushed against his ear, making him feel a tickle inside. Qin Fan's lips curled slightly, and he tightened his hold on her waist, teasing, isn't it because Miss Yen leads so well? The taste of Latin dance is indeed quite fiery. Hearing this, Yin Man's smile became even more charming. She deliberately twisted her waist and rubbed against him. Still speaking respectfully, but with a hint of flirtation, Qin Xiao, I am overwhelmed by your praise. To satisfy you is my greatest wish. If you wish to continue experiencing the heat of Latin dance, I will certainly do my utmost. Chapter 299. Su Annie, Wu Nana, and Xia Ying exchanged glances, seeing the same helplessness and hesitation in each other's eyes. Then, they all got up, using the excuse of going to the restroom to leave the lively yet pressuring place. They needed to discuss whether to continue pursuing their unrealistic dreams or settle down and return to Wang Fatty and the others, seizing the perhaps more practical happiness in front of them. In the spacious and luxurious restroom on the yacht, Wu Nana was the first to speak. Were we too foolish before? We let a good opportunity slip away and insisted on chasing after the unreachable Qin Fan. Su Annie nodded, looking thoughtful. Yeah, thinking back, Wang Fatty and the others have been quite good to us, yet we've been neglecting them. Xia Ying hesitated. But Qin Fan is really too attractive. Just giving up like this, I really can't accept it. The three fell into silence, and the air in the restroom seemed to grow heavy, with only the sound of running water echoing their thoughts. Su Annie, Wu Nana, and Xia Ying looked at each other. They were not lacking in beauty, with fair skin and unique charms. Chapter 300. The surrounding female attendants also applauded. Their faces were filled with excited smiles, and their eyes sparkled with admiration for the stars. Some attendants clapped while quietly discussing Fang Bingyin's beauty and dance, filled with envy. Their movements did not pause at all, tirelessly adding to the enthusiastic atmosphere of the splendid performance. Jiang Lina, on the other hand, showed no emotion at Qin Fan's collection of beauties, merely smiling as she watched the performance on stage. However, Gu Fanqing was different. She secretly scoffed, thinking that this Qin Xiao was indeed charming, surrounded by beauties one after another. Even her brother, Gu Nanxing, the president of Nanxing Entertainment, did not have such a collection of beauties around him. Yet, Gu Fanqing understood that a top-tier young master like Qin Fan, who came from a legendary ancient family, was entirely different from the wealthy young men she usually interacted with. Behind him was an unfathomable family background, a legacy of nobility and honor that had been passed down for generations. For them, wealth was merely a trivial aspect. Chapter 301. At this moment, Zhao Ritian was engulfed in extreme anger and despair, his eyes scanning the room wildly. Suddenly, his gaze fell on his stunning stepmother, Pan Chun'er. He noticed that she was secretly looking at him with a disdainful expression, her eyes glinting with a cold light. To Zhao Ritian, there was no kindness in that gaze. It seemed to hide some sort of conspiracy. He exploded like a lit powder keg, cursing, "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll take care of you right now, so you can experience my pain." His voice became hoarse with rage, the fire in his eyes seemingly ready to consume Pan Chun'er. Pan Chun'er was taken aback for a moment, then quickly put on a friendly yet awkward smile, saying sweetly, "Xiao Tian, I'm just worried about you. She tried to diffuse Zhao Ritian's anger with this gentle approach, but to him, it was just a hypocritical disguise. Zhao Ritian sneered and shouted, "What are you worried about? You're not my real mom, so stop being fake here. I know exactly what you're planning. You're just hoping I die so you can monopolize the family fortune." Chapter 302. The performers from the dance troupe and the beautiful stars took the stage one after another, like brilliant stars in the night sky, presenting various exciting programs. The dance troupe's performance was full of vitality. Every movement of the dancers was powerful, synchronized, and rhythmic, crashing against the audience's gaze like waves. The beautiful stars also showcased their talents. The beautiful executives were not to be outdone, each displaying their unique skills in front of Qin Fan. Some played elegant violins, with the melodious notes resembling moonlight spilling onto the sea. Some sang beautifully, while others danced. At this moment, Qin Fan, Wang Fatty, Song Zihao, and Zhao Mingkai gathered together to discuss their plans for the future after graduation. Wang Fatty and Song Zihao, both rich kids, spoke confidently about their futures. Wang Fatty patted his round belly and laughed. "Me? After graduation, I'll go home and inherit my family's hot pot chain. My mom has been nagging about it for a long time, saying she wants to expand the business." Song Zihao echoed, "Same here, my family runs a contracting business. I need to keep it going." Qin Fan smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling. "Fatty, if your family's hot pot restaurant wants to open more branches, I can help invest. Although the restaurant industry is a bit sluggish right now, your hot pot business has always been good. Just work hard and aim for a nationwide chain." Chapter 303. Song Zihao said seriously, "Fan, actually those three like you." Qin Fan was even more confused, his eyes widening. "What? They like me? I'm not the kind of guy who just hooks up with girls, and besides, they are your girlfriends. What's going on?" Wang Fatty sighed. "Fan, to be honest, I've been dating Sue Annie for so long, and aside from holding hands, she hasn't let me do anything. Every time I want to take things further, she finds all sorts of excuses. It feels like her heart isn't really with me." Song Zihao nodded in agreement. "I feel the same way. When I'm with Wu Nana, it always seems like she's not really paying attention. I even doubt if she truly wants to date me." Zhao Mingkai continued, "Fan Za, we actually discussed it. Since they never genuinely liked us, why don't you take them? We have no objections. You know, my girlfriend already takes up a lot of my time. Chatting with her every day is overwhelming. For me, having one more or one less doesn't make a difference. If they can be happier with you, then that's great." Wang Pengzi and Song Zihao quickly chimed in. Wang Pengzi added, "The two little nurses we talked to in the hospital are also asking us out every day. You know, unlike Kaizi, who find it hard to chat with one girl, I'm fine with letting go. It's good for everyone, right?" Chapter 304. The footsteps felt like they were stepping on a person's heart, carrying a subtle rhythm. Qin Xiao came a soft call. Qin Fan turned around to find Jiang Yinxiu, the captain of the traditional dance troupe. She wore a flowing, ancient-style dress, with delicate embroidery that shimmered under the moonlight, seemingly telling ancient stories. She walked towards him barefoot, each step like a fairy lightly tapping on water, leaving cute imprints on the wooden deck. "Hi, Miss Jiang. Can't you sleep either?" Qin Fan's lips curled up slightly, a hint of an imperceptible light flashing in his eyes. "Yes, Qin Xiao, there's someone I keep in my heart." "Making it hard for me to sleep," Jiang Yinxiu said, her head slightly lowered, a strand of hair slipping down her cheek, adding a touch of shyness. "Oh, is that so?" Qin Fan responded non-committally, his gaze wandering over Jiang Yinxiu, as if examining an interesting piece of art. However, Jiang Yinxiu moved closer, her presence accompanied by a faint floral fragrance. She lifted her head, gazing at Qin Fan with deep affection, her eyes shimmering like a spring well. "Qin Xiao, the person I keep in my heart is you." Jiang Yinxiu's voice trembled slightly, as if she had mustered great courage to say this. Chapter 305. A night passed without a word. When the first ray of morning sunlight spilled onto the shimmering sea, it seemed to drape the ocean in a layer of golden silk. The yacht was returning, the gentle rocking resembling the ocean's soft lullaby. Everyone gradually emerged from their rooms, sleepily anticipating the new day. Qin Fan stood on the deck, tall and confident, exuding a sense of control. He gathered the three beautiful captains of the dance troupe together, each displaying her own charm. Yin Man and Kania appeared rosy-cheeked, like blooming roses, vibrant and alluring. There was a unique allure in their eyes, a hint of femininity in their smiles. It was a distinct flavor nurtured by love, Anyone who had experienced it would understand at first glance. However, Jiang Yinxiu looked somewhat sleep-deprived. Despite her carefully applied makeup trying to mask her fatigue, the heavy dark circles under her eyes were like mischievous children that couldn't be hidden. The opportunity she had struggled to create last night was disrupted by Fang Bingyan. She tossed and turned in bed. The image of Qin Fan and that interrupted, beautiful moment constantly replaying in her mind, making it impossible for her to sleep. Chapter 306. The Qin Huang yacht slowly returned. By the time they reached the dock, Qin Fan and the others had already finished their leisurely breakfast. The sunlight warmly bathed every corner of the dock, casting a soft golden glow. The sea breeze gently blew, carrying the ocean's unique salty aroma, enveloping everyone. Following Qin Fan's instructions, Kania, Yin Man Man, and Jiang Yinxiu organized their dance team methodically. The 36 members were full of energy, their eyes shining with anticipation for the future. They packed their bags with lively steps, chatting and laughing as they headed to the airport, excited to establish the Fancheng Dance Troupe Company in Tianhai City. As they walked, they occasionally envisioned the bustling scene of their company settling into the Fancheng Group building, as if that beautiful picture was right before their eyes. After arranging the dance troupe, Qin Fan called over Wang Pengzi, Song Ziheo, and Zhao Minkai. He instructed them to take Su, Annie, and the others back to the hotel first. That night, Qin Fan planned to arrange a gathering for them to ease their heartaches. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi and the others immediately erupted in excited cheers. Chapter 307. A beautiful executive from the finance department also joined in. She covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes filled with mischief, saying, "I say, Manager Song, you can't hide your thoughts anymore. They're practically spilling out of your eyes. Looks like you're seizing this opportunity to soar to new heights during this team-building trip. Just don't forget about us sisters later." Hearing this, Song Ziwei's heart stirred slightly, realizing they seemed to have picked up on something. However, she refused to back down, placing her hands on her hips and lifting her chin slightly, responding with a hint of pride. "Humph, look at what you're saying. I'm just expressing my true feelings. Besides, if something good really happens, I definitely won't forget you all. We'll share the blessings." An HR executive crossed her arms, wearing a half smile, and said slowly, "Oh, Manager Song, are you planning to abandon your current partner and turn to our chairman? You better act fast, or such a good opportunity might slip away like a kite." Song Ziwei's heart skipped a beat at this, but she pretended to shyly cover her face. Chapter 308. Haha, Chairman, you can rest assured, we will definitely fulfill our mission. The public relations executive, Song Ziwei, smiled brightly as she gracefully walked quickly to Qin Fan's side. Her bright eyes sparkled with excitement, her gaze carrying a hint of intimacy. The other beautiful executives nodded in agreement, each wearing expressions of eagerness, like a group of adventurers about to embark on a treasure hunt. Upon entering the mall, luxurious and extravagant boutiques appear before them. Inside the display windows, dazzling lights illuminated various products, reflecting mesmerizing brilliance. They first arrived at an internationally renowned luxury handbag store. As soon as they stepped inside, the staff, looking well-trained, greeted them with enthusiasm, their smiles warm and professional, making one feel as if they were in a spring breeze. "Welcome, esteemed guests. We just received several globally limited edition bags today, each a masterpiece of a designer's ingenuity. Whether in craftsmanship or design, they are truly works of art. I believe you'll love them." A staff member dressed in a well-tailored outfit and with exquisite makeup greeted them with a smile, gently guiding them towards the display area. Chapter 309. The shop assistant saw customers coming in and hurriedly welcomed them with a professional and friendly smile, politely saying, "Welcome to the Vacheron Constantin Watch House, dear guests. Here we have a collection of classic models and limited edition watches, each embodying the craftsmanship and exquisite skills of the master watchmakers. May I ask which model you would like to see today?" Qin Fan nodded and gestured for Gu Fanqing to go in and choose. "Qin Xiao, are you planning to gift me a Vacheron Constantin watch?" Gu Fanqing asked. Qin Fan's lips curled slightly, with a teasing tone, as he gently patted Gu Fanqing's shoulder and said with a smile, "Oh, we've been shopping around for so long, yet you haven't bought anything. As the CEO of our group, it's not good to be so out of place. Let's go see if there's a watch suitable for you here. Don't worry. I'll cover the cost this time, so don't be polite with me." Gu Fanqing's face blossomed with a sweet smile, tilting her head slightly as she replied, "Oh, since our chairman Qin is so wealthy, I'll gladly accept." Qin Fan deliberately straightened his face, pretending to be serious, narrowing his eyes slightly, and pointed with his finger, saying, "That's good. If you keep being polite, I might have to deduct your salary." Chapter 310. Zhang Shan was just about to introduce the details of this watch to Qin Fan and Gu Fanqing. After all, the craftsmanship and unique design philosophy behind this watch were worth praising. He thought it would be good to give a thorough introduction so that the two esteemed guests could better understand the watch's preciousness. However, Qin Fan was not patient enough to listen to his introduction, frowning as he directly raised his hand, reaching over Zhang Shan to take out the watch. At this moment, he had no interest in hearing those introductions and just wanted to see the watch on Gu Fanqing's wrist as soon as possible. As he took it out, he said, all right, no need for an introduction." Seeing this, Zhang Shan was not angry at all, maintaining a respectful smile on his face. After all, he believed that someone like Qin Fan, from a wealthy family, would naturally have his own style of doing things and wouldn't care about such ordinary introductions. Holding the watch, Qin Fan looked at Gu Fanqing and said with a smile, "Fanqing, come, give me your hand." Gu Fanqing didn't want to refuse Qin Fan's goodwill and smiled slightly. Her smile was like ripples on a lake stirred by a gentle breeze, soft and charming. She extended her fair, soft little hand in front of Qin Fan. Her hand was slender and long, with skin as white as sheep fat jade, shimmering with a faint glow as if it could yield water with just a gentle pinch. Chapter 311. The Atlantis Hotel is a 7-star hotel in Shanghai City, comprising a hotel, water park, aquarium, and other buildings. Its magnificent exterior resembles a luxurious castle, shining with dazzling brilliance under the sun, showcasing unparalleled nobility and luxury. Soon, Qin Fan and others arrived at the Atlantis Hotel, driving 14 sports cars. The cool bodies of the sports cars and their low rumbling sounds instantly attracted many gazes. As the secretary of the group, Jiang Lina had naturally booked a private room in the restaurant beforehand. The hotel manager personally brought a team of waiters to welcome them. The manager, dressed in a sharp suit, had a respectful smile on his face as he jogged up to Qin Fan, slightly bent over, and said respectfully, "Hello, Qin Xiao. It's truly an honor for our hotel to have you here. The private room has been prepared according to your requirements. Please follow me." At the entrance, 2 rows of hostesses dressed in matching uniforms stood, their figures graceful and faces beautiful, wearing sweet smiles as they said in unison, "Welcome to Atlantis Hotel, and we wish our guests a pleasant dining experience." Their voices were crisp and pleasant, echoing at the hotel entrance. Chapter 312. Ding. Song Ziwei's favorability 1. Ding. Song Ziwei's favorability has reached 100. Ding. Song Ziwei's strategy successful. Reward package being opened. Ding. Song Ziwei gains eternal youth. Ding. Qin Fan's lifespan 10 years. Song Ziwei's lifespan 10 years. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 100 shares of Atlantis Hotel. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have gained a private airport in Shanghai City. In a private room, the aroma of fine wine and delicious food lingered in the air. Everyone was immersed in the slightly tipsy and pleasant atmosphere. One of the beautiful female executives leaned back in her chair, chatting casually with another female executive. Both of their faces were flushed with a drunken hue, their eyes somewhat hazy, and their voices carried a lazy tone. Suddenly, the phone placed on the table of the beautiful executive rang. The crisp ringtone stood out in the somewhat noisy private room. She frowned slightly, muttering to herself, "Who is this calling at this time? I hope it's not some trouble at the company." She reached for her phone, glancing at the caller ID, which was Song Ziwei's boyfriend, Shaoli. Chapter 313. Inside the private room, the beautiful female executives were still in a slightly tipsy state, chatting and laughing. Only Jiang Lina was frowning nearby, deep in thought. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she pondered. Song Ziwei has been in the restroom for quite a while. Why hasn't she come back yet? And it seems Qin Dong is also missing. Could it be? Jiang Lina had some vague suspicions in her heart, but didn't want to make a fuss about it. She just quietly observed her surroundings. Hey, where did our chairman go? One of the beautiful female executives swayed her slightly dizzy head and looked around, asking, "Yeah, I was hoping to drink a few more glasses with Qin Dong," another echoed, her face displaying a drunken regret. Just as the group of beautiful female executives was discussing Qin Fan's disappearance, the private room door was pushed open. Song Ziwei walked in while on the phone, her steps somewhat unsteady, and the flush on her face was even deeper than before. Her eyes showed a hint of drunken confusion and irritation, clearly indicating that her recent experience in the restroom, coupled with the phone call, had left her emotions quite volatile. She spoke loudly into the phone. "I already said, we just had a company dinner, and I went to the restroom for a moment. I didn't hear the phone ring. What do you mean by asking this and that repeatedly? Do you not trust me? I'm already tired enough working at the company, and I just want to relax during this team-building event. Are you really going to be so suspicious? Is it interesting?" Chapter 314. Qin Fan had previously learned that the Zhao family had disposed of all their assets in Tianhai City and had just arrived in Xianghai City. This news was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples of worry in Qin Fan's heart. He knew very well that the Zhao family's actions must have ulterior motives. Furthermore, when cornered, they might resort to extreme measures. Therefore, he had Tang Yunya bring a team of security personnel to ensure the safety of those around him. After receiving the order, Tang Yunya immediately responded, "Yes, young master. I will arrange it right away." With that, she turned and quickly walked out of the villa, her capable figure soon disappearing at the doorway. She stepped onto the open ground outside and blew the whistle for assembly. The 50 security personnel from Qin City quickly gathered and lined up neatly in several rows. After a brief instruction from Tang Yunying, she led everyone onto the vehicles that had been prepared in advance, racing towards the villa on Half Mountain Island. After Tang Yunying left, Gao Xiaolan respectfully asked, "Young Master Qin, how should I arrange things here?" She slightly leaned forward, her eyes filled with submission towards Qin Fan. After taking a sip of tea, the slightly bitter yet fragrant liquid slid down his throat, but it seemed unable to dispel the trace of worry in his heart. Chapter 315. After having dinner, Qin Fan was leisurely digesting in the villa's yard when he heard a commotion approaching. Turning around, he saw the bustling figures of Wang Pengzi, Song Zihao, and Zhao Mingkai appearing before him. As soon as these three arrived at the villa entrance, their eyes widened, fixating on the 4 luxurious supercars parked in a row. Their faces turned red with excitement, looking as if they had just won a huge lottery, their mouths almost stretching to their ears. A Bugatti Veyron, a Ferrari, and a Pagani Huayra, each with unique designs showcasing elegance and luxury. The most extravagant of all was the Bugatti Vision GT, quietly parked there like a king. This was a vehicle specially prepared for Qin Fan, worth 180 million. Wang Pengzi and the others were so captivated by the 3 supercars that they couldn't tear their eyes away. They hurriedly approached, looking like they had just seen a stunning beauty, their eyes filled with infatuation. They cautiously touched the shiny car body and curiously examined the cool rims, all the while praising it with gasps of admiration, drooling uncontrollably at the corners of their mouths, nearly letting it fall to the ground. Chapter 316. At this moment, the customer service manager approached with a flattering smile and asked, "How is it, young Master Qin? Gentlemen, are you satisfied?" His smile was so wide it seemed to create wrinkles, and he occasionally glanced at Qin Fan and the others, hoping to receive some compliments. Qin Fan, however, appeared indifferent. After all, for him, this was just a performance. Before coming, Gao Xiaolan had meticulously arranged for 2 pure and innocent girls to accompany Qin Fan, serving him comfortably for an entire afternoon. After this indulgence, Qin Fan had already entered a sage mode. He felt little excitement from the lively scene before him. Moreover, Qin Fan had his unique preferences when it came to relationships. He preferred unopened private cars and occasionally felt inclined to take a ride in someone else's private vehicle. However, he had little interest in share bikes that sparked fleeting affections. Qin Fan turned to Wang Pengzi and the others and asked, "What about you?" The 3 were genuinely astonished by the spectacle before them. They were typical homebodies, spending their days either gaming in their dorms or fawning over anime girls. Chapter 317. This time, without waiting for the customer service manager to ask, Song Zihao immediately stood up eagerly. His movements were so quick it seemed as if the chair had springs, and his face was filled with an excited smile as he loudly declared, "Satisfied, satisfied. We want all of these." While speaking, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes scanning the girls with barely contained delight. Wang Pengzi and Zhao Mingkai quickly echoed him, with Wang Pengzi bouncing his round body and shouting, "Yes, yes, they all meet our expectations. Keep them all." Zhao Mingkai nodded in agreement, saying, "Keep them all," while adjusting his collar to appear more presentable. Qin Fan slightly raised his gaze, slowly scanning the girls in front of him before nodding. This batch of girls was indeed impressive, each with a beauty score above 90. Their exquisite faces, some pure, some sweet, some cool, each had their own charm. And a few even reached the level of campus beauties, standing there like shining pearls, making it hard to look away. Qin Fan crossed his arms and casually yet decisively said, "All right, keep them all." Chapter 318. Just as Qin Fan finished paying, the dazzling lights in the disco hall illuminated the big screen, broadcasting shocking news. "Thank you, Supreme VIP Client Young Master Qin. Spending 18 million. Unlocking the spade, a god-level cameo. Freezing the god-level cameo." The lines of large characters shone with golden light, seemingly carrying a magic that stirred the blood. Rolling through the entire disco hall, wishing young Master Qin and the bosses on stage smooth sailing, a bright future, and a path of success. The subsequent blessings echoed throughout every corner, with a strong and passionate voice igniting the atmosphere to its peak. Immediately, cheers erupted throughout the venue. The DJ on stage seemed to be infused with endless energy, rapidly moving his hands on the turntables, the rhythm becoming increasingly intense and explosive. The colorful lights flickered wildly with the beat, and the dancing girls put in even more effort. Their bodies swayed, hair flying, each movement radiating extreme heat and allure, continuously elevating the festive atmosphere. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi, Song Zihao, and Zhao Mingkai were already thrilled by the lively ambience. Chapter 319. The one speaking was Chun Shiji from the Chun Group in Shanghai City. His brow was tightly furrowed, his eyes wide open, filled with a domineering glare, as if he were about to kill the customer service manager at any moment. Beside him stood several similarly arrogant young men, all looking equally haughty, seemingly ready to join Chun Shiji in confronting the manager. Next to them was a woman with an unparalleled beauty named Xiao Moran. Without a doubt, she was the most eye-catching presence among this group. Xiao Moran, the daughter of the richest family in Shanghai, was also the first beauty of the younger generation. Her exquisite features seemed like the most perfect masterpiece created by heaven. Her fair skin was as white as snow, glowing softly under the disco's bright lights, exuding a delicate beauty. Her large eyes were like clear stars, deep and bright. Just a gentle glance could draw one in. Her straight and petite nose was perfectly centered on her face, and her cherry-like lips were naturally rosy. The slightly upturned corners of her mouth held a hint of a faint smile, adding to her charming allure. She was tall and slender, wearing a simple yet elegant long dress that highlighted her outstanding temperament. Chapter 320. Immediately, Chun Shiji turned his head and yelled at the customer service manager, "Turn off the sound system." His voice carried an undeniable dominance. The customer service manager trembled with fear, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. How could he dare to defy? He hurriedly gestured for the music to stop at the DJ booth. In the dance floor area, the crowd was still wildly moving, immersed in the explosive music and fiery atmosphere. Suddenly, the music stopped, and everyone was momentarily confused, their movements freezing as looks of bewilderment spread across their faces. However, they quickly noticed the commotion over here. People, being fond of excitement, were drawn over like magnets, surrounding the area in layers, making it impossible for anyone to pass through. "Kid, I heard your last name is Qin, right? Do you know who I am? In the entire Shanghai city, no one dares to disrespect me." Chun Shiji shouted hoarsely. His voice was particularly loud in the suddenly quiet nightclub, echoing in everyone's ears. His eyes were fixed on Qin Fan, filled with anger and provocation, as if he wanted to suppress Qin Fan with just his gaze. Chapter 321. Xiao Moran's words were clear and logical. Many people around nodded in agreement, feeling that it made sense. The tense atmosphere that had been almost frozen seemed to ease a bit. Xiao Moran's speech made Qin Fan look at her in a new light. He originally thought she and Chun Shiji were cut from the same cloth, just some rich kids who acted recklessly because of their family's wealth and power. But unexpectedly, even though she stood among this group of playboys, she could speak up for him with righteousness at this moment. It seemed that this girl had her own opinions and sense of right and wrong. Qin Fan couldn't help but glance at Xiao Moran a few more times, his gaze losing some of its previous indifference and disdain. Ding, target confirmed. Xiao Moran. 21 years old, height, 172 centimeters, weight, 52 kilograms, 886,088. Occupation, third-year business school. Appearance, 98 points. Number of friends, 0. Health, normal. Skills, financial management. Piano, violin, dance go. Favorability. 10. 100 means successful conquest. Rewards a big gift package. Chapter 322. Zhao Fia was dressed in a well-tailored qipao, intricately embroidered with exquisite patterns. Under the lighting, it shimmered with a luxurious sheen, accentuating her curvaceous figure perfectly. Her hair was styled in an updo, adorned with a uniquely designed jade hairpin. As she moved, the color of the jade seemed to flow. She held a fan in her hand, and as she waved it, a faint scent wafted through the air. Her appearance resembled a woman from the Republic of China, graceful and alluring. Every gesture was filled with charm, captivating the onlookers. Zhao Fia quickly approached Qin Fan and Chen Shiji, followed by several burly bodyguards in black suits. The bodyguards stood with stern expressions, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes, exuding an intimidating presence. Upon seeing Zhao Fia arrive, Chen Shiji immediately puffed out his chest. With a hint of dissatisfaction and arrogance, he loudly said, "Mrs. Ya, over the years, I've spent no less than 5 to 6 million at your D-Long Club. This supreme VIP booth has always been mine, and now your people dare to sell it to someone else without permission. Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Chapter 323. Zhao Fia. Seeing Xia Mo Ran's demeanor, instantly understood. This was her good sister Zhao Shuya, who insisted on marrying into the Qin group, and wanted to match Xia Mo Ran with Chen Shiji. She knew a bit about it. However, in her opinion, Chen Shiji was a playboy who was not worthy of Xia Mo Ran. Zhao Fia smiled gently, pinched Xia Mo Ran's cheek, and teased, "Who said that? Don't listen to your mother. Our Ran has a beauty that could topple kingdoms." The number of people chasing her could line up all the way to the Iron Tower country. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd laughed, and the atmosphere seemed to lighten considerably. After chatting with Xia Mo Ran for a bit, Zhao Fia turned back and signaled to the bartender. The bartender, understanding her cue, quickly approached with a tray. On the tray were 2 carefully crafted cocktails, shimmering enticingly under the lights. Zhao Fia picked up the 2 glasses and smiled at Qin Fan. "Say, Mr. Qin, why don't we become friends? If you encounter any issues in Shanghai City in the future, feel free to look for me. Although I'm not a big shot, I do know some people here." Chapter 324. Behind her, the previously straight-standing black-clad bodyguards stepped forward. They exuded a powerful aura, confronting Chen Shiji's side. Xia Mo Ran watched the tense scene, feeling anxious inside. She knew Chen Shiji's temperament. Once he got riled up, it would take 9 oxen to pull him back. And Zhao Fia's side was not to be trifled with. The D-Long Club was a well-known presence in this area. She was worried that if things continued to escalate, the situation would spiral out of control, making it hard to resolve later. So, she quickly stepped forward, her face stern, and said, "Chen Shiji, if you continue like this, I will leave immediately, and you won't be able to annoy me again." However, Chen Shiji was in a fit of anger and could not care less about Xia Mo Ran's words at this moment. Right now, what mattered more than anything was face. He impatiently glared at Xia Mo Ran, saying, "Mo Ran, don't interfere in this matter. I must get this booth today. I want to see what the D-Long Club can do to me." After saying that, he turned his gaze to Qin Fan, his eyes filled with provocation, as if to say, "Today's incident is caused by you. If you know what's good for you, just obediently give up the booth." Chapter 325. Under the manager's orders. The servers quickly cleaned up the area around Qin Fan. In no time, the previously chaotic booth became tidy and orderly. Then, Zhao Fia personally signaled the servers to prepare drinks and fruit platters for Qin Fan, even adding a few more bottles of fine wine. The drink and fruit platters were arranged exquisitely, with various fresh fruits cut into beautiful shapes, arranged in an appealing manner. All made from the best imported varieties from the store, exuding tempting colors and aromas. Once everything was in place, Zhao Fia personally accompanied Qin Fan to drink a few glasses. She was cheerful and occasionally chatted with Qin Fan, each word conveying just the right amount of warmth and closeness, making Qin Fan feel quite comfortable. After a few drinks, Zhao Fia slightly stood up, reluctantly and politely saying, "Mr. Qin, you take your time. I have some matters to attend over there. If you need anything, just let me know." After saying this, she swayed her figure and slowly left the booth where Qin Fan was, leaving him to continue enjoying the atmosphere of the nightclub. Qin Fan continued to play music and dance. Chapter 326. Chen Shiji, upon hearing this, felt it made a lot of sense, and the worry on his face vanished instantly. Replaced by excitement and eagerness, he hurriedly asked, "Do you have that kind of drug?" The little follower wore a proud expression, the corners of his mouth turning up, as he pulled out a bottle from his pocket and waved it in front of Qin Shiji's eyes. Inside the bottle was a small pink pill, and he mysteriously said, "Of course, we have this." Then he brought the bottle closer, as if showcasing a treasure, and continued, "This thing dissolves in water. It's colorless and tasteless, just one pill, and Xiao Moden will bow down to you." Upon hearing this, Qin Shiji became excited immediately, his eyes filled with greed and eagerness. He snatched the small pill, tightly clenched it in his hand, and left the restroom in high spirits. Qin Fan, listening to all of this in the stall, frowned deeply. His face was filled with anger and disdain, cursing Qin Shiji in his heart for being so shameless. He never expected that he would dare to use such despicable means against Xiao Moden. Qin Fan couldn't help but worry for Xiao Moden, her cold yet kind appearance flashing through his mind. She had helped him speak up when he was in trouble. Such a good girl shouldn't fall victim to this villain's evil schemes. Chapter 3:27. Zhao Fia also furrowed her brows, her face filled with a look of entanglement, as if she was weighing a difficult decision in her heart. After hesitating for a while, she finally uttered a word, "This." She was well aware of the pros and cons of sending someone to the hospital. On one hand, she was indeed worried about Xiao Moden's health. On the other hand, she was concerned about the impact on Xiao Moden and the Xia family's reputation if the news leaked out. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Seeing Zhao Fiya's indecision, Qin Fan understood what she was worried about. After all, with Xiao Moden's identity, if this kind of thing got out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Fan gritted his teeth, thinking that if it came to it, he would have to use his secret weapon. Therefore, Qin Fan was preparing to summon the system, silently organizing his inquiry in his mind. He wanted to quickly ask if the system had an antidote to resolve this tricky situation. However, at that moment, Zhao Fiya suddenly seemed to have made a decision. She took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "Mr. Qin, we have the antidote here." Her tone carried a hint of nervousness and testing. Qin Fan was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, and he hurriedly asked, "There's an antidote? Where?" Chapter 328. Zhao Minkai chuckled and waved his hand at the two of them, saying, "Then let's not worry about him. Since Fan said so, let's go. We can't waste this wonderful night." Saying this, Wang Fatty waved his hand and shouted, "Waiter, come here for a moment." After a while, a neatly dressed waiter quickly approached and politely asked, "Gentlemen, how may I assist you?" Wang Fatty pointed to the unfinished drinks on the table and said boldly, "Put these unfinished drinks under Qin Fan's name. We'll continue drinking next time." The waiter quickly nodded in agreement and began to tidy up with nimble hands and feet. Then, the three of them, each with their favorite girls, swayed out of the bar. Their walking posture radiated a sense of pride. Once they arrived at the parking lot, the three flashy supercars, under the illumination of the lights, emitted a charming shine, particularly eye-catching. As soon as the girls saw these cars, their eyes lit up instantly, and they exclaimed excitedly. That sound echoed in the parking lot, filled with surprise and excitement. Almost in unison, several girls giggled and rushed towards Wang Fatty and the others, actively offering warm kisses, creating a lively scene. Chapter 329. Zhao Fiya hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and then returned to the room to check on Xiao Moden's condition. As soon as she entered the room, a rich and enchanting scent immediately penetrated her nostrils, causing her previously calm emotions to ripple like the surface of a lake disturbed by thrown stones. Years ago, Zhao Fiya's husband, with the unwavering support of the Zhou family group, rose strongly in the treacherous underworld, becoming a formidable figure in the Dragon Emperor society. However, as the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. With the growing power and fame, he unknowingly made too many enemies. Those hidden foes were waiting for the right moment to strike. Ultimately, on a seemingly ordinary day, but one filled with hidden dangers, her husband was assassinated by enemies and passed away suddenly, leaving Zhao Fiya to face the ever-changing situation alone. Fortunately, the Zhou family group stepped in to help, stabilizing the precarious situation of the Dragon Emperor society. As a result, Zhao Fiya was entrusted with the urgent responsibility and succeeded her husband as the current leader of the Dragon Emperor society. However, over the years, she had devoted all her energy to managing the complex affairs of the Dragon Emperor society. Chapter 330. In Zhao Shuyu's impression, whenever the Xia and Chun families interacted, Chun Shiji always behaved politely, presenting himself as a young and talented gentleman. Every time he visited their home, he showed great respect to the elders and was gentle and refined when interacting with Xia Moden. Because of the deep friendship between the Xia and Chun families, she had been hoping to bring Xia Moden and Chun Shiji together. She was eagerly looking forward to the two children naturally coming together and achieving a good marriage. She never expected that Chun Shiji could do such a crazy thing behind her back. Thinking about this, she felt a wave of fear. If that were the case, wasn't she, as a mother who only wanted the best for her daughter, actually harming her good daughter, Moden? This little brat. And I was still thinking of giving him more opportunities to cultivate feelings with Moden. I didn't expect him to be so impatient to bully my Moden. Zhao Shuya's was both angry and regretful, her face slightly reddening with anger. Regretting her decision, she stomped her foot, her eyes slightly reddened, filled with self-blame and heartache. Zhao Shuya's tightly grasped Zhao Fiya's hand, her fingers turning white from the force, and she hurriedly asked with a trembling voice, "What happened next? What about Moden?" Chapter 331. Zhao Fiya's eyes revealed a mysterious meaning, as if she wanted to slowly lead to the truth of the matter through this topic. Zhao Shuya's coldly replied, "I don't know." At this moment, her mind was filled with thoughts of her daughter, and she had no time to care about any investment group. Zhao Shuyan felt that her sister Zhao Fiya was deliberately changing the subject, and her irritation grew a bit more. Zhao Fiya continued, "Do you know who the current owner of the Shanghai Yacht Club in Tianhai City is?" She remained calm and unhurried, as if patiently explaining knowledge to an elementary school student. But to Zhao Shuyan, this was clearly a deliberate delay, and her impatience was palpable. Zhao Shuyan replied impatiently, "I don't know. What exactly do you want to say? What does this have to do with Ranran's situation?" Her brows furrowed tighter, her arms crossed over her chest, her face full of displeasure. She couldn't understand why her sister Zhao Fiya was asking her such irrelevant questions, feeling as if her sister was deliberately teasing her, not wanting her to know the truth. Now, she just wanted to find out quickly what had happened to her obedient daughter, and that anxious feeling made it impossible for her to wait even a moment longer. Chapter 332 on the phone was a small leader from the Julong Society. "Madam Ya, people from the Chun family and a few other families have arrived. All right, bring them to the reception room to wait." Zhao Fiya's brow slightly furrowed, but her tone carried an undeniable authority. After speaking, she hung up the phone decisively. She looked at her sister Zhao Shuyan, her expression turning serious, and her tone softened a bit as she said, "Sister, the people from the Chun family and a few other small families are here. Let us put our matters aside for now and go settle accounts with them first. These old guys usually indulge their children's misbehavior, but today they dared to bully Ranran. We can't let them off easily." Seeing her sister's tone soften, Zhao Xian's anger eased a little. She also knew that this wasn't the time for internal strife. After all, her daughter Xiao Moran had suffered such a great grievance tonight, and that was the urgent matter that needed to be resolved. Although she still had many grievances about her daughter's relationship with Qin Fan, it was already a done deal, and arguing further had no practical significance. The most important thing now was to let Ranran vent her frustration and make those people understand that the daughter of the Xia family was not someone who could be bullied easily. Chapter 333. Beep. Alert. Alert. Beep. The system has detected a dangerous person hiding on the rooftop of Villa Number 1. The indestructible golden body has been activated for the owner. Qin Fan sneered in his heart. As expected, I said that the Zhao family coming to Tianhai City was no coincidence. They even dared to hire a killer. However, to think that a single killer could take my life is truly naive. Nevertheless, Qin Fan did not make a fuss. He still wore a faint smile as he stepped into the villa, as if nothing had happened. As he walked, he instructed Tang Yunying to strengthen the perimeter security of the villa, to keep an eye on the surroundings for any other suspicious individuals, and to catch them all at once. After arranging everything, Qin Fan headed straight for the bathroom. He thought about taking a comfortable bath to relax, since the killer wouldn't be able to escape in a short while. He didn't want to alert the snake for now. He would wait for the shadow killer, Night Rose, to appear on her own, and then use his means to take her down in one go. This way, the Zhao father and son would understand the consequences of provoking him. Chapter 334. Although Night Rose was inexperienced, as a top assassin ranked 5th on the leaderboard, she had carried out numerous missions. She also knew that rich second-generation individuals like Qin Fan who were obsessed with beauty, would often take some kind of drugs to enhance their physical strength. If Qin Fan knew what Night Rose was thinking at that moment, he would definitely shout, "She's slandering me." He might even disdainfully say, "Come on, let us fight 300 rounds. Whoever loses is a little dog." However, Night Rose was still a fifth-ranked assassin. After muttering a few words to herself, she took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness in her heart, and continued to eavesdrop intently. As time passed, Night Rose suddenly realized that her breathing had become a bit erratic. Her once steady breaths began to quicken, and her heartbeat seemed to intensify. The sound of her heart pounding was particularly clear to her, as if it were pounding against her rationality. No, if I wait any longer, something will go wrong. Night Rose bit her lip, secretly making a decision. She reached for the dagger tied to her long, beautiful leg, which glinted coldly. The blade of the dagger exuded a chilling aura in the night. Night Rose gripped the dagger in reverse, the cold touch calming her down a bit. Chapter 335. The two exchanged blows back and forth for dozens of rounds. But Night Rose gradually found herself exhausted, her breathing becoming more and more erratic. Her movements also slowed down. Meanwhile, Qin Fan remained calm and collected, intensifying his offensive. Every move he made pressed Night Rose down hard, leaving her with no chance to fight back. In the end, Night Rose knew that if this continued, she would undoubtedly lose. She spotted an opening, feigned an attack to Qin Fan's left side, but then turned her body towards the window, trying to escape. However, Qin Fan would not let her succeed. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand, and a flash of cold light appeared. A silver needle emerged from his palm, moving at incredible speed, piercing into an acupoint on Night Rose's body in the blink of an eye. As Night Rose leaped, it was as if an invisible hand had firmly pressed her down. She fell heavily to the ground with a thud. The silver needle accurately struck her acupoint, rendering her unable to move and preventing her inner strength from circulating. She could only lie on the ground, her eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. Night Rose glared fiercely at Qin Fan, as if she wanted to swallow him alive. Chapter 336. Qin Fan looked at the various peculiar props in the suitcase with some surprise. He raised an eyebrow and asked Fei Anna, "When did you develop this hobby?" Fei Anna smiled mischievously, revealing two cute dimples on her face. She blinked her eyes and said sweetly, "I just want to stand out among Brother Fan's many beautiful acquaintances, so that Brother Fan will think of me more." Qin Fan nodded in appreciation, reaching out to pat Fei Anna's head. Then, Fei Anna took out a bundle of red rope. The rope looked quite sturdy and was made of soft material. She showed a little devilish smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and said, "First, we need to tie her up." Saying this, she walked towards Night Rose, her face showing unreserved pride and excitement, as if what she was about to do was an incredibly fun thing. Qin Fan truly did not expect that Fei Anna would awaken such a talent. Watching her familiar moves, he couldn't tell if she had secretly practiced for a long time. Throughout the night, Fei Anna kept finding ways to showcase various operations in front of Qin Fan. Chapter 337. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the D-Long Club KTV in Zhao Fia's office, the two sisters, Zhao Fia and Zhao Shuya, looked slightly fatigued with bloodshot eyes. They hadn't slept a wink last night while seeking revenge for Xiaomo Ran, yet their spirits remained high. The office was dimly lit, the atmosphere tense, with only the aroma of coffee faintly wafting through the air. Chun Shiji's wealthy friends, whose family business was being targeted by Zhao Shuya's overnight orders, were like a candle in the wind, on the verge of collapse. Bankruptcy seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Last night, the parents of those families hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news, like ants on a hot pan, displaying their disgrace in front of Zhao Fia and Zhao Shuya. They knelt on the ground, tearfully pleading for mercy. To show their determination, they even personally beat their troublesome offspring. Those young scions, who were once so arrogant, now looked like frostbitten eggplants, filled with fear and helplessness. They could only endure their parents' scolding, not daring to utter a word. However, Zhao Fia and Zhao Shuya were not soft-hearted people. They sat on the sofa, their expressions cold. Chapter 338. Xiaomo Ran curiously asked Annie, "Did you sleep here all night? Why not sleep in bed?" Her eyes were full of innocence and confusion, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Zhao Fia suppressed her fatigue, and didn't he mention how she had been busy all night because of her. Instead, she forced a smile and gently asked Ran, "Are you hungry? Annie will make you breakfast." Just as she finished speaking, Ran's stomach seemed to have heard the call and let out a timely growl. She shyly smiled and said, "Yes, Auntie. Sorry to trouble you." Zhao Fia stood up, tidied her slightly wrinkled clothes, and said, "Why are you being so polite with Annie? Wait here, I'll go make breakfast for you right away." "Thank you, Annie," Ran replied, just as she was about to get up to wash up. She suddenly moved her body, tried to lift her leg out of bed. But as soon as she moved, a sharp pain shot through her body, as if countless needles were simultaneously poking into her skin. "Ouch!" Ran instantly frowned, her face showing a painful expression. Zhao Fia heard the commotion and quickly turned to ask, "What is wrong, Ran?" Chapter 339. At the hillside villa, the sun was shining brightly. Qin Fan stood confidently in front of a group of girls, wearing his signature charming smile. He waved his hand, deciding to take the girls to fully appreciate the unique charm of Qionghai City. Just as he was about to head out, Fei Anna, who had woken up at some point, insisted on joining him. Qin Fan had no choice but to take her along. For this outing, he abandoned his usual flashy sports car and instead arranged for a luxurious and prestigious Rolls-Royce convoy. The vehicle slowly started, resembling a long black dragon winding through the streets of Qionghai City. The first stop was an ancient folk village in Qionghai City. In the village, old houses were arranged in a scattered manner. Vines full of life climbed the walls, as if telling stories of the past. Qin Fan led the girls through the narrow alleys, their curious gazes taking in everything around them. They saw traditional craftsmen focusing on creating exquisite handicrafts. The rough yet dexterous hands moved skillfully among the raw materials. Before long, lifelike little objects appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 340. When Qin Fan arrived at the location, he realized that the dinner venue chosen by Ran's mother, Zhao Shuya, was a luxurious villa of the Xia family, located by the sea and backed by a mountain. As Qin Fan drove his Bugatti Vision GT at lightning speed to the Xia family, Zhao Fia was already gracefully waiting at the door. Seeing Qin Fan's car arrive, she stepped forward elegantly and opened the car door. Then, like a nimble fairy, she sat in the passenger seat. Zhao Fia, as always, wore a fitted cheongsam. The fabric seemed to shimmer with colorful light, perfectly hugging her figure and highlighting her curvy body. Especially when she turned to sit down, her perfect peach-shaped hips were fully revealed. Qin Fan felt his heart race and his throat involuntarily swallow. This subtle reaction was keenly noticed by Zhao Fia. A charming smile appeared on her lips, filled with self-satisfaction about her own allure. She knew well that her figure and beauty had a tremendous attraction for men. However, she did not expect that a man with Qin Fan's status and experience would also be moved by her. This sense of accomplishment surged within her. "Let us go. Young Master Qin, let us go inside. My sister is waiting for us at home." Chapter 341. At this moment, in Ran's bedroom on the third floor of the villa, Ran already knew that her mother had invited Qin Fan to their home for dinner tonight. Yet her heart was currently filled with extreme conflict. She indeed longed to see Qin Fan again, eager to understand each other better. After all, the sudden and confusing events of last night had brought them into very close contact. However, this was still just their first meeting, and they had not yet established any emotional foundation. She was not mentally prepared to face Qin Fan calmly at this moment. Beside her bed lay several dresses carefully selected by her mother, Zhao Shuya. Those gorgeous outfits sparkled under the light, yet she still hadn't changed into any of them. "Can someone tell me if I should see him now?" Ran murmured softly. The conflicting feelings were like two invisible hands pulling at her thoughts, leaving her unsure of what decision to make. Just then, a gentle knock came from outside the door. "Miss, it's dinner time now. Madam asked me to invite you down. Young Master Qin has already arrived." "Ah, Qin Fan really came?" Ran exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 342. Zhao Shuya and Zhao Fia exchanged a glance and seized the opportunity to talk about some fun stories from Ran's childhood. Zhao Shuya laughed, saying, "When Ran was little." Zhao Fia added with a smile, and then, "Mom, Annie, why are you talking about those things?" Ran laughed shyly. Her smile carried a hint of playful pouting. Immediately, she hurried to check Qin Fan's expression. She saw Qin Fan smiling, his eyes full of affection and curiosity. At this moment, Xia Mo Ran's heart revealed a sense of anticipation. Deep down, she couldn't wait to share the interesting stories from her childhood with Qin Fan. Those treasured childhood memories surged to the forefront of her mind, just waiting for the right moment to spill out. Meanwhile, her mother and aunt had spoken on her behalf, helping her break through her shyness. Ding! Xia Mo Ran's favorability has returned to normal 95. Please keep up the good work, Master. This dinner, under the intentional matchmaking of the sisters Zhao Shuya and Zhao Feiya, quickly narrowed the distance between Qin Fan and Xia Mo Ran. The two acted like a real couple, chatting and laughing, exchanging affectionate glances. Chapter 343 soon. Qin Fan also joined the girls' game of truth or dare. With his signature half-smile, he swaggered over to the girls. His appearance seemed to inject new energy into the game. The girls' eyes sparkled with a different light. At this moment, Qin Fan leaned close to Yuan Xinu's ear and curiously asked how it felt. Yuan Xinu looked confused, her face still flushed, asking, "What do you mean?" Qin Fan raised an eyebrow, mischievously saying, "I mean the feeling when Kair kissed you just now?" Yuan Xinu's face instantly turned bright red again, shyly replying, "It's the sweet and soft feeling." Qin Fan's lip curled up as he laughed. "Oh, is that so? I want to try the sweet and soft feeling too." Yuan Xinu shyly smiled, slightly pouting her lips, and gently kissed Qin Fan on the cheek. Qin Fan pretended to frown and said, "Hey, that's not the sweet and soft feeling." Yuan Xinu bit her lip, a mix of playful reproach and boldness, and kissed him on the lips again. Qin Fan grinned. "Now that's more like it." As for the subsequent games, it was unclear if it was Qin Fan's luck or if the girls were intentionally losing one after another. Chapter 344. Zhao Ritian quickly begged for mercy. "Qin Xiao, I'm sorry, my brain was kicked by a donkey. I shouldn't have coveted your woman. Please spare me. As long as you let me go, besides my dad's more than 2 billion, I have several girlfriends in Tianhai City. I'll give them all to you. Oh, by the way, there's one who's still a virgin. I haven't had the chance to touch her yet. If you spare me, I'll send them all to your bed. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Zhao Ritian begged in a lewd manner, his face making one feel disgusted. Subsequently, the father and son kept knocking their heads on the ground, making thudding sounds while uttering various pleas for mercy. Qin Fan grew tired of listening and then looked at Gao Xiaolan, saying, "Just give him the more than 2 billion in his overseas account." Gao Xiaolan nodded, not refusing. She knew very well that Qin Fan didn't care about the money. What he wanted was the thrill of revenge. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yihai and his son thought they had gained a reprieve and immediately began to cry and laugh while knocking their heads in gratitude, looking as if they had grabbed a lifeline. When Zhao Yihai transferred the more than 2 billion to Gao Xiaolan's overseas account, Qin Fan waved his hand and expressionlessly said, "Take them out and deal with them." Chapter 345. When Qin Fan woke up, sunlight had already filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting slanted beams on the floor. It was already afternoon. He lazily stretched and gradually became clear-headed. That girl Fei and Na's spirit was truly astonishing. She had stayed up all night and somehow had more energy than Qin Fan, waking up even earlier. At this moment, it was she who had woken Qin Fan. Seeing Fei and Na's diligent appearance, Qin Fan naturally felt he should reward her. A wicked smile crept onto Qin Fan's lips as he reached out and pulled her to his side. "Little girl, since you're so sensible, I should reward you." Fei and Na's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, soon, this little girl began to babble nonsense. "Brother, Fanga, brother Fan, spare me. Surrender, Siva E, final season." One look, the two began to playfully tussle, and before they knew it, their stomachs conveniently growled at the same time. Qin Fan hoisted Fei and Na onto his shoulder, as if carrying a small item, and tossed her into the large massage bathtub. He jumped in after her, and for a moment, water splashed everywhere as they frolicked for a while, before they finally got out satisfied and went downstairs to eat. Chapter 346. Qin Fan lazily sat on a garden bench, lightly tapping his fingers to open WeChat on his phone. The dense 999 unread messages came into view. His lips curled up slightly, filled with anticipation and affection, as he began to check them one by one. The girls at the academy were always so pure and passionate. Lu Xiao Yao sent countless voice messages, her voice full of coquetry and longing. "Brother Fan, these days without you in Tianhai are so boring. I think of when you'll come back every day. Look, this is my latest stage costume. Is it pretty?" Wang Qinglan sent a photo by the campus lake. Captioned, "The lake view remains the same, but one person is missing. Jiang Shui Miao, Ding Fei Fei, Yu Fong Fong, Li Meng Han, Zhou Meng Meng, Zhao Mo Li, Li Xiao Wan, Trillionaire, and others also expressed their feelings of longing. Every word was filled with youthful sentiments. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui Miao, Yu Fong Fong, and Ding Fei Fei weren't idle either. They took advantage of the weekend to go to a barbecue shop to work part-time. Inside the shop, they carefully learned and recorded everything from selecting ingredients to grilling techniques and managing the shop. Jiang Shui Miao wore an apron, diligently learning from the shop's master how to better marinate delicious barbecue. Chapter 347. Qin Fan treated all the beautiful confidants far away in Tianhai City equally, replying to their messages one by one. Soon, Qin Fan remembered that he hadn't opened the Super Rich System's personal information panel for a long time. After just replying to his beautiful confidants, he thought about the progress of many target strategies and wondered how much had been achieved. So in the next second, Qin Fan summoned the system. Domo Castlum, come out, you. Super Rich System. Ding. Master, I'm here. Master. Next time you don't have to summon me in such a cheesy way. Qin Fan awkwardly smiled. All right, my mind just slipped. I want to check the information panel. In the next second, the system's information panel appeared before Qin Fan's eyes. Ding. The master information panel has been opened. Please check. Host, Qin Fan, age, 21 years. Occupation, student at Tianhai University. Chairman of Fanqing Investment Group. Chairman of Fanqing Industrial Group. Height, 188 centimeters. 20 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Chapter 348. Just as Qin Fan was sketching his future blueprint in his mind, his phone screen lit up, and a message from Xia Mo Ran caught his eye. Brother Fan, there's a movie that's quite popular recently, and I happen to have bought 2 tickets. I wonder if you can accompany me? Qin Fan's lips curled into a smile, and a warm feeling rose in his heart as he replied, Sure, I'm free anyway. He then informed the beautiful women in the villa that he would not be back for dinner that night. Afterward, he walked into the garage, and the sound of the Bugatti Vision GT's engine echoed in the mountainside villa. Inside the car, Qin Fan tidied his clothes, feeling a hint of anticipation for this date with Xia Mo Ran. After all, her lively eyes and innocent smile always stirred a ripple in his heart. The girls, upon hearing Qin Fan's destination, exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. Great, another sister is about to join. Though they teased him, there was also a sense of indulgence and affection in their words. Soon, Qin Fan arrived at Xia's villa. The setting sun cast its golden rays over the courtyard, and Xia Mo Ran, dressed in a white dress, looked like a fairy descending to earth. Standing gracefully, she was eagerly waiting. When she saw Qin Fan's car slowly approaching, her eyes sparkled with joy. Chapter 349. Qin Fan and Xia Mo Ran walked hand in hand along the coastline, leisurely strolling. The sea breeze gently tousled their hair and clothes. In the distance, the brilliant night view of the city unfolded like a stunning painting before them. Neon lights flickered and intertwined, reflecting on the surface of the sea, creating a shimmering, dreamlike scene. Before they knew it, they had reached a bustling night market food street. It was crowded and noisy, with various stalls emitting enticing aromas and lights. As a wealthy young lady, Xia Mo Ran had previously looked down on such street food stalls. In her past world, there were only high-end restaurants and exquisite delicacies. However, at this moment, with Qin Fan by her side, her heart was filled with curiosity and excitement. Eager to experience things she had never encountered before. She was like a naive and carefree child, tightly holding on to Qin Fan's arm, playfully shaking it. Brother Fan, I want to eat that. Following her urge, they arrived at a stall selling grilled squid. The sizzling squid on the iron plate emitted a rich sauce aroma. Qin Fan smiled and nodded, leading her forward. The stall owner skillfully brushed the grilled squid with sauce, sprinkled it with cumin and chili powder, and then handed it to them. Chapter 350. Zhao Fei stepped forward, taking the microphone first. Her long fingers gently slid over the song selection panel. She chose a long-lasting classic Cantonese song. As the music flowed slowly, she slightly parted her lips, and her voice was melodious and lingering, like a nightingale singing in the tranquil night sky. Her ethereal voice echoed in the private room, as if a soft veil attempted to gradually cover and dissolve the lingering awkwardness in the air. Qin Fan smiled, his eyes filled with appreciation as he gently clapped. His gaze wandered over Zhao Fei, who was dressed in a fitted cheongsam. The cut of the cheongsam perfectly outlined her graceful curves. with glimpses of her fair and long legs visible at the slit. As she sang, her slight movements seemed to carry a unique rhythm and charm, causing Qin Fan's heart to flutter slightly. Qin Fan instinctively turned his head and saw Xia Mo ran beside him. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed, biting her lip, and she gazed at him with a dazed and passionate look. The expectation and desire in her eyes made Qin Fan instantly understand. However, with a third person present, they naturally could not act too intimately. Chapter 351. A thought suddenly flashed through Qin Fan's mind. It seemed that since he met Zhao Fei in the past few days, he had never seen any boyfriend or husband by her side. Could it be that she was single? Qin Fan pondered silently, raising an eyebrow slightly, as a different emotion surged within him. Zhao Fei was completely unaware of Qin Fan's thoughts at that moment. In her fluster, she blurted out, "Do you need that?" Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly came to her senses, realizing her words were too abrupt and incoherent. At this moment, she felt the awkward atmosphere becoming more intense. Wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in, Qin Fan looked at her embarrassed expression, and his smile widened. But he didn't want to make Zhao Fei feel too awkward, so he softly said, "Mo Ran has fallen asleep." Zhao Fei paused slightly, and then replied then. Her words abruptly stopped, as if she didn't know what to say next. In that brief moment of silence, a glimmer of insight flashed in Qin Fan's eyes. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Fei, his eyes carrying a hint of subtle depth. He slowly asked, "Madam Ya, how about we find a place to have a drink and chat?" Chapter 352. After listening to Zhao Fei's account, a complex emotion arose in Qin Fan's heart. He fully understood the thoughts she had buried deep within. The envy and jealousy in her eyes were unmasked, stemming from her sister, Zhao Shuya, who married into a wealthy family that every woman in the world yearned for. She became the wife of the richest man, enjoying wealth and supreme honor. Yet, she found herself trapped in a chaotic and perilous place, living in constant fear and walking on eggshells every day. Until Qin Fan's appearance, like a ray of light piercing through the darkness, showed her a rare opportunity to change her fate. Qin Fan slightly nodded, a determined glint flashing in his deep eyes. He downed a glass of red wine, as rich as blood. The full-bodied liquid slid down his throat, seemingly adding a bit of courage to the actions he was about to take. Without hesitation, he grasped Zhao Fei's slender hand and said, "Come, let's go to place." Qin Fan's tone was undeniable, carrying an irresistible authority. Zhao Fei was initially taken aback by Qin Fan's sudden move, her eyes widening in surprise. Her heart raced, and before her emotions could shift, her mind still lingered in the past. Chapter 353. Wang Hailong's efficiency was quite high. He arrived swiftly. He hurriedly boarded the yacht's deck, holding two beautifully packaged bottles of high-end red wine. The labels on the bottles shimmered with a low-key yet luxurious glow under the lights. Behind him, the graceful black stockings-clad female secretary closely followed. She walked with an elegant gait, accompanied by several well-trained waitstaff, each carrying a fresh food box. Wang Hailong wore a broad smile and, with an apologetic tone, said, "Young Master Qin, I came in a hurry and only brought 2 bottles of Romanicani and some snacks. Please don't mind. If you need anything, I can have them prepared immediately." As he spoke, he directed the waitstaff to carefully place the snacks from the food boxes onto the dining table and softly instructed them to hurry and decant the 2 bottles of Romanicani. Soon, the table was filled with more than 10 exquisite snacks. There were various seafood, ready to be sliced, cold beef dishes, and some uniquely flavored cold appetizers, all arranged in an orderly fashion. Due to the hurried arrival, the seafood sashimi needed to be sliced on-site by the waitstaff. They were skilled and swift, their silver knives glinting under the light. Chapter 354. After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Fei's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. On one hand, she felt anxious about the sudden heavy responsibility. She was well aware that she was merely a newcomer in the business world, facing the Hailong Yacht Club with total assets exceeding 100 billion. Felt like standing at the foot of a towering mountain as an ant. On the other hand, she was deeply moved by Qin Fan's unreserved trust, and a fiery determination surged within her heart. No matter what, she would do her utmost not to disappoint him. She slightly bowed, her demeanor elegant and respectful, and said to Qin Fan, "Young Master Qin, I know my experience is still shallow, and in this vast ocean of business, I am just a small boat. But since you have given me such a precious opportunity, I will work hard with the most sincere heart, studying day and night, and will never let you down. Even if there are thorns ahead, I will forge ahead bravely. Wang Hailong appeared to smile warmly, but in his heart, he was calculating how to safeguard his interests under this new power structure. Beneath the seemingly calm surface of the power transition, undercurrents were indeed swirling. Chapter 355. Qin Fan was surprised to find that Zhao Fia seemed like an innocent girl in his embrace. Her shy demeanor, slightly trembling body, and eyes that unabashedly showed admiration all deeply captivated him. Every reaction of hers felt like an invisible hook, catching Qin Fan's heart, making him feel as though he was entranced in this sudden emotional whirlpool, unable to extricate himself. Under the night sky, it seemed that a nightingale was singing. The moonlight was enchanting, casting its glow on the brilliantly lit Qinhuang yacht. The yacht gently swayed on the undulating sea, like a cradle gently rocking in the vast ocean, creating a dreamy atmosphere for the pair of love-struck individuals. Young Master Qin, only you make me understand the ultimate bliss of this world. I wish this moment could last forever. However, she had to leave now. Zhao Fia slightly tilted her head back, her eyes filled with longing. Her voice, slightly hoarse from excitement and reluctance, drifted into Qin Fan's ears like an alluring siren, making him utterly infatuated. Naturally, Qin Fan was very reluctant to part. He tightly held Zhao Fia's hand, as if he wanted to merge her into his very being. Chapter 356. In the following days, Qin Fan took the girls around the beautiful sights of Qionghai City, fully enjoying the pleasures of sightseeing. Wherever they went, the girls' laughter was like silver bells, adding liveliness and vibrancy to the picturesque scenery. During this time, Qin Fan entrusted the 7-star Atlantis Hotel entirely to Zhao Fia for management. The once glorious Chun Group was also treated similarly. Although the Chun Group had lost its former glory after being attacked by Zhao Shuyas and Zhao Fia, it still retained a vast industry with assets reaching 50 billion. These industries had been awarded to Qin Fan by the Super Tycoon System the day before, and he unreservedly handed over all the assets under the Chun Group to Zhao Fia for management, even gifting her a luxurious villa with an unobstructed view of the endless sea. That night, the moonlight fell like water, illuminating every corner of the villa. In their world, only passion and tenderness intertwined, as if time itself paused for their fervor. That day, Qin Fan once again accepted the invitation from Zhao Shuyas, Summer Mo Rant's mother, to attend a dinner at the Xia family. The Xia family's residence exuded tranquility and elegance, with only the mother and daughter keeping each other company at that moment. Chapter 357. Qin Fan drove the cool Bugatti Vision GT, racing through the bustling city streets and the peaceful coastal highways, finally returning steadily to the luxurious estate located on Half Mountain Island. At this moment, inside the villa, the girls were gathered around a sunlit dining table, leisurely enjoying a sumptuous breakfast. The table was filled with various exquisitely shaped dishes, exuding tempting aromas. The moment Qin Fan stepped into the villa, the girls' bright and lively eyes instantly lit up. They put down their utensils and fluttered towards him like light butterflies, surrounding Qin Fan and sweetly calling out in voices that were soft, sweet, or even sultry. Brother Fan, good morning. Young Master Qin, good morning. Daddy, good morning. Brother Fan, you're finally back. Come join us for breakfast. Looking at their flower-like radiant faces and expectant eyes, Qin Fan felt a deep sense of accomplishment. He smiled indulgently, without hesitation, saying, "All right, I'll join you." After breakfast, the sun grew ever hotter and brighter, as if calling people to embrace it. Chapter 358. After a night of madness, the night Rose completely surrendered. That night felt like a feast intertwined with souls and desires. From then on, her gaze only held endless dependence and submission towards Qin Fan. The next morning, gentle sunlight poured into the estate. After having breakfast with the beautiful ladies, laughter echoed in the dining room. They then systematically packed their luggage and prepared to return to Tianhai City. Of course, Qin Fan took Night Rose along. Gu Fanxing and Jiang Lina, along with the beautiful executives of the Fanxin Investment Group, also returned in a grand manner. As for Wang Fati, Song Ziheo, Zhao Mingkai, Su Annie, Xia Ying, Wu Nana, and others, they also boarded flights back to Tianhai City. At the private airport, Qin Fan's private Boeing 787 lay like a silver giant beast resting beside the runway. Zhao Shuya's Summer Mo ran, and Zhao Fia all came to see Qin Fan off. Mo Ran's eyes sparkled with glistening tears. She quickly walked toward Qin Fan and hugged him tightly. That embrace seemed to want to merge her very being into Qin Fan's body. She whispered softly in Qin Fan's ear, sharing secrets for a long time. Those words were filled with immense affection. After a long while, Mo Ran finally let go of Qin Fan. Chapter 359 soon. The convoy arrived at the grand entrance of the Fanqing Manor like a gust of wind. On both sides of the manor's gate stood straight security personnel, who immediately opened the gate. Then, they respectfully saluted Qin Fan and the convoy. Just as Qin Fan's convoy was about to enter the manor, suddenly, a series of wailing alarms pierced the serene sky, getting closer and closer. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn. A few police cars sped in like cheetahs, quickly coming to a steady stop right in front of Qin Fan. Immediately after, the car doors opened simultaneously, and over a dozen police officers rushed out, their expressions serious and stern. Qin Fan narrowed his eyes and focused his gaze. He saw a familiar figure slowly stepping out from the group of police. That person wore a cold smile, with a hint of pride and provocation in their eyes, striding forward with a steady yet arrogant pace. They approached Qin Fan step by step. Qin Fan's mind quickly flashed through memories of this person. He recalled that this was the vice captain of the police, Zhang Anqing, who had uninvitedly appeared at the birthday party of the school beauty, Wang Qinglan. He couldn't understand why this guy would show up at this moment with a group of police officers blocking him at his own doorstep. Chapter 360. After the call between Song Mu-yin and Zhou Yanxi ended, the news swept through the upper echelons of Tianhai City like a storm, causing strong waves of shock. In this city, Qin Fan's identity and status were of great importance, known and recognized by nearly everyone. He was the city's foremost philanthropist. His charitable acts encompassed several crucial areas, including urban construction, education, poverty alleviation, and scientific research. Each achievement was enough to leave a significant mark in the history of the city. The updates and iterations of teaching facilities at Tianhai University, along with robust academic funding, were inseparable from Qin Fan's generous donation of 3 billion cash. This not only improved the school's hardware conditions, but also established substantial scholarships and grants, providing countless underprivileged students with the opportunity to pursue their dreams. In the strategic planning for urban development, the renovation plan for the impoverished area of the small fishing village was of utmost importance. As the largest investor, Qin Fan invested a staggering 100 billion, aiming to transform that barren land into a modern coastal new area, creating tens of thousands of job opportunities for local residents and driving the entire regional economy to take off. He was also generous in his donations to the newly established charitable organization. The initial injection of 30 billion funds acted like timely rain, helping those in distress. Chapter 361. At this moment, in the reception room of the police headquarters, Song Mu-yin, Zhou Yanxi, Su Ruoxi, Lu Ruyin, and Su Qianmo had all gathered. The girls, including Su Ruoxi, wore expressions of deep concern surrounding Song Mu-yin and Zhou Yanxi. At this moment, Song Mu-yin and Zhou Yanxi became their pillars of support. Sister Mu-yin, Sister Yanxi, will Brother Fan be okay? How could they arrest Brother Fan? Su Ruoxi asked worriedly, her eyes glimmering with tears. Don't worry, Ruoxi. Qin Fan will be fine. Song Mu-yin gently patted Su Ruoxi's shoulder, her gaze filled with certainty. Rest assured, with your sister Song's father stepping in, young Master Qin will soon come out safe and sound. Zhou Yanxi comforted her softly from his side. However, they did not know the identity of Song Mu-yan's father, and their inner worry shadowed them. The little girls all wore frowns. Only Song Mu-yin and Zhou Yanxi sat leisurely on the sofa. Just as Su Ruoxi and the others were about to ask more, the door of the reception room was pushed open. Qin Fan walked in with a stern-looking man. Chapter 362. After lunch, Zhou Yanxi couldn't wait to drive to Lake Water Villa. At this moment, her heart felt like a sea surface swept by a storm, unable to calm down for a long time. Just now, she sensed that her emotional world seemed to have fallen into a chaotic fog. Especially after having more interactions with Qin Fan, she began to doubt her previously steadfast orientation. She urgently needed to find Gao Xiaolan to spend some quality time together. It seemed that only in this way could she grasp the life-saving straw and confirm that she had not changed her orientation. Throughout the journey, she kept reminding herself, I like girls, I like girls, I like girls. Girls are so fragrant and soft. But just as these self-affirming words echoed in her mind, another thought surged up like a tidal wave, uncontrollably. But Qin Fan is so handsome, so tall. His eyes are deep and fiery, and his smile seems to dispel all the gloom in the world. Every move he makes exudes a unique charm. I can't take it anymore. I need to find Gao Xiaolon quickly, Zhou Yinxi muttered to herself, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Chapter 363. Qin Fan chatted with Li Weiguo and Lin Chongchun for a while, and the conversation gradually developed in a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Amid the fragrant tea, Qin Fan keenly sensed that the two deans had come for another reason. Sure enough, after a few pleasantries, they revealed their other purpose. It turned out that these two deans, amidst their busy academic schedules, had not forgotten to seek some benefits for Qin Fan. They tirelessly used various connections and resources to successfully apply for the highest quality experimental fields for god-level rice seeds and land for chip manufacturing. This, in the eyes of ordinary people, was undoubtedly a tremendous boost capable of changing one's fate and career landscape. However, Qin Fan merely raised an eyebrow, his expression calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. He softly said, Actually, I have already acquired the Imperial Capital Divine Grain Group, and I have now entrusted the chip matter to Yanxin Technology Group. Upon hearing this, Li Weiguo and Lin Chongchun exchanged glances, their expressions instantly frozen. Their eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. They originally thought the news they brought would make Qin Fan ecstatic. Chapter 364. After experiencing the initial shock and emotion, Li Weiguo and Lin Chongchun found it hard to calm down. They deeply understood that the technologies Qin Fan presented were milestone treasures for Long Country. Their value immeasurable. Such a treasure, if it falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, will undoubtedly be taken abroad to exchange for endless wealth and honor. That will be a huge loss for the Dragon Country. Yet Qin Fan selflessly offers it up, his pure heart shining like brilliant stars. In their hearts, it sparkles, evoking deep respect for Qin Fan. Thus, Li Weiguo and Lin Chongchun exchanged glances. In their eyes, there was determination and gratitude towards Qin Fan. Then, they solemnly looked at Qin Fan, their expressions filled with sincerity and expectation. Li Weiguo sincerely asked, Young friend Qin Fan, you have made such a huge contribution to the Dragon Country. Please let us know what you need us to do for you, or if you have any requests. Feel free to express them, and within our capabilities, we will definitely fulfill them. His words were resolute and unyielding. Immediately, Lin Chongchun added, Even if we cannot accomplish it, as long as your request is reasonable, we will do our utmost to help you find someone who can. Chapter 365. During dinner time, Qin Fan spent a joyful evening with his beautiful confidants. As the lights came on, Qin Fan and Song Mu Yin arrived at the chairman's office of the Fanchen Group. Soon, he made a phone call to summon Zhou Yinxi and Gu Fanqing. These three women were treasures of Tianhai City. Song Mu Yin came from a prestigious family, with her family's influence in the political arena at its peak. She grew up in a privileged environment, exuding nobility and elegance in every gesture. Zhou Yinxi was the daughter of a trillion-dollar conglomerate, having developed keen insight and decisive judgment through her business upbringing. Her choice to abandon the conservative projects of the Zhou Group in favor of developing a chip technology group demonstrated her innovative spirit and vision. Gu Fanqing, hailing from the leading entertainment company Star Entertainment Group, was now the CEO of Fanchen Investment Group, standing out in the financial investment field with her intelligence and knowledge. Their beauty and talent shone brightly in Tianhai City like dazzling stars. Qin Fan looked at the three women seriously and slowly spoke. I invited you here tonight because I have a significant plan that requires your full support. Chapter 366. However, Zhou Yinxi pointed out the shortcomings of the one Malawian Kwacha battle armor. Young Master Qin, forgive me for being blunt, but this one Malawian Kwacha battle armor, while somewhat technological, is limited. It is too heavy, the equipped weapons have limited lethality, and its defensive performance is low. If used on a modern battlefield, it has no advantages. Moreover, with current technology, many countries can easily produce it, even better versions. Zhou Yinxi furrowed her brow, her gaze sharp and professional, openly expressing her views. Qin Fan did not refute her, merely nodded with a faint smile. You are right. Let's take a look at the second-generation MK battle armor. With Qin Fan's command, the second-generation MK battle armor appeared on the screen. Qin Fan continued to introduce. This second-generation battle armor will be equipped with the super-intelligent Butler War God system, featuring target scanning, global positioning, and providing the user's live characteristic data. Qin Fan's voice carried a hint of excitement and enthusiasm. Its hands and boots can release electric arc pulses, enabling true sustained flight. And its legs and back are equipped with auxiliary wings and flaps to increase flight stability. Chapter 367. What the three of you need to do now is to select a location for our heavy industrial technology group and gather research talents in this field, ensuring they're absolutely loyal. Qin Fan's expression grew serious, his tone carrying undeniable authority. In today's fierce technological competition, core technology must not leak, making talent loyalty crucial. This group's name will be established as Daqin Heavy Industry. Qin Fan solemnly commanded, each word resonating as if conducting a sacred naming ceremony for this future business giant. Hearing this, the three women simultaneously spoke, respectfully saying, "Yes, young Master Qin, we guarantee to complete the task." Their voices were in unison, their eyes filled with determination and resolve, as if swearing loyalty to Qin Fan. Subsequently, Qin Fan engaged in detailed discussions with the three women about the specifics of Daqin Heavy Industry and the MK battle armor, as well as the future direction of Daqin Heavy Industry, from optimizing battle armor materials to upgrading weapon systems. From the initial market positioning of the group to long-term strategic planning, Qin Fan spoke eloquently, each point being innovative and forward-thinking. Chapter 368. Normally, while Qin Fan may be flirtatious, Tang Yunyi knew that he would not overstep boundaries with her. On the contrary, after spending so much time together, Tang Yunyi had already developed feelings for Qin Fan. Thus, at this moment, she boldly sat on Qin Fan's lap. Tang Yunyi smiled gently and said, "Young master, this way I can help you with your massage better. Please continue to close your eyes and rest." Upon hearing this, Qin Fan smiled and continued to meditate with his eyes closed. To provide a better massage, Tang Yunyi took off her small suit jacket, revealing a simple white shirt underneath, which slightly billowed with her movements. The neckline subtly exposed her delicate collarbone. After tying up her hair, she leaned close to Qin Fan and began massaging the acupoints on his head. Instantly, a mesmerizing fragrance from her youthful body filled Qin Fan's nostrils, causing him to lean in and take a deep breath. Tang Yunyi's body stiffened slightly, but then relaxed. Her fingers gently pressed on Qin Fan's scalp, sometimes rotating, sometimes gliding, her movements becoming increasingly gentle. After finishing the acupoints on Qin Fan's head, Tang Yunyi's fair hands did not linger on his shoulders. Chapter 369. Before long, Tang Yunyi was carrying large and small luxury shopping bags, each emblazoned with top luxury brand logos. Under the bright lights of the mall, they appeared exceptionally eye-catching, silently narrating the luxury of this shopping trip. At this moment, Tang Yunyi closely followed behind Qin Fan, her cheeks already flushed and her heart racing, because along the way, every time they entered a luxury store, the female clerks would flatter Tang Yunyi. "Mr. Qin, is this your wife? Your wife is truly beautiful. We often have big stars come into our store, but I think your wife is even more beautiful than those stars. Mr. Qin, is this your girlfriend? Wow, her figure is really amazing, simply the golden ratio. Mr. Qin, your girlfriend's skin is truly beautiful, as smooth and delicate as a baby's." Each compliment was like fine spring rain, gradually nourishing Tang Yunyao's heart, making her feel a bit lightheaded. She was completely immersed in being referred to as Mrs. Qin and the girlfriend of Mr. Qin by the female staff, unable to extricate herself. Chapter 370. At this moment, the surging emotions in their hearts were like a flood about to burst its banks. However, they both clearly understood that this fitting room was not a suitable place for expressing love and releasing passion. The small space was filled with an ambiguous and constrained atmosphere, as if silently urging them to restrain themselves for the time being. Once Tang Yunyao regained her composure, she slightly lowered her head, trying to hide the lingering blush on her face, while Qin Fan lightly cleared his throat and adjusted his slightly wrinkled clothing. Then, as if they had reached a tacit understanding, the two stepped out of the fitting room together. Tang Yunyao walked to the mirror outside the fitting room, her gaze a bit evasive, not daring to look directly at herself in the mirror. Qin Fan, however, stood beside her calmly, his eyes roaming over her, filled with admiration and indulgence. He glanced at himself in the mirror, already having made a decision in his heart. Without saying a word, he directly signaled the female staff to wrap up all the dresses they had tried on. The female staff were first taken aback. Then their eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement as they hurried to process the payment. They never expected that such a big order would be so easily secured. This sale was almost equivalent to the results of their hard work over the past half-month. Chapter 371, however. During the time when Shun Jizu was hiding from his debts, he was once again blinded by the desire to speculate in stocks. Upon learning that all his debts had been cleared by his daughter's boyfriend, Qin Fan, he did not learn his lesson or turn back. Instead, he recklessly threw himself back into it, resulting in massive debts once again. Driven to desperation by debt, he even walked into an underground casino, hoping to get rich overnight. He borrowed high-interest loans from the underground casino, but fate played a cruel trick, and within just one night, he lost everything. Now, he not only bore the enormous debts from a financial loan company, but also owed the underground casino a bottomless pit of high-interest loans. When the ferocious debt collectors came knocking, Shun Jizu was terrified, fleeing like a headless fly to the top of a skyscraper. Standing on the rooftop, looking at the fierce debt collectors below, his heart was filled with fear and despair. Finally, to escape what seemed like an endless cycle of debt, he disregarded the lives of his wife and daughter, steeled himself, and jumped off. And Shun Mu, Omiling, upon learning that Shun Jizu had once again incurred debts due to stock speculation and selfishly chose to end it all by jumping. Chapter 372, while kissing, spoke with a hint of fragility and desire. Qin Xiao, I need you to give me warmth. That warm breath and trembling lips expressed her inner helplessness and anxiety. Although Qin Fan rationally realized that given the situation in the Shun family, being intimate at this time was highly inappropriate, when he looked at Shun Yinran's tear-streaked face, filled with pain and confusion, he could deeply feel the turmoil within her heart. Right now, Shun Yinran's heart was like struggling in a dark abyss. She desperately needed a solid support, someone to fill her wounded and fearful heart with endless love and indulgence. Thus, the compassion and affection in Qin Fan's heart instantly took over. He slightly lowered his head, gently wrapped his arms around Shun Yinran's slender waist, and slowly responded to her kiss. At first, his movements were gentle and restrained, as if afraid to startle this injured little deer before him. But as Shun Yinran became more invested, Qin Fan gradually deepened the kiss, trying to convey with his passion and deep feelings that no matter the storms, he would firmly stand by her side, never leaving nor abandoning her. Chapter 373, however, Qin Fan coldly smiled, his laughter like an icy blade. Just a few days. 2 million in interest, really asking for a lion's share. Brother Black Panther's face darkened, the fierce light in his eyes once again revealing itself. Humph, debts must be repaid. It's only natural. Your father-in-law borrowed it voluntarily. We made it clear to him at the time. Now, either you pay them back, or we'll smash this morning hall and then move to live in the Shun family. Then, Brother Black Panther's eyes glinted as he glanced at Omiling and Shun Yinran behind Qin Fan. Hee, kid, I see that the Shun mother and daughter are quite charming. If we lived in the Shun family, who knows what might happen? I can't guarantee anything. His eyes were filled with lewd intent. Suddenly, the head of the casino hadn't even had time to retract that sinful gaze when he felt his body being violently struck as if hit by a speeding car. He was uncontrollably sent flying backward. Boom! Immediately after, he crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth, splattering a bright red on the ground. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Chapter 374 soon. The morning event came to an end. In the afternoon, Shun Jizu's ashes were sent to the cemetery for burial. After the funeral, Qin Fan accompanied the two women back to the Shun family's old residence. Shun Mu, Omiling, seemed to finally unload a heavy burden, looking much more relaxed, and even revealed a smile. Xiao Fan, Annie is going to market to buy some vegetables for dinner. What do you want to eat? Just tell Andy, and I'll make it for you. Qin Fan smiled and said, Annie, just make some home-cooked dishes. I'm sure whatever you make will be delicious. Omiling laughed. Xiao Fan, don't be polite with Annie. I can make anything you want. Then, Qin Fan casually listed a few dishes. Omiling immediately responded, all right, Annie will go to the market now. You and Yinran wait at home for a bit. After Omiling left, Shun Yinran pulled Qin Fan into her bedroom. As soon as they entered, Shun Yinran eagerly threw herself into Qin Fan's arms and kissed him. Seeing Shun Yinran so intense, Qin Fan was worried that she might be feeling overly repressed. He gently pushed Shun Yinran away, his hands resting on her shoulders, gazing into her eyes and asking, "Yinran, have you been too scared? Don't be afraid, it's all over." Chapter 375. Soon, Qin Fan drove Omiling and Shun Yinran to a bustling commercial street. The area was bright with lights, bustling with people, and lined with various high-end brand stores. Huge billboards flashed dazzling lights, showcasing the luxury and fashion of this international metropolis. Shun Yinran suggested taking Omiling to a beauty salon for a makeover first. Afterwards, Shun Yinran linked arms with Omiling and held Qin Fan's hand, walking together into a luxurious high-end hair salon. This salon was located in a small villa with a uniquely designed European-style exterior, and vintage street lamps illuminating the pathway in front. The carefully trimmed greenery around added a touch of elegance. Upon entering, the air was filled with a high-end fragrance, a blend of delicate lavender and fresh jasmine that instantly relaxed the mood. The walls of the salon were adorned with numerous photos of stars and socialites. The staff warmly welcomed them, saying in unison, "Welcome." Once inside, Shun Yinran began discussing with Tony, the stylist, how to make her mother, Omiling, more beautiful. She animatedly gestured, her eyes filled with anticipation. "I hope my mom can have a hairstyle that looks both youthful and elegant, like those big waves in Hong Kong style. It would definitely suit her." Chapter 376. Omiling felt a bit shy from Qin Fan's compliments. She turned her head slightly away, but couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Shun Yinran also approached. Hearing Qin Fan's praise, she echoed, "Mom, what Qin Xiao said is true. You look amazing now. I told you this style would definitely suit you." Qin Fan straightened up and said to Shun Yinran, "Annie's foundation is good, just a little styling and she amazes everyone. But this is also thanks to your great taste in bringing Annie here for such a beautiful makeover." Shun Yinran playfully smiled. "Of course. I want my mom to become the most beautiful woman in the city all day long." Omiling looked at the two young people in front of her. Feeling warm inside, she laughed. All right, you two stop flattering me. I'm getting embarrassed." However, Qin Fan seriously replied, "Annie, I'm speaking from the heart. The way you look now, you will definitely turn heads when you go out. Maybe when we get to the mall, everyone will think you're some big star." Hearing this, Omiling felt a long-lost confidence rising in her heart. She stood up from her seat, her posture elegant, gently shaking her head and feeling the difference brought by her new hairstyle. Chapter 377. Next, under Shun Yinran's encouragement, Omiling, with a mix of excitement and shyness, stepped into the luxurious fitting room again. Each slight opening of the fitting room door felt like the beginning of a visual feast. Qin Fan sat on a soft sofa, instantly captivated, his eyes filled with amazement and admiration. The black sequin bodycon dress hugged Omiling's figure tightly. The sequins sparkled under the lights, resembling the stars in the night sky, perfectly outlining her curves. The sleeveless white backless slit dress showcased her beautiful backlines just right. The slit revealed her fair long legs with each step, like a blooming white lotus, pure yet endlessly tempting. The purple lace hollow-out dress was even more charming. The delicacy of a lace and the clever hollow-out design subtly revealed the sheen of her skin, like a mysterious deep-sea fairy exuding an enchanting aura. At first, Omiling was indeed a bit shy. She unconsciously tugged at the hem of her dress, her steps a little hesitant. But amidst her daughter, Shun Yinran's admiring and surprised praises. Chapter 378. Next was the Patek Philippe watch store, international top luxury brand cosmetics, skincare stores, and so on. Anything that could be used by Omiling and Shun Yinran. Qin Fan went on a shopping spree. He didn't even look at the prices, swiping his cards smoothly and effortlessly, truly embodying the spirit of a wealthy person who seeks not the best, but the most expensive. The mother and daughter felt as if they were in a dreamy and absurd dream, slightly dizzy as they went along. They were like puppets manipulated by Qin Fan, passively experiencing this astonishing luxury shopping journey. Behind the three of them followed a group of female staff from various luxury stores. Each of them was loaded with shopping bags for Omiling and Shun Yinran, their faces beaming with uncontainable smiles, seemingly unaware of fatigue. The prominent brand logos on the shopping bags shimmered alluringly under the lights, showcasing endless luxury. Passers-by turned their heads, shocked by this stunning scene, whispering and speculating about which rich second generation this was. Chapter 379. Although Shan Yinran tried hard to hide it, pretending that nothing had happened, O'Miling, as someone with experience, saw through it at a glance. She merely raised an eyebrow, a barely noticeable smile at the corner of her mouth, thinking that young people's feelings are always passionate and impulsive, but it's just a matter of seeing through without saying it. At the dining table, the exquisite arrangement of dishes was orderly. Each seafood delicacy looked like a piece of art, exuding a charming aroma. At this moment, O'Miling changed into the new red dress she had just bought. Like a blooming red rose, it was bright and eye-catching. She held 2 bottles of red wine steadily, gracefully stepping out. O'Miling warmly invited Qin Fan and Shan Yinran to take their seats, her eyes filled with sincerity and gratitude. She took the lead in picking up the wine bottle, elegantly pouring wine for Qin Fan first. Then, she filled her own and Shan Yinran's glasses. For the first toast, O'Miling held up her glass of red wine, her gaze sincere as she looked at Qin Fan, her voice carrying a hint of excitement. Xiao Fan, I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, the Shin family wouldn't know how to get through this tough time. I toast to you. Qin Fan slightly leaned forward, wearing a humble smile, saying, Auntie, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Chapter 380. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, announcing the completion of breakfast. At this moment, Qin Fan and Shan Yinran sweetly snuggled down the stairs. As soon as Shan Yinran saw O'Miling, her eyes widened in surprise. She quickly walked up to O'Miling, carefully examining her from head to toe, unable to help but exclaim, Mom, you look like a girl in her 20s now. Your skin, your condition, it's simply amazing. O'Miling smiled and gently patted Shan Yinran's hand, playfully scolding, You only know how to flatter Mom. Though she said this, the joy in her eyes was impossible to hide, and she radiated a pleasant aura. Afterwards, while inviting the two to sit down for breakfast, O'Miling expressed her thoughts. I plan to sign up for a yoga class to work on my fitness. It's time to make some changes in my life and start a new chapter. Shan Yinran's eyes lit up at once. She immediately raised her hands in agreement. That's great. Mom, I was just thinking the same thing. After breakfast, let's go together. The mother and daughter then discussed passionately over breakfast, which yoga studio was more professional and reliable. Chapter 381. Qin Fan was sitting in the spacious and bright living room, lazily leaning against the soft sofa. He was leisurely sipping the coffee that Min Yin'er had just made. The aroma of the coffee lingered at the tip of his nose, soothing his mind. Suddenly, without warning, Qin Fan let out a loud sneeze. Achoo! The sudden sound broke the tranquility of the living room. Qin Fan frowned and rubbed his nose, mumbling, Who the hell is cursing me? Upon seeing this, Min Yin'er immediately broke into a charming smile. She laughed in her sweet voice, Mr. Qin. I think it's definitely some girl missing you. Qin Fan's lips curled slightly, revealing a mischievous smile, and he waved at Min Yin'er. She understood and gracefully walked over to him. Qin Fan took the opportunity to pull her into his arms. What's wrong? Don't you miss me? Qin Fan smiled wickedly, his eyes teasing. Min Yin'er smiled seductively, her gaze full of tenderness and allure. She said softly, Of course I miss you, Mr. Qin. After saying that, Min Yin'er slowly leaned on Qin Fan's chest, her warm breath brushing against him. Chapter 382. Qin Fan raised the corners of his mouth and coldly said, Little girl, are you negotiating with me or dreaming? Chu Yue, seeing that Qin Fan dared to refuse her, felt her already slightly flushed face turn even redder. She stamped her foot and angrily said, Qin Fan, don't go too far. That supercar was supposed to be mine. If you hadn't meddled, how could I not get it? Now I'm just asking you to return a part of what originally belonged to me. Is that too much to ask for? And about the profit share? I have over 20 million fans. With me, the Chu family's daughter, joining you, your company doesn't know how much fame could gain. What's wrong with me wanting all the profits? Min Yin'er and Meng Yin'er, who were listening nearby, felt increasingly uneasy. Min Yin'er couldn't help but whisper, Miss Chu, your conditions are indeed a bit hard to accept. Our company has always followed a reasonable profit-sharing system, and compared to that, we actually offer a bit more than a market rate. If we set this precedent for you, what about the other employees? Meng Yin'er quickly agreed. Yes, Miss Chu, can we discuss it further and find a solution that everyone can accept? Chapter 383. Qin Fan sat on the sofa, watching Chu Youwei's figure disappear at the door. But his heart was stirred by ripples. Her last words, filled with grievances, echoed in his mind. In an instant, all his anger and disdain seemed to be washed away by her tears. Did she really like that car so much? Qin Fan's heart tightened, and he suddenly felt that he had been too domineering and ruthless lately. Whenever someone provoked him, he would account for that to every member of their family. TCH, why have I become so soft-hearted all of a sudden? Qin Fan secretly mocked himself. But why did they do what they did? Why did you scold me? Why did you take away my 18th birthday gift? My mom left early, and that vixen succeeded. Chu Youwei's words floated back into Qin Fan's mind, one by one. He sighed heavily and leaned back on the sofa, helplessly rubbing his brow. Perhaps she was just innocent. Min Yin'er and Meng Lian'er, witnessing Qin Fan's forlorn expression, felt an urge to comfort him. They knew that Qin Fan was usually decisive and resolute, rarely showing such melancholy. Chapter 384. Pan Tian looked from a distance at the familiar Bugatti Chiron. It was like a black lightning bolt cutting through the noise of the street, speeding towards them. Her eyes brightened instantly, excited like a cheerful little bird. She immediately raised her arms high and waved vigorously, her voice crisp and loud. Mr. Qin, over here. The supercar, under Qin Fan's control, moved like a nimble black panther, performing a beautiful drift. The tires screeched against the ground, producing a sharp sound accompanied by a wisp of smoke. And it came to a steady stop right in front of the two sisters. The entire action was fluid and handsome, attracting envious gazes from passing students. Then, Qin Fan elegantly opened the car door. His long legs stepped out first, and then he casually emerged from the car. He stood tall, exuding a unique charm in the sunlight. His well-fitted casual attire hugged his physique, outlining his strong contours. His deep-set eyes sparkled like cold stars in the night sky. Beneath his prominent nose, his slightly upturned lips wore a confident smile. Pan Tiantian's excited little face turned red, like a lively little deer, as she trotted over with light steps. Chapter 385. Qin Fan drove the cool Bugatti Chiron smoothly through the bustling city. Inside the car, the cheerful laughter of the Pan sisters intertwined like a joyful melody. The scenery outside the window swiftly retreated like a slideshow as they headed towards the ancient and elegant Tianxiang restaurant. From a distance, two figures could be seen standing at the entrance of Tianxiang restaurant. It was Pan Tiantian's parents, who had been waiting there for a long time. Pan's father looked like a somewhat pale and thin middle-aged man, perhaps due to a previous serious illness. He had not fully recovered, making him appear quite gaunt. His back was slightly hunched, and his hair had become sparse and gray. His face was etched with the marks of time, bearing the weight of life's burdens. He wore a somewhat faded shirt, with the buttons at the collar neatly fastened. His lower half was paired with a pair of black pants. Though simple and outdated in style, they were clean and tidy. Pan's mother stood beside Pan's father. Having worked hard to support the family under the scorching sun for many years, her skin was slightly tanned. However, from her still attractive figure and features, it was clear that she had once been beautiful. Chapter 386. The waiter smiled as he handed over the menu. Pan's father quickly took the menu and turned to hand it to Qin Fan, saying, "Qin Xiao Fan, you order." Qin Fan quickly waved his hand with a gentle smile, looking at Pan Tian and saying, "Tian, you can help me choose." Pan Tian nodded slightly, her face beaming with a happy smile. She took the menu, flipping through it while ordering a few of Qin Fan's favorite dishes. These dishes were ones she had previously asked Qin Fan about and remembered. Qin Fan smiled and nodded. "Don't just order my favorites. Order some that Uncle and Annie and Jiao like as well." Pan Tian carefully looked at the menu again and ordered a few home-cooked dishes that Pan's father and mother usually enjoyed, as well as Jiao's favorite sweet and sour pork and corn rib soup. After finishing the order, Pan Tian handed the menu to the waiter and said, "That's all. Please bring the dishes out quickly." The waiter responded with a smile. "Okay, please wait a moment. The dishes will be out soon." During the wait for the dishes, the atmosphere in the private room was a bit quiet. Pan's father and mother seemed somewhat reserved, unsure of what to say. To ease the atmosphere, Qin Fan took the initiative to speak. "Uncle and Annie, the weather has been changing a lot lately. You should take care of your health." Chapter 387. The system did not respond to Qin Fan's complaint. Qin Fan steadied his mind, noticing that everyone was almost done eating. He finally managed to gently pull away the tightly clinging Jiao from his arm. He carefully handed her over to Pan's mother, smiling as he said, "Auntie, Jiao might have had too much to drink. Please take care of her." Pan's mother quickly took her daughter, feeling relieved. Thankfully, this Qin Xiao is not that kind of person. She looked at Qin Fan apologetically and smiled. This child really doesn't understand. Everyone stood up and left the private room. As they reached the restaurant entrance, the cool night breeze blew in, dispersing some of the alcohol-induced haze. Qin Fan helped call a car for Pan's father, mother, and Jiao, then watched them get into the car. Pan's father, sitting in the car, rolled down the window and looked at Qin Fan gratefully. "Xiao Fan, thanks to you today. Come over to our house often." Qin Fan smiled and nodded. "Uncle, you're too polite. Please take care of your health. And feel free to contact me if you need anything." Pan's mother also leaned out. "I'll leave Tian to you. You young people should rest early." The car slowly started and disappeared into the night. Afterwards, Qin Fan also embraced Pan Tian and got into the Bugatti Chiron. Chapter 388, After Joy. A lazy and ambiguous atmosphere lingered in the basement. The purple ambient lights continued to emit a soft glow, illuminating the small space like a dream. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, it was already 2 or 3 in the morning. Yang Xihui was leaning against Qin Fan, her eyes still holding onto the previous days. But more than that, there was an unmistakable worry. She bit her lower lip, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on Qin Fan's chest. After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to speak her purpose. "Qin Xiao." Yang Xihui's voice was soft, tinged with a slight tremor. I want to see Zitao." Qin Fan's previously relaxed expression instantly stiffened, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He frowned slightly, unconsciously leaning back a bit to create some distance from Yang Xihui. How could he forget how Lin Zitao had offended him alongside the 3 wealthy heirs? Later, Qin Fan had ruthlessly destroyed those 3 families. The fact that he spared Lin Zitao's life was already a considerable mercy, considering Yang Xihui. Seeing his reaction, Yang Xihui's heart tightened. She hurriedly lowered her head, her eyes filled with fear and self-blame. She slowly slid down from the sofa, kneeling in front of Qin Fan. Chapter 389. Yang Xihui and Yang Zina worked together, skillfully pleasing Qin Fan for an entire night. Finally, they earned Qin Fan's nod of agreement to provide Lin Zitao with a sum for living abroad. The next morning, morning light filtered through the heavy curtains, casting a few weak rays. Qin Fan was still lost in dreams, with 2 long, beautiful legs carelessly resting on him. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside table vibrated, making a buzzing sound. Qin Fan frowned, instinctively pushing away the 2 beautiful legs pressing down on him. Drowsily, he reached for the phone and answered the call. "Who is it so early?" Qin Fan's voice was thick with sleep and mixed with a hint of displeasure. "Hello. Is this Qin Fan, Mr. Qin? I am your personal bodyguard." A crisp and clear voice came from the other end, sounding unfamiliar. "Wrong number. I don't have a personal bodyguard." Qin Fan realized this wasn't Tang Yuning's voice. His mind was still in a half-asleep state, and he didn't think much about how the other party knew his name, preparing to hang up. "Wait a minute. I'm from the Imperial Capital." The urgent voice came from the other end, filled with urgency. Chapter 390. On the road. Qin Fan asked Long Fei Xue how much she knew about him. Long Fei Xue did not hide anything, directly stating, "The upper echelons have informed me of all your information, including all the company's shares, properties, and various assets under your name, as well as your close acquaintances, including your recent activities in Tianhai City and Xianghai City." Long Fei Xue looked at Qin Fan with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Qin Fan frowned and asked, "What does the Imperial Capital think of me?" Long Fei Xue replied, "The higher-ups instructed that as long as it's not a principled issue, I can assist you in carrying out things conveniently." Qin Fan instantly understood. Although it seemed like he was now a transparent person with no privacy, at least he wouldn't have to worry about getting into trouble while doing things in the future. After all, the phrase carrying out things conveniently has its weight. Soon, with Long Fei Xue driving, they returned to the Fanqing Manor. Upon arriving at the manor, Long Fei Xue proposed to meet the security personnel led by Tang Yuning from the Qin City Guard. The meeting was a superficial reason. In reality, Long Fei Xue wanted to investigate and screen the backgrounds of these security personnel. Chapter 391. Next. Qin Fan demonstrated all the functions of the war god intelligent butler to Tang Yuning and Long Fei Xue. "Yuning, Fei Xue, today I'll let you see the full capabilities of this war god intelligent butler." Qin Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. confidence shining in his eyes. Besides the usual security alert functions, this war god intelligent butler was practically an all-around combat intelligence brain. Once it detected any abnormal situation, it would quickly react and automatically launch attacks against invading enemies. Originally, Tang Yunying had carefully deployed numerous drones within the Fanqing Manor. These drones patrolled the skies like loyal guards, capable of capturing every movement inside and outside the manor. However, after being upgraded by the super-rich system, they had completely transformed into fully armed combat machines. Each drone was equipped with various advanced small weapons, including laser launchers that could instantly penetrate steel plates, highly accurate light firearms, and even electric capture nets that could subdue intruders in an instant. Moreover, these drones are made of aviation materials, equipped with stealth capabilities, and possess strong anti-jamming functions. Chapter 392. After the old steward left with steady steps, only Qin Fan and Song Mu Yen remained in the living room. Qin Fan's gaze slowly fell on Song Mu Yen. Sensing Qin Fan's attention, Song Mu Yen hurriedly explained, "Fan, my father and the others have already learned about the conflict you had with that young master of the Li family. This time, the Li family's concession is the result of discussions among my father and the others." As she spoke, a hint of seriousness and sincerity flickered in her eyes. "Of course, the Li family had already considered reconciling with you. After all, the strength you have displayed during your time in Tianhai City is truly astonishing, enough to make them wary. They are well aware that continuing to oppose you would bring them no benefits." Upon hearing this, Qin Fan pondered to himself, confirming his earlier suspicions. The Li family is, after all, the second family in Tianhai City, deeply entrenched in this city with extensive interests. Moreover, when he thought back to the cause of their initial conflict, it was merely a trivial matter. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve a feud than to deepen it, since the Li family has taken the initiative to make peace. Qin Fan naturally decided to go along with it. Chapter 393. Inside the luxurious and dazzling venue of the banquet, crystal chandeliers cast soft and bright light, illuminating a group of business tycoons in suits. They elegantly swirled their exquisite wine glasses, the deep red liquid rippling within, mirroring the fluctuating business strategies in their hearts. Laughter and quiet conversations intertwined, creating a lively yet elegant atmosphere. Beside the tycoons were the younger generation of their families, their eyes reflecting aspirations and ambitions for the future business world, diligently absorbing experiences at this social feast, often accompanied by young and beautiful socialites or secretaries. They moved gracefully, their charming smiles adding a touch of allure to the entire venue. At that moment, Qin Fan and Li Chunyu entered the banquet side by side. Instantly, all eyes turned toward them. Qin Fan and Li Chunyu were undoubtedly the stars of this gathering. The unique aura and brilliance they exuded made it impossible for everyone present to ignore them. The tycoons set aside their discussions, their previously focused expressions instantly replaced by enthusiasm. "Young Master Qin, young Master Li." The calls echoed throughout the venue like a tide. Chapter 394. Li Chunfei looked at Qin Fan and immediately felt a flutter in her heart. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her gaze lingered on him, involuntarily imagining the various intersections they might have in the future. A sweet smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of her mouth. Ding, target confirmed. Li Chunfei, 21 years old, height 170 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms, 865,888. Occupation, Vice President of the Group. Attractiveness, 97 points. Number of friendships, 0. Health, normal. Skills, finance, management, etc. Favorability, 80. 100 means successful strategy, rewards a big gift bag. After getting to know each other, the brief conversation left both Qin Fan and Li Chunfei with good impressions of one another. The look in Li Chunfei's eyes when she gazed at Qin Fan revealed a hint of youthful shyness and excitement. At that moment, Li Hongliang clapped his hands, the crisp sound instantly capturing everyone's attention. He slightly raised his chin, scanned the audience, and said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an important announcement to make today." The venue fell silent. Everyone perked up, their eyes fixed on Li Hongliang. Chapter 395. After the banquet, Li Chunfei privately invited Qin Fan to dinner to continue discussing collaboration matters. Qin Fan nodded slightly, a polite smile on his face, as he had high expectations for this collaboration. After instructing Tang Yuning to take Song Mu Yen home, he got into Li Chunfei's Lamborghini supercar. The two arrived at a quiet French restaurant, where soft lighting adorned the table, creating an exceptionally romantic atmosphere. Li Chun-fei gently opened the menu, ordered a few signature dishes, and then turned her gaze to Qin Fan. Young Master Qin, let us eat while we talk. I believe this collaboration is an excellent opportunity for both sides. Qin Fan crossed his hands, leaning slightly forward. Miss Chun, I recognize the potential of this collaboration, but our company still has some concerns regarding the share distribution. Li Chun-fei listened attentively to Qin Fan's concerns, her mind quickly formulating countermeasures. While the waiter served the dishes, she lifted her wine glass and took a small sip. Young Master Qin, I understand your worries. Let us reconsider from the perspectives of market share and investment costs. The Li Group has already invested a portion in the early stage, which you are aware of. So in terms of initial profit distribution, our Li Group will need to hold 51. Chapter 396. Soon after, Qin Fan returned to the Fanshan Manor. As he got out of the car, he saw Lu Ruyin, Su Qianmo, Su Ruo Shi, and others happily busy by the artificial lake in front of the villa. The lively scene resembled a warm and inviting painting. In addition to the three campus beauties from Tianhai University, Fei and Na, Su Yuli, Zhang Hanfei, Xiao Yiyin, Ning Xiao Ying, Zhou Mengmeng, and Zhao Mo Li were also present. Even Li Xiao Wan and Chunyanan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, appeared here. Li Xiao Wan and Chunyanan were Su Qianmo's good friends and roommates since their last encounter at the Fanshan yacht party. Qin Fan had only chatted with him occasionally on WeChat. As soon as Qin Fan appeared, the girls rushed over as if drawn by a magnet. Their clear voices intertwined, creating a beautiful melody. Fan Fan. Lu Ruyin was the first to call out sweetly, then rushed into Qin Fan's arms, her eyes filled with joy. Brother Fan. Su Qianmo followed closely, jumping up with a radiant smile on her face. Brother Fan. Su Ruo, she naturally was unwilling to be outdone, pushing her way into Qin Fan's embrace. Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin. Seeing the three beauties surrounding Qin Fan, the others could only greet him without trying to compete. Chapter 397. Qin Fan spent the entire night playing and joking with the girls. Laughter echoed throughout the spacious villa, as if time stood still for this joy. The sky outside gradually brightened, and the dawn light quietly climbed over the horizon. Sleepiness washed over everyone like a tide, and they couldn't help but yawn. The girls were visibly tired, preparing to go back for a good sleep. Qin Fan walked toward his room with somewhat lazy steps, unintentionally turning around. Qin Fan found that the girls were following him closely like a group of little tailgaters, one after another. He couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Why are you all following me? My room can't fit so many people." His tone carried a hint of indulgence. The girls, as if they had already made a plan, giggled and replied, "It's okay, we can sleep on the floor." Their youthful faces were full of anticipation and playfulness. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan helplessly shook his head, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He decided to go along with them. After all, his master bedroom was quite spacious, and accommodating these girls was not a difficult task. Just as Qin Fan laid down on the soft bed, before he could adjust his position, the girls rushed up like joyful little birds, competing to squeeze in beside him. Chapter 398. Qin Fan sat bored on the sofa in the villa. He opened his phone, originally intending to ask Jiang Shuimiao, Ding Fei, and Yu Fangfang about the progress of their barbecue restaurant preparations. As his finger quickly scrolled through the contacts, just as he was about to make a call, the phone screen suddenly lit up, and a call from Li Menghan popped up. Qin Fan was slightly taken aback and immediately pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line, Li Menghan's voice came through, clearly tipsy. Her tone was soft and drawn out. "Hey, Qin Fan." Then, there was a moment of silence on the line, only the faint sound of background noise, as if narrating a lively yet chaotic scene on the other end. Qin Fan furrowed his brows, feeling a hint of worry, just as he was about to ask Li Menghan what was wrong. At that moment, Li Menghan's voice suddenly rose several decibels. That loud voice penetrated the phone's speaker and clearly echoed in the spacious villa. "I like you. Qin Fan, I like you." This sudden confession was heard clearly by all the girls present. Su Qianmo, Lu Ruyin, Fei Anna, Zhang Hanfei, and others all wore ambiguous smiles. Chapter 399. Inside the KTV. The lights were flashing. Amidst the explosive music, Li Menghan and several female classmates were sitting together, happily playing truth or dare. Li Menghan's alcohol tolerance was quite average, and after several rounds of games, her cheeks were already flushed and her eyes were glazed. After another round ended, Li Minghan unfortunately lost. Minghan, do you choose truth or dare? One of her classmates asked. Li Minghan thought for a moment. Truth was definitely not an option. Who knew what these girls would ask? Just earlier, she had witnessed the questions these usually well-behaved girls could come up with after drinking, which made her blush. Questions like how old were you when you first did it? With whom? Where? Or did you use your hands while showering or sleeping? Or how long have you and your boyfriend been together? All these questions made Li Minghan want to find a hole to hide in. But the other girls were having a blast, answering whatever was asked and recounting their stories vividly, not wanting them to ask her such questions. Li Minghan weighed her options and chose dare. Minghan, your dare punishment is that you have to call a boy and confess your feelings right here. Chapter 400. Li Minghan didn't want to drink. She had long wanted to leave this troublesome place. She said, sorry, I've had a bit too much to drink. I need to go back now. Chu Haoyu, seeing this, quickly signaled to Lily. Lily understood and looked at Li Minghan, saying, Minghan, we're all classmates. It's not easy for everyone to gather together like this, and it's rare to have fun. Please don't spoil it for everyone. The other girls chimed in. Yeah, Minghan, don't be such a downer. It's our honor that Chu Xiao can join our gathering. Li Minghan coldly refused. I don't want to party with people like him. Seeing that Li Minghan insisted on leaving, Lily's heart hardened, and she said, Minghan, since you're being such a downer, fine, you can leave. But before you go, you have to drink this. Li Minghan, eager to leave, saw she couldn't refuse. So without thinking much, she took the glass and downed it in one go. Lily and Chu Haoyu exchanged a barely perceptible, triumphant smile. Before long, Li Minghan began to feel dizzy, her body growing weak and uncontrollable. She inwardly cursed, realizing she had fallen into a trap. Chapter 401. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan shot a murderous look at Lily. Lily felt a pang of fear under Qin Fan's glare and began to cry even louder, her face smeared with tears and snot. Really, I just heard him say he wanted to catch up with Minghan. I didn't expect him to be so excessive. I was really wrong. Please spare me. Qin Fan, too lazy to listen to her excuses, directly took out his phone and dialed. Long Fei Shue. Something happened here. Come help me handle it. Yes, Qin Xiao. I'll be right there, Long Fei Shue replied, her expression serious as she hung up. Her eyes sharpened. Someone was actually plotting against Qin Xiao. Without hesitation, she pulled out her walkie-talkie and quickly summoned a trained team of bodyguards, rushing to the KTV. Meanwhile, in the KTV room filled with a chilling atmosphere, Lily watched Qin Fan finish the call, her heart sinking. An ominous premonition washed over her. She knew she might have caused a major disaster and feared that Qin Fan would impose severe punishment on her. With a frantic look, she hurried a few steps and suddenly slid to her knees in front of Li Minghan, the sound of her knees hitting the ground echoing. Chapter 402. Not long after, a loud bang echoed as if a thunderclap had exploded in the room. The originally closed door of the KTV room was violently pushed open by a powerful force, slamming against the wall with a buzzing echo. Qin Xiao, Long Fei Shue's crisp yet slightly cold voice rang out. She moved swiftly, followed closely by a dozen trained elite bodyguards, who streamed in one after another. Each of them wore a serious and vigilant expression, tightly gripping their cold metallic guns, the dark muzzles seeming ready to fire deadly bullets at any moment. Long Fei Shue and Qin Fan exchanged a quick glance. Immediately, the bodyguard team sprang into action like cheetahs, swiftly subduing the unconscious Chu Haoyu and the trembling female classmates on the floor. Their movements were clean and efficient, without a hint of hesitation. Lily and the other girls had never seen such a scene before and were left dumbfounded, especially Lily, who had been crying and pleading with Qin Fan just moments ago, now found herself staring at a dark gun barrel pointed directly at her head. Chapter 403. Qin Fan drove the Bugatti Knight's voice, the roar of the engine akin to a roaring beast. Under the night sky, he sped towards the mortal realm manor. When Qin Fan returned to the manor, the living room was brightly lit. A group of girls were eagerly waiting, their eyes filled with anticipation, eager to see what Su Ruashi's good friend looked like. However, Su Ruashi was not present. Shortly after Qin Fan left, she had gone back to her room to sleep. At this moment, she felt a mix of emotions and couldn't muster the courage to confront Li Minghan. The teachers, Xiao Yiyun and Zhang Hanfei, were the first to show warmth and generosity. They took the lead, welcoming Li Menghan into this seemingly complex yet harmonious family with smiles on their faces. Encouraged by them, the other girls also gathered around, introducing themselves to Li Menghan with friendly words. Li Menghan stood in the center of the living room, looking at the group of beautiful girls before her. They interacted so naturally and harmoniously, resembling a warm family. This scene left her momentarily stunned, her previously tangled emotions now a chaotic mess. Chapter 404. It wasn't until dawn approached that Chu Batian, in extreme fatigue, finally closed his eyes. Just as he drifted off to sleep, a sudden, urgent ringtone broke the brief silence. On the bedside table, his phone vibrated violently. The harsh ringtone echoed in the quiet room like a death knell. Chu Batian jolted awake, hastily grabbing his phone. On the other end, a panicked voice from a senior manager at the company said, "Chairman, it's bad. Last night, our company was attacked by an unknown powerful force, and all major projects have suffered severe impacts. The stock price is plummeting. We are on the brink of bankruptcy." Chu Batian's face turned pale instantly, his hand trembling slightly as he held the phone. Before he could collect himself, another call came in. Another executive reported anxiously, "Chairman, people from the relevant department just stormed into the company, saying they are here to audit the accounts, and they seem very aggressive. It looks serious." Following that, another call came in, the voice equally urgent. "Chairman, the police have come directly and arrested several involved senior managers. What should we do?" Chapter 405. Just moments ago, Chu Batian had awakened from the haze of losing his son. His brain began to work rapidly, filtering through the forces he had offended over the years. To be able to use such strong and aggressive means to throw the Chu group into such a predicament overnight, besides the chairman of the Mortal Realm Investment Group, Qin Fan, he couldn't think of anyone else with such capability. Ever since he and his son had forcefully attempted to arrange a marriage with Li Menghan's family, and had failed miserably, Chu Batian had felt a vague sense of unease. He secretly sent someone to investigate Qin Fan's background. He didn't expect that the results would leave him drenched in cold sweat. Qin Fan's influence was intricate, and the power hidden behind him far exceeded his imagination. Moreover, not long ago, he had heard something extremely shocking. The heir of the Li family, Li Chunyu, who was his nephew, had also developed enmity with Qin Fan. He had thought the Li family would use their vast influence to teach Qin Fan a lesson. But who would have thought that not only did the Li family not pursue it, but the head of the Li family also called him personally, sternly advising him not to offend Qin Fan again, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 406. Wei Wei, you need to be strong. Hua Yorong's voice trembled slightly, her gaze wandering, unable to meet Chu Youwei's eyes. After a moment, Hua Yorong struggled to speak, slowly revealing her suspicions and the news of Chu Haoyu's death to Chu Youwei. With every word, she felt as if an invisible hand was gripping her heart tightly. Upon hearing this, Chu Youwei felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her mind going blank. What? My brother is dead? Her voice seemed to squeeze out between her teeth, filled with disbelief. The images of quarreling with her brother just moments ago shattered like bubbles. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her face, her body trembling violently. "No, this isn't real. This isn't real," Chu Youwei cried, shaking her head frantically, as if denying it could prevent it from happening. She could not accept it at all. Although they often bickered, her brother Chu Haoyu was notoriously stingy, unwilling to spend money on her, but he would lavishly spend on women outside. Chapter 407. Afterwards, Qin Fan waved to Su Annie, Wu Nana, and Xiaoying, who were sitting nearby, chatting with Ning Xiaoying. He gently said, "You all come over for a moment." The three girls were slightly taken aback by Qin Fan's call. They walked over with a hint of confusion. Qin Fan looked at them seriously and said, "Actually, the reason I called you all here is for another purpose. First, I want to ask you, how is your relationship with my friends going?" This question came somewhat suddenly, catching them off guard. For a moment, the three girls exchanged glances. Su Annie's cheeks turned slightly red, her gaze evasive as she stammered, Qin Xiao, I've been wanting to ask Wang Hao for a good chat these past few days, but it seems like every time I message him, he has quite cold to me and doesn't he seem interested." As she spoke, she unconsciously twisted her fingers, her expression filled with disappointment. Wu Nana sighed in agreement, helplessly saying, "Me too. I've sent Zihua so many messages every day, sharing various interesting things, but his replies are very short. It feels like he is not paying much attention to me anymore." Chapter 408. Over here, Qin Fan watched the backs of the girls leaving, a slight smile on his face. He then gently wrapped his arm around Ning, Xiaoying, and softly said, Xiaoying, let us go swim in the pool outside the villa to relax. Ning Xiaoying's face flushed, and she nodded gently. The two, attended by the little maids, changed into swimsuits and then slowly walked into the pool. The cool water enveloped their bodies as Qin Fan swam joyfully. Ning Xiaoying, meanwhile, enjoyed stretching her body in the shallow area. Before long, Su Ruoxi, Lu Rian, Su Qianma, and other girls also floated out of the villa gracefully. They wore various styles of swimsuits, some fresh and sweet, others sexy and charming. Like a cluster of delicate flowers blooming by the poolside, the girls jumped into the water, filling the pool with laughter and joy. Qin Fan swam around the pool like a lively fish, just about to get out for a moment to rest. At that moment, a little maid hurried over, slightly bowing, and respectfully said, Master, there are two ladies claiming to be from the Chu family, currently at the entrance of the estate. Want to see you. Qin Fan raised an eyebrow and ran his hand through his wet hair. Chapter 409. Finally, Chu Yue felt she had reached her limit of endurance. Her eyes were red, and she suddenly pushed away Hua Yurong, who was trying to stop her again, and stumbled a few steps to the edge of the pool. She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Gritting her teeth, she shouted at Qin Fan in the pool, Qin Fan, have you had enough fun yet? Her voice was sharp and piercing due to her anger and excitement, echoing around the pool. My brother is dead, and the Chu family business has been pushed to the brink of bankruptcy by you. Now even my dad has been taken away. Aren't you satisfied? Do you still want to humiliate and bully us like this? Do you have to watch our Chu family fall apart before you are willing to back off? Qin Fan, how can you be so cruel? Chu Yue accused him in tears. Large tears rolled down her cheeks, falling onto the ground by the pool, disappearing instantly. Just for a woman, you want to eradicate the Chu family, leaving us in ruins. Do you have any conscience left, any humanity at all? Yes. The Chu family offended you first, but my brother has already paid with his life. Chapter 410. Hua Yurong was taken aback by her words. As if struck by an electric shock, she knew that Qin Fan's anger at that moment was like a volcano ready to erupt, and if she wasn't careful, it would completely engulf them. She dared not delay, quickly jogging to Qin Fan's side, bending slightly, with a flattering smile on her face. Qin Xiao, I am Chu Baishan's second wife. My name is Hua Yurong. I apologize for the intrusion. Please forgive me. Qin Fan slowly turned his face, his gaze cold as winter frost. He asked coldly, who told you to hit her? Hua Yurong's heart tightened, and she quickly explained, Qin Xiao, I am really sorry. This child is ignorant and angered you earlier. As her stepmother, I couldn't stand by and had to teach her some manners. I hope you can show mercy and not hold it against her. You do know how to read the room, Qin Fan said lightly. His face showed no expression, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. Qin Fan raised his hand, and the little maid immediately presented a cigarette with respect. Seeing this, Hua Yurong hurriedly took the lighter from maid. Chapter 411. At that moment, the little maid quickly offered a soft bath towel. Hua Yurong took the towel, bent slightly, and elegantly wiped her wet hair and body. She deliberately slowed her movements, making each action full of temptation, seemingly trying her best to showcase her charm to Qin Fan. After finishing, she leisurely changed into the maid outfit. The maid outfit on her did not look out of place. Instead, it added a unique flavor. Then, she stepped over with small, dainty steps, respectfully approached Qin Fan, and slightly knelt. Master, may I give you a foot massage? Qin Fan looked at her, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Chu Yue stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded by everything happening around her. Shock overwhelmed her like a tide. She could hardly believe that the woman who was trying so hard to please Qin Fan was the high and mighty stepmother of the Chu family. The once noble and aloof Hua Yurong, who always wanted to present herself as the lady of the house, was now like a humble servant, flattering and posing in front of Qin Fan. This stark contrast made Chu Yue feel it was utterly absurd. Chapter 412. Chu Yue's throat rolled lightly. Seeing this, Qin Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. He then repeated the process, taking a few sips of water and feeding it to Chu Yue one by one. With Qin Fan's efforts, Chu Yue finally drank some warm water. Soon after, her condition gradually eased. Her previously furrowed brows began to relax. However, Qin Fan was still worried that her pampered body might encounter other problems. So he raised his hand and gently placed it over Chu Youwei's chest. Focusing his energy, he slowly transferred a trace of spiritual energy. As this spiritual energy entered Chu Youwei's body, something miraculous happened. Her condition visibly improved. Her complexion gradually turned rosy, and her breathing became steady and strong. After a while, Chu Youwei's eyelids fluttered and slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she woke up, she saw Qin Fan's face so close to her, filled with confusion. Why did this guy look so worried about her? However, before she could think further, she suddenly felt a chill in her body, but there was a strange warmth in her chest. Chu Youwei instinctively looked down and saw that her little Lolita dress had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 413. Chu Batian looked at the thick stack of documents on the table, densely packed with records of his crimes. His brows were tightly knitted, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He finally felt a twinge of fear, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Chu Batian stammered, "I want to call my family." At this moment, Chu Batian pinned all his hopes on Hua Yorong and Chu Youwei, hoping they could successfully plead with Qin Fan for reconciliation. As long as Qin Fan was willing to let him off the hook, he firmly believed that with the Li family's marital connections, he could make a comeback. The interrogators exchanged glances and nodded slightly, agreeing to Chu Batian's request. Subsequently, under the strict surveillance of the interrogators, Chu Batian tremblingly dialed Hua Yorong's number. However, the phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Pick up, pick up." Chu Batian looked at the phone, anxious, muttering to himself, with veins bulging on his forehead. Finally, a voice came from the other end of the line, but sounded somewhat off. Tian Gu. "I am begging Qin Shao," as he said. Chapter 414. You. Chu Youwei's face changed between shades of green and white after hearing what Hua Yorong said, but she couldn't find the words to refute. She hesitated. Hua Yorong sneered, "Miss, don't pretend to be high-minded. Your father is in prison. The Chu family is on the verge of collapse. What do you have to be high-minded about? You're just a pitiful creature with nothing." Chu Youwei trembled with anger. Her fists clenched tightly. Hua Yorong continued to provoke her. "If you refuse, just wait to see the Chu family go bankrupt and your father suffer in prison. Then you'll know what reality is." Chu Youwei's eyes turned red, struggling with pain in her heart. She thought of her father suffering in prison, the Chu family in danger, while she felt powerless, a mix of hatred and helplessness intertwined. Earlier, she had thought about calling her cousin Li Qinyu to see if her most beloved cousin could help her. However, Li Qinyu said that their family, the Li family, was also powerless. He only advised her not to provoke Qin Fan anymore, and that the Li family would take care of her from now on. "Fine, I'll go." Chu Youwei gritted her teeth and said word by word. Tears swirled in her eyes, but stubbornly refused to fall. "But remember, Hua Yorong, when my dad comes back, I will definitely make him divorce you." Chapter 415. Hua Yorong felt uneasy, afraid that Chu Youwei would mess up the atmosphere like she did when playing the piano earlier, making Qin Fan unhappy. She thought to herself, this girl has always been willful. If she pulls another stunt, it would all be in vain. So, she hurriedly got up and quickly walked to catch up with Chu Youwei. "Young Master Qin." Hua Yorong plastered a flattering smile on her face and asked Qin Fan, "Do you have any sound equipment? Dancing without music is impossible." Qin Fan understood. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted as he shouted into the empty air, "War God." Everyone looked at each other in confusion, completely unaware of who Qin Fan was shouting at. Just then, a voice filled with a human-like quality suddenly echoed in the air. "Hello, Master. The super-intelligent butler, War God, is at your service. What would you like, Master?" Following that, several strange beams of light quickly converged. In the blink of an eye, a holographic projection interface radiating a soft glow appeared before everyone. This sudden scene seemed to come straight out of a sci-fi movie, stunning everyone to the point that their jaws almost dropped. "Wow, Fancy, this is too amazing." Chapter 416. On the phone, Long Fei Shui's crisp yet slightly serious voice came through. "Young Master Qin, we have already collected most of the evidence here. Based on the evidence we currently have, it is enough to sentence Chu Batian to death. According to the schedule, we will formally convict him by tonight at the latest." Every word on the phone clearly reached Chu Youwei's ears. When she heard that her father was about to face the death penalty, her eyes could no longer bear the weight of tears. Crystal clear tears rolled down like beads from a broken string. Her body trembled slightly, and the sound of her sobs echoed clearly in the silent room. Her expression was heartbreaking and desperate as if the entire world was collapsing at that moment. Qin Fan reached out with concern and gently touched her little head, trying to give her some comfort. Then, he spoke again into the phone, his tone carrying a hint of hope. Long Fei Shue, is there any room for leniency in Chu Baishan's case? I mean, can we spare him from the death penalty? Upon hearing Qin Fan's words, a flicker of weak hope reignited in Chu Yaowei's heart, which had already sunk into despair. Chapter 417. P.S. Last night, Chapter 416 was adjusted, moving the original content to Chapter 415. Those who read Chapter 416 before midnight can go back to check. In the Chapter 416 after midnight is the new chapter plot. Qin Fan's Dark Knight war vehicle stopped steadily in front of the barbecue shop on the food street like black lightning. Inside the shop, Jiang Shuimiao, Ding Feifei, and Yu Fangfang were discussing how to design and decorate with the renovation team. Hearing that familiar low engine sound, the three turned their heads in unison, their eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. Ding Feifei and Yu Fangfang, like two cheerful little birds, immediately put down their tasks and ran towards Qin Fan. They excitedly shouted, "Young Master Qin, you finally came?" As soon as Qin Fan got out of the car, he was affectionately linked by the two, one on each side. Ding Feifei leaned closely against Qin Fan's shoulder and playfully said, "We've been waiting for you for so long." Yu Fangfang nodded vigorously beside her, her eyes filled with deep affection. Jiang Shumiao stood in place, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, radiating a gentle smile. Her gaze was firmly fixed on Qin Fan, her eyes sparkling with admiration, but also showing a hint of reserved modesty. She stepped forward to Qin Fan and spoke softly. "Young Master Qin, you are here." Chapter 418. Soon, the two vehicles arrived at the yacht club dock. A luxurious yacht resembling a castle on the sea came into view. Jiang Shumiao, Ding Feifei, and Yu Fangfang's eyes widened in an instant, their mouths forming an O shape, filled with astonishment. Ding Feifei couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is so spectacular. It's like a moving palace." Yu Fangfang echoed, Yes, I've never seen such a large and luxurious yacht. It looks like it came straight out of a fairy tale." Although Jiang Shuimiao didn't exclaim like them, her eyes were also filled with shock and awe. She softly said, "It's really beautiful. It feels like a dream." Seeing their delighted expressions, Qin Fan smiled and said, Let's go take a look." At this moment, there were already staff members lined up on the yacht to welcome them. Upon seeing Qin Fan and the others, the staff respectfully said in unison, "Welcome, young Master Qin and all esteemed guests aboard." Amidst this warm welcome, everyone boarded the yacht with excitement. As soon as they got on, Ding Feifei couldn't wait to look around, continuously exclaiming in amazement. Yu Fangfang grabbed Jiang Shuimiao's hand, excitedly sharing her feelings. Meanwhile, Qin Fan watched them with a look of indulgence in his eyes. Chapter 419. The next morning, the morning light filtered through the thin curtains, casting a few soft rays in the room. Ding Feifei and Yu Fangfang quietly tiptoed to Qin Fan's bedside like two mischievous little fairies. The two exchanged a glance, a sly smile flashing in their eyes, and then they both leaned down and gently bit Qin Fan. Ouch! Qin Fan woke up from his sleep, helplessly opening his eyes. He saw two faces beaming with playful smiles staring at him. "You two little rascals, starting trouble so early in the morning." Qin Fan pretended to be angry, but Ding Feifei and Yu Fangfang just giggled, rolling around on the bed. After that, Qin Fan accompanied the three to the dining room. The dining table was filled with a sumptuous breakfast, emitting an enticing aroma. Everyone sat together, enjoying this warm breakfast time. After the meal, Qin Fan drove Ding Feifei and Yu Fangfang back to their residence. On the way, two girls chattered away, sharing the fun stories from last night on the yacht, their laughter echoing in the car. Qin Fan had just returned to the Fanchon Manor, and Chu Yue, who had stayed up all night, was already anxiously waiting in the living room. Upon hearing the sound of the car engine, she immediately got up and hurried to the door. Chapter 420. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, gently illuminating Qin Fan's face and waking him up. After a quick wash, Qin Fan went to the dining room to enjoy breakfast with the three others. Just as they finished eating, his phone pinged with a message from Shun Yanran, inviting him to their new home. Ever since the passing of Shun's father, Qin Fan had been worried that Miling and Shun Yanran would be reminded of their loss and drown in sorrow. After careful consideration, he suggested that the mother and daughter move to the Peony Garden Villa area. In the past 2 days, They had successfully moved into their new home, which was not far from Jiang Yinqiu's villa. Qin Fan drove the cool Bugatti supercar, the roar of the engine echoing. In less than a minute, he arrived at Miling and Shun Yinran's new home, a serene garden villa. Shun Yinran had been keeping an eye on the outside, and upon hearing the familiar sound of the sports car, she quickly stepped out to greet him with a light step. Qin Fan parked the car steadily, and just as he opened the door, Shun Yinran came over with a beaming smile, affectionately linking her arm with his. The two walked side by side into the villa. Inside, several nannies that Qin Fan had specially arranged for them were each busy with their tasks. Chapter 421. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, gently illuminating Miling's room. Normally, she would get up early to prepare breakfast, but today she sat quietly at the head of the bed. Her gaze was somewhat dazed, her thoughts still immersed in a dreamlike dream from last night. A slight smile crept onto her face as if she was still savoring the beauty of the dream. After a long while, Miling came back to her senses. She sighed softly, seemingly lamenting something. Then, she carefully changed the bed sheets and walked into the washroom. After washing up, she picked out a brand new outfit to wear and was about to head to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, as usual. However, she was surprised to find her obedient daughter, Shun Yinran, already busy in the kitchen, with a table full of sumptuous breakfast. When Shun Yinran saw her mother enter, a bright smile spread across her face. She teased, "Mom, you usually wake up the earliest. Why did you sleep in today?" Miling's face instantly flushed slightly, her gaze evasive as she stammered, "Oh, I accidentally twisted my waist last night and couldn't sleep soundly all night." As soon as Shun Yinran heard this, her smile immediately vanished, replaced by a look of deep concern. Chapter 422. Miling was full of surprise. She hadn't expected Qin Fan's massage skills to be so magical. In just a short time, the pain in her waist completely disappeared. Not only that, but she also felt much more relaxed, having alleviated the fatigue and stress of recent days. With a sincere expression, Miling said, "Xiao Fan, thank you so much. This technique is amazing. It's more effective than going to those TCM clinics." Qin Fan merely smiled and said, "Auntie, you're too polite. It's just a small effort." Miling continued, "Xiao Fan, who did you learn this massage technique from? It's really impressive." Her eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration. Qin Fan smiled slightly and said, "I read some techniques for TCM massage in books before, and I figured it out myself. It seems quite effective, so I tried applying it in practice. And it turns out it works pretty well." In fact, his mysterious aura also played a significant role during the TCM massage process. However, Qin Fan did not want to reveal too much, so he made up a reason, saying he learned it from books. At that moment, Shun Yinran brought over a glass of water and smiled. "Mom, how do you feel? Does your waist still hurt?" Chapter 423. Lu Xiaoyu interjected from side. "I play Chunxiang, who is Du Linyang's personal maid, with a lively and playful personality. To portray this role well, I've put in a lot of effort." Saying that, she stood up, mimicking Chunxiang's movements and gracefully twirled around, making everyone burst into laughter. Qin Fan looked at Lu Xiaoyu with admiration and encouragement in his eyes. "I believe you will interpret the character of Chunxiang perfectly." Changing the topic, Qin Fan turned to Hua Zilin and said, "Annie, I heard that the makeup and costumes in opera have very strict requirements. Can you tell me about it?" Hua Zilin readily agreed, picking up a piece of opera costume hanging on a rack. She showed it to Qin Fan. "Look, the costumes in opera are designed differently based on the character's identity, personality, and situation. For example, this costume for Du Linyang is made of soft silk fabric, embroidered with exquisite floral patterns to reflect her noble status. Moreover, different colors have different meanings. Red represents joy and passion, while white is often associated with sadness and parting." Then, Hua Zilin pointed to various cosmetics on a makeup table and said, "The makeup in opera is also an art. The powder and rouge we commonly use can create different character images through different application methods." Chapter 424. Everyone nodded in agreement. Thus, Qin Fan along with Hua Zilin, Lu Xiaoyu, and Hua Zilin's two proud disciples, a group of 5, left the theater and took a car to the restaurant Hua Zilin had reserved. The night streets were brightly lit, with vehicles slowly driving along the bustling streets. Inside the car, everyone was filled with laughter as they talked about the funny moments from the recent performance. Lu Xiaoyu sat beside Qin Fan, secretly holding his hand, her face radiating a happy smile. After arriving at the restaurant, They were led by the waiter to an elegant private room. The table was already filled with a sumptuous feast, rich in color, aroma, and flavor. Celine raised her glass and said, "Come on, everyone. Let's raise a glass together to celebrate the successful performance and thank young Master Qin for coming to witness it today." Everyone raised their glasses and drank in one go. During the meal, as they savored the delicious dishes, they shared snippets of their lives and their love for opera. Qin Fan listened to Hua Zilin recounting amusing stories from her opera teaching experience, as well as the two disciples' dreams for the future in the opera world. And he couldn't help but be moved by their dedication to the art. Lu Xiaoyu occasionally served Qin Fan food, her eyes always filled with affection. Chapter 425. Lu Xiaoyu listened intently, gently holding her mother's hand. "Mom, you've worked so hard. I want to carry on the tradition of opera, just like you." Hua Zilin patted her daughter's head, her eyes filled with pride. "Xiaoyu, passing on opera relies not only on passion, but also on firm belief and relentless effort. You and Qin Xiao are together, and I believe he will support you in pursuing your dreams." Qin Fan quickly nodded, saying, "Aunt, don't worry. I will always support Xiaoyu. I also saw the unique charm of traditional opera in you both, and hope to have more opportunities to understand in the future." Unknowingly, the night had deepened, and Qin Fan stood up to prepare to leave. At this time, Hua Zilin glanced at the wall clock and said, "Oh dear, it's so late. Qin Xiao, look at the time. It wouldn't be convenient for you to go back. Why don't you stay at my house for the night? The guest room is all tidied up and very clean." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly said, "Yes, Brother Fan, it's so late. Just stay here." Qin Fan looked at the sincere expressions of the mother and daughter, feeling that it would be hard to refuse their warm invitation. In the end, he nodded and said, "All right then, Aunt, I really appreciate it." Chapter 426. Hua Zilin took a deep breath and finally slowly put her hand down. She told herself in her heart that her daughter had grown up and had her own feelings and choices. Since Qin Fan was a good son-in-law, perhaps she should give them some space. Therefore, Hua Zilin turned around and quietly returned to her room, leaving Qin Fan and Lu Xiaoyu in the room, unaware of everything that had just happened. Inside the room, Lu Xiaoyu listened nervously to the sounds outside the door. After a long time, she heard nothing unusual and finally relaxed a little. She looked up at Qin Fan, her eyes still carrying a hint of lingering panic. "Brother Fan, was someone just here?" she asked softly. Qin Fan gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. "It's okay. You might have misheard." His voice was steady, trying to reassure Lu Xiaoyu. She nodded, but still felt a bit uneasy. She knew her actions tonight were somewhat risky. But at this moment, looking at Qin Fan in front of her, she felt it was all worth it. She gathered her courage, took a step forward, and moved closer to Qin Fan. Qin Fan looked at Lu Xiaoyu, who was so close, and the faint fragrance on her body made him a little dizzy. Chapter 427. After playing for a while, the team of housekeepers immediately prepared a resting place for them. Then, the team quickly served up carefully prepared food and drinks. Fresh fruits, exquisite pastries, and chilled juices made everyone's mouths water. Lu Xiaoyu picked up a piece of strawberry cake and gently fed it to Qin Fan's mouth. Qin Fan smiled and opened his mouth to eat, and they exchanged a sweet smile, overflowing with happiness. As they passed by the carousel, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled, and Qin Fan immediately understood. The housekeepers quickly cleared the area again, and the entire carousel was lit up with melodious music playing. Qin Fan held Lu Xiaoyu's hand and chose two adjacent beautiful wooden horses. Lu Xiaoyu sat on the horse, laughing happily, like a true princess. Qin Fan looked at her, his eyes full of love, and this beautiful moment seemed to be frozen in eternity. In Disneyland, Qin Fan and Lu Xiaoyu felt like fairies who had entered a wonderland, enjoying their exclusive, luxurious experience. As they walked, Lu Xiaoyu's gaze was attracted by a group of cartoon characters not far away. The characters were enthusiastically interacting with the visitors, and laughter was heard continuously. A glimmer of desire flashed in her eyes as she softly said, "Brother Fan, it would be great if we could take a photo with those cute cartoon characters." Chapter 428. As night fell, the dazzling neon lights decorated the city, making it dreamlike. Qin Fan and Lu Xiaoyu ended their day of joyful play at Disneyland. Hand in hand, they strolled through the bustling streets. Their faces were filled with happy smiles, and the laughter from the entire day seemed to still echo in their ears. "Xiaoyu, did you have fun today?" Qin Fan turned his head to look at Lu Xiaoyu beside him, his eyes full of tenderness. "I had a super great time. Disneyland is truly a magical place. Every corner makes me feel like I'm in a fairy tale world, Lu Xiaoyu said excitedly, her eyes shining. Then next, there's even more exciting stuff, Qin Fan said with a mysterious smile, pulling Lu Xiaoyu into a cinema. Inside the cinema, soft lights shone on the two of them. They walked hand in hand toward the screening room. The warmth from Qin Fan's palm continuously transmitted to Lu Xiaoyu through their intertwined fingers, making her heart race like it had a little rabbit inside. The screening room was dimly lit, filled with a tranquil yet slightly ambiguous atmosphere. They found their seats, and Lu Xiaoyu gently leaned on Qin Fan's shoulder. Qin Fan naturally draped his arm over the back of her chair, enclosing her in his exclusive territory. Chapter 429. The night was deep. Qin Fan and Lu Xiaoyu were immersed in each other's world, completely unaware of a graceful figure quietly slipping to the door. That figure vanished into the darkness, leaving behind a faint presence. In the middle of the night, everything was silent, with only the occasional chirping of insects outside the window. Qin Fan woke up from his dream, groggily getting up to go to the bathroom. As soon as he stepped out of the room, his foot suddenly slipped and he stumbled forward, almost falling heavily to the ground. He steadied himself and looked down. He saw a puddle of water on the floor, glistening strangely in the faint moonlight. Strange, it hasn't rained. Where did this water come from? Qin Fan frowned, shaking his head sleepily, too lazy to think deeply about it. After all, at this moment, the urgent need to relieve himself surged like a tide, and he didn't want to delay over such a small matter. After quickly taking care of his physiological needs, Qin Fan returned to the room and fell asleep, with no further events that night. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, shining on Qin Fan's face. He slowly woke up, remembering that today was the day to set off for the capital. After a simple wash-up, Qin Fan packed his belongings and bid farewell to Hua Zilin and her daughter, Lu Xiaoyu. Chapter 430. Qin Fan took a moment to glance at the enormous courtyard awarded by the system. The luxurious decoration goes without saying, and various furniture and fittings were made from precious materials. Wangwali, small leaf red sandalwood, and even furniture made from golden silk nanmu could be seen. Qin Fan estimated that this 13-entry courtyard was worth over 100 billion. Just as he swallowed a mouthful of tea, savoring its rich fragrance, a maid hurried in, her expression filled with tension and reverence, and she bowed urgently to report, "Master, a young lady from the first family of the capital, the Yi family, named Yi Qingxiu. Request to see you." Qin Fan paused, looking up at the maid with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was unexpected that the daughter of the first family in the capital would visit him so soon after he arrived. At this moment, the top bodyguard Long Fei Shue, seeing the situation, immediately stepped forward, slightly bent down, and whispered clearly into Qin Fan's ear, "Young Master Qin, the Yi family in the capital is indeed a powerful entity. Their family assets have long surpassed 10 trillion, with business interests spanning across finance, heavy industry, energy, technology, and other core fields, extending their reach to various corners both domestically and internationally." Chapter 431. After Yi Qingxiu's departure, the sun quietly climbed to its zenith, nearing lunchtime. The maids elegantly moved about, methodically preparing lunch for Qin Fan. Exquisite tableware was arranged neatly in their hands, and the enticing aroma of delicious dishes wafted through the air. At that moment, Qin Fan's phone rang sharply. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Dean Li Weiguo of the Research Institute. Qin Fan's lips slightly curled up, revealing a gentle smile as he quickly answered the call. Enthusiastically, he said, "Hello, Dean Li." On the other end, Dean Li Weiguo's hearty voice came through. "Young friend Qin, I heard you arrived in the capital today. Is your accommodation arranged properly? Old Lin and I will visit you shortly to discuss the decisions made by the higher-ups regarding your Daqin Heavy Industry Group." Qin Fan nodded slightly, sincerity evident in his eyes. He responded, "Dean Li, I really appreciate you and Dean Lin making a special trip. Coincidentally, it's just about lunchtime. I'll have some good wine prepared, and we can chat while we eat. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Dean Li couldn't help but laugh heartily. His voice was filled with joy. "That sounds great. I've been looking forward to having a drink with you, young friend Qin, and having a good chat. Your invitation is just what I wanted." Chapter 432. The warm light cascaded like a veil over the Wangwali wooden dining table. The table was filled with delicacies, and the fragrance of wine wafted in the air. Long Fei Shue, Night Rose, Meng Ruohong, Irina, and Princess Fujiwara sat down together, elegantly enjoying their meal. Meanwhile, Qin Fan was toasting and engaging in lively discussions with the two deans. Qin Fan stood tall, dressed in well-tailored casual attire that highlighted his sunny and handsome figure. His gaze was deep and steady, radiating wisdom beyond his years, with an extraordinary charm evident in his every gesture. Dean Li Weigua, though his hair was already gray, was spirited and upright, his eyes reflecting the unique determination of a former soldier. Dean Lin Changchun appeared amiable, his eyes sparkling with wisdom behind his reading glasses, exuding a scholarly aura in his movements. Young friend Qin, the several technological contributions you made earlier have truly injected a strong dose of confidence into our dragon country, greatly enhancing our technological competitiveness internationally. Your contribution to the nation is immeasurable, Dean Li Weigua said with a flushed face, raising his wine glass with a loud voice, full of admiration. He recalled the significant impact of the project results and couldn't help but rise in excitement. Chapter 433. After the meal, Qin Fan's expression was warm, his gaze filled with concern. He solemnly instructed Long Fei Shua, make sure to safely escort the two deans back. They have dedicated their lives to our dragon country and are undoubtedly the backbone of the nation. Long Fei Shua accepted the order and left with steady steps, shouldering this important responsibility. Subsequently, Qin Fan strolled leisurely in the backyard of the courtyard, his left arm gently wrapped around Fujiwara's waist, while his right arm affectionately linked with Irina's. Night Rose and Meng Ruohong followed gracefully behind. This backyard was grand in scale, comparable to a finely crafted park in the city. Rare flowers and trees were arranged in an orderly manner, each plant resembling a carefully carved piece of art. The pavilions and towers exuded an ancient charm, their eaves and rafters outlined beautifully in the moonlight. The sound of flowing water from the rockery was clear, like a lively melody. Not far away, a wide artificial lake shimmered, reflecting the scenery along the shore, dreamlike and surreal. In the center of the lake, a set of pure white marble tables and chairs emitted a warm glow. A small rosewood recliner was quietly placed among them. Qin Fan lay comfortably on the recliner, enjoying the gentle massage from Irina and Fujiwara. Irina's technique was skilled, applying just the right amount of pressure to soothe the muscles in Qin Fan's shoulders. Chapter 434. Under the night sky, the capital resembled a city that never sleeps, radiant with lights and bustling with traffic. Qin Fan had just received a sleek Bugatti Chiron Supersport 300 supercar. The car's body radiated a mysterious and captivating sheen under the neon lights. Night Rose, dressed in a form-fitting black dress, sat beside Qin Fan as they prepared to go for a drive, ready to enjoy the vibrant night scene of the capital. As the engine roared to life, the Bugatti, like a awakened beast, slowly departed from Yupu Garden. Qin Fan skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, speeding down the city streets. Night Rose gazed out the window, the colorful night scenery dazzling her senses. Since ending her dangerous career as an assassin, she seemed to have returned to being an ordinary girl. Sitting in the passenger seat, she excitedly squealed. Meanwhile, on another street, a handsome, androgynous man was driving a red Ferrari at breakneck speed. This androgynous man was named Park Guochang. He was the son of an envoy from the Western Eight Nations and also the leader of a popular boy band from the Western Eight Nations, with fans all over the world. Chapter 435. Initially, Qin Fan had no intention of resorting to violence, although he was filled with disdain for Park Guochang's vile actions. It wasn't to the extent of wanting to take his life. However, Park Guochang acted like a mad dog, ignoring Night Rose's cold warning gaze. He continued to shout and hurl insults. His filthy words poured out like sewage. Night Rose, already as cold as ice, was completely provoked at this moment. She dashed forward like a ghost, her fair hand gripping Park Guochang's neck like a steel vice, lifting him off the ground. Park Guochang's feet left the ground instantly, flailing helplessly in the air. He struggled to pry Night Rose's hand away, his face trembling with each effort. His face quickly turned red, gradually changing to a purplish hue. Veins bulged on his forehead, and beads of sweat rolled down. However, this guy was already high on drugs and had gone mad. Even in this dire situation, his insults continued. You dare touch me? My father is the envoy from the Western Eight Nations. Don't think we won't let you go. Even your dragon country won't spare you. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with resentment and threats. At that time, your whole family. Chapter 436, when Qin Fan drove the Bugatti at breakneck speed back to Yupu Garden with Night Rose. Outside the Yupu Garden, dozens of transport vehicles lined up like a winding giant steel dragon, forming an endless queue. Meng Ruohong was meticulously handling the handover and receipt of the luxury cars just purchased, accompanied by several elegantly dressed salespeople with extraordinary demeanor. One luxury car after another, each worth millions and extremely luxurious, was slowly unloaded onto the ground by the skilled and careful transport staff. Each car shone with a unique luster, as if proclaiming its significant value. The entrance of Yupu Garden was already surrounded by maids, unable to let even a drop of water through. Their eyes were wide with excitement, sparkling like children who had discovered a treasure. When the first Bentley landed steadily, a deafening scream erupted from the crowd. "Wow, a Bentley. It's really a Bentley." One maid jumped up in excitement, covering her cheeks with her hands, her voice trembling slightly from overwhelming joy. Following that, luxury cars like Ferraris and Porsches made their appearances one after another, and the maid's excitement escalated further. "The young master is so good to us. Not only has he doubled our salaries, but now he has really bought us so many luxury vehicles for our travels. This is something we wouldn't even dare to dream of." Chapter 437. The next morning, sunlight poured gently through the intricately carved window panes of Yupu Garden, casting a soft glow in Qin Fan's room. Qin Fan got up with a cheerful demeanor. The welcome banquet hosted by the Yi family today was of great significance. He knew that this was not just a simple feast, but a crucial opportunity for him to formally enter the upper circles of the capital and establish connections with various forces. At this moment, Yi Qingxiu had arrived at Yupu Garden in a low-key yet luxurious black sedan. She wore a light blue fitted dress, elegant and poised, her neat short hair adding to her professional appearance. She stepped out of the car and stood at the entrance, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Shortly after, Qin Fan and Long Fei Xue emerged from Yupu Garden. Long Fei Xue was dressed in a simple black suit, standing tall with a sharp gaze, exuding the professional demeanor of a bodyguard. Qin Fan wore a well-tailored dark gray suit, simple yet grand. "Mr. Qin, Qingxiu is here to invite you to the appointment," Yi Qingxiu said with a smile, her eyes carrying a hint of barely noticeable shyness. "Miss Yi, you're too polite. Thank you for the Yi family's warm invitation." Qin Fan replied with a gentle smile, slightly nodding. The three of them got into the car and instructed the driver to go. Chapter 438. When Qin Fan returned to Yupu Garden, the afternoon sun was warm, filtering through the dappled shadows of the trees and casting a golden hue on the ground. After a morning filled with significant events, he appeared somewhat fatigued, yet his eyes sparkled with a different kind of brilliance. Just as he reached the entrance, Meng Ruohong, dressed in a light purple chi pao, gracefully welcomed him. Her hair danced in the gentle breeze, with a few playful strands falling beside her fair cheeks. After their intimate interaction the previous night, her gaze at Qin Fan was as gentle as the softest lake in spring, filled with deep affection. "Young master, you're finally back," Meng Ruohong said softly, her voice carrying a hint of a spoiled tone. "Just now, some guests visited, and they brought a car as a gift." "Oh, who were they?" Qin Fan furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. In this seemingly calm capital, such mysterious visitors and peculiar gifts truly piqued his curiosity. Meng Ruohong tilted her head slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "They said they couldn't disclose their identities. But from their demeanor, they don't seem like ordinary people." Not ordinary people. It was indeed suspicious to visit and bring a car as a gift. Qin Fan thought to himself, maintaining a composed smile on his face. Chapter 439. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan's heart tightened. However, he remained expressionless as he quickly stepped forward, extending his hands to shake hands with the two individuals. Director Zhang and Director Li wore gratified smiles as they firmly shook Qin Fan's hand. Indeed, a young talent, not arrogant nor humble, and with a pure heart. "Very good," one of them praised. After some pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Director Li cleared his throat, his expression becoming serious. "Mr. Qin, we invited you here mainly to gain a deeper understanding of your intentions and objectives in establishing Daqin Heavy Industries. You know that the technologies you possess are among the most advanced in the world today, and once they are known to external forces, it will surely trigger a series of bloody storms." Qin Fan's expression grew solemn as he nodded seriously. He stood up, firmly scanning each person present. and slowly began to speak. Everyone, I founded Qin Heavy Industries not for personal gain. In today's world, technological competition is becoming increasingly fierce, and our long country still faces many challenges in certain key areas. Qin Fan paused slightly, his eyes sparkling with fervor, his voice growing more impassioned. Chapter 440. Ding. Yi Qingqiu's favorability has reached 100. Ding. Yi Qingqiu's strategy succeeded, rewarding a large gift package, currently opening. Ding. Yi Qingqiu has obtained eternal youth. Ding. Qin Fan's lifespan increased by 10 years. Yi Qingqiu's lifespan increased by 10 years. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the MK-31 and MK-85 battle armor blueprints. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the ability of telepathy, allowing you to read others' thoughts, control others' minds, and even influence their actions. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 6 Infinity Stones, controlling space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul respectively. After a night of passion, the morning sun filtered through the soft curtains, illuminating the cozy bedroom. After preparing breakfast, Qin Fan quietly approached the bed, looking tenderly at the shy Yi Qingqiu. He placed a kiss on her forehead and softly said, "Baby, rest well and recover." Afterwards, Qin Fan drove the cool Bugatti by himself, racing towards Yupu Garden. All the while, his thoughts drifted to the important meeting ahead. Upon arriving at Yupu Garden, as soon as he stepped into the spacious living room, Long Fei Shue quickly approached him, respectfully saying, "Young Master Qin, today is the day for the summit summons. Let us go." Chapter 441. The meeting concluded successfully. Everyone looked somewhat fatigued, yet their excitement was hard to conceal as they moved to the dining room. The dining room was simply yet solemnly decorated, with soft lighting cascading down and the aroma of delicious food filling the air. Everyone took their seats one after another, engaging in relaxed conversations and enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. Just then, an elderly man with white hair was about to raise his wine glass when suddenly his face turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He clutched his chest, his expression twisting in pain. His old ailment flared up without warning, and his body trembled slightly, the situation extremely critical. The accompanying doctor saw this and immediately rushed to the elderly man's side, quickly retrieving various emergency equipment and medications from the medical kit. He looked tense, but his movements were very skilled, soothing the old man while calmly performing emergency treatment. After some effort, the old man's condition finally stabilized temporarily, but his face remained as pale as paper. Everyone urged the old man to return to the nursing home to rest and recuperate. Just then, Qin Fan suddenly stepped forward and boldly said, "I can cure your long-standing illness completely, and it won't relapse." As soon as he said this, the room fell silent, and all eyes were focused on Qin Fan. Chapter 442. Subsequently, under the arrangement of the medical staff, the old man's treatment location was set in a first-class ward equipped with complete medical facilities. To prevent any unexpected incidents, the director, deputy director, attending physician, and more than a dozen medical staff were on standby outside. Qin Fan stood at the door of the ward, took a deep breath, and adjusted his state. He was about to treat this special old man with a complex condition, and the pressure surged like a tidal wave. However, his eyes were filled with determination and confidence as he pushed open the ward door without hesitation. Inside the ward, the old man lay quietly on the hospital bed. Although his face was calm, the slightly haggard expression due to illness still tugged at one's heartstrings. The instruments by the bed emitted a regular ticking sound, as if recording every second of the old man's battle against the disease. Qin Fan walked steadily to the old man's bedside, slightly leaned over, and carefully observed the old man's complexion. The pale face with a hint of gray revealed the severity of the illness. However, the old man on the bed smiled brightly, reassuring Qin Fan to treat him without worry. Then he placed his fingers on the old man's wrist and closed his eyes to take his pulse. Feeling the weak and chaotic pulse, his expression became increasingly focused and serious. Chapter 443. After Qin Fan finished treating everyone present, the sky outside gradually darkened. The night enveloped the world like a huge piece of black satin. The host, filled with gratitude and respect for Qin Fan, arranged a top-notch dinner. In the restaurant, the crystal chandelier cast soft and brilliant light, illuminating the exquisite tableware on the dining table, shining brightly. The table was filled with mountain delicacies and seafood, each dish carefully crafted by top chefs, resembling works of art. The moment Qin Fan stepped into the restaurant, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. In his life, he had never imagined he would dine with these top figures and enjoy such a lavish banquet. During the meal, everyone chatted and laughed. They praised Qin Fan's character and medical skills, filled with gratitude and admiration. Qin Fan humbly responded, always wearing a gentle smile. After dinner, the host smiled and walked towards Qin Fan, handing him a delicate special box. He said, "Take this to Hong Pao back and try it. It tastes quite good." Qin Fan took the box, gently opened it, and a rich and mellow tea fragrance instantly spread. Chapter 444. The matters in the capital finally came to a conclusion. That night, Qin Fan came to bid farewell to Yi Qingxiu. In the chairman's office of the Daqin Heavy Industry Group, in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, Qin Fan embraced Yi Qingxiu, who was dressed in OL attire, whispering sweet words. Yi Qingxiu seemed to want to pour out her reluctance, passionately kissing Qin Fan, as if to use actions to convey her deep love. Yi Qingxiu tore open Qin Fan's black shirt, her delicate hands caressing his broad and sturdy chest. The two tightly embraced, sharing a lingering kiss, unwilling to part. "Qingxiu, manage the company well for me. If you encounter any difficulties, just find me. And remember to call me." Qin Fan gently patted Yi Qingxiu's plump bottom, grinning mischievously. "You're annoying." Yi Qingxiu's pretty face flushed, lightly hitting Qin Fan. In the next second, with a turn, Yi Qingxiu leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window with a soft sigh. After bidding farewell to Yi Qingxiu, Qin Fan called Song Mu Yin to Yupu Garden. Qin Fan not only handed over the Daqin Divine Grain Group to Song Mu Yin to manage, but also let her oversee the Daqin Heavy Industry Group, giving her the authority to act on behalf of the chairman. After all, Qin Fan had known Song Mu Yin for a long time and understood her well. Chapter 445. Qin Fan chatted happily with his many beautiful friends, and laughter echoed in the air above the private airport. The radiant smiles, filled with longing and joy, filled Qin Fan's heart with happiness. After a moment, Tang Yuning approached with elegant steps. She gently opened the door of the Maybach S680, her face adorned with a gentle smile, signaling Qin Fan to get in. Qin Fan nodded to her and then called the girls to get in the car. Inside the car, the leather seats were soft and comfortable, and a faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. Qin Fan looked out of the car window at the bustling scene outside. The other girls also began to move. Those who could drive walked towards their beloved vehicles, skillfully opening the doors and starting the engines. Those who couldn't drive got into the sports cars or sedans brought by the maids. In no time, dozens of luxury cars were lined up orderly, forming a dazzling procession. As Qin Fan's Maybach slowly started, the convoy headed towards the Fanqing Manor. Along the way, the sunlight reflected off the car's body, casting brilliant rays that drew the attention of passers-by. Inside the car, Qin Fan's thoughts drifted back to the busy times in the capital. Chapter 446. In the garden, the dreamlike moonlight poured down, enveloping the entire world in a layer of silver veil. Among the flowers, unknown little insects sang softly, blending with the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, creating a beautiful natural symphony. Qin Fan was surrounded by his beautiful friends. Laughter and joy filled the air as they shared various interesting stories after their separation. A warm and sweet atmosphere spread throughout the air. Suddenly, a crisp ringtone broke the tranquility and beauty. Qin Fan instinctively took out his phone and saw the name Xia Mo ran happily bouncing on the screen. His lips unconsciously curled up, revealing a gentle smile. That smile was like the warm sun in spring, warm and gentle. "Hello, Mo ran." Qin Fan's voice carried a hint of indulgence, as if it could reach through the receiver to comfort Xia Mo Ran, who was at the airport. "Brother Fan, my mom, aunt, and I came to Tianhai City. Do you want to come pick us up?" On the other end of the phone, Xia Mo Ran's voice was clear and pleasant, like a mountain stream, filled with uncontainable joy and anticipation. At that moment, at the airport, the private helicopter of the Xia family had just landed slowly. Chapter 447. After Qin Fan settled down with Xia Mo Ran, Zhao Shuya, and Zhao Feiya in the Peony Garden Villa area, Xia Mo Ran was like a cheerful little rabbit, unable to sit still for even a moment. She affectionately linked her arm with Qin Fan's and said in a spoiled tone, "Brother Fan, I've heard that Tianhai City is so much fun. Please take me out to explore." Her big, watery eyes were full of anticipation, and her long eyelashes fluttered, making it hard to refuse. Qin Fan looked at her adorable appearance and smiled indulgently, naturally agreeing. Zhao Shuya and Zhao Fei exchanged glances at this scene, unable to help but smile. Their eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Zhao Shuya softly said, "You young people go have fun. Your little aunt and I will just stroll around nearby and experience the city's lively atmosphere." Qin Fan quickly nodded and thoughtfully arranged a driver and bodyguards for them to ensure their safety and comfort. Then, he took Xia Mo ran on a wonderful journey through Tianhai City. They first arrived at the most bustling commercial pedestrian street in Tianhai City. Tall buildings stood in rows. Shops were dazzling, and the streets were bustling with cars and people, lively and extraordinary. Colorful neon signs flickered, making the entire street look dreamlike. Chapter 448. As night fell and the lights began to shine, the city's clamor grew even more intense. Tang Yuning drove the Maybach S680 steadily through the heavy traffic. Inside the car, Qin Fan and the nearby Xia Mo ran. Zhao Shuya and Zhao Fei were softly chatting. Laughter echoed in this small space. Xia Mo ran occasionally leaned against Qin Fan's shoulder, her eyes filled with affection. Zhao Shuya looked at the two, quietly smiling, her heart filled with comfort. Zhao Fei, on the other hand, secretly felt a twinge of jealousy. Tang Yunying's driving skills were excellent, and she quickly took the group to the dock of the Shanghai Yacht Club. Beside the dock was Qin Fan's magnificent super yacht, the Fanshun, quietly docked like a palace on the sea. This yacht was a symbol of Qin Fan's identity and taste, with its pure white hull and smooth lines radiating a unique charm under the lights. Before coming, Qin Fan had already called Su Liji, the new manager of the yacht club. So at this moment, the crew, waiters, chefs, and other staff on the yacht were already prepared. Barbecue ingredients, drinks, and fruit platters were neatly arranged, everything in perfect order. Chapter 449. Note, Chapter 448 has merged 2,000 words of plot. If you haven't read it, you can go back and check it out. She originally thought that even if Qin Fan was willing to help, he would be cautious, as this was not a small amount. Zhao Shuya was at a loss for words. Zhao Fei couldn't hold back any longer. She knew Qin Fan's generosity very well. For those he liked, Qin Fan would always spend lavishly. No, he was spending billions. Previously, when Qin Fan left Shanghai City, he had directly handed over the several hundred billion worth of the Hailong Yacht Club to her for management. Zhao Fei smiled and said, "Qin Xiao, my sister's company currently has a funding gap of 50 billion, and she's too embarrassed to ask you." After saying that, she looked at her sister, Zhao Shuya, and added, "Sister, you really shouldn't be shy about this. You invited Qin Xiao here, and now you're too embarrassed to speak up. Our Qin Xiao is someone important. He asked the chairman of Fanshin Investment Group. If there's a need, just say it." Hearing Zhao Fei's words, Zhao Shuya felt even more embarrassed as she glanced at Qin Fan. 50 billion is indeed not a small amount. Chapter 450. The night enveloped the shimmering sea, and the Fanshun yacht slowly returned amidst the waves. The sea breeze tousled Qin Fan's hair as he smiled charmingly. His eyes were full of heat as he looked at Zhao Fei. "Oh, how do you plan to help me?" His voice was deep and magnetic, gently echoing in Zhao Fei's ears. Zhao Fei smiled seductively, her smile blooming like a vibrant flower in the night sky, exuding deadly allure. She reached out to gently hook Qin Fan's neck, standing on tiptoes to whisper softly in his ear. Her hair danced lightly with the sea breeze, brushing against Qin Fan's cheek, bringing a faint scent. Listening to Zhao Fei's words, the smile in Qin Fan's eyes grew even brighter. "You really are understanding. But before that, I need to properly compensate you for the longing during this time." Saying this, before Zhao Fei could react, he tightly embraced her with his strong arms, as if to merge her with his body. The waves surged, splashing a large amount of water, seemingly cheering for this passionate atmosphere. The next day, the golden sunlight poured unreservedly onto the yacht, and the sun was high in the sky. Xia Mo slowly woke up from a drunken stupor, her head still a bit heavy. Chapter 451. Soon, Qin Fan took Zhao Shuya and Zhao Fei to the Fanshin Investment Group building. The building soared into the clouds. The glass curtain walls reflected dazzling light under the sun, showcasing an extraordinary momentum. The security personnel at the entrance stood tall, and upon seeing Qin Fan's vehicle slowly enter, immediately saluted respectfully. Inside Qin Fan's chairman's office, CEO Gu Fanxing and Secretary Zhang Na were already waiting. The office was spacious and bright, decorated in a simple yet luxurious style. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the bustling cityscape. "Aunt ya, Madam ya, please come in." Qin Fan made a gentlemanly gesture, inviting them into the office. His voice was deep and magnetic, making it sound particularly pleasant. "Qin Xiao," Gu Fanxing and Zhang Na said respectfully. The two slightly bowed, their eyes filled with respect for Qin Fan. "Come, let me introduce you. These two are CEO Zhao Shuya from the Xia Group in Qianghai City and Vice President Zhao Feiya from the Hailong Yacht Club." Qin Fan introduced, his gaze passing over Zhao Shuya and Zhao Feiya with a hint of a smile. Then, he introduced Zhao Shuya and Zhao Feiya to Gu Fanxing and Zhang Na, saying, "This is the CEO of my Fanxing Investment Group, Gu Fanxing, and this is my secretary, Zhang Na." Chapter 452. Zhao Shuya smiled and said, "Qin Xiao is a great person, very decisive in his work, completely devoid of the frivolous traits of other rich second-generation youths." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Fei eagerly interrupted, "Sister, I'm asking you, what do you think of Qin Xiao's looks? How's his physique?" Zhao Fei's eyes sparkled with a different light, seemingly hiding a little secret. Zhao Shuya sensed that Zhao Fei's words had deeper meaning, but still gave her evaluation. Qin Xiao's looks are naturally beyond words, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Handsome and extraordinary. Moreover, his physique is exceptional, tall and strong, even better than some models. As she spoke, she recalled Qin Fan's appearance, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Immediately, Zhao Shuya countered, "Why do you ask this? You can't possibly like young Master Qin, can you?" Her gaze held a hint of inquiry, fixed intently on Zhao Feiya. At this moment, Zhao Feiya replied, "Sister, you're right, but also not right." Her expression was somewhat mysterious, making it hard to decipher. Zhao Shuya turned around in confusion. Chapter 453. Before the singing began, Zhao Feiya deftly opened a bottle of golden-hued liquor. The rich aroma of the wine instantly spread throughout the private room. She elegantly poured a glass for both Qin Fan and Zhao Shuya. The liquid in the crystal glasses shimmered enticingly under the lights. Zhao Shuya understood and lifted her glass. With her hands slightly raised, she looked at Qin Fan, her eyes filled with gratitude and respect. With a slightly choked voice, she said, "Young Master Qin, I really don't know how to express our gratitude. The 100 billion you invested in our summer group is like a timely rain, pulling us from the brink of crisis. When our group's financial chain was on the verge of breaking and several major projects were about to halt, it was your trust and support that allowed the summer group to come back to life and rejuvenate. This is not just an investment. It is hope for the continuation of our family business, giving us the confidence to keep fighting. This kindness, we of the Summer family will never forget." After saying this, she slightly bowed, extending her sincere thanks to Qin Fan. "On behalf of the Summer Group, I raise this glass to you. I'll drink it first as a gesture of respect." Zhao Shuya tilted her head back, her fair and slender neck exposed to the air. Chapter 454. In the KTV private room, an ambiguous atmosphere was rising. In the dimly lit room, the laughter of Zhao Feiya, Zhao Shuya, and Qin Fan intertwined with the surrounding music. They became increasingly immersed in the fun, and the atmosphere grew more intimate. At this moment, a hint of mischief flashed in Zhao Feiya's eyes. Suddenly, she excitedly stood up and suggested, "Let us play a little game. I promise it will be thrilling and fun." Her voice carried a hint of drunkenness, but was particularly attention-grabbing. Then, she vividly described the game rules. "This little game is called passing smoke. Take a deep puff of a cigarette, then pass it mouth to mouth. Whoever passes it last without smoke in their mouth loses, and the loser has to take a shot." As Zhao Feiya spoke, she gestured animatedly, her eyes full of anticipation. Zhao Shuya, already a bit tipsy, had her gaze blurred and her cheeks flushed, resembling a ripe apple, exuding an enticing glow. If she were sober, she would have undoubtedly rejected such an overly intimate game. But at this moment, alcohol acted as a catalyst, gradually blurring her rationality. She excitedly nodded in agreement to Zhao Feiya's suggestion. Then, Zhao Feiya took out a slender lady cigarette from a delicate cigarette case. Chapter 455. On this day, Qin Fan was completely immersed in a world of tenderness. Zhao Shuya's affection was like flowing water. Every glance, every gentle touch felt like the warmest breeze in spring, softly brushing across his heart. Zhao Fi's passion was like fire. Every passionate kiss, every embrace felt like a burning flame, making his blood boil. These two completely different, yet equally intoxicating affections wrapped around him tightly. Until night fell and the lights came on, Summer Mo Rant's phone broke the enchanting atmosphere. Zhao Shuya and Zhao Fiya reluctantly got up. They tidied their clothes, leaving with a hint of reproach and lingering affection, slowly exiting the room. Only a mess remained. The sheets were wrinkled, clothes lay scattered on the floor, and the air was still filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Qin Fan then also left this room full of memories. Fortunately, this was the Peony Garden Villa area, where the property management would kindly arrange for cleaning staff to come and tidy up, restoring the room to its original neatness. He drove the priceless Bugatti Chiron, its sleek lines shimmering with a mysterious glow under the moonlight, slowly heading towards the villa area exit. As he passed by the villa of Pan Tiantian's family, a sudden impulse surged in Qin Fan's heart, wanting to see them. Chapter 456. Qin Fan drove the Bugatti Chiron, speeding down the bustling avenue like a black leopard. The powerful roar of the engine sounded like an exhilarating battle song, drawing the attention of passers-by. Pan Jia, the little girl, sat in the passenger seat, showing no signs of fear but rather excitement, waving her hands in joy. Her small face radiated uncontrollable excitement, shouting loudly, "Wow, this speed is so thrilling, it feels like flying." Her crisp voice echoed in the car, accompanied by the rushing wind, intensifying her joy. This scene drew envious glances from pedestrians. Many people envied the girl laughing joyfully in the car, speculating about her relationship with the luxury car owner. Soon, Qin Fan parked the Bugatti steadily in the shopping mall parking lot. The two got out, and Pan Jia was still buzzing with excitement. She tightly hugged Qin Fan's arm, her words spilling out like a rapid-fire barrage. "Brother Qin Fan, that feeling was so amazing. I've never been in such a fast car. It felt just like a scene from a movie. You look so cool driving, and everyone was staring at us." Chapter 457. Qin Fan and Pan Jia walked out of the mobile phone store side by side. Pan Jia held her brand new phone in both hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement, like a child who had received a long-desired gift. "Brother Qin Fan, this phone is so beautiful. I love it so much." Her voice was crisp and sweet, filled with the unique charm of a young girl, making it particularly pleasant on the bustling street. Qin Fan's lips curled up slightly, his face filled with a doting smile. He raised his hand to gently ruffle Pan Jiajia's hair, saying, "As long as you like it, it's all good. As long as Jiajia is happy, that's better than anything." As he spoke, his gaze turned to the nearby luxury store, which was decorated in a dazzling manner. "Let us go. I'll take you to a nice place." They walked into the jewelry store, where the lighting was dazzling. Every piece of jewelry exuded an enchanting glow from its exquisite display case, as if whispering its extraordinary story. Qin Fan walked straight to the diamond bracelet display area, his long fingers casually and decisively pointing to a silver bracelet embedded with large diamonds. He said to the staff, "Take this out for me to have a look." The staff, dressed in neat uniforms, wore a professional and enthusiastic smile. They carefully took out the bracelet and gently placed it on a soft velvet cloth. Chapter 458. Qin Fan waved his hand, instructing the staff to send a full load of luxury goods he had purchased for Pan Jia to the impressive villa of the Pan family in the Peony Garden. He turned around, a gentle smile on his face, and softly asked, Jiao, is there anything else you want? Brother will buy it for you." Pan Jiao quickly waved her hands vigorously, shaking her head like a rattle drum. Her eyes widened with anxiety. No need, Qin Fan brother. Really don't buy for me. I'm afraid my sister will scold me." Her voice was soft and a bit spoiled, but the slightly upturned corners of her mouth and the happiness she couldn't hide revealed her inner joy. Qin Fan looked at her and smiled indulgently. Just as he was about to speak, Pan Jiao seemed to suddenly remember something. Her eyes lit up, and she excitedly suggested, "Right, Qin Fan brother, shall we go watch a movie?" Her eyes were full of anticipation, and her hands unconsciously held on a Qin Fan's arm, gently shaking it. "All right then, what movie do you want to see?" Qin Fan responded gently, allowing her to pull his arm. Pan Jiao tilted her head, lightly tapping her chin with her finger. After thinking for a moment, she said, "The new movie Little Demon Boy Neza that just came out seems pretty good. Let's go watch it." Chapter 459. Soon after, the movie finally ended. The soft lights slowly brightened. Pan Jiao linked her arm with Qin Fan's, her face full of a happy smile, her steps bouncing. Just as they walked out of the cinema, outside the theater, people were coming and going, and the air was filled with the atmosphere of the night sky and the laughter of people. At that moment, Qin Fan's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone, and on the other end, Pan Tian's soft voice came through. Fan brother, our class reunion is over. Do you have time now? Can you come pick me up? Qin Fan smiled slightly and replied, I'll be there soon. Jiao, let's go pick up your sister first, he said, turning to look at Pan Jiao. His gaze filled with affection. Pan Jiao also heard her sister's voice and nodded gently, but there was a hint of reluctance hidden in her eyes. She had finally had a chance to spend time with Qin Fan and enjoy this couple-like private space. While watching the movie together, she leaned on Qin Fan's shoulder, and that feeling of happiness intoxicated her. But now, time flew by too quickly. She had to return Qin Fan to her sister. At that moment, Pan Jiao wished she could replace her sister and become the most important person in Qin Fan's heart. Chapter 460. The night sky was like a huge piece of black satin, gently covering the entire city. The neon lights flickered, adding a touch of enchanting color to the darkness. Soon after, two cars drove slowly, one after the other, to the Peony Garden community. Outside the Pan family's villa, several delivery trucks arranged by the Lolita clothing store were parked at the entrance, waiting. Upon seeing Qin Fan's car arrive, they immediately came over to greet him. At this moment, Pan Jiao quickly opened the car door, calling for the staff to take the dozens of Lolita dresses Qin Fan had bought for her into the villa. At this time, the beautiful and elegant class monitor, who was also the school belle, gracefully unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped out of the car. She held the car keys with both hands and walked briskly to Qin Fan, respectfully handing him the keys. Thank you, Qin Fan said, a slight smile appearing on his lips. That smile, illuminated by the dim streetlights, had a unique charm. The class monitor was momentarily mesmerized by it. You're welcome. Pan Tian is our classmate, and we're very good friends. This is what I should do. She quickly waved her hand, her face adorned with a gentle smile and sincerity in her eyes. Chapter 461. No, I won't give up just like this. In that small and cozy bed, Pan Jiao curled up into a ball, tears already soaking her pillow. After a long, internal struggle, she suddenly felt driven by a powerful force. She abruptly threw off the covers and sat up. Her breathing was rapid, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Her bright eyes darted around, sparkling with complex emotions that no one could understand. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps echoed in the quiet corridor, coming closer. They slowly passed by her door. Pan Jiao's ears perked up like a small beast sensing prey. Her heart raced. With that familiar rhythm, she firmly thought to herself, it's Qin Fan brother. As soon as this thought appeared, she, who had just been filled with inner turmoil, instantly felt ignited with determination. With her mind made up, she just wanted to rush to Qin Fan immediately and pour out the passionate love she held in her heart. She hurriedly slipped on her slippers, not even bothering to tidy her messy hair, and dashed to the door, flinging it open. Chapter 462. Ding. Pan Jiao's affection level increased by 1 ding. Pan Jiao's affection level has reached 100 ding. Pan Jiao's strategy successful. Reward package is being opened. Ding. Pan Jiao gains eternal youth. Ding. Qin Fan's lifespan increased by 10 years. Pan Jiao's lifespan increased by 10 years. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received 50 seaside villas in Xiangjiang District. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received 51 shares in the Ocean Group in Xiangjiang District. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the thin curtains, gently illuminating the room, creating beams of golden light. It was almost 10 o'clock when Pan Tian slowly woke up. The hangover from last night still made her head feel a bit heavy. She squinted her eyes, adjusting to the bright light. When her gaze fell on Qin Fan's peaceful sleeping face beside her, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on her face, her eyes filled with love and affection. She leaned down, treating him like a precious treasure, and gently kissed Qin Fan's lips. Just then, she seemed to suddenly remember something, sitting up straight with wide eyes. Oh no, I still have to go to school today. She felt a rush of annoyance while hurriedly throwing off the covers and began searching for the clothes scattered on the floor. Chapter 463. After Qin Fan listened to Gu Fanqing's report, his expression turned serious, without any hesitation. He immediately ordered, You all go evacuate the group employees first. Gu Fanqing and several senior executives of the group immediately went to evacuate the gathered employees. Soon, after Gu Fanqing had dispersed the crowd, only Gu Fanqing and Jiang Lina remained behind. Even Song Ziwei, who wanted to follow, was stopped by Gu Fanqing with a glance. Knowing that it was a matter of confidentiality, Gu Fanqing understood that all possible suspicious personnel must be excluded. Qin Fan stood up and steadily walked towards the building's entrance, each step carrying an undeniable authority. Just as he approached the door, a beam of light swept across. Immediately, the heavy bulletproof glass doors slowly opened to the sides. Qin Fan was the first to enter the lobby, followed closely by Gu Fanqing and Jiang Lina. The footsteps of the three echoed in the spacious lobby, sounding particularly clear. At that moment, a voice filled with a sense of technology rang out in the lobby. Master, the super-intelligent butler war god, is at your service. At the same time, several beams of light converged, and a stunning holographic projection slowly emerged in the air. Master, the super-intelligent butler war god, is at your service. Welcome back to the Fanqing Investment Group building. Chapter 464. There was an ambiguous charm in Qin Fan's tone. Li Sushi quickly said in a charming manner, "Oh, Chairman, ever since I joined Fanqing Investment Group, I've always thought you were handsome and extraordinary, and I've been wanting to get closer to you. So I thought I would come to your office to rest for a bit. I thought this way I could be a bit closer to you. Please don't misunderstand. I have always admired your charisma." As she spoke, Li Sushi's eyes were filled with allure. She tried hard to maintain a flattering smile, saying in a delicate voice, "Chairman, this laser array is too dangerous. I haven't T-rested since last night. Why don't you help me disable it first? I will definitely work hard to serve you and the group in the future." While saying this, Li Sushi licked her lips. As she spoke, her eyes occasionally flickered with a cunning light. She was waiting for Qin Fan to let his guard down, even to the point of freeing her from the laser array's restraints. "Ha ha ha, admire me? Is that so?" Qin Fan smiled wickedly, his eyes glimmering. Li Sushi thought Qin Fan was falling for her trap and quickly said, "Yes, Chairman, please disable this laser array. I'm about to be scared to death." Chapter 465. Even if it meant sacrificing her appearance. However, just as her dream was about to come true, she found herself trapped here. Originally, she had thought of using her beauty to escape, but the man before her was too terrifying. He not only saw through her beauty trap, but also seemed to wield an unimaginable power. Despair shone in Li Sushi's eyes, her voice trembling. Although her graceful body was perfectly wrapped in a black bodysuit, she now felt utterly exposed before Qin Fan, because the holographic projection in the air was continuously displaying every moment of her past life experiences. Her father was the chairman of the Shiba Kingdom's largest financial conglomerate, the Xingxing Group, and she was merely the illegitimate daughter of a starlet treated as a plaything by the tycoon. From birth, she had been despised and bullied by her legitimate siblings. Later, she was chosen to be a spy and underwent brutal training. Naively, she thought that as long as she worked hard and achieved merits for the family, she would gain her tycoon father's attention. However, all of this turned into a mirage. Chapter 466. Just now, she had just learned of the spy infiltration and rushed over immediately. "Qin Xiao, I heard there's a spy here. Do you need us to handle it?" Long Fei Xue asked respectfully. Zhou Yinchi behind her also cast a concerned glance. Qin Fan briefly explained the situation and the identity of the spy, Li Sushi. "What? A spy from the Shiba Kingdom?" Long Fei Xue frowned slightly. It seemed they needed to contact the security department about this matter. "Qin Xiao, I need to report this to my superiors immediately. We need to deal with these Shiba Kingdom flies." Long Fei Xue's eyes gleamed with determination as she said respectfully. Qin Fan nodded and instructed, "I'll handle this Li Sushi myself. You go deal with her contacts." "Understood, Qin Xiao." Long Fei Xue nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, she was called back by Qin Fan. "Help me with a suggestion. Nowadays, Long Kingdom is different from before. For these spies, it's best to eliminate them with thunderous methods, so that those foreign scoundrels eyeing Long Kingdom know that Long Kingdom is their forbidden zone." A hint of dominance shone in Qin Fan's eyes. Chapter 467. In Qin Fan Chairman's office, Fei Anna and Yi Mei Gui were conducting an interrogation on Li Sushi. The room was occasionally filled with Li Sushi's painful groans and Fei Anna's triumphant laughter. Yi Mei Gui stood to the side, her gaze cold, and the secret weapon in her hand gleamed ominously under the dim light. Fei Anna was fiddling with an electronic device while mocking. Speak up. What other conspiracies do you Shiba Kingdom have? If you confess early, you might suffer less. Li Sushi gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead. Yet she still refused to speak. All right, being stubborn. Huh? Yi Mei Gui, increase the intensity. Fei Anna signaled to Yi Mei Gui. Yi Mei Gui understood and immediately took out another larger electronic device from her suitcase. I advise you to confess early. This one is much scarier than the last. As she spoke, Yi Mei Gui powered on and waved it in front of Li Sushi. Soon, a chilling buzzing sound filled the room. Li Sushi's eyes widened in fear, and her body involuntarily twitched in terror. Her fingers had even torn into the genuine leather sofa in Qin Fan's office. Chapter 468. Qin Fan thought that young ladies from wealthy families and career women, who usually navigated various business occasions with decisiveness, discussing projects worth hundreds of millions, would never expect to find a sewing kit, a home item, hidden in a desk drawer. Wouldn't it be better to just replace it if it got dirty? Zhou Yinshi held a needle in one hand and thread in the other, her fingers trembling slightly, struggling even to thread the needle. Seeing this, Qin Fan reached out. Let me help. Your hands are shaking. It'll take you half a day to thread the needle. Zhou Yinshi hesitated for a moment, but still handed the needle and thread over. Qin Fan's long fingers skillfully threaded the needle, tied a knot, and followed the thread. Come on, give me the button. Qin Fan extended his hand. Zhou Yinshi's cheeks turned slightly red, feeling shy for a moment as countless thoughts flashed through her mind. But soon, she handed the button in her hand to Qin Fan. Come on, sit down. Qin Fan got up and offered the sofa chair to Zhou Yinshi. Zhou Yinshi sat down shyly, her hands unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes. Qin Fan smiled slightly, then gently lifted Zhou Yinshi's collar with one hand while holding the needle and thread with the other. Chapter 469. Meanwhile, at a secret contact point of a spy organization lurking in Long Kingdom, the air seemed filled with tension and fear. Several spies from the Shiba Kingdom had ashen faces, their eyes filled with panic. They spoke in hushed, urgent tones. As the Dragon Kingdom's purging operations intensified, each communication blackout felt like a cruel countdown, ticking down another notch of fate. Damn it, our key strongholds have been taken out, and now we can only communicate through a single line. It's too dangerous. A young spy's voice trembled, laced with anger and fear. Another, older spy slammed his fist on the table, cursing Li Sushi. That foolish woman. What went wrong that dragged us all into this mess? Someone in the corner quietly gathered the remaining confidential documents, preparing to destroy them at any moment to prevent them from falling into the Dragon Kingdom's hands as evidence. They understood, well, that once these confidential documents were obtained, the entire spy network would be uprooted. We can't wait any longer. We must evacuate the Dragon Kingdom as soon as possible. You all immediately destroy all materials. I will contact the president right away. The leading spy chief took a deep drag from a cigarette, then pulled out his phone to call the president of the Shangxing Chable Group, far away in the West Eight Nations. Chapter 470. Li Sujing hung up the phone. She leaned back in her office chair, rubbing her temples, her anxiety undiminished. The conversation with the spy chief made her acutely aware that the situation was worse than she had imagined. But she knew she couldn't back down. She had to find every possible way to turn the situation around. She picked up the phone on her desk and dialed her Chable father's direct line. After a few busy signals, a deep and authoritative voice came through. Sujing, what's the matter? Father, something has happened. Li Sujing tried to keep her voice calm, but urgency still seeped through. Li Sushi has been exposed. The Dragon Kingdom has launched a large-scale purge, and we have suffered heavy losses in our 10-year spy program. The other end fell silent for a moment. Then her Chable father's furious roar came through. These useless fools. They can't even handle such an important task. Li Sujing listened quietly to her father's scolding, not daring to interrupt. Once her father's emotions calmed slightly, she began to speak. Father, I have warned them. Anyone who is exposed, no matter who, must keep their mouth shut forever. Chapter 471. Qin Fan knocked on the door. Come in. Inside the private room, Wazelin's mature and charming voice responded. Qin Fan pushed the door open and saw Wazelin, dressed in a plain black qipao, sitting elegantly in front of the tea table, skillfully brewing tea. Wazelin glanced at Qin Fan, a faint smile appearing on her face. Qin Fan, you're here. Please take a seat. All right, Sister Zillian. Qin Fan walked directly to the chair opposite her. Rosalind began to pour tea for him. This is age-poor tea that I had a friend bring back. Would you like to try it? Her tone was calm and steady. Qin Fan picked up the teacup, took a gentle sniff, and was greeted by a rich aroma of tea. The tea was reddish-brown, clear in color, and the fragrance was sweet and mellow. Good tea. Qin Fan couldn't help but exclaim. After taking a sip, he felt the lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth. The unique sweetness and aroma of the aged pu'er tea blossomed on his tongue, refreshing him. After setting down the teacup, Qin Fan looked around the environment and said, "This tea house theater is quite interesting. The aroma of tea and the sounds of the play complement each other." A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Rosalind's eyes. "Yes, this tea house theater has a long history. It was bought by my master back in the day." Chapter 472. The two entered the Ferris wheel cabin, and as it slowly ascended, the cityscape unfolded beneath them like a painting. The lights of distant skyscrapers were scattered like dazzling gems embedded in the earth. The vehicles flowing on the roads resembled a river of light. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere gradually became subtle and ambiguous. Soft lighting cast a dreamlike veil over the small space. Rosalind slightly tilted her head, her gaze momentarily lost. She didn't know what she felt inside at that moment. Perhaps it was the beautiful scenery before her, or perhaps it was the warmth of Qin Fan's passionate gaze. A gentle breeze blew, and it seemed as if Rosalind's body fragrance lingered in the air. The atmosphere grew more intimate and ambiguous. Qin Fan turned to look at Rosalind, his eyes bright like stars. "Sister Zillian, I have a surprise for you," Qin Fan said in a low, gentle voice, hinting at anticipation. "A surprise?" Rosalind paused slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. "Yes, when we reach the top, you will count down from 10. Upon hearing my command, you can reveal the surprise." Chapter 473. After staying at the mountaintop for an hour, Qin Fan drove again, taking Rosalind down the mountain. On the way, Qin Fan took out a property certificate for a Tang Palace Garden Villa and the keys from the system space, handing them to Rosalind. "What is this?" Rosalind asked in confusion. "This is our love nest for the future. Whenever you miss me, or I miss you, we can meet here," Qin Fan said gently. "Love nest?" Rosalind felt a warmth in her heart. She opened the property certificate and was surprised to see her name written on it. She didn't expect Qin Fan to put such a valuable villa in her name. Moreover, this garden villa was worth nearly 1 billion. "Sister Zillian, I want to take care of you for a lifetime, so our house should have your name on it," Qin Fan said with deep affection. Rosalind hesitated, saying it was too valuable, as she already had a place. But Qin Fan smiled mischievously. "I know, Sister Zillian, that you have your own place. But it's not convenient for you, right?" Hearing this, Rosalind blushed and playfully glared at him. Soon, Qin Fan dropped Rosalind back at her family's neighborhood. Chapter 474. Qin Fan politely took a small step back, subtly avoiding the flower shop owner's touch, wearing a faintly detached expression. The flower shop owner, however, was undeterred and intentionally bent over to introduce various types of flowers that could be gifted. She had no intention of easily letting go of this handsome, wealthy man driving a supercar. Although Qin Fan had been cold before, she was determined to make an effort, hoping to win his heart. She exaggeratedly bent over, lifting her full hips high. The tight short skirt clung to her shapely figure. She lightly touched each type of flower, her voice becoming increasingly flirtatious. "Handsome, look, like this red rose represents passionate love. The blue enchantress is mysterious and romantic, and a lily is pure and beautiful. These are all excellent choices for gifting to a girlfriend." As she spoke, she raised her head, her eyes sparkling with charm, as if trying to ensnare Qin Fan's soul. "Or, how about I make you a big bouquet? Combining the merits of these flowers will surely make your girlfriend very happy when she sees it." The boss lady spoke while gently twisting her waist, moving a bit closer to Qin Fan. However, Qin Fan merely smiled faintly and said, "Just red roses will do. Take a look at my sports car and fill it up." After saying that, she thought Qin Fan would definitely be attracted by her beauty and charm. After all, she prided herself on her looks and allure, believing she was an existence that no man could refuse. The audience in the live stream began to flood the screen with comments. "Wow, what a scheming woman. Has she watched too many idol dramas? Does she really think that doing this in reality will make a domineering CEO fall in love with her? Hurry up and end the stream. It's too embarrassing to watch. To be honest, this woman is too pretentious." Qin Fan felt a wave of disgust rise in his heart and frowned at the flirtatious antics of the female internet celebrity. He took a step back without mercy, increasing the distance between himself and the female internet celebrity. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with her. Seeing that Qin Fan wasn't falling for her tricks, the smile on the female internet celebrity's face immediately froze, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. But she still forced herself to remain calm and try to argue. "Handsome, don't be so heartless. I really didn't mean to scratch your car. Look at you. So wealthy. You wouldn't care about this little damage, right?" Qin Fan snorted coldly and said, "Let me tell you, this car is the only one in the world. No shop in the country dares to repair it. I'll give you two choices. Either you find the original factory team abroad to fix the paint, or I'll call the police directly." Zhou Yinshi and Gao Xiaolan walked in with elegant steps. Their waists swayed like two butterflies dancing, welcoming Qin Fan's arrival. Gao Xiaolan slightly leaned forward, her eyes carrying a hint of shyness and expectation, and thoughtfully opened the car door for Qin Fan. She softly said, "Welcome, Mr. Qin, to the Lakeside Manor." Her voice was like a nightingale's song, melodious and lingering in the air. Zhou Yinshi couldn't wait to link her arm with Qin Fan's. Leaning slightly closer, her chest inadvertently touching Qin Fan's arm, she playfully complained, "Mr. Qin, why did you come so late?" Her tone was full of grievance, like a neglected little cat. Qin Fan was slightly taken aback by Zhou Yinshi's charming appearance, which was completely different from her usual cold and strong persona. This contrast stirred a different feeling in his heart. "Now that I'm here, let us go. I want to savor the 2 bottles of fine wine you prepared," Qin Fan said as he wrapped his arm around Zhou Yinshi's waist, his palm gently resting on her side, feeling the delicate touch. Zhou Yinshi let out a soft gasp, her cheeks flushing with a hint of redness. Her body trembled slightly, seemingly shy yet enjoying the moment.